Upon awakening from slumber, Chen Mo found himself transported to the arena of the martial arts college entrance examination. In this realm, where ferocious beasts roam freely, the epic of high martial arts unfolds. Each individual possesses the potential to awaken terrifying talents and abilities for combat. Chen Mo, having saved a young girl in his previous life, was bestowed with a super signing-in system. Congratulations to the host for completing the first month of signing in, earning the SSS level talent of the Dark Divine Body. In the examination arena, Chen Mo vanquished the pride of Jiangnan province, securing the title of top scholar and astonishing the entire province. Congratulations to the host for completing the second month of signing in, acquiring the SSS level talent of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. During the entrance examination, Chen Mo single-handedly defended the city, slaying the beast leader and emerging as the top newcomer, leaving the entire school in awe. Congratulations to the host for completing the third month of signing in, obtaining the SSS level concept of the God-slaying spear. In the contest for celestial artifacts, Chen Mo, as a freshman, defeated the sophomore prodigies, shocking the 4 academies. Congratulations to the host for completing the fourth month of signing in, receiving the SSS level talent of Devouring power. During the grand competition among 3 schools, Chen Mo wielded a long spear to annihilate the prodigies from all 3 institutions, stunning the Great Xia Federation. A year later, as Chen Mo radiated a terrifying black light, reminiscent of a cosmic force, he gazed upward at the adversaries descending from the starry sky. A swarm of ants? Do they dare invade Blue Star? In an instant, all existence was obliterated, heaven and earth annihilated, sending shockwaves throughout the universe. Chapter 1. The College Entrance Examination. Jiangnan Province, Examination Venue. It hurts. It truly hurts. Chen Mo's mind felt as if it had exploded. He slowly opened his eyes, discovering a vast arena filled with students before him. Countless spectators occupied the sides of the venue, while drones soared above. Where is this? Many youngsters clad in school uniforms stood beside Chen Mo, their vigorous energy evoking a sense of trepidation within him. Is this Blue Star? No, this is the examination arena for martial arts. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into Chen Mo's mind, allowing him to grasp a crucial truth. He had traversed realms in order to save a young girl who was about to be crushed by a heavy truck. In a twist of fate, he saved 2, only realizing they were twins as he turned to flesh before death. Thus, he bore no regrets in this life. More accurately, he had awakened to this wisdom. This was not a tranquil human world. It was instead the epic of martial artists, where fierce beasts roamed unchecked. The original soul was an orphan, mirroring his previous identity. As Chen Mo assimilated the memories within his mind, he began to comprehend the nature of this place and what lay ahead. The original Chen Mo was a student at Jiangbei No. 1 High School, possessing a C-level talent in the night and having diligently cultivated his skills to reach the mid-tier of a first-grade martial artist, while also mastering basic spear techniques. In the resource-scarce environment of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, Chen Mo was honored to be ranked first in his grade. This lad is incredibly diligent. Having examined the original's routine, he discovered that he practiced at 4 in the morning, witnessing the sunrise of Jiangbei County. He had even trained continuously for 18 hours, striving for self-improvement. He had hoped to achieve commendable results in the entrance examination. Yet, upon arriving at the examination venue, he was met with a harsh reality. The reason was simple. Many schools with abundant martial arts resources casually produced martial artists of the high first grade and perfected first grade levels. Some even reached the second grade level during their high school years. This revelation dealt a devastating blow to the original's aspirations, overwhelming him with emotions, leading to his fainting in the examination hall. Thus, the previous Chen Mo awakened. The murmurs of those around him only amplified this sentiment. The talents from this city and province are all monsters. I just saw an A-level ability. I've seen A-level abilities on television. How terrifying. There is no comparison. I have toiled for 18 years to achieve the initial stage of a first-grade martial artist. Only our Chen Mo can truly compare. Indeed, the only one capable of representing our school is Chen Mo. Chen, lead us in this examination. You aim for the first martial arts academy, while we strive for the second or even a public vocational college. Listening to the words of the crowd, Chen Mo bore the pain throbbing in his mind and smiled in a corresponding tone. If given the opportunity, I shall lead you all to strive for better schools. At this moment, Chen Mo's closest friend, Lin Qiming, seemed to sense something amiss with him and patted his shoulder. All right, there's only an hour left until the college entrance examination. Everyone, let's take a break and not disturb Chen Mo. Lin Qiming, Chen Mo's steadfast companion, had grown up in an orphanage, mutually aiding each other in their development. What's wrong? Are you too excited? Lin Qiming chuckled. Chen Mo shook his head. It's nothing, just contemplating a few matters. After responding to Lin Qiming, Chen Mo gazed towards the bustling examination arena. Through the drone's view, it seemed as if he could perceive the audience's barrage of comments. However, at that moment, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth twitched. He had just traversed to this world, and logically, he should have first engaged in some cultivation before participating in the examination. Alternatively, he should have familiarized himself with his body prior to the exam. Yet, astonishingly, there remained only an hour until the test. An hour? What could he possibly accomplish? Even stepping outside to relieve himself seemed a daunting task. If he were to attend the examination in such a state, Chen Mo doubted whether he would even qualify for a public martial arts college. However, Chen Mo was not one to sit idly by. He needed to devise a plan. Just then, a voice abruptly resonated. Detecting that the host will participate in the college entrance examination in 1 hour. Detecting that the host perished in the previous life while saving a young girl. Congratulations, host, you have bound the most powerful sign-in system. Note, this system allows for sign-in opportunities each month. A boon for time travelers. The virtuous are rewarded. In a flash, Chen Mo's consciousness found itself within the system space. A surge of joy enveloped him. Indeed, his system had arrived. Now, he had a solution to his examination prowess dilemma. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chen Mo swiftly regained his composure and focused his thoughts. Sign in for the first month. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in and receiving the reward. SSS level Dark Divine Body. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in for the first time and receiving a dual reward. SSS level Heavenly Insight. Would you like to integrate this in the system space? SSS level Dark Divine Body. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, an overwhelming excitement coursing through him. It was important to note that the talent he had awakened was merely sea-level night affinity. The sea-level night ability could impose a night effect on enemies, serving at best as a supportive martial artist. Yet now he had astonishingly awakened the SSS level Dark Divine Body through the sign-in. Within the Human Federation, the classification of abilities ranges from E level to SSS level. The SSS level abilities are the pinnacle among all powers. The Dark Divine Body can absorb the dark energy between heaven and earth, transforming it into a formidable offensive weapon. It can devour myriad abilities, annihilate countless powers, and negate the effects of other abilities. It can transform into any form, allowing for unrestrained attacks. Gazing at the description of this ability, Chen Mo felt euphoric. Heavenly Insight elevates the host's comprehension to the highest level, allowing for martial arts and intentions to be cultivated without any barriers. Observing these two extraordinary abilities, a smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's lips. System, integrate immediately. Chen Mo declared without hesitation. In an instant, two vast energies surged from all directions, flooding into Chen Mo's body like a tidal wave. After an undetermined period, Chen Mo opened his eyes. His pupils were as black as voids, exuding an unsettling aura. His entire body appeared as if cloaked in a liquid darkness, resembling a dark windbreaker. So this is the Dark Divine Body. It truly is formidable. Chen Mo could distinctly feel that the SSS level Dark Divine Body could effortlessly overpower his sea-level night affinity. The same goes for martial arts talents, which should not be underestimated. System, open the panel. Host, Chen Mo talent. SSS level Dark Divine Body, SSS level Heavenly Insight. Realm, first grade martial artist, mid-stage. Martial arts, basic marksmanship. Despite having only learned basic marksmanship, Chen Mo's prowess allowed him to rank first in the entire county's first high school. However, possessing only basic marksmanship in a county-level school seemed somewhat insufficient for the college entrance examination, especially with countless prodigies and talents vying for success. In that case, let's refine the basic marksmanship. With the influence of Heavenly Insight, any martial art could unleash terrifying power. Chen Mo's thoughts shifted, focusing on basic marksmanship. Now that he had acquired the system, he could no longer aim for a mere martial arts university. He would not bring disgrace to the legion of time travelers. Above the first tier, there existed second-tier martial arts universities, and, at the pinnacle, the Sacred Martial Arts University. He has set himself a new objective, namely, to gain admission to the three most prestigious Saint Martial universities. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Chen Mo opened his eyes. The harvest is immense. Chen Mo's heart brimmed with indescribable joy, feeling an abundance of formidable energy surging within him. With this newfound power, he would be able to truly showcase his capabilities in the upcoming college entrance examination. At that moment, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted. Look quickly, the top 10 high schools from the provincial city are all entering the arena. Chapter 2. Council. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, swiftly followed by 10 formidable lines of students from various secondary schools, surging into the venue like mighty dragons. Clad in battle attire, they emanated an overwhelming aura of vigor that sent shivers down the spine. My heavens, it's the prodigy from Provincial No. 6 High School, Wang Tianming, who wields the S-Class Absolute Fire ability. A voice cried out amidst the throng. Under the grand banner emblazoned with the name of Provincial No. 6, a fierce young man, garbed in crimson battle gear and holding the flag aloft with one hand, exuded a terrifying presence. Surveying the sea of faces, Wang Tianming remained impassive. Yet within his breath, a dragon of blood energy swirled around him, unmistakably marking him as a second-grade warrior. Yin Jinghong has arrived too. The top genius from Provincial No. 3, master of the Jinghong sword technique and the S-class hurricane ability. Another student exclaimed, recognizing their idol. Leading his cohort while donning a pristine white robe and carrying an ancient long sword, Yin Jinghong approached with an air of celestial grace. His formidable presence, akin to that of a second-grade warrior, matched Wang Tianming's might. These two were the top 3 young talents in Jiangnan province, frequently highlighted in various reports and magazines. Their prowess was formidable, their genius almost despair-inducing. Possessing S-class talents, they were the rarest of gems, emerging from the multitude of tens of thousands. However, when a slender youth, holding a golden flag, strode in from afar, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. It was Long Howren, the foremost prodigy of Provincial No. 1 High School, acknowledged as an extraordinary talent throughout Jiangnan province. Long Howren, with an SS-class Golden Flood Dragon talent, the most exceptional figure in all of Jiangnan. It was rumored that the 3 prestigious martial universities had extended their olive branches to him. Following him were students from the remaining 7 schools in the provincial capital, each entering sequentially, their overwhelming momentum leaving the others in awe. The caliber of students from the provincial capital was indeed terrifyingly high. As the aura of these 3 students expanded, countless onlookers, while exhilarated, also felt a profound sense of helplessness, particularly among the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School. After a fleeting moment of fervor, they quickly lowered their heads. They were simply too strong, too overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. Year after year, they were the ones holding the banners for the best achievements. Once, they had vowed to surpass them while watching them on live television, yet now, that dream seemed but a distant fantasy. In their discourse, the crowd naturally turned their gaze toward the top student among them. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions froze in surprise, for they beheld Chen Mo, his slender figure shrouded in an enigmatic aura, his eyes resembling deep, unfathomable black holes. As if he were surveying the world below. A mere glance from afar instilled a daunting sense of awe, akin to facing a towering peak. Standing beside Chen Mo, Lin Shiming unconsciously took several steps back, sensing that his close friend, Chen Mo, seemed to have grown stronger once again. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, Chen Mo reined in the inadvertently leaked energy and chuckled softly. To concede before the college entrance examination is not something a true warrior would do. The heart of a warrior is to strive upward, aiming to overlook all beings. Everyone, do your utmost. His words, coupled with the aura he had previously exuded, caused the crowd to swallow hard, their blood surging with renewed fervor. A myriad of gazes turned fiery with determination. Indeed, the heart of a warrior should be just so. At that moment, a middle-aged man, brimming with a majestic aura, approached them. A smile graced his lips. What Chen Mo said is precisely right. To concede before the examination, what will happen once the examination begins? Principal Wei Qingtian nodded at Chen Mo. Strive, strive, strive. The heart of a warrior is to push to the limits. Indeed, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm, their spirits ignited by the fervor instilled by Chen Mo and Wei Qingtian. Afterward, Wei Qingtian pulled Chen Mo aside, his expression one of astonishment as he scrutinized him. You've broken through? Wei Qingtian gazed at Chen Mo in surprise and delight, not expecting the top student of their school to achieve such progress. The atmosphere was electrifying, and in that moment, Chen Mo felt a deeper understanding of his own talents and martial arts. It's just a casual remark, Chen Mo replied, his gaze drifting to the heavens. It was best to keep the matter of his golden finger a secret. As for how strong he truly was, he would reveal that in the examination hall. Very well. Wei Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. Chen Mo had already reached the mid-tier of first grade. With continued breakthroughs, he might even aspire to the upper echelon. Should he reach that level, it would mark a significant achievement for the year. For it had been over a decade since Jiangbei No. 1 High School had seen a student of such caliber, and the city's education director had almost berated him for it. Even the principal of the neighboring school had mocked him for it. It seemed that Chen Mo was poised to become his little lucky star. However, he reminded Chen Mo to remain calm and give his all during the examination. In the examination hall, the competition is fierce, with titans like Long Howren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming among others. We need only to perform as ordinary warriors, without letting their achievements discourage us. After all, we are unlikely to match their prowess. In past years, too many students had been disheartened by these prodigies from the provincial capital, and he wished to spare Chen Mo from such a fate. Upon receiving Chen Mo's nod, Wei Qingtian offered a few more words of encouragement before swiftly departing the group. The principal had a designated observation room, where he would be alongside officials from the city and province. Watching the principal's retreating figure, a smile slowly curled upon Chen Mo's lips. His eyes, deep and mysterious as black holes, glimmered with resolve. Could he not measure up to them? That was yet to be determined. The principal's resignation did not equate to his own. In the examination hall, he intended to make a resounding impact. Vying for those 3 prestigious martial universities, his goal since traversing into this world. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, captivating everyone's attention with its formidable presence, as if a mountain was descending upon them. That was Su Lingyun, the most powerful commander and a 6th-grade master warrior of Jiangnan province. Esteemed candidates, leaders, and viewers watching the live broadcast, Su Lingyun declared, arms wide open. As behind him, hundreds of splendid fireworks erupted, their thunderous sounds reverberating through the air. Welcome to the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination of Jiangnan Province. Chapter 3, The Test. With the thunderous voice echoing, countless students and viewers watching the live stream felt their blood surge with excitement. It is only within this martial arts entrance examination that the elegance and strength of each top martial art can be fully displayed. Every June 7th is not unlike a second new year in this realm. The path of martial arts is a fierce competition where many vessels vie for supremacy, and one must not lag behind. Striving forward, each seeks to shine brightly, shaking the nation with their martial prowess. This year marks the 126th occasion of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. May all candidates exert their utmost efforts to showcase their unique abilities. As the voice descended, a resplendent firework once again erupted, filling the entire expanse with its brilliance. Eyes ignited with fervor. Only in this moment could they validate the fruits of their 18 years of labor. Admission to a prestigious martial arts university would determine their destinies. It is essential to understand that martial arts universities do not offer the same flexibility as liberal arts institutions. A single misstep in martial arts could lead to a lifetime of disadvantage. This was the singular ambition shared by all. Feeling the passionate energy radiating from a sea of 100,000 candidates, even Chen Mo could not help but feel a surge of excitement deep within his gaze. This was a spectacle unparalleled in his previous life, a gathering of such magnitude. Every year during the entrance examinations, candidates would flock from various regions to the provincial capital to test their mettle. In his past life, Chen Mo might have been overwhelmed by this spectacle. Yet now, he possessed the SSS-grade Dark Divine Body. The Sacred Martial University was within his reach. Indeed, Chen Mo's aspiration was solely the Sacred Martial University. The 3 Sacred Martial Universities were established by the 3 Grandmasters of the Daxiao Federation, representing the pinnacle of education within the Federation. Countless individuals in Jiangnan Province yearned desperately for admission. This included the likes of Long Haoren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming. The entrance examinations were finally upon them. Chen Mo mused. With the issuance of the admission tickets, countless candidates prepared themselves, while armed soldiers stood vigilant around the venue. Then, invigilators, their eyes sharp and focused, rushed in from a distance. The first round of testing was about to commence. With his aspirations set, Chen Mo's expression turned serious. Before the invigilators, the ground suddenly trembled, and colossal testing apparatuses rose with a thunderous roar. Each device flickered with blue light, embodying a multitude of advanced technologies. This was the 10,000 gene speed testing apparatus. A voice rang out. The 10,000 gene speed testing apparatus represented the first round of examination, designed to assess the candidate's strength and speed. A combination of both would initially determine their scores. Candidates achieving a force of 10,000 gene would receive a score of 99, while those who shattered the apparatus would earn a perfect score of 100. Instantly, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. Here, they could finally showcase their true prowess. Chen Mo had indeed arrived. The first round of testing for the entrance examinations. I have tested myself. My strength is approximately 3,000 gene. And with a bit of luck, I might reach 3,500 gene. The tension began to mount. What if I advance to the second round? If I can barely qualify for the first round, the second round would be even more daunting. Gazing at the massive testing apparatuses erected in the arena, Chen Mo withdrew his gaze. In previous years, the entrance examinations had determined the majority of candidate scores through such means. Why do I say the majority? Because any candidate surpassing or achieving 10,000 gene would enter the mysterious second round of testing. The 3 Sacred Martial Universities primarily selected top-tier talents from this group. The first round of testing was merely a threshold for entry. Only through the second round could true abilities be ascertained. It seemed that some effort would be required in the first round. Chen Mo murmured to himself. Possessing an SSS-grade Dark Divine Body and an equally extraordinary SSS-grade comprehension, he was uncertain just how formidable he truly was. As the tension of the first round of testing commenced amidst the astonished expressions of the students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School, the first candidates to test were the gifted students from the provincial capital who held superior strength and priority as representatives of their city. In contrast, those from county or municipal levels, like Chen Mo, would follow in succession. Each testing result would be broadcasted in real time, ensuring fairness and transparency. Jiangbei No. 1 High School. Zhang San, strength 7,000 gene, speed 20 meters per second, total score 70. Jiangbei number 3 High School, Yilianshan, strength 6000 gene, speed 18 meters per second, total score 62. Jiangbei number 8 High School, Shaohuahua, strength 6500 gene, speed 18.5 meters per second, total score 69. As countless names appeared on the expansive screen, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. In stark contrast, the students from Jiangbei number 1 High School wore expressions of bitter smiles. Even Lin Qiming, standing beside Chen Mo, sighed. We are simply too weak. We truly cannot compete with them. Perhaps there are very few among us from county-level schools who can measure up. Chen Mo remained silent, merely gazing calmly at the screen before him. Suddenly, a loud proclamation reverberated through the air. Wang Tianming has shattered the 10,000 gene testing apparatus, earning qualification for the second round. In an instant, the screen flickered with Wang Tianming's image, accompanied by his impressive score. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was the prowess of a top genius from the provincial capital. Many faces wore expressions of rueful admiration. In comparison to such talent, they felt utterly insignificant. 2 more announcements followed. Yan Jinghong has shattered the 10,000 gene testing apparatus, earning qualification for the second round. Long Haoren has shattered the 10,000 gene testing apparatus, earning qualification for the second round. The mechanical voice continued, and soon thereafter, 7 more candidates had shattered the apparatus, clearly representing the top 10 students from the provincial capital. In the following tests, numerous students from the provincial capital also achieved 10,000 gene of strength, qualifying for the second round. True geniuses aimed for the second round, with the singular goal of entering the sacred martial university. In contrast, ordinary candidates aimed merely to meet the first round standards, aspiring to enroll in conventional martial arts universities. The disparity between the two was indeed vast. They are truly formidable. I envy them so much. How wonderful it would be to be their classmate and expand my network. Lin Qiming said, lowering his head. At that moment, he suddenly felt a hand resting on his shoulder. What are you envious of? Chen Mo smiled gently. What if you had a classmate who was as talented as them, or even stronger? Lin Qiming was taken aback. Then I would think I might just be overjoyed. Perhaps you will witness that in your good brother. Chen Mo chuckled softly. My good brother? That can only be you, Chen Mo, right? You shattered 10,000 gene? Come on, you're joking with me. Lin Qiming turned to retort playfully, but he suddenly froze. In Chen Mo's expression, he saw an unparalleled confidence, an absolute certainty in his own strength. Chapter 4, Shangwankong. In the vast trapezoidal monitoring room, numerous top figures were seated. University presidents, county-level education bureau directors, provincial education bureau directors, and representatives from major martial arts corporations gathered. At the forefront sat Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province. The trapezoidal monitoring room was arranged according to last year's examination results. At this moment, Wei Qingtian from Jiangbei No. 1 High School occupied the last row. There were no seats behind him. Long Haoren has shattered the 10,000 gene testing apparatus, earning qualification for the second round. Observing the achievements of these top geniuses from Jiangnan province, even the ever-composed Wei Qingtian could not help but display a wry smile. In comparison to those vying for the second round of testing, the children emerging from those small counties are, quite frankly, no match for their counterparts. No, let us not even mention the top geniuses from provincial cities. Even the students from other county-level schools surpass those from Jiangbei County. In citywide competitions, their county school consistently ranks as the weakest in the college entrance examination. At this moment, a voice echoed through the air. A dignified middle-aged man suddenly took a seat in the front row and chuckled. Why? Old Wei, why are you still seated so far back? TSK. It seems your educational standards leave much to be desired. My Jiangdong County has surpassed you for a decade now. Lan Xingwa smiled lightly, a flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. He and Wei Qingtian were indeed rivals. Thus, he reveled in the superiority of his school's education. Old Wei, did you know? Our top student, Guan Kang, has already attained a strength of 6,000 gene. Your little Chen Mo, has barely reached 4,000, hasn't he? With Lan Xingwa's words, Wei Qingtian's expression darkened. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, rest assured, this time, Chen Mo will undoubtedly surprise you. Chen Mo surprising him? Lan Xingwa stifled a laugh. He had already investigated Chen Mo's information, discovering that he merely possessed a C-grade knight talent. Guan Kang had awakened a B-grade strength talent. How could they possibly compare? The thought of Wei Qingtian being trampled underfoot once more, relegating his school to the bottom ranks of the province, brought a sense of satisfaction to Lan Xingwa. As time passed, the next round of testing featured students from the city. The majority of these city-level students boasted around 5,000 gene of strength, inducing a wave of envy among the county-level candidates. Here, they were confronted with despair and helplessness. It was all too easy to feel disheartened. Yet, this was the arena for the college entrance examination, a critical moment for martial arts universities. Taking deep breaths, everyone adjusted their mindset. Here we go, it's our turn. A student from Jiangbei No. 1 High School called out. The upcoming test would feature candidates from county-level schools, typically the weakest in overall strength. However, It was undeniable that some dark horses boasting 6 or 7,000 gene of strength would inevitably arise. As they approached the testing apparatus, the students from Jiangbei No. 1 high school anxiously awaited their turn. Being the last to test, they anxiously anticipated their results, a psychological torment for them. Here it comes. The students from Jiangdong No. 1 high school are testing. Jiangdong County was their neighboring county, led by none other than Lan Xinghua's principal, and thus their testing was scheduled together. Among the crowd from Jiangdong, a youth clad in a black combat suit stepped forward. Guan Kang's gaze was filled with confidence, and he briefly glanced over at Chen Mo and all the students from Jiangbei County, revealing a peculiar smile, one that was undeniably mocking. The students from Jiangbei No. 1 high school erupted in outrage. What did that guy mean? Was it just because his strength was slightly superior? What was he trying to flaunt? TSK. Is it just because he hails from the neighboring county? Relying on proximity to the vitality mines, his level was only marginally higher. Already exhilarated by the college entrance examination, they were now faced with such disdainful looks. These youths, filled with vitality, could hardly contain their rage, wishing to confront Guan Kang with a few well-placed punches. Unfortunately, this was the examination, a critical moment determining their admission to martial arts universities, and the order was strictly maintained. Guan Kang had indeed become the target of their ire. Lin Qiming expressed his indignation, casting a glance at the composed Chen Mo. Old Chun, aren't you angry? He asked cautiously. All eyes turned to Chen Mo, the strongest among them, often regarded as their focal point. Why should I be angry? Chen Mo shook his head. Is there any need to get upset over ants? The crowd from Jiangbei No. 1 high school gasped in astonishment. His voice reached the ears of the Jiangdong candidates, who glared at Chen Mo with fury. Such arrogance. Guan Kang sneered. It seems I need to show you what it means to be a county-level genius. As the students from Jiangdong approached the apparatus for testing, an anticipatory silence enveloped the examination hall. Most eyes were fixed upon them, eager to see what results they could achieve. Only the likes of Long Haoren and Yin Jinghong closed their eyes to meditate, preparing for the second round of testing. Compared to their city-level counterparts, the county-level students had even less competitiveness, hence they did not warrant much attention. Let us go. Power talent. Guan Kang shouted, his bulging muscles stretching his combat suit before he struck the strength testing machine with a powerful punch. The numbers on the strength testing device soared, quickly reaching 6,500 gene. Astonishment rippled through the county-level candidates, even drawing gasps from some city-level students. A strength of 6,500 gene nearly represented the upper echelon among city-level students. For a county-level student to achieve such a feat was indeed remarkable. As the Jiangdong candidates completed their tests, nearly all securing commendable scores, countless students erupted in cheers. Old Wei, it appears I have triumphed over you once again. Lan Xinghua chuckled. Wei Qingtian's expression darkened. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slender yet upright figure of Chen Mo. In the expansive testing arena, Guan Kang shook his head as he stepped off the platform, making his way toward Chen Mo and the others amid the eyes of the Jiangbei County crowd. He then made a gesture across his throat. Countless students from Jiangbei County were filled with righteous indignation, wishing to tear Guan Kang apart. His demeanor was clearly one of contempt. Yet, no words were spoken in retort. After all, he was indeed stronger, more formidable, achieving higher scores in the college entrance examination and destined for better martial arts universities. Chen Mo, I eagerly await your results. Guan Kang narrowed his eyes. Get lost, was Chen Mo's simple reply. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Guan Kang's eyes narrowed with a smirk. Very well. I shall wait to see just how remarkable our genius Chen truly is. TSK, Jiangbei County's finest, so impressive. A booming voice suddenly rang out. Next to be tested, Jiangbei No. 1 high school. All candidates, please prepare. Chapter 5, Fractured Instruments. A total of 267 test participants. Please proceed immediately to the testing arena. With this announcement, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 high school adjusted their breathing. At this moment, Chen Mo turned to his classmates. They look down on us. We must deliver results to show them, he urged. Let us not embarrass ourselves. The path of martial arts is unyielding. As the top student of Jiangbei No. 1 high school, Chen Mo naturally felt compelled to inspire his peers. The path of martial arts is unyielding. Charge. I'm so fired up I could take on 10 by myself. Observing the indignant crowd, Chen Mo smiled gently. Emotions could, to some extent, elevate their testing outcomes. After all, this is not merely a mathematical problem, but a test of physical prowess. Led by Chen Mo, the group arrived at the testing grounds. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon them. Those who had completed their tests, the watchful surveillance cameras, and the live broadcast reaching across Jiangnan province. This was an absolute spectacle. Each student aspired to showcase their utmost potential in order to gain entrance into their desired martial arts academy. Approaching their respective testing apparatus, the proctor smiled gently. Relax. Do not be nervous. As the top student of your school, you have the option to either test alongside your peers or to undertake an individual test first. Moreover, you are afforded 2 opportunities. Testing in a group often cultivates a collective strength, frequently resulting in more impressive performances. Conversely, an individual test prioritizes personal ability. If one excels, they can inspire the entire school's fighting spirit, yet if they falter, they risk dragging down their peers. Generally, students opt for the group test. Notably, those vying for a place in Shengwu Martial University, such as Long Haoren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, would invariably choose the collective testing. After all, no one could guarantee that their first attempt would be flawless. Furthermore, as the school's top performer, all eyes would be upon them during their inaugural test. A pressure that is far from trivial. Should they lead their school astray, the repercussions would be significant. However, as Chen Mo regarded the proctor, he smiled faintly and declared, "I choose to take the individual test." His voice was not loud, yet it sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Even those students who had already finished their examinations, the viewers across the province, and the numerous officials in the monitoring room paused in disbelief. Chen Mo was the only candidate this year to opt for an individual test. This fellow must be out of his mind. Sheng Wankong was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether this was a tactic to impose pressure on himself in hopes of surpassing Chen Mo. With this thought, Sheng Wankong sneered. Anticipating a performance from the clown named Chen Mo, was he truly foolish enough to choose an individual test? Launching was slapped his thigh, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he turned to the bemused Wei Qingtian. One excels, all excel, one falters, all falter. To Lanxinghua, it was clear that Chen Mo was merely being arrogant, recklessly seeking to seize the spotlight of the college entrance examination, perhaps even aspiring to become an internet celebrity. This was something the multitude of martial artists would scorn. I believe in him. Wei Qingtian uttered words that even he found hard to believe. Chen Mo possessed an exceptionally calm demeanor and rarely acted out of character. If he dared to make such a choice, it was certainly backed by confidence. Moreover, on this day, Wei Qingtian sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Chen Mo. Perhaps, just perhaps, he would surprise them all. Ha ha ha. Lanxinghua fell silent, instead eagerly watching the surveillance footage, anticipating the moment when this genius Chen Mo would become the center of attention. Meanwhile, at the front of the monitoring classroom, Su Lingyun, the commanding officer, suddenly smiled amidst the disdainful murmurs of the surrounding leaders. What do you think, old Su? This is the first time in years someone has chosen an individual test, the deputy commander remarked. That young man is anything but ordinary. Su Lingyun's gaze sharpened, prompting the deputy to suppress his amused expression and watch the test with newfound seriousness. Su Lingyun had attained the 6th grade master realm. His words were typically reliable. Yet, how extraordinary could a student from a county-level school truly be? Surely, he could not achieve the weight of 10,000 pounds and qualify for the second round of testing at Shengwu Martial University? All around the venue, countless students who had completed their tests turned their attention towards him, including the 3 major talents preparing for the second round. What a show-off, Wang Tianming scoffed coldly. Interesting. Yin Jinghong shrugged. He's slightly below my standard. Boring. Long Haoren opened his golden-hued eyes momentarily before shutting them again, as if nothing could stir his spirit. The other talented individuals displayed various expressions, most of which conveyed disdain towards Chen Mo. Even they would not dare to undertake an individual test to uplift their entire school. How could this kid from a mere county-level school have the audacity to do so? Yet, Chen Mo remained unflustered at the testing site. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School gazed at him with astonishment, fervor, and awe. Some wished to voice their dissent. But upon sensing the formidable aura Chen Mo had exuded earlier, they swallowed their words. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed achieve something remarkable? A voice echoed through the crowd, and all eyes turned back to Chen Mo. What is Brother Chen truly up to? Is he really going to go solo? I believe in Brother Chen. He would never deceive us. Yes, trust in Chen Mo. Lin Qiming's gaze was resolute, a peculiar sensation swelling within his heart. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School knew Chen Mo's character well. He would never act without absolute certainty. They believed wholeheartedly in him, convinced that this individual would bring them a miracle. Gazing at the enormous apparatus before him, Chen Mo smiled softly. What audacity, the proctor remarked, his eyes glimmering. It has been a long time since I encountered a student as confident as you. With strength comes confidence. As the proctor stepped back, the atmosphere in the venue fell silent. All eyes fixated on Chen Mo, contemplating whether this audacious individual could indeed achieve a stunning result. Naturally, some closed their eyes to rest. After all, for a student from a county-level school, even an astounding result would only amount to 7,000 pounds, a trivial feat in their eyes. The true battleground would be in the second round of testing, and they held little concern for those who could not excel in the first. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Chen Mo slowly raised his arm. In that moment, a surge of energy, akin to a black hole, coiled around his arm. Every gaze sharpened, as they sensed something extraordinary emanating from this dark energy. Then, Chen Mo struck. There was no visible muscular exertion, no release of blood qi, no fierce display of power, just an ordinary punch. Bang! In an instant, where Chen Mo's fist met the target, a massive dent twisted into the punching pad, and waves of air rippled outward. Then, to the astonishment of all, the strength testing apparatus suddenly cracked, fissures appearing in increasing numbers, intertwining chaotically. Finally, with a resounding crash, the power testing device shattered into pieces. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. An absolutely deathly silence. Within this venue that could accommodate 100,000 people, a profound stillness prevailed. The barrage of comments in the live stream devolved into an atmosphere of emptiness. Every heart harbored a singular thought. This individual from a county-level school has shattered the strength testing apparatus with a single punch, securing a place in the second round of testing. And now competes for admission to Tsinghua Martial University? Chapter 6. The Reaction. As Chen Mo concluded his test, the dazed gazes of everyone gradually regained a semblance of clarity. They were utterly astonished, staring at Chen Mo, the individual who emerged from a county town, who had shattered the strength testing device with a single punch. Countless onlookers were taken aback, some even suspecting that Chen Mo had resorted to performance-enhancing drugs. However, the martial arts college entrance examination mandates a comprehensive physical examination, thereby eliminating that possibility. What remained was the astonishing achievement itself. The talented individuals from various provincial cities looked at Chen Mo with incredulity, not anticipating that this year's examination would witness the rise of such an unexpected contender amidst them. In the eyes of the crowd, only admiration remained. Conversely, the crowd from Jiangdong grew ominously somber. They had not anticipated the sheer terror of Chen Mo's prowess. The once arrogant Shang Wankong now wore a face as pale as death, his hands trembling as he grappled with the realization that he had dared to offend a genius of such extraordinary caliber. The consequences of his words were unfathomable. In the expansive monitoring room, Principal Wei Qingtian suddenly slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. Pointing at the screen, he exclaimed, "My goodness, this is a student from our school, Jiangbei No. 1 High School." His voice reverberated throughout the room like a tidal wave, yet remarkably, no one intervened to silence him. Achieving such a monumental feat in a county-level school, advancing to the second round to compete against the prodigies from various provincial cities, left any principal astounded. If it were them, they would likely have torn their clothes in an expression of exhilaration. Lan Xinghua. Wei Qingtian turned to the previously boastful Lan Xinghua and remarked, "Ah, your genius Shang Wankong is indeed impressive, unlike our Chen Mo, who merely shattered a device." Indeed, Jiangdong No. 1 High School had considered many factors, while Chen Mo only needed to exert a slight effort. Lan Xinghua's face turned a deep shade of green. Yet he could not voice his thoughts, fixated on the screen displaying Chen Mo, unable to fathom his overwhelming strength. Insanity. It was madness. Lan Xinghua could no longer contain himself amidst the multitude of mocking glances directed at him from the monitoring room. He abruptly fled the scene. Watching Lan Xinghua's disgraceful retreat, Wei Qingtian erupted into laughter. After years of disappointment, this was his most exhilarating moment. Who could have imagined that within the persistently underperforming Jiangbei No. 1 High School, a talent like Chen Mo would emerge, shattering the testing device, advancing to the second round, and securing a chance to compete for a place at the prestigious Tsinghua University. This was beyond his wildest dreams. "Principal Wei, please remain composed." A secretary rushed into the monitoring room, addressing Wei Qingtian courteously. Gradually regaining his composure, Wei Qingtian acknowledged the setting, realizing he had indeed acted somewhat inappropriately. "My apologies." He began to sit down when the secretary interjected again. "The director of the Education Bureau of Jiangnan Province and Commander Su Lingyun are quite interested in you and invite you to take a seat in the front 2 rows. Instantly, the gazes of numerous leaders in the monitoring room turned fervently envious. It was known that only leaders of provincial level or representatives from the top 10 schools in the province could occupy the front rows. Now, Wei Qingtian had been granted such an opportunity. However, all the leaders recognized that his ability to sit there was due to the extraordinary talent of Chen Mo, eliciting a wave of admiration. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I shall go at once." Wei Qingtian was on the verge of tears, exhilarated at the prospect of sitting among such distinguished figures, which symbolized a remarkable status. He had resolved to erect a statue for Chen Mo, a monument for his students to revere daily like a sage. Meanwhile, on the testing ground, each student had a unique reaction to Chen Mo's feat. Most astonishingly, many provincial city talents also began to react to Chen Mo. They had not anticipated that a dark horse from a county town would rise to their level and participate in the second round of testing. What an extraordinary accomplishment. Shattering the testing device. So what? In the second round, I shall demonstrate my true strength, Wang Tianming scoffed. The first round of testing was merely a prelude. Even shattering that device was executed with ease. The real evaluation would transpire in the second round. Interesting, this fellow is concealing something. Yan Jinghong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She sensed that Chen Mo's abilities might extend beyond merely breaking the testing device. However, among the top 10 talents in the province, who was merely capable of breaking a testing device, the final outcome would still depend on the second round. Yan Jinghong found herself somewhat eager for a confrontation with Chen Mo in the next round. How intriguing, yet not overly so. Long Howren rarely opened his golden eyes again, this time reflecting a hint of different emotions. But that was all. As Chen Mo completed his test, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School felt an intense surge of enthusiasm. The heart of martial arts, much like emotions, can profoundly influence those around. Witnessing Chen Mo shatter the testing device ignited an inexplicable sense of excitement and pride within them. Brother Chen actually accomplished this. They too could, one by one. They eagerly participated in the testing, and sure enough, nearly all improved their results by 500 to 1,000 pounds. Such an enhancement was truly terrifying. Each student of Jiangbei No. 1 High School directed their heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Mo. This was the unique power of exemplary influence. Lin Qiming clicked his tongue, realizing that his close friend had truly grown incredibly strong. The phrase about having friends akin to 3 great geniuses had indelibly etched itself into Lin Qiming's heart. Chen Mo smiled gently. It is everyone's hard work over the years that has allowed us to shine in this examination. This sentiment touched everyone even more deeply. As Chen Mo and the others from Jiangbei High School descended from the stage, all eyes converged upon him. Many began to employ various means to investigate Chen Mo's true identity and innate abilities. However, upon discovering that his talent was merely a C-level knight ability, they shook their heads in disbelief, displaying incredulous expressions. Impossible. To shatter the testing device, he could not possibly possess a mere C-level knight ability, which is only an auxiliary power meant to obscure an enemy's vision. The only conceivable explanation is a mutation of talent. Yet, they wondered, to what pinnacle could such a talent mutation elevate Chen Mo? B-level? A-level? Or perhaps to the rarefied S-level among hundreds of thousands? The crowd was filled with envy, knowing that in the upcoming second round of testing, this dark horse candidate might once again radiate terrifying brilliance. The second round of testing would ultimately determine the true genius. The ultimate scholar. The air of mystery surrounding it had become an annual hot topic in provincial examinations, rivaling the complexity of literary composition topics or mathematical challenges. Anticipation surged among the crowd as they eagerly speculated how far Chen Mo could advance in the second round of testing. Chapter 7. Admissions Office. As Chen Mo descended from the testing arena accompanied by the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, countless fervent gazes were cast upon him. Hailing from a county-level school, Chen Mo's remarkable achievements surpassed the imagination of many. The subsequent candidates did not exhibit the same extraordinary presence as Chen Mo. Indeed, individuals of such prodigious talent are a rarity, appearing only once in several decades. Upon their exciting descent, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School were immediately inclined to seek retribution against those from Jiangdong County. The faces of Jiangdong's representatives turned crimson with embarrassment, as if blood might spill forth. The previously arrogant Shangwan Kong was particularly humiliated, opting to hide in the restroom. Before the college entrance examination concluded, all candidates were prohibited from leaving the venue. Goodness! I managed to increase my strength by a full 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. With this, I could potentially secure a spot in the top tier, exclaimed one student. My mother asked why I performed so exceptionally, and I told her it was because I had a powerhouse like Chen Mo guiding me. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School gazed at him with expressions of excitement and gratitude. As Chen Mo shattered the testing apparatus with a single punch, it seemed as though the blood of those present surged, enabling them to achieve extraordinary results one after another. All right, no need for formalities. This endeavor carries significant risk. Should I fail, we all fail together, Chen Mo remarked with a light smile. The crowd erupted into joyous banter, even Lin Qiming joining in with playful jests. My goodness, this is incredible. I truly have a friend of prodigious caliber. Brother Chen, do not forget about your loyal subordinate, Lin Qiming. Chen Mo smiled softly, for he could never forget his steadfast companion. After some lively conversation, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School collectively composed themselves. For Chen Mo still had to participate in the second round of testing. The second round represented an elusive pinnacle that countless students aspired to reach. Generally, only those from provincial capitals could compete at such a level. To have someone from their county achieve this was nothing short of astonishing, and naturally, they endeavored to create a conducive atmosphere for Chen Mo to rest. At that moment, Chen Mo had seemingly entered a realm of system space. In an instant, a terrifying black energy erupted from him, flooding the entire expanse of the system space like a tidal wave. His long black hair whipped through the air, and formidable black armor coalesced around him, evoking awe. The first round of testing was merely a starting point. It was designed for first-tier martial arts universities, second-tier martial arts universities, and those aspiring for the top 2 levels of martial arts institutions. The second round, however, was the threshold for entering the prestigious sacred martial universities. Shattering a testing device weighing 10,000 pounds was not my limit. I wonder where my true maximum strength lies. Gazing at his darkened arms, reminiscent of a black hole, the explosive potential energy contained within was self-evident. Achieving first place in the second round of testing and gaining entry into the Sacred Martial University was one of his paramount objectives. Attending the Sacred Martial University would grant him access to more spiritual herbs. Currently, he was only in the mid-stage of the first rank. Yet the power he harbored could undoubtedly rival that of a second-rank martial artist. Only by entering the Sacred Martial University could he accelerate his progression. With a full hour remaining until the second round of testing, he could still refine his martial arts. Suddenly, Chen Mo extended his right arm, and in an instant, a dark liquid rapidly coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black spear. As the first round of testing concluded, some rejoiced in their extraordinary performances, while others lamented their lackluster displays. Yet, the college entrance examination is inherently brutal. It is a treacherous path where countless candidates vie for a single opportunity. It is essential to recognize that the martial arts entrance examination hinges upon fate and fortune, with no opportunity for retakes. As the crowd collected their thoughts, they formed lines, gazing up at the sky above. Next came the second round of testing, the decision that would determine admissions to the Sacred Martial Universities. At the airport in Jiangnan Province's capital, 3 planes emblazoned with the emblem of the Sacred Martial University descended from the heavens. Xianyuan Martial University, Starry Sky Martial University, Vast Sky Martial University. These 3 esteemed institutions represent the pinnacle of martial arts within the Great Xia Federation, where nearly all 8th-rank martial lords have emerged. They are the ultimate aspiration for countless examinees across the Federation. Oh, Old Qin, Old Yi, you've arrived remarkably fast. A middle-aged man clad in a long robe emerged from the plane of Xianyuan Martial University. The other 2 planes similarly discharged their passengers, 2 other middle-aged men. Old Lin, you're impressive too. Your efficiency is commendable. It's been years since Jiangnan Province has produced a top-tier prodigy. What brings the 3 of us, the directors of the admissions offices, here together? Had anyone been present, they would undoubtedly recognize their identities. Lin Jianfeng, the admissions director of Xianyuan Martial University, an 8th-rank martial lord, and the other 2, Qin Xian, admissions director of Starry Sky Martial University, and Yi Xingxian, admissions director of Vast Sky Martial University. Both also 8th-rank martial lords. Huh. Our admissions policy mandates that we rotate through various provinces, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Compared to the quality of examinees in the other 36 provinces, Jiangnan's candidates were generally lacking. However, since the admissions process is rotational, every province must be visited in turn, and today, it was their turn. Let us head to the examination venue. It should be time for the second round of testing. Indeed, I've heard that talents like Long Haoren and Yin Jinghong have shown great promise. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the flight crew, the 3 men transformed into 3 distinct streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the examination venue, countless fervent gazes flickered as they focused on the center, where the master Su Lingyun stood poised. Next came the second round of testing. Su Lingyun's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, commanding attention. Countless eager eyes turned towards him. For this was where the final list for admission to the Sacred Martial University would be determined. Even the admissions personnel from the 3 Sacred Martial Universities would be present to select the most talented candidates. Naturally, Chen Mo emerged from the system space, his gaze fixed on Su Lingyun. The second round of testing, a virtual battle royale simulation. A total of 98 candidates who shattered the testing apparatus are invited to participate in the battle royale trial. Come forth, candidates. You are now entering the competition for the Sacred Martial University. Boom. A multitude of fireworks erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Chapter 8, Battle Royale. In this Battle Royale mode, selected candidates would enter a fully immersive virtual battlefield, engaging in duels akin to a high-stakes shooting game. In this contest, the higher one ranks, the stronger their combat prowess, leading to a higher overall score, thus increasing their chances of being favored by the Sacred Martial University. The crowd stood in utter astonishment, for it is well known that the second round of the survival test is often the most arduous. It serves as the true measure of a warrior's capabilities. Historically, many martial artists, despite demonstrating formidable strength and speed in preliminary assessments, have found themselves utterly diminished in the face of actual combat tests. At this moment, in the very heart of the examination arena, stood 98 candidates, each enveloped in an exceptional aura. Chen Mo, go for it. You can do it. The students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School shouted enthusiastically, their excitement palpable, as it was the first time one of their peers had advanced to the second round of testing. Chen Mo, if you truly make it into the Sacred Martial University, I shall treat you to a barbecue, Lin Qiming proclaimed loudly. Chen Mo turned his head, a smile gracing his features as he replied. I plan to treat the whole class. The principal can treat the entire school. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School beamed with joy, their fists raised in exhilaration. This declaration, undoubtedly, caught the attention of the other candidates, who cast skeptical glances toward Chen Mo. Does this guy genuinely believe he can pass? They thought, smirking. Wang Tianming and his companions refrained from voicing their thoughts, deeming Chen Mo's confidence to be overly audacious. He merely broke a testing instrument. Perhaps it was mere luck. An awakening of talent, indeed, seems like a stroke of fortune. If I were Chen Mo, I would certainly keep a low profile, lest I encounter a swift defeat in the survival test. Dozens of candidates harbored such thoughts. Meanwhile, the 3 foremost candidates remained, arms crossed, their expressions impassive. Subsequently, under the guidance of the examination officials, they exited the examination venue and entered a vast chamber brimming with advanced technology. Don this helmet, and you shall enter the virtual realm. Within this space, the Daiyu system will scan your physique and input it into the terminal. As for your information, fret not. Only the highest council of the Great Xia Federation possesses the authority to inquire. One of the officials stated respectfully, presenting the virtual helmet to Chen Mo. It is essential to recognize that advancing to the second round of testing essentially guarantees a spot in a top-tier martial university. Regardless of whether one ultimately enrolls in the sacred martial university, the future prospects for these candidates are undeniably immeasurable. Thus, every proctor exhibited utmost courtesy. Thank you. As Chen Mo felt the cold touch of the virtual helmet, a wave of sentiment washed over him. The cost and utility of such virtual helmets are exorbitant, and he never anticipated he would use one due to the second round of testing. With this in mind, he resolved not to squander this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, under the direction of the chief examiner, the candidates donned their helmets, and in an instant, their figures materialized amidst a vast sky. Their silhouettes were simultaneously broadcasted high above the examination venue. Countless candidates gazed fervently at the screen, admiring the genuine prodigies of Jiangnan province, their hearts filled with envy. Although they were not among them, witnessing the battles would undoubtedly benefit their martial arts. Meanwhile, Su Lingyun had returned to the monitoring room. Taking a seat in the front row, observing the spirited youths on the screen, a subtle smile graced his lips. He harbored an instinctive feeling that this time, the top scorer from Jiangnan province might not rank low among the 36 provinces. The first round of testing was merely a formality. The true significance lay within the second round. Suddenly, he noticed a young man whose eyes resembled black holes, prompting a thought. Principal Wei, what is Chen Mo's current realm at your institution? Wei Qingtian, who had been lost in thoughts of how to show off upon his return, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing Su Lingyun's inquiry. According to the assessments conducted prior to the examination, Chen Mo is a mid-tier first-grade martial artist. It remains uncertain whether he has achieved further breakthroughs in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun nodded calmly, though a flicker of excitement coursed through him. Earlier, when he had visited the examination venue, he had paid special attention to Chen Mo. Thus he could ascertain that Chen Mo's realm still remained at mid-tier first grade. Yet, with a mid-tier first grade, he was capable of achieving a complete first grade or even a beginning second grade performance. Therefore, Chen Mo's awakened abilities would certainly be no less than S grade. The exact measure would have to wait until the conclusion of the examination for further testing. It seemed that aside from Long Haoren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, Jiangnan province had birthed yet another prodigy with S-grade talent. The heavens favored Jiangnan province. In the past, among the 100 candidates advancing to the second round, only 1/10 gained entry to the Sacred Martial University. One could only hope for a breakthrough this time. Just then, Su Lingyun sensed something and immediately rose to his feet, prompting the other high-ranking officials in the monitoring room to do the same. They witnessed 3 imposing figures, emanating an aura of supreme authority, striding into the monitoring room. Esteemed colleagues, how do you fare? The 3 arrivals, all 8th-grade martial sovereigns and heads of the admissions offices from the sacred martial universities, left everyone in profound shock. The testing in Jiangnan province had attracted such esteemed martial sovereigns. As countless gazes converged, the screen revealed a vast island. Upon this island, various fierce beasts roamed amidst the ruins overrun with vines. This city, once a thriving hub, had devolved into a paradise for ferocious beasts, serving as the foundation for the survival test. Here, 98 gifted students would battle fiercely to secure their places at the Sacred Martial University. However, the landing locations were random. In other words, one could very well find themselves alongside the likes of Long Haoren or Yin Jinghong. Flashes of light flickered as numerous prodigies descended upon the island. Look, some candidates have already encountered one another. Many spectators shouted excitedly. On a high-rise building in the island, Wang Tianming, his body flickering with flames, looked at the candidate before him, who wore a pained expression. Wang Tianming, you follow your own path, and I shall traverse my own. Although my strength may not slay you, taking a piece of flesh is certainly within my means. Wang Tianming, as though he had heard a ridiculous joke, displayed a sinister grin. You think you're worthy? Boom. In a desolate park, overgrown with weeds, a candidate gazed at Yin Jinghong, who held a rusted pipe. In the virtual arena, weapons could not be brought in. All armaments had to be sourced from the surroundings, maintaining a semblance of balance. Yin Jinghong, shall we swap adversaries? Yin Jinghong chuckled lightly, her eyes narrowing. Apologies, but I aim for the Sacred Martial University. In a fleeting moment, her sword, as pure as snow, glided forth. Swoosh. In the abandoned amusement park atop the mountain, 2 candidates exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave as they faced the figure clad in a golden robe. Long Haoren, will you take your own lives, or shall I personally extinguish your existence? Long Haoren opened his eyes, revealing golden irises that instilled dread in all who beheld them. The two candidates exchanged a knowing glance and promptly decided to form a temporary alliance, unleashing their wind blade and thunder abilities in an assault against Long Howren. Mayflies dare to shake the great tree? How laughable. In an instant, Long Howren spread his arms wide, and a golden dragon shimmered into being. In every corner of Gaoshang City, such battles were unfolding. Chapter 9, Attention. Wang Tianming triumphed over Li Bing, currently ranking first. Yan Jinghong defeated Xue Shangsong, currently ranking first. Long Howren emerged victorious, currently ranking first. The leaderboard displayed rapid fluctuations in the results, with the three top prodigies naturally occupying the highest positions. Countless onlookers gazed with envy at the formidable prowess exhibited by these three extraordinary talents, leaving them utterly astounded. Is it truly necessary to reach such heights to qualify for entry into the sacred martial university? What kind of breathtaking scenery awaits within this institution, teeming with geniuses? Within the expansive monitoring room, the principals of the schools attended by Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Howren rubbed their hands together, gazing at the three esteemed directors of the admissions office who had traveled from afar. Their respect for the directors was not solely due to their official positions, but also because these three individuals were distinguished martial arts masters. It was noteworthy that Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, was merely at the 7th rank of the martial grandmaster level, a stark contrast to the caliber of these figures. Clearly, Su Lingyun had not anticipated such remarkable individuals visiting their province this year. Directors, our province's three great prodigies are performing admirably, aren't they? Su Lingling remarked with a smile. The three directors nodded politely, with Lin Jianfeng among them stating, Long Howren's strength is indeed commendable. Qin Xin added, Yan Jinghong is impressive, possessing exceptional swordsmanship that compensates for his S-class talent's shortcomings. Yi Xingqian also chimed in, Wang Tianming is quite good, though his ability is merely S-class and requires further refinement. Noticing the trio's casual conversation, all the esteemed leaders present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It is important to recognize that S-class abilities are already considered the pinnacle of talent in Jiangnan province. Yet, before these three directors, such abilities were only deemed not bad. Just how astonishing must the students at Sacred Martial University be? At that moment, Lin Jianfeng seemed to sense something. He directed the screen to focus on a young man named Chen Mo. This lad appears to have potential. Instantly, all the high-ranking officials and affluent businessmen, including Su Lingyun, widened their eyes. The director from the capital of the Great Xia, Lin Jianfeng, had expressed a desire to observe Chen Mo. This genius hailing from a county-level background? Regardless of how his abilities had awakened, even shattering the testing apparatus, could it truly warrant the attention of these three directors? The personnel operating the screen quickly adjusted it, revealing Chen Mo's image on the large display. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to be confronting two fellow martial artist candidates. In a vast plaza filled with ruins, he stood before a barrier, contemplating the devastation wrought by ferocious beasts in the city. Chen Mo felt a pang of reflection. In a world overrun by such beasts, only by continuously growing stronger could one hope to possess the power to resist them. The North Sea was home to the great Kunpeng demon, whose mere display of prowess could subdue an entire province. In Gaoshang City, the aftermath of its oppressive presence had left the area in ruins. This was a lesson every high school student ought to learn. Upon entering this hyper-realistic scenario, Chen Mo finally grasped the terrifying might of that Kunpeng demon. To withstand such power, one would need to attain the 11th rank of the martial saint level, wouldn't one? Just then, the leaderboard in the upper right corner began to shift rapidly. The three prodigies, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Howren, were astonishingly climbing to the top of the kill leaderboard at an incredible pace. Not bad, Chen Mo murmured to himself. It seems I need to hasten my pace. At that moment, he sensed something and turned to gaze at two remarkably similar martial artists standing by a tree in the distance. Twins? How intriguing. Shrugging, Chen Mo observed this pair of twins, evidently having formed a temporary alliance. The upper right corner displayed their names, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di. Oh, Chen Mo. That prodigy from county number 1, Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow. He even shattered that testing apparatus. Truly an impressive individual. Zhang Di muttered with a cold laugh. However, upon encountering us brothers, prepare to meet your end here. Instantly, they stood side by side, and the earth armor enveloped them, their bodies brimming with the formidable power of the earth. Their gazes were filled with confidence, as if they believed Chen Mo was already within their grasp. What a coincidence. Chen Mo had encountered the Zhang brothers right at the start. This was dire, for both brothers possessed A-class earth abilities and were perfected first-rank martial artists. Having prepared extensively for this examination, the two geniuses from Provincial City number 4 joined forces, unleashing a power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The Zhang brothers, having targeted Chen Mo, likely did so with premeditation, considering him a county-level student with minimal combat experience. Regardless, it seemed that Chen Mo was destined to fall here. If I were in his position, I would retreat immediately rather than continue to fight. It is said that they gain the upper hand even against second-rank martial artists. Numerous voices erupted, commenting in the barrage of messages or in spoken words. Is this for real? Goodness, the Zhang brothers are that strong. A perfected first-rank martial artist is said to have fully tested the apparatus. Brother Zhang is in grave danger. The students from Jiangbei number 1 turned pale, many secretly praying. For no perfected first-rank martial artist had ever emerged from their high school. Chen Mo and Lin Qiming gazed at the screen. You must gain admission to Sacred Martial University and treat me to a meal. Meanwhile, beside the students from Jiangbei No. 1, the students from Jiangdong number 1, led by Shangwan Kong, dared to lift their heads. His bloodshot eyes gazed upon the scene, still unable to comprehend how Chen Mo managed to exhibit such terrifying prowess. Observing Chen Mo's confrontation with the Zhang brothers, Shangwan Kang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ha! Chen Mo, today is your day of reckoning. Is it merely an anomalous talent? Today, I, Shangwan Kong, shall witness your fall from grace. The corners of Shangwan Kang's mouth twitched, his gaze fixed firmly upon the sky. Old Lin, the young man you hold in high regard seems to be in peril, Qin Xian remarked with a gentle smile. Through the information relayed to him, he understood that this was merely a county-level first-rank mid-stage martial artist. Even with his awakened talent, facing 2 opponents would be exceedingly difficult. The gap between county students and those from provincial cities was indeed vast. A mid-stage first-rank martial artist encountering 2 perfected first-rank martial artists had already sealed his fate. However, it would be interesting to observe how Chen Mo's talent would manifest post-mutation and whether he possessed any qualification for admission to Sacred Martial University. Never underestimate anyone. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. I, too, emerged from a county background as a martial artist in my youth. The crowd gazed in shock at Lin Jianfeng, astonished that a martial artist of such humble origins could attain the level of an 8th-rank martial master. Wasn't this utterly terrifying? At this moment, the battle between Chen Mo and the Zhang brothers seemed to have reached an unprecedented climax. Chapter 10, Victory. On the battlefield simulated by the virtual helmet, Zhang Tian gazed at Chen Mo with a faint smile, remarking, to encounter us brothers and yet not even consider fleeing. Zhang Di sneered. It appears that someone from a small place possesses a rather limited perspective. Instantly, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di exchanged knowing glances, seemingly foreseeing the inevitable defeat of Chen Mo. Chen Mo merely shrugged, letting out a sigh, his expression one of utter boredom. Chatter on, let us make this quick. I'm pressed for time. This square was merely on the outskirts of Gaoshan City. To fully display his prowess or to eliminate more candidates, he needed to venture into the heart of the city. He had no intention of wasting precious moments here. Pressed for time? Zhang Tian scoffed, a cold smile spreading across his face. So arrogant? Brother, let us finish him. Very well. In an instant, the arms of Zhang Tian and Zhang Di expanded dramatically, terrifying earth energy coalescing, with Zhang Tian's arms swelling to the size of barrels. With a resounding thud, Zhang Tian charged forward, his colossal earth fist aimed directly at Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Zhang Di plunged his hands into the ground. And in the blink of an eye, sharp earthen spikes shot up, targeting Chen Mo. One leapt high to attack, while the other struck from the ground. Their synchronization was nothing short of terrifying. Such an assault would likely overwhelm even a second-tier initial stage martial artist. What a formidable attack. Outside the screen, countless spectators furrowed their brows, their gazes at Chen Mo tinged with pity. If this assault could instill fear in second-tier initial stage warriors, how could it not terrify a mere novice like Chen Mo? Yet, as he faced the incoming onslaught, Chen Mo simply shook his head. Too weak. Truly. It fails to pique my interest. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He stared at Chen Mo in disbelief as an enormous fist, akin to a colossal python, began to materialize behind him. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, this fist lunged violently toward Zhang Tian. Bang! The force of the blow shattered Zhang Tian's earth armor into fragments, sending him hurtling backward. How is this possible? Brother! Zhang Di gasped, suddenly gripped by a chilling realization that Chen Mo was far more formidable than he appeared. With a furious shout, he summoned the earth energy between his arms to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, the earthen spikes erupted from the ground with relentless ferocity, advancing toward Chen Mo. However, what awaited him was a strike as dark as a tide of shadows. The massive fist coalescing behind Chen Mo transformed into a blade of darkness, slicing through the swarm of spikes. Swoosh! It was as if a knife had sliced through countless spears, and all the earthen spikes shattered instantly. Before Zhang Di stood a figure shrouded in a cloak of black energy, his tousled hair swirling chaotically as he approached with an air of ominous confidence. Silence. The entire venue fell into a hushed state, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This individual had dispatched the Zhang brothers with a single strike? I can't be mistaken, can I? Chen Mo is merely a first-tier middle-stage martial artist, while the Zhang brothers are fully realized first-tier warriors. My heavens! To what extent has this prodigy's talents mutated? What are these dark fists and blades? I retract my earlier notion of escape. My legs tremble at the thought. After a fleeting moment of tranquility, a thunderous uproar erupted. Even the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School were swept into a frenzy, cheering and their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, the students of Jiangdong No. 1 High School bowed their heads in shame, and the most ostentatious among them stood frozen in disbelief before fainting on the spot. No one had anticipated that Chen Mo would triumph over the Zhang brothers with such overwhelming ease. Just how powerful had his abilities become? Many began to draw comparisons between Chen Mo and the three great prodigies, Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and Long Haoren. Nonetheless, the majority still believed that despite Chen Mo's formidable display of strength, he remained far from the likes of the three prodigies. It must be understood that only those who had genuinely witnessed the terror of the three great talents could truly appreciate the magnitude of their prowess. For them, ordinary students were akin to the Zhang brothers, easily vanquished in a single blow. Simultaneously, anticipation brewed among the masses, eager to see how far Chen Mo could progress in this second round of assessments. Perhaps he could indeed create a miracle, gaining admission into the prestigious Shengwu Dao University from a county school. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room, numerous officials displayed their astonishment. Mouths agape as they beheld Chen Mo's victory over the Zhang brothers. Even Chen Mo's principal, Wei Qingtian, had his pupils dilate in shock, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Chen Mo, the top student of his cohort, had transformed into such a powerhouse. Well, how was my foresight? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Su Lingyun, struck by astonishment, had never anticipated Chen Mo could achieve such feats. Initially, Su had regarded him with indifference, but now, it seemed his expectations had risen significantly. Chen Mo's mutated abilities were undoubtedly far from ordinary. Old Lin's insight was well noted, given that the awakened ability was the S-Rank Ling Long Eye, wasn't he it? Qin Xin shrugged. Indeed, Chen Mo's power is impressive. Yi Xingqian smiled gently. Lin Jianfeng clearly relishes this. This young lad's talent must hover around the S-Rank. Once he appears, we can officially assess it. This journey for the college entrance examinations in Jiangnan province promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Xian, momentarily taken aback, then proposed, Old Lin, shall we place a bet? Lin Jianfeng raised an eyebrow. Go on. Qin Xian continued. Let us wager on whether Chen Mo can secure a place in the top 3. Lin Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. And what is the stake? Surely, we can't wager without something at stake? Qin Xian smiled lightly. How about a century-old Wu Dao tea? Lin Jianfeng paused, realizing the confidence Qin Xian had in Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren. Very well, I accept your wager. Qin Xian's eyes gleamed. Yi Xingqian, care to join us? Yi Xingqian shook his head. I'll just watch. I'm not as affluent as you two. However, he added, yet, I believe that despite Chen Mo's impressive talent, making it into the top 3 will still be quite a challenge. Nearby, Su Lingyun felt a chill at the mention of the Wu Dao tea. The commander of Jiangnan province truly paled in comparison to these 3 directors. Thus, amidst the banter and wagers of the 3 top executives, expectant gazes once more turned toward the screen. Chapter 11, Gun vs. Gun. In the dilapidated square, Zhang Di and Zhang Tian collided in a disheveled heap. They gazed at the unflinching Chen Mo, astonished that they, once the hunters, had now become his prey. You are quite formidable. As they beheld Chen Mo, enveloped in a strange black energy, both Zhang Di and Zhang Tian swallowed hard in unison. Yes, I know, Chen Mo replied with a casual shrug. Now, will you surrender? Or shall I eliminate you? Zhang Tian and Zhang Di exchanged glances, both taken aback by their unfortunate defeat in the very first battle. Chen Mo, I concede that your strength is formidable. However, even united, we brothers would rank no higher than 40th among the 98 candidates. Beyond that threshold, the competition is fierce. With the likes of Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren among them, we shall observe how far you can go. With those words, the Zhang brothers nodded in unison. Their thoughts aligned, and in a flash, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the ruins of Gaoshan City. How far, you ask? Chen Mo mused, surveying the ravaged landscape of Gaoshan City with a slight smile. Naturally, I aim to be the best in Jiangnan. Shaking his head, he propelled himself toward the city center. The Zhang brothers' abilities were simply too feeble, lacking any semblance of intrigue. Come forth. I hope for a worthy opponent who can truly challenge me. Meanwhile, on the leaderboard, Chen Mo's ranks surged rapidly, ascending to the 2nd position in the blink of an eye after defeating 2 opponents alongside Long Haoren. Having bested Zhang Tian and Zhang Di, he now stood proudly at 2nd place. The multitude of candidates within Gaoshan City were astounded. Who would have thought that even the Zhang brothers fell to Chen Mo? He truly is a formidable adversary. One must tread carefully when facing him. Such a terrifying individual, Wang Tianming mused, gazing at Chen Mo's name emblazoned on the colossal leaderboard. Flames flickering around him like a volcanic eruption. How is it possible for someone from such a humble background to surpass me? His eyes blazed with fire as he fixed his gaze on a martial artist several dozen meters away, darting forward like lightning. To enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and witness its radiant splendor is my ultimate goal. The college entrance examination in Jiangnan province is far too trivial for someone of my caliber. Aside from Yin Jinghong and Long Haoran, I believe no one can rival me. On the other side, Yin Jinghong emerged from a cold weapon venue, her heart slightly startled by the sudden rise in rankings. It seems Chen Mo possesses genuine skill. This battle royale has finally become intriguing. Atop a towering structure, Long Haoran stood resplendent in golden light, surveying the desolate Gaoshan city below. Compete with me? In Jiangnan province, only I, Long Haoran, shall reign supreme. His golden pupils seemed to catch sight of several candidates wandering through the city. You shall serve as the foundation for my entrance into the Holy Martial Arts University. Only by witnessing the grandeur of that place can one comprehend that this so-called Jiangnan province is merely a remote little town. It is only there that true martial prowess can shine. As the spectators watched the flickering and exhilarating scenes on the screen, they began to grasp that the entire atmosphere of the battle royale had been stirred by none other than Chen Mo. This previously unknown individual overshadowed them, igniting a sense of discontent among the crowd. Yet, this was precisely the kind of competition that would allow the 3 admission directors to witness the brilliance emanating from Jiangnan province's prodigies. However, as they gazed at Chen Mo's swiftly moving figure on the screen, they could not help but speculate what kind of extraordinary prowess he might display. Amidst the battered city, fierce battles erupted in numerous locations. Yet, Chen Mo continued on his path, his obsidian-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he halted at the end of a street. Just then, from in front of a cold weapon shop, a blood-red spear shot forth, glimmering like a meteor as it hurtled toward Chen Mo. The thunderous sound of its passage tearing through the air, echoing down the street. The eyes of countless spectators widened in shock. They had not anticipated that someone would lie in ambush, employing such a distant attack to strike. Such a surprise assault, if successful, would leave its target with little chance of survival. However, at that moment, Chen Mo calmly turned to face the oncoming blood-red spear, deftly sidestepping and extending his hand to seize the weapon. With a resounding thud, the immense force of the impact drove Chen Mo's feet into the ground, causing the overgrown cement road to crack once more. Under the astonished gazes of many, the crimson glow emanating from his palm revealed a dark spear shaft. Everyone's pupils contracted in disbelief. Chen Mo had actually caught the attack? If it were them, they would have undoubtedly been impaled against the wall, meeting a swift demise. This individual's strength, speed, and reflexes were simply terrifying. Amidst the crowd's trepidation, a figure emerged slowly from the shop. Clad in a battle outfit adorned with gold against a backdrop of darkness, a youth wielding a 2.5-meter spear stepped forth. The brilliant sunlight reflected off his spear, casting a faint, chilling glow. Chen Mo, no wonder you were able to withstand my attack. The spear-wielding youth smiled lightly. I am Li Xuanyan, hailing from the 2nd high school of the provincial capital. Upon hearing the name Li Xuanyan, the onlookers outside the screen froze in shock. This young man, brandishing a spear, was the foremost prodigy from the 2nd high school of the provincial capital, his prowess only surpassed by the trio of Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming. In other words, he ranked among the top 5 of the 10 most talented individuals in the province. How had Chen Mo encountered Li Xuanyan so swiftly? Such luck seemed exceedingly unfortunate. Li Xuanyan's abilities were formidable enough to compete with the 3 great prodigies. Possessing the exceedingly rare bloodline talent and nearing mastery of his spear technique, who could possibly defeat him among the 3 great talents? Terrifying, formidable, fierce. As those in the audience learned of Li Xuanyan's illustrious background, many gasped in astonishment. Chapter 12, Half-Step to Micro. Li Xuanyan began practicing spear techniques at 12, achieved unparalleled skill at 13, and became the 2nd best in the provincial youth competition by the age of 15. Subsequently, he entered the 2nd high school of the provincial capital with the highest score in the entrance examination. At 18, he awakened an A-grade bloodline talent and, with his half-step to micro-level spear technique, became an invincible 2nd-grade martial artist at the 2nd high school. His strength was indeed formidable, ranking just beneath the 3 great prodigies. Furthermore, he was regarded as the top contender among the exceptional talents likely to enter the Holy Martial Arts University. It was clear that Li Xuanyan was one of the last opponents any of the 98 candidates would wish to encounter. Now, with Chen Mo facing Li Xuanyan at the end of the street, his journey in the examination was likely to come to an abrupt end. In the vast and expansive monitoring room, many leaders expressed their regret for Chen Mo. With his strength and potential, he should have progressed further. However, encountering Li Xuanyan was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. TSK, it appears I am about to acquire the enlightenment tea out of thin air. With a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Qin Xian, a student of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, remarked, however, my demands are modest, just 1 or 2 will suffice. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen from the Celestial Martial Arts University clicked his tongue, saying, Old Lin, it seems this time you're destined to lose the bet, aren't you? Lin Jianfeng chuckled lightly, choosing silence as he turned his gaze towards the dignified Wei Qingtian, the principal. Su Lingyun, ever perceptive, promptly summoned Wei Qingtian to Lin Jianfeng's side. Little Wei, you must be principal of Chen Mo, correct? Lin Jianfeng inquired with a smile. Indeed. May I ask if Director Lin has any matters to discuss? Wei Qingtian swallowed hard. Facing such a prominent figure left him utterly flustered. Chen Mo must have practiced marksmanship, I presume. Lin Jianfeng posed the question. Instantly, countless gazes fixated on Wei Qingtian, while Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen exchanged glances. A glimmer of intrigue flashing in their eyes as they regarded Chen Mo. Yes, but his marksmanship is merely at the entry level, Wei Qingtian replied. The stages of marksmanship are entry, advancement, subtlety, true self, perfection, and unity. Wei Qingtian had a vague awareness of Chen Mo's talent in marksmanship, but it was not formidable. Why was the director suddenly so inquisitive? Hee, then that is precisely as expected, Lin Jianfeng replied with a nonchalant smile. Let us observe the duel. The victor may prove to be quite intriguing. In an instant, multitudes straightened in their seats, their eyes gleaming as they focused intently on the screen, which uniquely showcased Chen Mo. Could it be that this 8th-tier martial sovereign from the capital believed that Chen Mo could triumph over Li Xuanyan? Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Within the virtual space of the desolate Gaoshan city, on the barren streets, Li Xuanyan and Chen Mo stood opposed. Akin to two towering spears, their intensity piercing the heavens. You cannot withstand my marksmanship. Coupled with my bloodline abilities, you stand no chance, Li Xuanyan proclaimed. Gripping a 2.5-meter-long spear, a faint smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson energy surged forth, enveloping his spear in an alluring radiance. It was a manifestation of boundless, delicate blood essence coalescing into a blood glow. Even Chen Mo, with his usually tranquil gaze, revealed a hint of rippling surprise. So, you wield a spear, Chen Mo remarked with a smile. Surprised, are you? Li Xuanyan's words caught in his throat, as Chen Mo, spear in hand, stood poised. Dark energy swirling upward, condensing at the spear's tip like a black hole. An intangible aura of marksmanship radiated outward, expanding like a tidal wave. You too can wield a spear? Li Xuanyan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. He had never anticipated that Chen Mo could also handle a spear. And the marksmanship he exuded while gripping the spear sent shivers down his spine. How could this be possible? Among his peers in the Jiangnan province, none had ever wielded a spear with such overwhelming presence. Merely a mere fraction, Chen Mo stood with an air of confidence, his tousled black hair billowing chaotically in the wind, as the myriad astonished gazes fell upon the reappearance of his cloak, imbued with dark energy. Accompanied by the fierce winds of Gaoshan City, it rustled ominously. This fellow truly knows how to handle a spear. Outside the screen, countless spectators gasped in awe. Merely witnessing from afar, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Chen Mo's figure. First, he exhibited an extraordinarily peculiar dark energy, and subsequently, he wielded a spear that conveyed an aura of terrifying marksmanship. What secrets lie within this young man? In the arena of Gaoshan City, a rare solemnity flickered in Li Xuanyan's eyes. He could no longer deny that Chen Mo's strength likely ranked just below the 3 top prodigies. Yet so what? As a genius from the second high school of the provincial city, Li Xuanyan's resolve in martial arts remained steadfast. Your strength is merely at the mid-tier of the 1st rank, while mine has already ascended to the initial tier of the 2nd rank. The disparity in realms is as vast as the sky and the mud. Not to mention, my marksmanship has already reached half a step into subtlety. Prepare for defeat. In an instant, Li Xuanyan's figure surged with crimson blood glow, and then, a surge of radiant energy erupted from his feet. Harnessing this blood-colored energy, Li Xuanyan propelled himself forward, spear in hand. Threads of blood essence coursed through his veins, coalescing entirely upon his spear. Blood spear, 18 lethal strikes. In that fleeting moment, countless blood-red spear shadows surged toward Chen Mo. This is Li Xuanyan's signature technique. One exclaimed. It was Li Xuanyan's renowned skill, executed with his exceptional half-step subtlety marksmanship. Unleashing 18 strikes in the blink of an eye. Each strike came from a different angle. Among them, 17 were feints, with only one being the most terrifying and genuine attack. This very assault had caused countless youths to suffer greatly. But could this unexpected dark horse from the county truly withstand it? As Chen Mo beheld the ever-shifting spear shadows before him, he held his dark spear aloft, his gaze akin to a black hole. Your marksmanship is utterly lacking. Chen Mo unleashed his strike, merely a shot infused with the energy of a black hole. Yet this single strike pierced through Li Xuanyan's 18 lethal strikes with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, directly targeting Li Xuanyan's neck like a cold star. With a swift motion, Li Xuanyan's neck was pierced, blood gushing forth profusely. You, subtlety-level marksmanship. Chen Mo smiled gently, keen observation. While your marksmanship is indeed poor, with more practice, you might just catch up to my shadow. Shadow, huh? Chen Mo, I eagerly anticipate your final performance in this assessment. Defeating Long Howren and ascending to the esteemed ranks of the Sacred Martial Arts University is your true stage of brilliance. With that, Li Xuanyan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. A resounding voice echoed throughout the arena, plunging everyone, both the examinees in their virtual helmets and the spectators beyond the screen, into an eerie silence. The Sacred Martial Arts University, you say? As Chen Mo gripped his spear amid the howling winds, his black hair dancing wildly, he acknowledged, that is also my goal. Chapter 13, Wang Tianming. As Li Xuanyin transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from Gaoshan City, an abrupt hush enveloped the crowd. Shortly thereafter, an announcement reverberated through the air. Chen Mo has defeated Li Xuanyin and is currently ranked second. Instantly, the crowd erupted like a volcano, their voices resonating with thunderous applause. He won. Unbeatable. This is too incredible, too astonishing, absolutely phenomenal. With a single shot, he annihilated Li Xuanyin. Did you not hear Li Xuanyin's declaration? Chen Mo has mastered subtlety-level marksmanship. Subtlety level? What extraordinary talent. Gazing at the dashing youth clad in a black cloak, the crowd stood agape, disbelief plastered across their faces. The once unassailable Li Xuanyin, who had dominated for 3 years at the second high school in the province, was defeated just like that? Moreover, before his downfall, he revealed a shocking revelation to them. At merely 18 years of age, Li Xuanyin has mastered the half-step micro-level marksmanship, rendering him unparalleled among the youth of Jiangnan province. Now, with Chen Mo having attained the micro-level marksmanship, one must ponder, how will he dominate the entire youth cohort of Jiangnan province? Brother Chen, you're astounding. Within Zhongbei No. 1 High School, countless students erupted with excitement, their faces radiating as if gilded, acutely aware of the astonished gazes from surrounding county-level schools. For the many students of Zhongbei No. 1, the current Chen Mo is akin to a deity. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room occupied by numerous officials, most of them rose in unison, gazing at this youth enveloped in a terrifying black energy with a mixture of reverence and respect. Wow. Wei Qingtian, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up only to catch sight of the 3 martial masters before him, instantly swallowing his words. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on the screen. It was unimaginable that a student of such excellence had emerged under his guidance. Reflecting on Chen Mo's prior remark about having grasped just a smidgen of understanding, was it truly just a smidgen and not a million smidgens? Naturally, no one paid heed to his outburst, as nearly all the officials were struck with astonishment at Chen Mo's prowess, wishing to recruit him for their own city and school. Su Lingyun became exhilarated, realizing that with a talent like Chen Mo, her achievements this year might indeed flourish. The micro-level marksmanship is a testament to his genius, indeed. A prodigious youth. Lin Jianfeng smacked his lips, glancing at his companion Qin Xian. Old Qin, it seems you too have misjudged him. Qin Xian murmured. Occasionally misjudging is only natural, yet this youth's talent is truly astonishing. He is deserving of admission to our Starry Sky Martial Arts University. As for Li Xuanyin, he is commendable as well. Once the Daiyu system calculates the composite scores, he may have the opportunity to join our Sacred Martial Arts University. Yet, the focus of their conversation remained steadfastly on Chen Mo. For the 3 martial masters, only the most exceptional talents from the province could capture their attention. With merely micro-level marksmanship, he already surpassed most of his peers, not to mention his nearly S-level dark abilities. The combination of the two could very well lead them to extend an olive branch. Yi Xingqian chuckled. Old Qin, weren't you just skeptical of him? Qin Xian replied. He has shattered my doubts with his prowess. Why would I belittle him further? Lin Jianfeng laughed. Old Qin possesses a broad mind, especially since he is offering a century-old enlightenment tea. Qin Xian, even if he surpasses Li Xuanyin, Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren, they are no ordinary opponents. As the 3 directors conversed, the monitoring room became lively, with most dignitaries discussing just how far Chen Mo could ascend. Even within the vast expanse of the high mountain space, dozens of candidates gazed upward at the sweeping banner overhead, many feeling awestruck. It is essential to note that Li Xuanyin ranks among the top 5 in the province's 10 most talented youths. His half-step micro-level marksmanship has instilled fear in countless contemporaries. And now, a newcomer from a county town has managed to vanquish him. No one believes this is merely a stroke of luck. Within the virtual space, all participants are the ultimate talents from every school and province, having undergone countless trials. Achieving this level through luck alone is inconceivable. It seems that when encountering Chen Mo, one must weigh the consequences of engagement carefully. Chen Mo's prowess is now on par with Wang Tianming and Yin Jinghong. It is best not to provoke him. Who would have thought this fellow would reach such heights? I wonder what his final ranking will be. As these thoughts circulated, numerous candidates plunged into combat once more. In their hearts, they had already placed Chen Mo beneath the 3 great prodigies, thus avoiding any potential conflict with him. Simultaneously, a golden energy dragon surged past, swiftly sending 2 candidates to their demise. Defeating Li Xuanyin? Long Haoren shrugged, his golden eyes exuding an air of authority, an intriguing individual. I hope he doesn't fall to a single strike when he faces me. Dimming his radiant golden aura, Long Haoren advanced, seemingly isolated from the world, his terrifying pressure unchallenged. On the opposing side, a flicker of sword energy from Yin Jinghong severed the heads of 2 candidates. As the gentle breeze rippled across the lakeside, Yin Jinghong slowly sheathed his long sword. Having defeated Xuanyu is indeed, as I predicted, he is no simple adversary. Yin Jinghong's gaze drifted toward the streets of Gaoshan City, where contrasting surges of energy ebbed and flowed, one resembling a black hole's devouring force, the other a terrifyingly intense flame. They are quite close. It seems Chen Mo and Wang Tianming are destined to cross paths. Let us go and take a look, Yin Jinghong said, his feet propelling him forward like a swift swallow. At the forefront of a street, Wang Tianming's arms, akin to flaming sticks, pierced through the two candidates before him. Listening to the announcements echoing from the sky, he felt an immense satisfaction. Only by vanquishing his opponents could he experience true joy. I wonder who will fall to my hand next. Just as Wang Tianming was about to depart, an announcement reverberated across the city. Chen Mo has defeated Li Xuanyu and is currently ranked. The words resonated in his ears, causing Wang Tianming's mind to momentarily halt. Before a fiery gaze pierced through the alley ahead, where a figure seemed to linger. You will be my next prey. A mere individual from a small locale has garnered such attention, even overshadowing me momentarily. Truly, he does not understand the meaning of humility. In an instant, flames enveloped Wang Tianming's form as he surged forward like a crimson cheetah. Chapter 14, Rising in Rank. After dispatching Li Xuanyu, Chen Mo gazed at the street's camera, a myriad of realizations coalescing within him. The dark energy surged within, and his understanding of marksmanship seemed to deepen further. This is intriguing. With his long gun in hand, Chen Mo stepped forward, determined to reach the end of the street, the very heart of Gaoshan City. There, he would witness the vistas above the clouds. Among the three great prodigies, he felt undeterred. Entering the Sacred Martial Arts University would mark the true beginning of his journey. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow as he spotted a figure ablaze with flames at the distant end of the street. The imposing figure, its eyes aflame, resembled a terrifying volcano rising from the depths of hell. As the fierce wind howled, flames crackled around him. Wang Tianming. Indeed, it is I. In that instant, Wang Tianming clenched his fists, flames swirling around him, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he gazed at Chen Mo. I regret to inform you that your journey ends here. Buzz. A terrifying surge of fiery energy erupted forth, prompting numerous candidates outside the street to cautiously approach. As they beheld the confrontation between the two, their pupils dilated in astonishment. Wang Tianming was actually facing off against Chen Mo, a mid-level second-tier martial artist. Ranked third among the three great prodigies, a representative figure from the prestigious No. 6 high school in the provincial capital. Moreover, he had mastered the S-grade absolute flame ability. It appeared that Chen Mo was truly in peril. Were I in Chen Mo's position, I would likely consider fleeing immediately, perhaps targeting weaker opponents to secure some points. You are you, and he is he. It seems the two are indeed on the brink of combat. A battle for the ages, how intriguing. Many candidates' eyes sparkled with anticipation and tension as they observed this duel, the seasoned expert versus the dark horse of this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. The oppressive aura radiating from these two was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Perched atop an abandoned skyscraper, Yin Jinghong held his sword aloft with an air of celestial detachment, surveying the city of Gaoshan. His gaze was fixed solely on the duel between Chen Mo and Wang Tianming. It is said that Wang Tianming has mastered that technique. Even I, should I engage him, would lack absolute confidence in achieving victory. Outside the venue, countless students had become animated, their eyes glued to the screen. Historically, the confrontations among the three great prodigies have been the most riveting and captivating. Now, however, the trio had expanded to a quartet, with Chen Mo and Wang Tianming clashing. How could one not be excited? Yet, the majority of the crowd leaned overwhelmingly in favor of Wang Tianming. The reason was simple. His track record was nothing short of terrifying. By the age of 9, Wang Tianming had already displayed extraordinary martial talent, mastering both fist and foot techniques to a level of unrivaled supremacy. He was even granted a direct admission to the prestigious No. 6 high school in the provincial capital after ranking second in the Jiangnan provincial entrance examination. Following that, he continued to astound, claiming the championship in the Jiangnan provincial youth combat tournament with his first-year high school prowess. After awakening his S-grade absolute flame ability, he further solidified his reputation by securing 5th place in the National Youth Fire Talent Competition. This caused a sensation throughout the province, justifying his status as one of the three great prodigies. Though Chen Mo possessed formidable strength and had mastered intricate marksmanship, his accomplishments paled in comparison to the illustrious resume of Wang Tianming. Nevertheless, there were still many, like the students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School, who hoped Chen Mo could fight until the end. Within the expansive and spacious monitoring room, numerous officials were already poised with anticipation. It seemed the wager regarding the Enlightenment tea would conclude prematurely. Lin Jianfeng remarked with a smile. Are you truly so confident in Chen Mo? Not concerned about a potential downfall. Qin Xin chuckled softly. Perhaps he was unfamiliar with the other prodigies, but he had a fair understanding of Wang Tianming's strength. After all, he had served as a judge in the National Youth Fire Talent Finals. How could he not know Wang Tianming's true capabilities? While Wang Tianming may not match Chen Mo in marksmanship, his mastery of the absolute flame ability had undoubtedly reached an unattainable level for most. Observing the two rivals, spurred on by their bet, Yi Xingchen rubbed his nose, concluding that it was best to simply enjoy the match and later select special admissions based on the circumstances. However, in his heart, he cast a vote in favor of Chen Mo. As the flames surrounding Wang Tianming intensified, this clash of titans was about to commence. The top scorer of the college entrance examination, or perhaps an opportunity at the Manhwaedit University, awaited these two. Within the virtual space, two distinctly contrasting figures stood on either side of the street. One was engulfed in flames, while the other exuded an ominous darkness. Gazing at the still and unperturbed Chen Mo, a smirk curled at the corner of Wang Tianming's mouth. Do you know? I have found you displeasing from the very beginning. How can a dark horse from a small place overshadow my reputation? I believe you are unworthy of such strength. If you were to surrender now, perhaps I would allow you to retain some dignity in the ensuing battle. Wang Tianming raised one hand, flames wildly swirling. His fingers pointed like the tip of a blade towards Chen Mo. His tone was laced with arrogance and bravado. Yet, none doubted Wang Tianming's right to speak thus, for he indeed possessed such capital. However, when these words reached Chen Mo's ears, he merely chuckled softly. The windbreaker woven from shadows reformed around him, black patterns spreading across his skin, rendering him akin to a reaper from the netherworld, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Gripping a 3-meter-long spear, he stood tall and resolute. The black energy emanating from him seemed capable of absorbing even light. Then, a statement that stunned countless onlookers resonated from Chen Mo's lips. 3 moves, and I shall conclude this. 3 moves. The eyes of many widened in disbelief as they gazed at Chen Mo, unable to fathom that he would utter such words before Wang Tianming, who wielded the S-grade absolute flame talent. Provoking Wang Tianming was hardly a wise choice. Yin Jinghong narrowed his eyes. Wang Tianming was no ordinary background character. He was a well-known figure, recognized as one of the 3 great prodigies by both officials and the public. Even at Manhwaedit University, he would undoubtedly shine. Furthermore, fire-based abilities were, to some extent, influenced by one's emotional intensity. Upon hearing Chen Mo's nonchalant declaration, an intense killing intent surged within Wang Tianming's gaze. How audacious. Very well. Then, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. S-grade absolute flame. Manifest. Chapter 15, The Eyes of the Masses. Boom. As if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted after millennia of silence, an immense wave of fiery energy burst forth from Wang Tianming's body. The terrifying pressure was fully unleashed, and the scorching temperature seemed to warp the surrounding space. This was a reaction born from the extreme heat, yet it was astonishing nonetheless. I am curious. You are merely a mid-level first-tier martial artist, so what grants you such arrogance? Fear not, for I will show you what it means to be a true senior. Bang. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Wang Tianming suddenly lunged forward, akin to a flaming cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he was mere meters away from Chen Mo. Then, a torrent of overwhelming fiery energy erupted from Wang Tianming's right arm. Within this surging power lay an essence of death, the absolute flame, ultimate fire that extinguishes all life. A brilliant column of flame energy, resembling a fiery python, lunged towards Chen Mo. It's over. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the gruesome scene. Wang Tianming's absolute flame was far too terrifying. They feared that what awaited them next would be the sight of Chen Mo reduced to charred remains. Yet, Chen Mo, enveloped in dark energy, gazed at the approaching column of flame with a gentle shake of his head. Still too fragile. In an instant, Chen Mo raised his spear. And then, the black energy surged upward as he thrust forward. Buzz. The 3-meter-long spear suddenly thrust into the heart of the fire column. Just when the onlookers believed that this counterattack had no effect whatsoever, a surge of dark energy erupted, astonishingly absorbing all of Wang Tianming's assault. Absorbing. Everyone stared in disbelief at this spectacle. Could it be that Chen Mo's evolved abilities possessed an absorption function? This power is indeed remarkable. In the monitoring room, the brows of the 3 directors from the admissions office of the Sacred Martial University simultaneously furrowed, while behind them, many leaders, including Su Lingyun, narrowed their eyes, clearly recognizing Chen Mo's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, witnessing his attacks completely ineffective, Wang Tianming, though shocked, ignited an even greater fighting spirit. Haha, now, this is truly exciting. Chen Mo, you have finally qualified to be my opponent. Boom. Wang Tianming spread his arms wide, and the flames surrounding him surged even more fiercely, enveloping every inch of his skin. Ultimate flame primal state. In an instant, Wang Tianming's physique bulged with muscles, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a blazing gorilla, shimmering with strange hues. This move he had originally intended to unveil during the entrance examination of the Sacred Martial University to showcase its maximum value. It seems that now, he must employ this technique to annihilate Chen Mo. Those aware of Wang Tianming's true strength could not help but gasp in unison. No wonder he displayed such arrogance. It turns out he had mastered this technique. What does this mean? The ultimate flame primal state is a unique skill crafted by Wang Tianming, capable of transforming his body into an ultimate form, increasing his power manifold. Although Chen Mo currently demonstrated formidable combat prowess, he would likely falter against the doubled strength of Wang Tianming. This battle, it seemed, was destined to conclude here. Many began to intervene, their eyes filled with pity for Chen Mo. Had he not encountered Wang Tianming, perhaps he could have progressed much further in the second round of testing, shining even brighter. Yet now, facing Wang Tianming, the most probable outcome was to be halted here. In the street, Wang Tianming, having completed his transformation, stood in the center like a mountain, ablaze with fire. Do you dare challenge me? A smile curled at the corner of Wang Tianming's lips. However, the response he received was Chen Mo's unflappable words. Noisy. In an instant, Wang Tianming was taken aback, only for countless waves of fury to erupt from his eyes. Die. This time, he unleashed his attack without holding back. A colossal hand filled with fiery energy surged towards Chen Mo. The speed and ferocity were such that the air began to distort, as if it feared Wang Tianming's assault. Ultimate Flame Hand. Ultimate Flame Demon. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tianming unleashed dozens of waves of fist winds and palm shadows, each carrying an overwhelming might that left the onlookers trembling with fear. Yet, as Chen Mo faced the ultimate flame demon, his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he wielded his spear, continuously clashing against Wang Tianming's fiery hand. In a flash, the two had exchanged blows dozens of times. On one side, the fierce and raging flames; on the other, the mysterious and devouring darkness, each vying for dominance, creating a momentary stalemate. With every clash, the ground shattered, weeds withered, and the glass of nearby shops cracked into spiderweb patterns before shattering completely. This spectacle left the audience dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Chen Mo's combat capabilities to be this terrifying. It was known that Chen Mo was merely a mid-stage first-grade martial artist, while Wang Tianming had already reached the mid-stage of the second grade, a significant gap in realms. This young man is truly formidable. Amidst the relentless tide of attacks, Wang Tianming's eyes gradually darkened with gravity. Under the onslaught of these fist winds and palm shadows, an ordinary person would have been reduced to ashes, slain instantly. All his techniques stemmed from his spear. If he could just disarm Chen Mo, victory would surely be his. With this thought, Wang Tianming's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed a flaw in Chen Mo's spear technique. Here, with a sudden roar, Wang Tianming unleashed a torrent of fiery energy from his right arm, striking with lightning speed at the junction of Chen Mo's spearhead and shaft. In an instant, the spear's shaft shattered. Chen Mo's weapon had been destroyed. Many eyes widened in shock, marveling at Wang Tianming's prowess, realizing that he had calculated the flaws in his opponent's weapon during battle. It was known that the weapons simulated in Gaoshan City were crafted from the most inferior common iron, and under the assault of a second-grade warrior, they could hardly withstand for long. Wang Tianming had actually accounted for this weakness, and, with thunderous force, had shattered Chen Mo's proud spear. Such acumen was truly astonishing. At the same time, the crowd felt a wave of pity for Chen Mo, never expecting that this battle would conclude in such a manner. Just then, a voice cried out, "No, it is not over yet. Look!" On the screen, Wang Tianming, who had just broken Chen Mo's weapon, was about to burst into laughter. However, at that moment, his laughter was abruptly halted. Before him, Chen Mo's calm eyes suddenly glimmered with two orbs of light resembling black holes. In the next moment, a staggering surge of dark energy surged forth, with tendrils of dark energy coiling around Chen Mo's body. "Do you know?" A voice, reminiscent of a hungry ghost from hell, echoed in the ears of countless spectators. "I originally intended to defeat you with 3 shots. It seems now, 1 will suffice." In an instant, the surrounding dark energy, as if alive, climbed onto Wang Tianming's skin, binding him tightly. Then, with a look of sheer horror, Wang Tianming watched as Chen Mo's right fist gathered dark energy. "Darkness annihilation." A soft whisper resonated from Chen Mo's lips, echoing in the crowd's ears. Gradually, Chen Mo unleashed a punch. Boom. In that moment, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Wang Tianming lowered his head in terror, witnessing the most horrifying scene of his life. Chapter 16, Victory. A torrent of darkness surged forth from Chen Mo's right arm, transforming into a terrifying beam of dark energy that shot towards Wang Tianming like a rocket. In Wang Tianming's astonished gaze, this energy beam effortlessly pierced through his body. No sensation. Wang Tianming felt nothing at all. It was only when he looked down that his pupils suddenly contracted dozens of times. He saw that below his chest, his body had completely vanished, leaving only his upper half. The pitch-black energy morphed into a liquid, spreading upwards from the severed point of his chest, attempting to consume him entirely. Incredible, so powerful. Gazing at his own thin and unremarkable form, Wang Tianming could no longer suppress the shock in his heart. This guy is the true powerhouse. Gazing at the still impassive Chen Mo, Wang Tianming's lips suddenly twisted into a bitter smile after a prolonged silence. "So, Is this the manner in which one must enter the sacred martial academy? In an instant, Wang Tianming transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen as they stared at the image on the screen, struggling to articulate words as though a fishbone lodged in their throats. How could this be? Wang Tianming's level was, after all, in the mid-second rank. He was so easily defeated by Chen Mo in a single strike? What on earth was this dark energy, an ability capable of consuming Wang Tianming's flames? My heavens, he has triumphed over Wang Tianming, one of the three greatest prodigies. It was a complete and utter domination, accomplished with just one move. How terrifyingly gifted must this fellow be? Chen Gu spoke with utmost sincerity when he said one move. He truly meant one move. As they beheld the figure swathed in a dark cloak on the screen, a cacophony of applause and fervent discussions erupted. They had never anticipated that Chen Mo could so effortlessly vanquish Wang Tianming. One might even assert that he did so without breaking a sweat. Just how formidable is Chen Mo's true strength? Could he possibly defeat Longhauren? Suddenly, someone ventured to speak. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Even the fervent fans of Longhauren or fellow students were left speechless, their retorts caught in their throats. Chen Mo is indeed powerful. But in the presence of Longhauren, is he truly sufficient? The crowd remained uncertain. It is worth noting that since Longhauren emerged from Jiangnan province, he has established an extraordinarily fearsome record. Among all the youth in the province, he has faced no rival. His might instills dread in countless peers. Clearly, the suspense surrounding the second round of tests remains intact. Chen Gu is astonishingly formidable, Lin Qiming exclaimed with excitement. Once, he thought Chen Mo was merely boasting, but now, he had truly entered the top 3 of the second round in such a dominating fashion. Meanwhile, in the vast and spacious monitoring room, all the leaders stood in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the black silhouette on the screen, inhaling sharply. This individual managed to defeat Wang Tianming. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. How could such a talent have gone unnoticed until now? They had squandered an opportunity for promotion and advancement. The principal of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, along with the director, trembled with excitement, as they could almost envision a bright future ahead in their careers. Even Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, clenched his fists slightly. This year's KPIs would likely exceed expectations. You've lost, old Qin, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile. It's only 100-year-old enlightenment tea. If you want it, just come and take it. However, a newcomer with Chen Mo's prodigious talent should be reserved for our Starry Sky Martial University. Lin Jianfeng remarked, you're getting greedy. Chen Mo's brilliance piques my interest at Xianyuan Martial University as well. At that moment, Yi Xingchen laughed lightly. Why the fierce competition among you all? What shall we do at Sangxiong Martial University? Unbeknownst to them, the three were suddenly engulfed in a fervent desire to compete for talent. Presently, the potential exhibited by Chen Mo stands unparalleled among ordinary prodigies. In the minds of the 3 martial sovereign directors, Chen Mo has already been placed on par with Longhauren. The enigmatic dark energy ability, combined with his supreme marksmanship talent, renders him a true genius. You two are quite the sly ones, Lin Jianfeng teased. Old Qin, why don't we continue to wager on whether Chen Mo can secure first place in this examination? The entire room fell into a momentary hush, breaths slowing as they considered the implication of the director's words. Did he truly believe Chen Mo could surpass Longhauren? Instantly, a tempest of excitement surged through the crowd. For Jiangnan province, Longhauren is akin to a miracle. Not a chance, Qin Xian shook his head. However, it would be intriguing to see who the ultimate victor of this examination will be. Longhauren, Chen Mo, or Yin Jinghong. They all deserve to bask in the brilliance of the sacred martial university. It is only there that their potential can truly be realized. Yi Xingchen smiled slyly. If we manage to recruit Chen Mo, how many surprises might he unveil at the entrance ceremony? Yet, most of it may just be idle talk. The Sacred Martial University gathers talents from all 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation. It is not so easy to produce surprises. At that moment, within the screen, over a dozen candidates, observing Chen Mo's effortless victory over Wang Tianming, felt a chill surge from their toes to the crown of their heads. This fellow is beyond our capability to confront. Damn it, he truly is a monster. Having successively defeated the Zhang brothers, Li Xuanyan, and now Wang Tianming, it is likely he could even triumph over Longhauren. Not necessarily. Longhauren possesses SS-grade Golden Dragon talent. Amidst murmurs, the crowd began to ebb like a tide. Silenced by fear, in their minds, they had already marked Chen Mo as a perilous adversary not to be trifled with. Standing in the center of the street, noticing the retreating crowd, Chen Mo had no inclination to give chase. Chasing after them would be too bothersome. He contemplated a faster method to eliminate candidates, rack up kills, and ascend the rankings. The strength he had thus far displayed would certainly draw significant attention and respect. However, that alone was insufficient. An energy akin to a black hole radiated from him once more, rendering his presence even more terrifying. His objective was to enter the sacred martial university with an air of being sought after. If one is to pretend, one must do so thoroughly. If one is to revel, one must do so completely. Yet, before that, he needed to deal with one individual. In an instant, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the street corner, where a white-clad swordsman was approaching. Yin Jinghong. Outside the screen, everyone's attention suddenly froze. Could it be that Chen Mo is about to collide with Yin Jinghong? Chapter 17, Collaboration. Clack, clack. The empty street echoed solely with the sound of Yin Jinghong's footsteps. Countless gazes were drawn to the white-clad swordsman, for he was one of the 3 greatest prodigies of Jiangnan province, and thus drew considerable attention. Now, he confronts a top dark horse who has slain Wang Tianming. How could this not excite the onlookers? Is a fierce confrontation about to unfold? Moreover, Yin Jinghong's strength is incredibly formidable. He has not only cultivated his swordsmanship to the half-step micro level, but also awakened an S-grade hurricane ability. In terms of overall strength, apart from Wang Tianming and Long Haoren, he is nearly unmatched. After all, none of the individuals known as the 3 greatest prodigies are lacking in skill. As the two sensed the palpable killing intent emanating between them, the blood of the onlookers surged with excitement. Yin Jinghong? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his right arm lifting as terrifying energy swiftly coalesced, ready to unleash a towering dark beam toward Yin Jinghong. However, in the distance, Yin Jinghong gazed at Chen Mo and suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Wait, I'm not here to fight." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was there something amiss? Chen Mo suppressed his urge to eliminate his opponent. "I concede. I know I cannot defeat you, but we can collaborate to eliminate more candidates." At that moment, Yin Jinghong revealed his intentions. He had already discerned that Chen Mo's gaze was fixated upon him. After Chen Mo had just dispatched Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong realized that the formidable Chen Mo before him was not someone he could vanquish. Under such circumstances, rather than being hunted down, it would be wiser to openly seek cooperation with Chen Mo. "Why would I ally with you?" Chen Mo inquired. Yin Jinghong chuckled, retrieving dozens of long spears from a nearby shop, each gleaming ominously, a clear indication that they had been salvaged from an armory. "I come bearing sincerity. Please, do not strike at me." As Yin Jinghong slowly approached Chen Mo, the latter merely cast a glance at him without launching an immediate attack. This was primarily due to his confidence. He believed he could withstand a surprise assault from Yin Jinghong. When Yin Jinghong finally stood before him and murmured something softly, a faint smile broke across Chen Mo's face. "All right, I was just contemplating this approach as well." Outside the screen, many were momentarily frozen, caught off guard. What were these two plotting together? Were they planning to hunt down Long Haoren? Unlikely, they seemed more inclined to target other candidates, as neither of them featured in the current top 5 rankings. Previously, the opponents Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong faced were of exceptional quality, which accounted for their relatively slow pace in eliminating candidates. Now, with only 30 individuals remaining on the leaderboard, Long Haoren was significantly ahead, leading with 6 eliminations. It appeared that the duo's objective was to eliminate the remaining candidates to enhance their own rankings. Nevertheless, some observers shook their heads in skepticism. The 30 remaining candidates were all elite contenders, adept at concealing themselves within various shops and rooms. Discovering them would not be an easy task. Indeed, the energy radiating from the two was exceedingly formidable, perceptible from a great distance. Most believed that the alliance between Yin Jinghong and Chen Mo would likely yield no results. In the expansive monitoring room, as they observed Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong ascending to the highest floor of the tall building in Gaoshan City, the 3 directors exchanged knowing smiles. Director Lin Jianfeng remarked, "These 2 lads are rather intriguing." Qin Xian added with a grin, "Finally, we can decipher their intentions, I suppose." Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement. Their on-the-spot response is commendable. They recognize their declining ranks and are gearing up for a surge to the forefront. However, beyond the 3 martial arts masters, the others were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the trio's thoughts. They seemed to exude an air of competence, perhaps. Within Gaoshan City, Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had reached the 16th floor, affording them a panoramic view of the city's landscape. Upon closer inspection, one could see the remnants of structures ravaged by ferocious beasts, a truly terrifying sight. The second round of testing had entered a fervent stage, yet the candidates within Gaoshan City had all gone into hiding. At this juncture, their energy and spirits were waning, making indiscriminate action unwise. As the gusts of wind swept across the rooftop, Chen Mo gripped a tungsten steel spear, resting its shaft upon his shoulder, his gaze akin to a black hole, surveying the earthly panorama of Gaoshan City. "Rest assured, my hurricane ability is not solely reliant on tempestuous assaults. It also possesses reconnaissance capabilities. In the city, I can sense everything," Yin Jinghong said with a gentle smile beside Chen Mo. Indeed, their strategy was to utilize Yin Jinghong's extraordinary scouting prowess, combined with Chen Mo's spear-throwing skills, to eliminate candidates. "Then why not undertake the task yourself?" Chen Mo queried. "When I unleash my hurricane ability, other candidates will sense my formidable energy and flee. It would become quite troublesome to pursue them. Yin Jinghong replied candidly. If I were to release my energy from a distance, its subtlety would likely be mistaken for a mere breeze. As their conversation unfolded, the onlookers' gazes froze in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the duo's plan. Were Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong indeed contemplating hunting other candidates using a javelin-throwing strategy? It seemed preposterous. Setting aside the feasibility of their approach, the other candidates were likely concealed within shops and rooms. Chen Mo's shadowy spear could not simply shatter walls, could it? Yet, one could argue that the dilapidated structures of Gaoshan City might not be structurally sound. The likelihood of success was slim. I suspect that after throwing a spear, they would likely scatter. I too believe that such a method is practically implausible, overly idealistic. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, while those in the monitoring room displayed expressions of astonishment. Though they deemed the notion far-fetched, what if it were achievable? If they succeeded, they might just be well-suited to remain at the same institution. Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen nodded. Their collaboration, if applied to combating otherworldly beasts, would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. However, executing such a plan proved exceedingly challenging. Leaving aside whether Chen Mo's spear could hit its target and whether the force would diminish, Yin Jinghong's hurricane ability was not exclusively tailored for detecting opponents. Thus, they were skeptical that the two could truly achieve their goal. As the spectators contemplated, Chen Mo regarded the closed-eyed Yin Jinghong. Are you ready? He inquired. Ready. Yin Jinghong responded, pointing toward a distant building. The first candidate is just behind that 6-story wall. Good, Chen Mo nodded. Chapter 18, Efficiency. His original objective had indeed been to swiftly eliminate targets using his javelin-throwing technique. With Yin Jinghong willing to collaborate, Chen Mo opted for a more straightforward approach. As for the subsequent handling of matters, he would simply take down Long Howren and then dispatch Yin Jinghong's final target. Gazing at the distant structure, Chen Mo's chest swelled with anticipation as he inhaled sharply. With a resounding thud, he stepped back, his muscles taut like twisted ropes. And an energy erupted from him, as if a volcano were awakening. The immense black energy enveloped him, rendering him a figure of terror that was almost suffocating. Even Yin Jinghong, standing beside such an extraordinary talent, could not suppress a gasp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This individual was undoubtedly destined for St. Martial University. Truly a monstrous talent. In the instant that Yin Jinghong contemplated this, the fearsome black energy coalesced entirely around the spear. Hissing, the surface of the tungsten steel spear shimmered with a layer of pitch-black energy, akin to a black hole, absorbing all light. Darkness javelin. As the sound reverberated through the air, Chen Mo's body twisted like a colossal spring, and with a thunderous motion, he hurled the spear in his hand. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a terrifying gale erupted, resounding through the heavens. Within a 6-story residential building, a candidate armed with a battle axe leaned against the wall, taking a moment to rest. This second round of testing is indeed arduous. With an incessant onslaught of monstrous adversaries, the candidate exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had mastered a technique known as the turtle breathing method, allowing him to conceal his presence. Should anyone pass by, he could swiftly strike them down. Securing a place within the top 10 of the kill leaderboard guarantees entry into the sacred Martial University. Beyond that, one would have to rely on the evaluations of the DU artificial system, which seemed too enigmatic for the average individual to ponder. However, amidst this high-stakes examination, the emergence of the extraordinary Chen Mo was truly remarkable. He had actually slain Wang Tianming. It remained to be seen whether Chen Mo could defeat Yin Jinghong or Long Howren. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts as irrelevant. At that moment, a faint breeze suddenly brushed past his hair, causing the candidate to pause. Hadn't he closed the window? Curious, he leaned out to observe the scene outside. What he witnessed would be forever etched in his memory. A dark, radiant light abruptly expanded in his vision, akin to a thunderbolt, instantly engulfing his entire field of view. The dreadful dark spear shattered the wall with ease and, in an instant, pierced the chest of the battle axe-wielding candidate. In the next moment, the candidate felt a sweetness in his throat. Looking down, he found a shadowy spear had completely impaled his torso. How could this be? Before he could utter another word, he transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from existence. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had defeated Zhang Hu. In the moments before his demise, disbelief filled his eyes. How could such a spear have appeared so suddenly? Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the collaboration between Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had truly yielded results. In the midst of their shock, as they glanced at the other concealed candidates on the screen, expressions of pity emerged on their faces. The fate of the remaining candidates was sealed. Standing atop the building, Chen Mo smiled softly. Not bad. Yin Jinghong echoed his enthusiasm. Well done, the two of us. In an instant, Chen Mo's arm coiled back, resting a tungsten spear upon his shoulder once more, as a surge of terrifying dark energy coalesced. Over there, Yin Jinghong exclaimed, pointing to a residential building. On the 3rd floor, behind the stained glass. With a mighty roar, Chen Mo's dark spear surged forth again like a shooting star. slicing through the heavens and shattering the tranquility of the entire city. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden dragon soared into the sky, resembling a mountain as it obliterated a nearby candidate. Observing the candidate turn to mere light, Long Howren shook his head, feeling a sense of ennui. Indeed, in this confrontation, there were no opponents worthy of his full might. Not even Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, or Chen Mo could compel him to unleash his full potential. If they could push him to reveal his fifth tier of abilities, he might consider commending them. With Golden Dragon eyes wide open, Long Howren casually released his power, emanating an overwhelming aura. The dragon, a mythical creature, exhibited terrifying strength unrivaled by any other ability. Currently, Long Howren perceived this examination as merely a formality. The Jiangnan province was far too small for him. There were no commendable adversaries to challenge him. No, rather, they were merely beneath his feet. Only within the sacred martial university would he encounter a broader expanse of opportunities. He found himself eagerly anticipating the moment he could display his prowess at the university. Rumors suggested there would be a grand examination upon enrollment. Perhaps that would be the only contest capable of stirring his emotions. Just then, a voice rang out. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have slain Zhang Hu. Hearing the announcement, Long Howren furrowed his brow, soon revealing a dismissive smile. He had initially believed that Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong's combat prowess might offer him a sliver of satisfaction. However, he never expected these two would conspire to eliminate the remaining candidates. Were they afraid of failing? How utterly weak. Long Howren shook his head, feeling that everything was mundane. It seemed no one in this examination could rival him. Oh, there's a surge of energy. At that moment, Long Howren abruptly looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his form froze. He beheld the heavens, shrouded by pale gray clouds, streaked with black shooting lights. He could see that these beams were formed by an assembly of dark spears. Subsequently, these dark spears, like meteors, hurtled towards every possible location. A cacophony of gasps, terror, and fury erupted. How is this possible? Dark spears, Chen Mo. I see Yin Jinghong as well. Simultaneously, a series of announcements rang out. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have defeated Shangwan Shui. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have defeated Qi Yusen. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have defeated Lin Ziyu. The announcements continued. And in an instant, Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had collectively slain 25 candidates. All candidates, save for Long Howren, were engulfed in fear, their scalps tingling with dread. The word impossible echoed in their minds, nearly driving them to madness. Outside the screen, everyone felt a chilling sensation in their limbs, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong. Chapter 19, Long Howren. Prior to this, no one could have imagined that someone could stand atop a high building and eliminate their foes with such rapid ferocity. These two monsters. No. It is solely Chen Mo who is the true anomaly. Yin Jinghong's role could easily be replicated by any martial artist, whereas Chen Mo's eerie dark powers were unparalleled. If I were one of the hidden candidates, I would at the very least be petrified. It is essential to understand that those candidates within were primarily concealed within hidden structures, nearly undetectable. And in the next moment, they would face spears raining down upon them like meteors. This fellow is truly a prodigy. Upon awakening from the virtual helmet, witnessing Chen Mo casting dark spears from atop the high building, even their complexion turned pale, their hearts trembling. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, an SS-level ability? Lin Jianfeng murmured. In that instant, all the leaders within the monitoring room grasped the truth. Only an SS-level ability could account for the sheer power of these dark spears. I believe Chen Mo has a strong affinity with our Starry Sky Martial University. Qin Xian chuckled while stroking his chin. I feel that our Celestial Martial University is more suited for Chen Mo, Lin Xingqian replied, unwilling to be outdone. Gazing upon this scene, both Su Lingyun and Principal Wei Qingtian behind him were momentarily taken aback, their hearts swelling with joy and astonishment. To think that their student could catch the attention of these two formidable figures. Yet, this battle was far from over. Whether they could truly earn their recognition would only be revealed in the forthcoming confrontation. Lin Jianfeng gradually raised his hand, pointing towards the screen where Long Howren stood motionless. On the top floor, Yin Jinghong stared in disbelief at the rapidly ascending kill count, tied for first place with them. He had presumed that such kills would come swiftly. But what was the reality? Chen Mo was executing one shot after another, leaving no room for error. This left Yin Jinghong utterly astonished. From hundreds of meters away, Chen Mo's single shot maintained such devastating power. To what extraordinary degree had his energy intensity and strength reached? At that moment, Yin Jinghong's hurricane ability suddenly sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation. Chen Mo, I believe I see Long Howren. Where? Chen Mo paused momentarily, turning his head, a wicked smile curling upon his handsome face. Yin Jinghong pointed to a specific direction. The dark spear. With a swift motion, a dark spear entwined with 6 serpentine tendrils of shadow shot forth like a meteor streaking through the sky towards that point. Boom. Gazing at the dark meteor in the heavens, Long Howren lifted his head, feeling the overwhelming force approaching. Chen Mo, there seems to be an intriguing presence. He extended his hand, and in an instant, golden dragon scales manifested beside his eyes. The terrifying golden vertical pupils fully unfurled, adorning Longhauren's right arm with golden scales. As he beheld the meteor rapidly enlarging in his sight, Longhauren suddenly stretched out his golden hand. Bang! Amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, the clash of their powers erupted in a dazzling display. The dark spear grazed Longhauren's dragon-scaled arm, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, causing the ground to fracture in countless fissures. Longhauren said nothing. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. He watched as several scales fell from his right hand, and 3 to 4 drops of glistening golden blood trickled forth. Did I sustain an injury? How intriguing. Longhauren forcefully dislodged the spear embedded in the ground, sending it crashing into a dilapidated shop, reducing it to ruins. Chen Mo, you are worthy of my effort. Meanwhile, outside the virtual realm, countless pairs of eyes widened in shock. Whether it was candidates who had just removed their virtual helmets or spectators standing outside, everyone's minds went blank. None had anticipated that Chen Mo's single shot could actually injure Longhauren. In other words, Chen Mo now stood on equal footing with Longhauren. It was essential to remember that Longhauren was predestined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, universally acknowledged as the best in the province. As Longhauren swiftly moved, a collective gasp echoed, the moment symbolizing the fiercest battle of the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination. A battle to determine the top scorer was imminent. Would Longhauren prevail? The Zhang brothers regarded the fiery golden figure with intensity. He will win, Li Xuanyu nodded. In terms of ability, my strength and Yin Jinghong's are comparable, but in true terror, only Longhauren prevails. Wang Tianming crossed his arms. Others may not grasp the depth of Longhauren's prowess, but how could Wang Tianming, one of the 3 prodigies, remain unaware? Having been personally instructed by Longhauren by the lakeside in Jiangnan, Wang Tianming acknowledged Chen Mo's strength, yet before Longhauren, he saw no possibility of victory. This guy is truly terrifying. Chen Mo, the energy fluctuations from Longhauren are drawing near. Before Yin Jinghong could finish his words, he suddenly beheld Chen Mo donning a black trench coat, the wind howling around him, his coat and hair fluttering, enhancing his striking appearance. You stay here and watch. I shall descend and return shortly. Channeling the dark energy beneath his feet, Chen Mo descended from the towering building at a 90-degree angle. Simultaneously, at the street's end, a figure clad in shimmering golden dragon scales approached with deliberate steps. In an instant, the street was starkly divided into hues of gold and black. Did you do this? Longhauren regarded Chen Mo, his expression calm as he slowly broke into a smile. What do you think? Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile. With a swift motion, the dark meteor spear was cast forth once more, this time distorting the very air around it. Yet, Longhauren spread his arms, golden energy swirling forth to form an immense shield. Bang! The spear struck the gilded shield, the collision of horrifying energies emitting a blinding radiance. Gradually, the spear fell, ultimately shattering into fragments that tumbled to the ground. It's Longhauren's dragon shield. A spectator exclaimed. The dragon shield was one of Longhauren's renowned techniques, possessing astounding defensive capabilities. Such formidable defense could likely withstand even Yin Jinghong's sword aura, Wang Tianming's ultimate flames, or the strikes of a perfected second-tier martial artist. Longhauren's immediate use of this technique indicated he regarded Chen Mo as a formidable adversary, prepared to unleash his full strength. A spear descended from above, firmly grasped in Chen Mo's palm. On the high-rise, Yin Jinghong watched the two confront each other, swallowing hard. Despite being second-tier martial artists, how could the 3 prodigies be so terrifying? Your strength is commendable. You are worthy of my serious regard. Longhauren spread his arms wide, golden light shimmering as if basking in sunlight, his muscles relaxing. Mediocre martial artists may find combat rather trivial. Chen Mo, holding the spear in one hand, felt the dark energy surge, a terrifying power rising within him. Oh, is that so? Perhaps my understanding of you is slightly askew. Longhauren's lips curled into a smirk, his right palm unfurling to reveal a sphere of golden energy coalescing within. Golden dragon playing with pearl. Countless spectators were awestruck by the scene of the two standing against each other. Who would emerge as the victor in this second round of testing? No. It was the first of the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination, the top scholar destined for Shengwu University. Who would it be? Chapter 20, No Concealment. No one could fathom that a person from a mere county could reach this point, ultimately standing against Longhauren. Countless spectators swallowed hard, feeling a shiver run down their spines, utterly astonished. And now, the contest that would determine the top scorer in the entrance examination was officially underway. On the street, Longhauren, holding the golden energy sphere, suddenly surged forward, like lightning, charging towards Chen Mo with terrifying speed, as if wings had sprouted from his back, soaring with newfound strength. In mere moments, the colossal hand enveloping the energy sphere was poised to strike down upon him. Gazing upon the terrifying assault, Chen Mo offered a subtle smile, and then a chilling brilliance surged forth, the dark spear clashing fiercely against the attack. Boom! The collision between the orb and the spear erupted into a dazzling radiance. As the light faded, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Manhwaaudiobook once again conjured 2 golden energy orbs, launching them towards Chen Mo. Bang! 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 Each impact signified an explosion of unparalleled energy, with terrifying shockwaves rippling outward like a tide, shattering the surrounding dilapidated glass and obliterating the weeds. These 2 individuals were nothing short of monstrous. Countless spectators felt their scalps tingle, as the aura emanating from these 2 was such that even a perfected second-grade martial artist or a novice third-grade martial artist would find it daunting. To speak candidly, the battle between Manhwaaudiobook and Chen Mo represented the pinnacle of youth in the Jiangnan province. It was indeed time to conclude. With a sigh, Manhwaaudiobook raised his arms high, and suddenly, with a resounding clap, he brought them together. In an instant, Manhwaaudiobook's figure vanished like an illusion, reappearing several meters away. Noticing Manhwaaudiobook's retreat, Chen Mo grinned. It seems you're about to unleash your ultimate move? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Manhwaaudiobook chuckled lightly. Chen Mo, you truly are the most formidable opponent I have encountered in Jiangnan province. This technique was originally intended for the entrance exam to secure a place in a prestigious academy. I never expected to deploy it in this manner. As these words fell, 2 golden-scaled dragons, each as thick as a fist, surged forth from Manhwaaudiobook's body. They swiftly coiled around his arms, entangling him as if they were vines, holding on tightly. Simultaneously, the 2 gilded dragons turned their heads, glaring menacingly at Chen Mo. The terrifying might exuded by them was akin to that of mountains, imposing a palpable sense of pressure that could be felt even outside the screen. This was the Dragon Shadow. Countless spectators gasped in astonishment. During their school days, they had heard tales of Manhwaaudiobook, the top prodigy of Jiangnan province, mastering the strongest secret technique, known as Dragon Shadow. It was said that no one among his peers could force him to use this technique. And now, facing the darkness energy of Chen Mo, Manhwaaudiobook had unleashed his ultimate skill. The intensity of this battle was truly frightening. Yet ultimately, it would likely end in Manhwaaudiobook's favor. Alas, Chen Mo had already achieved a remarkable level of prowess. Being the second in the province was commendable enough. If I could achieve such results, I would be grinning from ear to ear. Yet, it was an undeniable truth that the top position would forever remain with Manhwaaudiobook. Numerous voices of speculation arose, but without exception, they all favored Manhwaaudiobook. After all, he had held the title of the province's top prodigy for far too long. No one could surpass him. Figures like Yan Jinghong and Wang Tianming could only barely keep pace, gazing up at Manhwaaudiobook's back. Despite being in the same mid-level second-grade martial artist category, the disparity between Manhwaaudiobook and Yan Jinghong or Wang Tianming was of an entirely different magnitude. Thus, the crowd boldly concluded that Chen Mo was destined to fail. Meanwhile, within the vast monitoring room, the spectators were astonished that Chen Mo could compel Wang Tianming's ultimate skill, Dragon Shadow, to emerge, yet they also felt a pang of regret for him. The appearance of Dragon Shadow signified that Chen Mo had no chance of victory. That was the SS-grade Dragon Shadow, woven from the essence of a golden dragon, and within the same rank. Only a more powerful SSS grade, or the exceedingly rare SS grade, could hope to suppress it. Moreover, the gap in their levels could not be too vast. Chen Mo's realm was merely mid-level first grade, while Manhwaaudiobook had already reached mid-level first grade. The chasm between them was almost insurmountable. For Chen Mo to reach this stage was already a noteworthy achievement. What now? This battle ought to conclude, wouldn't it? Qin Xin squinted, chuckling. Manhwaaudiobook, the province's top scholar, and Chen Mo, the second best. Such rankings are commendable. Yi Xingchen nodded. Once this concludes, we can assess Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities. He likely possesses SS grade potential, and with proper cultivation, he may one day ascend to the rank of 9th grade martial artist. Given the performance displayed today, perhaps Chen Mo would not find himself in the lower echelons during the upcoming entrance examinations for the 3 esteemed martial universities. Meanwhile, the individuals standing behind the 3 directors focused almost entirely on the prospect of a 9th grade martial artist. That was a formidable 8th grade martial artist. And the crowd gasped at Chen Mo's latent potential. What are you 2 so anxious about? Lin Jianfeng rolled his eyes. This battle is far from over. Qin Xin laughed. Old Lin, you might be overly confident. Manhwaaudiobook, having unleashed Dragon Shadow, is capable of contending with 3rd grade martial artists. Lin Jianfeng remained silent, merely gazing at the screen with a calm demeanor. Why not turn your head and see? Both Qin Xin and Yi Xingchen turned in confusion. But the ensuing scene made their pupils dilate in shock. At the end of the ruined street stood Manhwaaudiobook, his arms entwined with golden dragons, resembling a mountain guarding his domain. Just as Manhwaaudiobook was about to strike and annihilate Chen Mo completely, his body suddenly stiffened. Chen Mo had cast aside the dark spear, and the dark energy within it surged back into his body. Are you surrendering? Before he could finish his thought, Manhwaaudiobook's eyes widened in disbelief. A wave of darkness capable of engulfing all light suddenly erupted from Chen Mo's form. This astonishing dark energy rapidly enveloped Chen Mo's skin with lightning speed. Raising his head, Chen Mo smiled gently, darkness annihilation. In an instant, the swirling black energy coalesced into light armor adorned with unique runes. Behind this armor, a pair of colossal hands crafted from dark energy gradually spread open, revealing two orbs of darkness that resembled black holes in their palms. The overwhelming might radiating from Chen Mo surpassed that of Long Howren. This force caused Yin Jinghong, who stood above, to feel his blood run cold, completely freezing the flow within him. Long Howren gazed at Chen Mo, whose eyes were now filled with an abyssal blackness. Your strength is quite commendable. In that case, I may as well exert some effort. Observing the shock and horror on Long Howren's face, a subtle smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. Chapter 21, Victory. As Chen Mo emanated a terrifying dark energy, Long Howren involuntarily swallowed hard. Sensing the formidable presence that arose from Chen Mo, the energy surging from Chen Mo instilled a sense of gravity in the eyes of this genius. Destined to be the province's top scholar, countless spectators found their pupils dilating in unison, feeling an immense pressure weighing down upon them. Simultaneously, the crowd's trepidation intensified. Chen Mo's prowess had astonishingly reached such heights. Yet, even so, what of it? After a fleeting moment of gravity, what ignited within Long Howren's heart was an even more terrifying battle intent. As the foremost prodigy of the Jiangnan province, he naturally held his own pride. No one could vanquish him, not even Chen Mo. With a flourish, Long Howren spread his arms wide, his muscles surging like tumultuous waves reaching their zenith. While the two golden dragon shadows glared fiercely, opening their jaws towards Chen Mo. Boom. Golden energy converged, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after centuries of silence. In an instant, Long Howren's figure surged forth, the immense golden dragon silhouette entwining around his right arm, and then, following the fearsome shadow of his fist, it unleashed its fury, rumbling. The colossal energy instilled dread in countless hearts, dispersing the surrounding air as if to create a vacuum. Yet, as the golden fist loomed larger in his sight, Chen Mo's expression remained unperturbed, still adorned with that slight smile. The next moment, Long Howren abruptly felt the world plunge into darkness. In the endless void, he sensed nothing. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Before him loomed a gigantic black fist, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Golden dragon hand. Long Howren bellowed, exerting force through his right dragon arm, transforming into a dragon itself, imbued with boundless strength. As he charged at Chen Mo, rumble. In the astonished gaze of the multitude, the dark, giant fist behind Chen Mo collided with Long Howren's massive punch, erupting into dazzling brilliance. These two combatants were truly formidable. Countless voices erupted in excitement. This battle was the pinnacle of competition in the entire Jiangnan province. Chen Mo, I demand your defeat. Long Howren roared, raising his fists high, as the golden dragon coiling around him echoed with a roar. Roar. The terrifying golden energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Such an assault would surely be insurmountable even for an initial stage, third-tier martial artist. However, in the next moment, all who witnessed the event could scarcely believe their eyes. Chen Mo's massive hands rose high above, and the dark energy sphere re-emerged. In an instant, a pair of fists enveloped in golden dragons suddenly clashed against Chen Mo's dark giant fist. Boom. With each impact, tremendous energy collided, unleashing a horrifying wave of residual force that made the very earth tremble. Yet, amidst all this, Long Howren's pupils shrank in disbelief. This cannot be real. Before him, the black hole on Chen Mo's hands suddenly levitated and unleashed a mighty force of absorption, consuming Long Howren's two golden dragons entirely. Stripped of his golden dragons, Long Howren felt the light within him wane. In an instant, the colossal fist struck his body, and then, a portion of Long Howren's form abruptly vanished. I have lost. Long Howren gazed at Chen Mo, a pallor of despair gracing his features, revealing a bitter smile. Your strength is formidable, Chen Mo replied with a smile. The province's top scholar is now yours. Long Howren shook his head. I am not surprised. Chen Mo responded. Long Howren stared at Chen Mo for a long while, until at last, his form began to dissolve into faint glimmers, ready to vanish from this virtual realm. With your achievements, perhaps you could enroll in the best academy at the Manhwaedit University. Long Howren offered a feeble smile. I hope you perform well in the entrance exams. I wish to see your figure at the school of your choosing. He had once believed no one in the Jiangnan province could rival him. Yet now, with Chen Mo's emergence, that belief lay shattered. As he watched Long Howren's figure fade, Chen Mo chuckled. Shall we change your form to a silhouette? It seems more fitting. Long Howren nearly laughed, but ultimately shook his head. What an arrogant fellow. With Long Howren's defeat, Chen Mo ascended to the top of the kill leaderboard. As this news spread, the first to react were the four individuals still within the examination space. They paused momentarily, then simultaneously shook their heads. I choose to surrender to Chen Mo. Chen Mo has defeated Ye, ascending to the top of the kill leaderboard. Chen Mo has triumphed. From the heights, Yin Jinghong leaped down like a swallow, her heart racing, betraying her calm demeanor. "You are truly impressive," Yin Jinghong marveled. No one could have anticipated that Chen Mo would defeat Long Howren, claiming the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province. No one could have foreseen this. Chen Mo turned to Yin Jinghong and smiled gently. "Shall we have a match as the final battle of this examination?" Yin Jinghong grinned wryly. "Me? I choose to surrender." In an instant, the entirety of Gaoshan City was left with only Chen Mo. Chen Mo has defeated Yin Jinghong, ranking first on the kill leaderboard. Ding. In the second round of examinations, only candidate Chen Mo remained, thus declaring him the ultimate champion. Congratulations to candidate Chen Mo for becoming the top scholar of Jiangnan province. This notification was issued by the Dayu intelligence system and would be relayed to the chairman of the Daxia Federal Assembly. Thank you to all participants. Listening to the echoing announcement, Chen Mo smiled faintly, as if he had achieved something remarkable, gazing at the pale gray clouds above. He understood that his future would no longer be confined to Jiangnan province alone. Greater adventures awaited him. How exhilarating. Chen Mo has won. He defeated Long Howren. He secured the overall championship of Jiangnan province. The entire venue, nay, the entire Jiangnan province seemed engulfed in a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Countless candidates stared in shock at the screen displaying Chen Mo, unable to fathom how a mere individual from a county, a mid-tier martial artist, could ascend to such heights. "I am actually the brother of the province's top scholar?" Lin Qiming murmured to himself, his mind momentarily blank. It's over. The recently awakened Shangwan Kong, upon seeing this news, fainted once more. Countless individuals widened their eyes, unable to comprehend how one single Chen Mo could consecutively defeat three formidable opponents, claiming the title of Jiangnan province's top scholar. Yet, the reality unfolded before them, compelling belief. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, numerous veteran leaders and young executives displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, at the outset of the examination, none had anticipated that a mere Chen Mo could triumph over formidable adversaries, ultimately earning the title of Jiangnan province's top scholar. No one could have imagined it. Wei Qingtian, the principal of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, was so overwhelmed with excitement he nearly fainted. Had it not been for the presence of leaders, he might have danced on the table. In Jiangnan province, the commander Su Lingyun was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped with joy. After years in governance, such an extraordinary sight was indeed a rarity. Truly, it was a case of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. As the director of admissions at the Celestial Martial Arts University, Yi Xingchen shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger scenario. Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities are simply astonishing. Old Qin and Old Lin. Would you not agree?" However, upon turning around, Yi Xingchen realized that both Qin Xian and Lin Jianfeng had vanished without a trace. In a sudden moment of clarity, Yi Xingchen reacted swiftly, thinking, "Are they sprinting off to recruit him? How unscrupulous of you two." Instantly, he too disappeared, leaving the other leaders exchanging glances, ultimately breaking into wry smiles. It seemed that an unprecedented battle for the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province was about to unfold. In the annals of Jiangnan's history, it was nearly unheard of for three prestigious martial universities to compete over a single individual, and this Chen Mo had truly achieved such a remarkable feat. Countless high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants lamented, pondering just how enticing the recruitment strategies of the three esteemed martial academies would be. Chapter 22, Thunder. As the college entrance examination concluded, the outcome left everyone utterly astounded. Prior to this, few could have envisioned that Chen Mo from Jiangbei First High could claim the title of provincial top scholar. Subsequently, a multitude of reporters gathered at the entrance, eager to interview each candidate and every leader. Some astute journalists even sought out Wei Qingtian's photograph for a dedicated interview. Within mere minutes, the entire spotlight of Jiangnan province was monopolized by Chen Mo. Had he not been an orphan, one could easily imagine a throng rushing to his home. Meanwhile, in a special room filled with fervent excitement, Chen Mo, Long Howren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming sat before three imposing figures, the martial arts directors. Indeed, the quality from Jiangnan province this year is surprisingly high, Lin Jianfeng remarked with a satisfied smile, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Now, let us get down to business," Qin Xian interjected, urgency coloring his tone. Turning to Chen Mo, he softened. "Chen Mo, to what level has your extraordinary ability evolved?" At this, all eyes turned expectantly toward Chen Mo. Long Howren and others gazed intently, unconvinced that merely an S-grade dark ability could have bested them so thoroughly. Taken aback, Chen Mo responded with a smile, "Since my evolution, I haven't paid much attention to measuring it." "That is of little concern," Yi Xingchen interjected, presenting a small device resembling a phone. "This instrument tests the intensity of your abilities. Simply channel your energy into it, and you'll discover your capacity." "All right," Chen Mo replied without hesitation, immediately infusing the device with dark energy. He had no intention of concealing his prowess. Conceal? Nonsense. In the era of high martial arts, hiding one's talents and levels would only sever one from resources, leading to significant disadvantages. As his energy flowed into the device, a brilliant white light erupted from it. Moments later, a voice echoed throughout the room. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system has detected an SSS-level extraordinary ability. This information is classified. All present must sign a confidentiality agreement and refrain from publicizing this matter. The room fell into a stunned silence as everyone gazed incredulously at Chen Mo. While some had anticipated an SSS-level talent, it was a rarity so profound that only about 5 individuals across the 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation possessed such a gift. No wonder it could absorb my golden flood dragon, Manhwaedit said with a rueful smile, shaking his head. He had realized during their earlier confrontation that Chen Mo's energy was of an entirely different caliber. Now, confronted with Chen Mo's SSS-level ability, even the proud Manhwaedit felt a sense of relief. The other two geniuses shared similar sentiments. Excellent. Truly splendid. Immediately, Lin Jianfeng from Xianyuan Martial University, Qin Xian from Shinkong Martial University, and Yi Xingchen from Celestial Martial Arts University regarded Chen Mo with eyes akin to those admiring an unparalleled beauty. Chen Mo felt a slight unease under their gaze, asking, "Is there something you need, directors?" Lin Jianfeng replied with a smile, "Chen Mo, on behalf of Xianyuan Martial University, I extend a formal invitation to you. Should you choose to join us, we will cover all lodging and dining expenses, and you will receive scholarships and grants throughout your 4 years at university." A collective gasp arose from all present, including Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen. Has Lin Jianfeng truly made his move? Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming gazed at him with unrestrained envy, realizing that a fierce competition among the extraordinary was about to commence. Wait a moment, old Lin. Do you really think this trifling offer is enough to entice our Chen Mo? Qin Xian chimed in warmly. Chen Mo, if you come to our school, there is much more than that. We can provide you with a monthly stipend of 100,000 for your living expenses and cultivation. Moreover, Shinkong Martial University boasts the strongest overall capabilities among the 3 esteemed institutions. Choosing us would be a wise decision. Before Chen Mo could respond, Yi Xingchen interjected. Our Celestial Martial Arts University also places great emphasis on you, Chen Mo. Should you join us, we can meet all the aforementioned conditions. Additionally, we have the most beautiful female students among the 3 universities. I can arrange for several lovely senior sisters to accompany you in your studies, so you won't feel lonely. At these words, the room fell into a profound silence. Chen Mo slowly raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The others were similarly astonished. Qin Xian from Shinkong Martial University was the first to react, saying, "Come on, who doesn't have beautiful companions?" Lin Jianfeng from Xianyuan Martial University rolled his eyes. The gender ratio in all 3 esteemed universities is 50-50. Are you boasting? It was evident just how fiercely the 3 martial universities were vying for Chen Mo. This realization left Chen Mo feeling slightly bashful. While his initial ambitions aligned with such pursuits, he had never encountered such a grand spectacle before. Chen Mo, we can each provide you with a set of extraordinary grade equipment, Qin Xian declared. Extraordinary grade? You underestimate, Chen Mo. Yi Xingchen countered. If you join us, we will ensure you receive top-tier equipment after reaching the 4th rank. You're getting more shameless by the day, Yi Xingchen. Lin Jianfeng retorted, fuming. Initially, this group had not held Chen Mo in high regard, yet now, witnessing his SSS-level extraordinary ability, they seemed as if they had been injected with a dose of adrenaline. If things continued like this, it was likely that they would not be able to outpace the competition. After much contemplation, Lin Jianfeng promptly reacted. Chen Mo, if you join our Xianyuan Martial Arts University, I assure you that throughout your 4 years of college, you will have the opportunity to compete for celestial artifacts. Instantly, the breaths of Long Haoran and the others halted abruptly. Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, who were flushed with excitement, suddenly froze, their gazes curiously fixed upon Lin Jianfeng's countenance. Such a grand offer? Old Lin. Observing the astonishment in Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian's eyes, Lin Jianfeng scoffed lightly. I, Lin Jianfeng, am a man of my word. Chen Mo, our Xianyuan Martial Arts University genuinely hopes you will join us. Although Chen Mo was unaware of what a celestial artifact entailed, the mention of celestial, coupled with the expressions of the 2 directors, made him realize this was indeed the highest offer from Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Therefore, without hesitation, Chen Mo replied. Then it shall be Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Excellent, excellent. Lin Jianfeng laughed heartily. Over the past few years, many promising talents have been snatched away by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University, leaving Xianyuan often ranked at the bottom. This trend could not continue. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to recruit Chen Mo. However, neither expressed their discontent toward Chen Mo. Instead, each presented him with a highly precious elixir. Though we were unable to have you choose our university, on behalf of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, I extend my greetings to you. This dragon blood pill is for you to cultivate diligently, striving to break through to a 2nd-tier martial artist. Qin Xian remarked with a smile. We at Celestial Martial Arts University also wish to befriend you, Chen Mo. This is a 9-star blood nourishment pill. A gift from us, Yi Xingchen added cheerfully. The words of both directors resonated with a comforting elegance, befitting their esteemed positions. Chen Mo accepted their generous offerings graciously, saying, "Thank you, esteemed directors. I, Chen Mo, shall remember your kindness." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Following Chen Mo's choice of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, it was time for the selections of the distinguished talents Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming. Ultimately, Long Haoran chose Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Yin Jinghong opted to join Chen Mo at Xianyuan, and Wang Tianming went to Celestial Martial Arts University. Chen Mo exchanged contact information with Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, and they made plans to gather at a restaurant afterward. Despite the intense competition within the virtual space, where they battled fiercely for survival, the college entrance examination demanded their utmost efforts. After the examination, they would all be part of the human race, united as one. Simultaneously, Chen Mo and the others received messages from their respective sacred martial arts universities, instructing them to report in a month. Excitement surged among them as they opened various fine wines. The entire Jiangnan province felt too small for them. Only at the Sacred Martial Arts University could they truly showcase their talents. As the month-long break concluded, Chen Mo sensed the overwhelming vigor within him. Having attained the mid-stage of a second-tier martial artist, with his extraordinary comprehension, he placed great importance on his foundation, striving for perfection in his advancement. After consuming 2 elixirs gifted by the Sacred Martial Arts University, Chen Mo experienced another surge in strength. Though he was currently at the mid-stage of a second-tier martial artist, the energy within him was already comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. With precisely 1 month past, after tonight, he would board a plane with Yin Jinghong to the capital city. Chen Mo was filled with boundless anticipation for the capital and the Sacred Martial Arts University, as it was there that he could truly shine. However, he had heard whispers of a crucial entrance examination before entering the academy, and the consequences of failing were said to be severe. Chen Mo felt a slight pressure mounting. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Congratulations, host, for meeting the sign-in time. Would you like to sign in?" Chen Mo's mind stirred. "Here we go, sign in immediately. Congratulations, host, for completing the second month sign-in. You have received an SSS grade reward, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder." Chapter 23, The Apex of Talents. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? A flicker of astonishment illuminated Chen Mo's eyes. He had not anticipated that his second sign-in reward would also be an SSS grade talent. In other words, he now possessed the standing of a top-tier prodigy with 3 talents. Detection indicates that the SSS grade Dark Divine Body and SSS grade 9 Heavens Divine Thunder exhibit a compatibility for fusion. Initiating fusion. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSR grade talent, 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body. Instantly, a torrent of immense power surged into Chen Mo's being, rendering him more formidable and extraordinary. The entire system space appeared shrouded in countless dark thunders, with towering dark bolts sprouting like the mythical Mount Buzhou. Such an awe-inspiring ability. Beyond SSS grade, there exists an SSR grade? Could it be that he is the only one in the entire world? The thought ignited a flicker of exhilaration within Chen Mo. After absorbing the vast energy within him, he opened his eyes, which resembled black holes, revealing a terrifying energy of thunder within. 3 talents, a creation of heaven and earth. With a full 8 hours remaining until tomorrow's journey to Xianyuan Martial Arts University for the opening ceremony, he decided to refine his 3 abilities, Dark Obliteration, Dark Annihilation, and Dark Spear. These capabilities appeared to require further enhancement. Gazing upon the system space brimming with dark thunder, torrents of dark divine thunder surged like dragons, swirling around Chen Mo, transforming into an overwhelming aura that radiated outward. Abruptly, Chen Mo extended his right palm, and the brilliance of the dark divine thunder erupted, coalescing into a divine thunder spear measuring 3 meters in length. The moment had arrived to showcase his extraordinary comprehension. Every sacred martial arts university held an enrollment ceremony, which was, in truth, an entrance examination. This examination would not only determine the course of one's college life over the next 4 years, but also dictate which academy within the Sacred Martial Arts University one would choose. Each academy possessed unique characteristics and strengths. However, failing to select a suitable academy could result in a notably sluggish progression throughout one's 4 years of cultivation, falling behind others. Thus, the 200 prodigies entering Xianyuan Martial Arts University were already fully prepared, setting forth from various locations. In the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, within a spacious training room akin to a football field, a petite girl approximately 1.5 meters tall, clad in combat attire, stood with her eyes closed, attuning herself to the 10 third-tier mechanical puppets before her. Suddenly, Lan Shi opened her eyes. Boom! A flurry of dark gold and flying knives erupted from her belt, unleashing a terrifying energy. The 10 mechanical puppets reacted instantly, their eyes igniting with blue light as they rushed toward Lan Shi. However, a series of swishing sounds echoed throughout the training room as the 10 puppets were swiftly dismembered, revealing their intricate internal wiring. While 10 black gold flying knives circled around them, glimmering with an intensely fearsome radiance. Miss, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has issued a notice. Requiring attendance at the enrollment ceremony today, a white-haired butler announced. Understood. Prepare the vehicle, Lan Shi replied, shrugging her shoulders. She extended her arms. And an invisible force surged forth, drawing all the black gold flying daggers into her waist. Xianyuan Martial Arts University, huh? I hope there are individuals within who can withstand my daggers. In a towering and picturesque valley, a renowned scenic spot controlled by the wealthiest merchants of the province. This place had recently been closed off by the affluent, with a proclamation that it would not reopen for another month. However, beneath a waterfall that cascaded like a sheer cliff, stood a towering figure, a man of remarkable stature, measuring a formidable 2 meters and 4 centimeters. His skin gleamed with a bronze hue, reminiscent of an ancient Buddha, standing majestically beneath the waterfall. In an instant, Gu Jin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of bronze-colored orbs. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted from his being, even halting the waterfall plummeting from the precipice. Subsequently, Gu Jin emerged from the waterfall with an air of tranquility, a powerful energy radiating from him that caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Young master, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has sent a message, another man spoke respectfully. Very well, Gu Jin replied with a nod, turning his gaze towards the direction of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. An enrollment ceremony, you say? I hope it is not filled with mere lowly individuals like those in this province. Meanwhile, in a mountain forest, a handsome young man clad in a long robe strolled leisurely. Despite the moss-covered stones and the numerous vines hanging like serpents, he remained composed and unperturbed, as if the surroundings held no sway over him. Gradually, he reached a clearing, where countless creatures emerged from the dense woods. There were chattering yellow sparrows, pudgy badgers, spiny hedgehogs, and even a formidable tiger that ruled the forest. At this moment, they all lay prostrate before the handsome youth, gazing up at him as if he were a deity. Really, you all love to fight so much. With so many injuries, huh? Saint Wujing observed the wounds of the animals and chuckled softly, sighing, let me assist you. He raised his hands, and instantly, a platinum light radiated forth. This luminous beam was akin to the most resplendent divine light in the universe, capable of dispelling countless shadows. The light then descended upon the multitude of animals. In a blink, their injuries began to heal, and moments later, they were all restored to health. All the creatures expressed their gratitude with sounds of appreciation. I probably won't be back here for months, Saint Wujing mused, looking at his hands. I, too, must strive to compete earnestly. An enrollment ceremony, you say? I hope this holy light can drive them away entirely. At that moment, in the largest airport of Jiangnan province, a massive passenger plane stood parked. Numerous onlookers were left in awe, having heard that this aircraft was designated for transporting students to Shengwu Martial Arts University. The mere mention of Shengwu Martial Arts University was enough to astonish them. Before the plane, 4 figures stood, Su Lingyun, Yin Jinghong, and 2 students approved by the Daiyu AI system to attend Shengwu Martial Arts University, Li Xuanyun and Yi Kong. At this moment, they awaited the arrival of one person. Why hasn't Chenggu arrived yet? He hasn't overdone his training, has he? Yi Kong inquired. Impossible. I just called him, Li Xuanyun replied. Let us wait. There's no rush, Yin Jinghong added with a smile. Ah, youth, always so impatient. Look, he is coming, Su Lingyun remarked, pointing toward the figure dragging a suitcase in the distance. However, as all 4 pairs of eyes fell upon Chen Mo, they simultaneously froze in astonishment. Chen Mo's attire was exceedingly ordinary, consisting merely of a black and white tracksuit. Yet, he emanated an overwhelming aura of power. As Yin Jinghong and the others sensed it, their pupils constricted abruptly. If the previous Chen Mo had been as unfathomable as a black hole, now he exuded an uncontainable ferocity. Only after Chen Mo lightheartedly reigned in his aura did he appear as an ordinary traveler once more. This guy has grown stronger again, Li Xuanyun chuckled bitterly. Has it only been a few days? I recall our last gathering was just days ago, Yin Jinghong commented, clicking his tongue. Chen Gu is truly impressive, Yi Kong remarked with a smile. As they gazed at Chen Mo's advancing figure, Su Lingyun graciously took his suitcase. Have you had another breakthrough in your training? Su Lingyun inquired. Yes, I've gleaned a little more insight, Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile. A little more? Yin Jinghong, Li Xuanyun, and Yi Kong exchanged glances. It seemed that the current Chen Mo could probably defeat them with a single strike. At this rate, his improvements must be substantial, far beyond mere increments. The group shared a bittersweet laugh. While they had once been regarded as geniuses, before Chen Mo, they felt as ordinary as anyone else. After arriving at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, this sense of disparity would likely only widen. Let us board the plane. Once we arrive at the university, we must perform well, Su Lingyun said with a gentle smile. I want to see you off. As the commander, I must remain here to oversee matters. Thank you, Commander Su, the 4 responded, clasping their fists in gratitude. Remember to excel at Shengwu Martial Arts University. Our Jiangnan province has been underperforming for years. It's up to you to bring us honor. Furthermore, do not blindly compare yourselves with others. Within Shunwu Martial Arts University, there are countless true talents, far too many to count. Competing against others can be disheartening. Su Lingyun waved his hand. The entrance examination is quite challenging. However, difficulty also signifies substantial rewards. Only those who excel can choose the colleges they aspire to attend. Selecting the wrong college is akin to attending the wrong university. It hinders the full realization of your potential. Su Lingyun clenched his fists, bumping fists with the four, his eyes glistening with emotion. Shunwu Martial Arts University comprises 4 distinct colleges, and the selection process is akin to the college entrance examination, determining your preferred college based on examination results. Only by excelling can you secure a fitting choice. Yes, the 4 exclaimed in unison before boarding the plane. Soon, the aircraft took off, ascending into the skies, heading toward the vast expanse above. As Su Lingyun watched the plane gradually disappear into the distance, he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. I hope these youngsters don't feel disheartened. The true geniuses at Shunwu Martial Arts University are numerous. I once believed myself invincible, only to discover, upon entering Xianyuan Martial Arts University and facing the entrance examination, that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals. Recalling his own entrance examination, a flush crept across Su Lingyun's cheeks. The entrance examination is indeed quite challenging. I hope this little fellow can muster his strength. Oh, and there S. Long Haoran and Wang Tianming as well. Alas, they have a busy day ahead. A few hours later, the plane landed in the bustling capital. As they gazed upon the vibrant metropolis, Chen Mo and his companions could not help but widen their eyes in awe. Towering skyscrapers loomed everywhere, and a dazzling array of hovering vehicles filled the streets. Even in midair, formidable martial artists piloted their flying shuttles, exuding an impressive elegance. Following their mobile navigation, the quartet swiftly arrived at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. On July 7th, a month had passed since the college entrance examination, and it was also the commencement date for 3 prestigious martial arts universities. To the right of the entrance gate of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a special portal had been designated for new students. At this entrance, numerous students in varying attire were already standing, chattering excitedly amongst themselves as they awaited the university's arrangements. Before them stood a group comprising the top 10 students from each province, including several who were the champions of the entrance examination. Such remarkable prowess. Yen Jinghong cast a casual glance at some of the individuals and murmured softly. Some figures were clad in ordinary black robes, yet emanated an aura as imposing as a mountain. Others bore long spears on their backs, their massive forms reminiscent of ancient generals. Among them was a petite figure who, upon her appearance, drew countless astonished gazes. A blue-haired girl was gracefully descending from a luxury vehicle. With each step, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to an impending storm. She was none other than Lan Qi, the young lady of the esteemed Lan family. Goodness, she is our age and already reached the mid-stage of a third-tier martial artist? Remarkable. It is said her talent lies in an SS-level psychic ability. Such a gift, combined with her noble lineage, hints at unimaginable power. During the entrance examination, Lan Qi is sure to secure a spot among the top 3. Beside Chen Mo, many strong-willed individuals could not help but wipe the sweat from their brows. The capital serves as the economic and political center of the entire Great Xia Federation. Martial artists emerging from this city have likely received education several times more advanced than theirs. Lan Qi stands as one of the pinnacle representatives. It is rumored that she began her martial arts training at the tender age of 3 and mastered most martial arts by 10, voluntarily stunting her growth in pursuit of speed. After awakening her SS-level psychic ability, she became even more formidable, virtually unmatched in the entire capital. It is said she secured second place in the capital's entrance examination. Who would have thought that a mere little girl could overshadow us? Li Xuanyan sighed with a wry smile. There are always greater talents beyond our own. It is wise to maintain a humble heart. Chen Mo responded with a gentle smile. He did not feel particularly affected by it. Instead, his gaze shifted, soon landing on another imposing figure. A colossal man, resembling an iron tower at 2 meters and 4 centimeters tall, approached slowly, his body bound with thousands of pounds of iron chains. With each step, the air around him seemed to collapse. This was Gu Jin from the Gu family in Mintian province, this year's top scorer. It is said his awakened talent is the SS-level bronze talent. He resembles a humanoid beast. How terrifying. It is rumored that his daily training occurs beneath a waterfall. Another expert. I am already anticipating the entrance examination. The crowd gasped in astonishment. All present were top-tier talents from the entrance examination. However, even among these prodigies, there existed a hierarchy. The terms genius, prodigy, top-tier genius, and monster are not mere embellishments. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Yikong inquired, noticing Chen Mo's unwavering gaze. With a light chuckle, Chen Mo replied, I see someone quite intriguing. Just then, a commanding cry echoed, prompting everyone to gaze skyward, where a figure descended upon a white crane. Clad in a flowing white robe, the figure resembled a celestial being, gradually floating down to the center. Who is that? What a show-off. Sheng Wujing. He is hailed as the strongest among the new students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Wait, he hasn't even fought yet. How can one declare him the strongest? His awakened talent is among the highest tier of SS level abilities, just a step away from SSS level. No wonder. My goodness. His strength must already be at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. I believe the first place in the entrance examination is already secured for him. The crowd displayed expressions of shock. Such a top-tier prodigy is nearly on the verge of becoming a true monster. Soon after, several more top-tier prodigies arrived, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Our Jiangnan province is almost being overshadowed, Yan Jinghong remarked with a faint smile. There's nothing to be done. Jiangnan province has historically been at the bottom in Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Li Xuanyan consoled Yan Jinghong. Then let us strive to change that. Chen Mo said with a gentle smile, his words momentarily catching Yan Jinghong and the others off guard. The three exchanged glances, a complex expression flickering in their eyes. Perhaps Chen Mo truly could effect change in this matter. In an instant, everyone recalled a month prior, when he emerged as an ultimate dark horse in the entrance examination, defeating Long Howren. At that time, who could have imagined that Chen Mo would triumph over Long Howren and secure first place? However, just then, the figure clad in white approached closer. The crowd instinctively relaxed their breaths. Sheng Wujing stood before Chen Mo, flashing a friendly smile. I am Sheng Wujing. Let us get acquainted. Chapter 25, Blocked Path. Everyone momentarily froze. Since Sheng Wujing's arrival, he had maintained a demeanor of indifference, yet now he was the one initiating an introduction? Not even Lan Shi or Gu Jin had the privilege of such attention. Both Lan Shi and Gu Jin regarded Chen Mo with narrowed eyes, seemingly evaluating what charm this youth possessed to capture Sheng Wujing's interest. In their eyes, this entrance ceremony revolved solely around their own interactions and that of Sheng Wujing. Yet this youth appeared to hail from the remote Jiangnan province. Upon hearing Sheng Wujing's introduction, Chen Mo responded with a smile. From Jiangnan province, I am Chen Mo instantly. The crowd began to comprehend. So he is from Jiangnan province. No wonder he seemed unfamiliar. I heard this lad hails from a county town. A county town? TSK. Has Jiangnan province fallen so low as to allow someone from a county town to achieve top honors? Do not underestimate Chen Mo. I have seen his battle videos, and they are quite formidable. But how fearsome could a bottom-tier contender really be? Lan Shi, Gu Jin, and the other prodigies merely shook their heads, dismissing the situation as a fleeting whim of Sheng Wujing. After shaking hands with Chen Mo, Sheng Wujing remarked with a light chuckle. I look forward to battling you during the entrance ceremony. I, too, am excited, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two individuals, akin to mere passers-by, suddenly shifted their bodies and parted ways. Chen Ge, do you know him? Yi Kong inquired, for this individual, renowned as the most formidable freshman of the first year, had unexpectedly approached Chen Mo, leaving the trio somewhat perplexed. I am not acquainted with him, but our abilities are familiar with each other, Chen Mo replied candidly. It was no wonder that his dark divine body reacted. It turned out that the other party possessed an exceedingly rare light-based holy power. Was this destined to be a confrontation? Chen Mo shook his head indifferently. Perhaps this is merely a challenge from the weak to the strong. The new students had not waited long when, from the school gate, emerged a total of 18 martial artists. Their auras were remarkably steady, indicating that most had attained the strength of 4th-tier martial artists, being 2nd-year volunteers. Instantly, the hearts of nearly all the new students tightened. They understood that the enrollment ceremony was about to commence. The leading volunteer scanned the crowd and declared, those from the corresponding provinces, please enter the school with your respective seniors and proceed to the venue. Soon, in orderly formations, the groups followed the volunteers, advancing in batches, seemingly from various directions. It was then that Chen Mo's group was summoned. Jiangnan province, Baiyou province, and Fusha province, come with me, a volunteer said, glancing at them. Upon entering the campus, Chen Mo and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them. Towering trees that obscured the sky, colossal venues akin to airships, playgrounds the size of 20 football fields, and a myriad of enchanting lakes dazzled their eyes. This was indeed a feast for Chen Mo's gaze. Oh, you Jiangnan province fellows rarely organize visits to Manhwaediobook University, do you? A short-haired boy, arms crossed, spoke with a flippant tone. His name was Xiao Wuong, the top scorer from Baiyou province, and his strength was surprisingly at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. In an instant, anger surged through Yan Jinghong, Li Xuanyan, and the others, just as they were about to retort when another youth interjected. Xiao Wuong, have you forgotten? Provinces at the bottom of the rankings generally lack the qualifications to participate in research studies. Guo Fengyue chuckled, a top scorer from Fusha province, equally possessing 2nd-tier strength. The words of these two leading scholars elicited muffled laughter from their followers. In that moment, Yan Jinghong and the others felt their anger intensify. And just as Yan Jinghong was about to speak, he was halted by Chen Mo. Calm down, Chen Mo said with a smile. Just as Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng assumed Chen Mo would endure, his next words turned their attention toward him. There is nothing to be gained from squabbling with a bunch of trash. Chen Mo smiled faintly. The more you fuss, the more time you waste. In an instant, Yin Jinghong and the others felt a sense of resonance. This was indeed the sort of remark Chen Mo ought to make. You, Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng simultaneously turned to Chen Mo, their eyes wide with fury. Get lost, Chen Mo replied with a smile. At that moment, their faces flushed slightly. Had it not been for the university's prohibition against personal conflicts, they likely would have taken action against this audacious youth. Just wait. I shall show you how to teach you a lesson during the enrollment ceremony. You are truly unaware of your own insignificance. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng suppressed their anger. Soon, the enrollment examination would commence, and they needed to maintain their best state to face this crucial test, which would determine their cultivation path for the next 4 years. Engaging in a petty squabble with an individual from Jiangnan province would only tarnish their mood, which was hardly worthwhile. They would ensure that Chen Mo experienced their power during the examination. In a grand building of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng gazed down at the scenery below and smiled gently. This cohort of new students is certainly a gathering of hidden talents. Just then, a white-robed elder approached, seemingly in good spirits, his hair dark and vibrant as though he were a middle-aged man. The elder's presence was surrounded by a faint aura of yin and yang, exuding an unfathomable and formidable aura, indicating he had reached the level of a half-step 9th-tier martial king. Old Hua, you seem to be in fine spirits, Lin Jianfeng remarked. Huaxiao shot Lin Jianfeng a glance. This cohort of enrollees is indeed impressive. The likes of Shang Wujin, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin are all top-tier geniuses of the first year. The newcomer was none other than the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Huaxiao. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. You seem to have overlooked one. Who? Huaxiao inquired. Chen Mo, Lin Jianfeng replied. Huaxiao paused, rummaging through his memory of Chen Mo. And after a while, he finally recalled, the top scorer from Jiangnan province? Old Lin, you can't be joking with me, can you? Just a few days ago, you requested the highest standards for new students from the principal, specifically applying for the competition for the celestial artifact. Not for Shang Wujin? Huaxiao questioned. In an instant, Huaxiao contemplated an astonishing possibility. Is it for Chen Mo? Lin Jianfeng shrugged. How absurd. Huaxiao exclaimed. But you usually have your reasons. Enlighten me. SSS level abilities. Impeccable marksmanship at the micro level. Is that sufficient? Lin Jianfeng remarked. Huaxiao blinked. That is more than sufficient. Remarkable. Jiangnan province has indeed produced a prodigy. SSS level geniuses are typically kept confidential by the Daiyu artificial intelligence. Generally speaking, aside from those present, very few are aware of it. As for whether it would spread further, the two men, one an 8th-tier martial sovereign and the other a 9th-tier martial king, had no reason to fear dissemination. Most importantly, SSS-level martial artists had long been snatched away by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University for several years. Now, having acquired such an SSS-level talent, although it required the allocation of a celestial artifact competition slot, Huaxiao felt it was worth it. It is worth noting that an SSS-level martial artist has the potential to ascend to the ranks of martial kings. At that point, they would significantly enhance the overall combat strength of humanity. Let me see which second-year student was assigned to Chen Mo's group, Huaxiao said with a light smile. Then waved his sleeve. Instantly, a soft glow flickered, revealing a massive screen. The screen reflected the scene of Chen Mo and his companions traversing the area. And before them stood a small gate labeled Gate 17. Gate 17? Could it possibly be that fellow Zhao Ming? Lin Jianfeng pondered. Indeed, it is him, Huaxiao confirmed, crossing his arms with a gentle smile. If it is him, then it shall be interesting. At the entrance of Gate 17, the guiding volunteer had mysteriously departed, leaving behind a small gate that permitted only one entry at a time. Before the gate stood a structure resembling a magnificent glassbird's nest, resplendently hovering in midair, shimmering with countless reflections as the sunlight cascaded down. This was evidently the location for the enrollment examination. Surely, they expect us to enter through here? It seems so. The entrance is quite narrow. Let's proceed to participate in the new student examination. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng remarked in succession. Just as they were about to enter, a figure clad in blood red suddenly obstructed their path. The blood-red figure let out a sigh and extended his arm, suddenly gripping a blood-colored long blade. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to participate in the freshman examination. Fail to do so, and you will be relegated to scrubbing the school's toilets for 3 months before you may attempt the exam again. Zhao Ming, wielding the blood shadow battle blade, gazed at the 3 teams hailing from different provinces, a flicker of disdain and contempt glimmering in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 26. The Journey of Defeat. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhao Ming's being, akin to a thunderbolt that had not flashed for centuries. Once unleashed, it would unleash an incomprehensible force. A closer inspection revealed that Zhao Ming's cultivation level had likely already ascended to the initial stage of a 3rd-rank martial artist. At that moment, everyone felt as though they were besieged by a tsunami of oppressive force crashing before them. Clearly, The purpose of having a second-year student here was to gauge their true strength. They were being tested to determine whether they could participate in this entrance examination. Even without an assessment, those lacking in strength would find their entrance into the freshman examination an arduous endeavor, as they would be subjected to 3 months of relentless toil. Cleaning toilets was deemed an undignified task for all aspiring champions. Instantly, an invisible fury ignited among the new students, while Zhao Ming harbored a fire of his own within. Among second-year students, he was considered to have a mediocre yet slightly above-average performance. Logically, he should not be serving as a sharpening stone for the freshmen. However, during the final assessment, his practice of swordsmanship had gone awry, causing his ranking to plummet to the lowest tier. He was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed and was subsequently dispatched to serve as a sharpening stone for the newcomers. Zhao Ming cast a cursory glance at the 3 groups, a subtle smile curving his lips. "It seems that your strength is not all that impressive," Zhao Ming remarked. In an instant, except for the placid-faced Chen Mo, the others glared at him with indignation. It must be noted that the martial artists who arrived at the Sacred Martial University were nearly all exceptional talents, and now they were being told their prowess was lacking? At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe, Guofengyue, stood forward, grasping a massive axe with a sudden motion. "Senior, prepare to experience the might of my axe." Observing the escalating tension between the two, Chen Mo gestured for Yen Jinghong and the others to retreat. "This senior is rather arrogant, isn't? Yen Jinghong sighed softly. "Indeed," Li Xuanyun concurred. Chen Mo crossed his arms, his interest piqued as he watched the impending clash. "It appears this is a setup by the Academy to test our strength," Yi Kong remarked. "This assessment is utterly devoid of intelligence. No matter, it's still worth observing." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, as he watched Guofengyue wielding a colossal axe and Zhao Ming brandishing his long blade. Chen Mo was eager to witness the combat styles of the prodigies from other provinces. As previously stated, Jiangnan province was indeed too small. Only within the Sacred Martial University could one behold grander sights. Unconsciously, Chen Mo began to feel a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming freshman entrance examination. Amidst his contemplations, Guofengyue roared, "My talent is of SS grade, the Earth's profound soil. Senior, you best be cautious." In response, Zhao Ming merely smiled. "Do you new students truly need to be so boisterous when engaging in battle?" Instantly, Guofengyue's eyes widened, and his body was enveloped in a layer of earthen armor. This armor was even thicker and more formidable than what Chen Mo had previously witnessed with the Zhang brothers. And combined with Guofengyue's tower-like physique, the aura of intimidation was immensely powerful. "Earth profound soil, shatter the mountain." With a thunderous crash, this tower-like figure unleashed an entirely different combat prowess, gripping the enormous axe with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Zhao Ming. Flash! The massive axe cleaved through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to disperse as if carrying a weight of 100,000 pounds, nearly cleaving the very air in two. This might was hardly inferior to Long Howren's attack. Gazing at the ever-expanding axe in his line of sight, Zhao Ming crossed his arms and smiled. "You think you can participate in the freshman's entrance examination with such feeble attempts? How utterly fanciful." With a sudden motion, Zhao Ming drew his blade, and in an instant, 30 blade shadows manifested in the air. Each blade shadow launched a fierce assault towards Guofengyue at wildly brutal and cunning angles. The speed was overwhelmingly superior, leaving Zhao Ming completely unrivaled. Quite swift, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Guofengyue clearly noticed this as well. In an instant, beads of cold sweat broke forth, and he forcefully retracted his axe, attempting to adopt a defensive stance. However, the razor-sharp tip of the blade had already grazed his neck. Drawing forth a single droplet of blood, Guofengyue, drenched in sweat, realized that had this been a real battle, he would have already perished. "Enough. Depart." Zhao Ming sheathed his long blade, his expression laced with disdain. As Guofengyue returned to the crowd, nearly all candidates from the 3 provinces gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the terrifying speed of Zhao Ming's swordplay. All of them were prodigies from their respective provinces, yet before Zhao Ming's sword speed, they found themselves utterly unable to perceive his movements. Clearly, his swordsmanship had already attained a level of consummate mastery. At that moment, a youth clad in a white combat suit emerged from the crowd, dual swords in hand. This was the top student from Baoyu province, Xiao Wuheng. Dual swords? How intriguing. I wonder if he has reached consummate mastery. Zhao Ming regarded Xiao Wuheng with a face full of disdain. In Xiao Wuheng's eyes, the previous air of condescension towards Chen Mo had been replaced by an intense seriousness, a gravity he had not even felt during his college entrance examinations. "Senior, I seek your guidance." Xiao Wuheng inhaled deeply, and suddenly, layers of frost enveloped his dual swords. As the frost spread, it not only encased his body in a coating of icy armor, but also transformed his long swords into exceedingly sharp ice blades. The fearsome chill radiated outward, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp. SS-grade despair ice, Yen Jinghong murmured with a hint of awe. The SS-grade despair ice, with its near absolute zero temperatures. could inflict devastating blows upon foes. This type of ability was renowned as the strongest power below the SSS grade ice abilities. Will this fellow be able to best this senior? Li Xuanyun clenched his fists, perspiration forming in his palms, for the pressure exerted by Zhao Ming was overwhelmingly intense. Just then, a remark from Chen Mo left everyone momentarily stunned. He cannot win. Before the remaining newcomers from Baoyu province could retort, Xiao Wuheng had already surged forward, dual blades drawn. Charging at Zhao Ming, 2 streams of icy air swirled around his form, and soon, countless tiny ice crystals manifested. Yet at that moment, all eyes widened in shock. Such flashy techniques possessed no practical utility. Before anyone could react, Zhao Ming's figure suddenly manifested 7 or 8 clones, and each clone charged towards Xiao Wuheng with ferocity. Damn it! It was an exceptionally rare clone ability. Xiao Wuheng was drenched in sweat, just as he intended to defend himself with his dual swords. A ghostly blood shadow battle knife had already reached his heart. Merely an inch away, Zhao Ming could pierce Xiao Wuheng through completely. Defeated. Xiao Wuheng had been defeated. The faces of everyone turned pale in an instant. It was essential to understand that if these two lost, it signified that their 2 provinces would essentially lack any viable combat power. In other words, even if they entered the freshman examination, they would represent the most disgraceful province. In a heartbeat, the expressions of the Baoyu province and Fusher province became starkly ashen. How could they participate in the freshman examination like this? Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Senior, I would like to ask a question. If I defeat you, would it mean that my Jiangnan province has cleared the challenge? Therefore, do the other 2 provinces reap our benefits, or do they have to clean the toilets separately? Chen Mo raised his hand and flashed a light smile at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was taken aback. He sensed a distinctly different aura from this individual. This kid is not simple. Suppressing the disdain in his eyes, Zhao Ming answered earnestly. The fate of the remaining 2 provinces in the group is determined by the one who clears the challenge. Chen Mo suddenly understood and stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands towards Zhao Ming. Junior Chen Mo, please, senior, accept the defeat. Chapter 27, The Dark Thunder Gun Slays. Junior Chen Mo, please, senior, accept the defeat. Chen Mo cupped his hands with a smile, his tone imbued with calmness. His voice, like a rising tide, instantly resonated throughout the venue. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng exchanged glances with Chen Mo, their eyes filled with confusion. It was worth noting that even they could not touch a hair on Zhao Ming. Yet Chen Mo dared to boldly declare, please, senior, accept the defeat? Did he truly believe he could triumph over Zhao Ming? This was nothing short of absurd. High above, on the pinnacle of a towering building, Lin Jianfeng and Huaxiao continued to gaze at the screen. Huaxiao chuckled lightly. This SSS-Rank talent is truly arrogant. Lin Jianfeng laughed heartily. If he weren't arrogant, would we still call him a genius? Huaxiao crossed his arms. Arrogance is fine, but I wonder if he can back it up. Lin Jianfeng inquired. Do you think Chen Mo cannot defeat Zhao Ming? Huaxiao remained silent, merely nodding. Zhao Ming was from the Speed Academy. His swiftness had long surpassed many. Moreover, his talent, an S-grade clone ability, was enough to make countless individuals suffer greatly. If it weren't for his obsession with swordsmanship last semester, he might have already ascended to the middle ranks. As the vice principal of the school, Huaxiao possessed profound insight into each student. After all, only by understanding his students could he comprehend their true needs. Lin Jianfeng proposed, how about a bet? Huaxiao shook his head. Who doesn't know you won that century-old enlightenment tea from Qin a few days ago? But honestly, if Chen Mo wishes to defeat Zhao Ming, he still lacks a bit. Lin Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly, but was fundamentally different from Huaxiao. He wholeheartedly believed in Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's capabilities, he could very well emerge victorious. Moreover, this kid was prone to delightful surprises. As Chen Mo's voice spread, his declaration naturally reached Zhao Ming's ears. Gazing at the figure before him, with a hint of a smile on his lips, Zhao Ming chuckled in return. You are quite confident. However, it is still insufficient before me. Zhao Ming withdrew the blood shadow battle knife, earnestly fixing his gaze upon Chen Mo. Seeing this scene, Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng could not help but scoff. In recent years, Jiangnan province had consistently languished at the bottom of the 54 provinces. How could any genius possibly emerge? Yet, what transpired next made both of their brows twitch uncontrollably. Chen Mo took a step back and smiled at Yin Jinghong and the others. Step back a bit. Yin Jinghong and the others nodded immediately. While others may be unaware of Chen Mo's terrifying prowess, as individuals from Jiangnan province themselves, they certainly were not oblivious. Once they retreated, Chen Mo exhaled a deep breath. In an instant, Chen Mo suddenly extended his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of dark energy surged forth from Chen Mo's skin. Countless energy strands formed serpentine dragons, entwining around Chen Mo's entire being, cloaking him in a terrifying light armor. The explosive intensity of the energy made everyone's hearts tighten in unison. This guy possesses something formidable. At this moment, Xiao Wuheng and Guo Fengyue had completely shed any contempt, replaced instead by a profound sense of dread. Yet, The gathering of this dark energy continued unabated. Suddenly, this terrifying dark energy was enveloped by an entirely different kind of energy. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply, feeling as though an invisible pair of hands were constricting their throats, stifling their breath. The second ability murmured in solitude. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. In the room high above, Wuxiao jumped up, incredulously pointing towards Chen Mo. This little fellow actually possesses a second ability. Wasn't it said that he only had the dark divine body ability? How did another lightning ability emerge? No, he has actually fused the lightning ability with the dark ability completely. TSK, what a brilliant idea. Even the well-versed Wuxiao couldn't help but be astonished by Chen Mo's display. Alongside Wuxiao's shock, Lin Jianfeng, the head of the admissions office, was equally bewildered. When did Chen Mo acquire two abilities? Wasn't it always the dark divine body? In that moment, Lin Jianfeng contemplated a shocking possibility. Chen Mo had concealed his true strength during the college entrance examination. After a long moment, Lin Jianfeng exhaled deeply. Gazing at the image on the screen, the youth enveloped in darkness and thunder. This fellow seemed to have brought me a tremendous surprise once again. Initially, it was thought that in the entrance examination, Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others would temper Chen Mo's arrogance, allowing him to settle down and refine himself. Yet, it now appeared that who would temper whose arrogance remained to be seen. And on that screen, the light armor forged from thunder and darkness continued to crackle and erupt. The swirling thunder, akin to a terrifying black dragon, coiled around Chen Mo's form. Then, before the astonished gazes of all, dark giant hands sprouted from Chen Mo's back. Each arm as thick as a massive python. A pressure akin to that of a mountain suddenly radiated outward, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. On Zhao Ming's face, a gravity that he had not possessed in recent times emerged. Astonishingly, he sensed an aura of danger emanating from Chen Mo. Could this fellow truly be a freshman? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within Zhao Ming's form, it seemed as if countless shadows dispersed, and upon complete separation, there were as many as 12. This was the S-rank doppelganger ability that Zhao Ming had awakened, with each manifestation exuding a nearly identical aura of might. If he could evade Chen Mo's initial onslaught, he would undoubtedly find an opportunity for a counterattack. Ultimately, Zhao Ming was unwilling to accept defeat. After all, as a senior in his second year, losing to a newly enrolled junior would be an immense embarrassment. Yet, the pressure that Chen Mo exerted was the most terrifying he had ever encountered among freshmen. What had this guy been nourished on? Could Chen Mo really win? Yikong swallowed hard. He could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Chen Mo. But the defeats of Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng reminded him just how formidable Zhao Ming truly was. I believe in Chen Mo, Li Xuanyan stated. Indeed. Yan Jinghong nodded in agreement. Given Chen Mo's character, he would never engage in a battle without confidence. Just as the conversation unfolded, Chen Mo's dark thunder energy had completely coalesced. Gazing at the 12 identical Zhao Mings before him, a smile gradually curled at the corners of Chen Mo's lips. It appeared that the senior intended to outlast him. However, with the senior's abilities, it seemed rather unlikely. In an instant, a pair of enormous hands sprouted from Chen Mo's back, spreading wide. Subsequently, two 5-meter-long spears, forged from thunder and darkness, were firmly grasped in those colossal hands. The immense energy surging from the spears distorted the very air around them. Observing the 12 Zhao Mings, who were already glistening with beads of cold sweat, Chen Mo gently raised his hand, revealing a light chuckle. Dark Thunder Spear, Slay. Chapter 28. The Art of the Spear. The terrifying dark spear, entwined with black thunder, was propelled forth like a meteor from those shadowy hands. Buzz! The dark thunder spear tore through the air, its tremendous energy distorting vast expanses of atmosphere. Sensing the cataclysmic energy waves, everyone present felt a tingling apprehension. What manner of being was this? Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng broke into a cold sweat simultaneously. They had never anticipated that this individual could be so powerful, so fearsome. The two dark spears exuded an unmistakable aura of death. If they were to be caught by them, it would spell doom. As the dark thunder spears loomed larger, Zhao Ming's face was drenched in cold sweat. It's fine, Zhao Ming, you can do this. You are using doppelgangers. He only wields 2 spears. How could he possibly strike you? Yet before Zhao Ming could fully process this, the 2 dark thunder spears astonishingly zeroed in on his true self among the 12 doppelgangers. Defend! Defend! Zhao Ming shouted in alarm. The 11 doppelgangers rushed forth, hastily positioning themselves in front of him. However, all was in vain. The razor-sharp, terrifying dark thunder spears effortlessly obliterated the doppelgangers, rendering Zhao Ming's true form as fragile as a puppet before the onslaught of the 2 nightmarish spears. In a heartbeat, the dreadful spears were mere inches from Zhao Ming's face. No, Zhao Ming was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This attack would surely lead to his demise. However, at that moment, the 2 spears transformed into black mist, vanishing from sight. The residual tingling of thunder coursed across Zhao Ming's face. He lifted his gaze, only to meet Chen Mo's countenance, adorned with a placid smile. Senior, Thank you for your guidance, Chen Mo said, bowing respectfully. Silence. The entrance labeled 17 fell into a profound hush. Prior to this, neither the individuals from Baoyu Province nor Fushi Province had ever imagined that Chen Mo could triumph over Zhao Ming. After all, he was an opponent whom even Guofengyue and Xiao Wuheng had failed to overcome. Shock painted the faces of all present. Guofengyue and Xiao Wuheng turned ashen, realizing they had just offended such a prodigy. If you were this strong, you should have said so, they thought. Well done. Despite witnessing this scene, Yin Jinghong and the others felt an unexpected calmness, as if they had instinctively accepted that Chen Mo would emerge victorious. They simply hadn't anticipated he would win so swiftly. Chen Mo had truly grown remarkably strong in their eyes. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Ming regarded Chen Mo deeply. Congratulations, you and the Jiangnan province are free to enter, he said with a rueful smile, still unable to fathom that he had lost to a freshman, and a mid-second tier one at that. Thank you, senior. Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for Yin Jinghong and the others to follow. Just then, Xiao Wuheng and Guofengyue exchanged glances, hesitating to suggest that Chen Mo be spared from the chore of cleaning the toilets for 3 months. Yet, when the words reached their lips, they found themselves unable to utter them. The pride of being prodigies forbade them from speaking. Ultimately, they could only share a bitter smile and sigh, trailing behind Chen Mo and the others into the vast arena beyond the barriers. Watching Chen Mo and his companions depart, Zhao Ming shook his head. Chen Mo, among this cohort of freshmen, you are likely to rank within the top 10. No, the top 5. Just as Zhao Ming prepared to leave, he noticed the residual dark thunder energy on his face gradually coalescing into the character 1. First place? Zhao Ming smiled wide. This fellow is truly confident. I shall see if you can indeed claim the top spot. Throughout history, those who achieved first place in the 3 sacred martial arts universities were all top-tier prodigies. No. At this point, they could be considered monsters. Meanwhile, high above in a skyscraper, Lin Jianfeng and Huoxiu found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Was the energy fluctuation from Chen Mo's Dark Thunder Spear truly something a mid-second-tier martial artist could emit? In their recollections of their own second-tier experiences, they could never have unleashed such a terrifying attack. Old Lin, I must say, you picked the right one this time, Huoxiu remarked, giving Chen Mo a thumbs up. Lin Jianfeng snapped back to reality, hands clasped behind his back. Sigh, I've always said that Chen Mo's strength is truly unrivaled. In this new student competition, he is bound to rank in the top 10, no, the top 5. To be honest, Lin Jianfeng himself had not anticipated that Chen Mo would defeat Zhao Ming in such a manner. He had expected a prolonged struggle, ultimately resulting in Chen Mo's victory. The fact that Chen Mo had triumphed from the outset was something Lin Jianfeng had never envisioned. Moreover, he was utterly astonished to discover that Chen Mo had awakened a dual talent. This revelation was simply too astonishing. Regardless of the level of the second talent that Chen Mo awakened, when combined with the SSS level dark talent, it could only become more formidable and terrifying. As Huoxiu gazed at Chen Mo's figure, he chuckled softly. This entrance examination will no longer be so mundane and tedious. With Sheng Wujing, Lan Shi, Gu Jin, and now, the emergence of Chen Mo, it certainly ignites one's passion. Huoxiu smiled lightly, recalling that Chen Mo would participate in the contest for the celestial artifact a month later, which only heightened his excitement. This era truly belongs to the youth. Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Let us first observe this entrance examination. The contest for the celestial artifact is indeed significant. But I also hope to witness Chen Mo's true strength in this examination. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a new student in the entrance exam might provoke discontent among those second-year students. Huoxiu nodded, noting that Chen Mo's effortless demeanor hardly suggested he was exerting his full potential. The only possibility is that he had yet to reveal his true capabilities, though the extent remained uncertain. Let us proceed. The entrance examination awaits my presiding, Huoxiu said, stepping forward, his aura entwined with the forces of yin and yang. The heads of the 4 academies should have arrived by now, Lin Jianfeng remarked with a light chuckle. Huoxiu affirmed, indeed, they should be here as well. Let us depart. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from their location. As Chen Mo and the others entered through entrance No. 17 into the grand venue, they were awestruck by its pristine expanse and opulence. However, amidst their astonishment, the candidates displayed 2 distinct demeanors. One group hung their heads in despair, clearly defeated by the seniors guarding the entrance, while the other bore calm, or even jubilant expressions, having triumphed over those seniors. Upon Chen Mo's entrance, many gazes turned toward him, revealing expressions of shock. The team from Chen Mo's province had starkly outperformed those from the Baoyu and Fushi provinces, indicating that only his team had defeated the seniors while the others had failed. Historically, both the Baoyu and Fushi provinces had occupied mid-tier positions among the 54 provinces. Quite impressive. In an instant, most attendees retracted their previous underestimations of Chen Mo. At the forefront of the crowd, Lan Shi tilted her head with interest. And upon witnessing this, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Chen Mo, intriguing indeed. Let us see if you can withstand my flying daggers. Suddenly, her black gold daggers emitted a series of sharp chimes, causing many newcomers to wince as their eardrums throbbed. Meanwhile, the bronze-skinned Gu Jin stood with arms crossed, his expression neutral. It seemed that Sheng Wujing's assessment was not misplaced. This individual indeed possessed considerable strength, though such strength could only yield beneath him. Shaking his head, Gu Jin chose to meditate. Despite Chen Mo's remarkable performance, the only targets worthy of his attention in this entrance examination were Sheng Wujing and Lan Qi. Sheng Wujing maintained a light smile at the corner of his mouth, as if everything lay within his grasp. Upon closer inspection, one could see a beautiful aureole perched upon his shoulder. Chen Mo, with your dark talent, do not let me down. The thought of his holy light potentially dispelling Chen Mo's darkness in the future brought a smile to Sheng Wujing's face. His holy light was sufficient to purify all darkness. To put it modestly, in this entrance examination, only he possessed the requisite qualifications to claim the top position. Amidst this brief commotion, several streaks of light descended at the front of the luxurious venue, causing everyone's breath to momentarily halt. Chapter 29, Defending the City. As those 4 streaks of light descended simultaneously, all breaths were drawn in sharply. They discerned that the formidable presence exuded by the 4 newcomers was that of 8th-grade martial sovereigns. Astonishing, the overwhelming pressure felt like a tsunami, leaving everyone feeling as though they were choking. Soon, realization dawned upon them that these were the heads of the 4 academies: Tongtian Academy, Yutian Academy, Lingtian Academy, and Zhongtian Academy. Each of these academies represented distinct specializations: power, defense, speed, and the all-encompassing expertise of Zhongtian Academy. The arrivals were the heads of these 4 academies: Gulinghan, Shintui, Xiang Tiange, and Xing Tianyi, for top-tier martial sovereigns. Following these 4 streaks of light, 2 more streaks descended. Upon seeing the white-haired elder, the crowd's souls seemed to pause. It was Huo Xiao, the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Alongside him stood another martial sovereign, Lin Jianfeng, the head of the admissions office at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Scanning the newly admitted students, Huo Xiao smiled gently. This cohort is promising, certainly better than the last. As for the new student pledge and rules, he noted, we shall not dwell on those matters. After all, you all have traveled from distant lands to compete for excellent results in this entrance examination to gain entry into the 4 academies, haven't you? Upon hearing Huo Xiao's words, each student straightened their posture, their gazes ablaze with fervor. It was well understood that each of the 4 academies had its own advantages and disadvantages, and standing out in the entrance examination was crucial for selecting their preferred academy. Failing to secure a high rank could lead to being chosen by the academy heads rather than choosing one's own academy. This may seem unjust, but in this era of formidable beasts and high martial arts, fairness is but an illusion. Everything is determined solely by strength. At that moment, Huo Xiao's lips curled into a gentle smile as he waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of virtual helmets descended from the vast dome of the venue. Upon receiving the helmets, all faces fell. Could it be another battle royale? I'm not keen on another battle royale. I'm exhausted, Yin Jinghong remarked. Recalling the previous battle royale had involved 100 participants, and this time it would require 300, an overwhelming prospect. Furthermore, the individuals present were the top scholars from each province. In such a competition, the pressure of a battle royale is immense. It should not be. Chen Mo interjected with a smile. The Battle Royale mode was a test for the college entrance examination. It is unlikely to reappear in the entrance exam. Observing the varied expressions among the crowd, Huo Xiao smiled softly. Rest assured, this is indeed not a Battle Royale mode. Instead, it is the city defense mode. You will enter a city besieged by monstrous tides, and in the first round, you will individually defend against the initial wave. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will assess your performance based on the rate of city defense breaches. The lower your breach rate, the better your score will be. As for the second round of testing, that remains a secret for now. It is specially tailored for the true elites among you. Listening to the words of Vice President Huo Xiao, most of the new students were momentarily taken aback, their minds momentarily paralyzed. To defend the city single-handedly? And after the first round, there is a second round? Surely, Vice President Huo Xiao of Xianyuan Martial Arts University must be jesting. However, the thought that the second round of testing is exclusively for the truly extraordinary talents reignited the competitive spirit within these gifted youths from across the nation. It seems that only in the second round could they choose the academy they truly cherished. Thus, they resolved to march toward the second round. Countless talented youths gazed with fervor, their passionate hearts ignited by Huo Xiao's few words. As everyone donned their virtual helmets and settled into their respective reclining chairs, 6 figures abruptly vanished, appearing in a closed monitoring room. Above them, an array of screens flickered, numbering no less than 300. For the average person, such sights would be incomprehensible. Yet, everyone present was an 8th-rank martial master, and with years of training in monitoring screens, this was but a trivial matter. Observing the figures of the contestants gradually materializing amidst the crumbling city walls, the 6 figures finally fixed their gaze upon them. This time, several intriguing prospects emerged. Gu Linghan from Tontian Academy smiled lightly. Sheng Wuji is impressive. It seems he has a destiny with my Yutian Academy, remarked Shintu Yi of Yutian Academy with a chuckle. Does your Yutian Academy train solely in defense? Are you certain of that connection? Perhaps you should speak of Ling Tian Academy instead? Countered Xiang Tiange, the dean of Ling Tian Academy. TSK, your Ling Tian Academy has already reserved Lan Qi. Do you really think you can snatch away talent from us at Yutian Academy? Shintu Yi retorted. TSK, yet your Yutian Academy has Gu Jin as well. Do you still wish to compete with us for Sheng Wuji? Gu Linghan from Tontian Academy responded defiantly. As the deans of the three major academies engaged in their verbal skirmish, Xing Tianyi of Zhongtian Academy revealed a wry smile. The number of students choosing Zhongtian Academy was exceedingly scarce. The reason? They practiced an all-encompassing approach, yet few could truly excel in all areas. Even the most gifted individuals found it challenging to master every discipline. Over time, the enrollment at Zhongtian Academy dwindled, leaving them with little competitive edge in attracting students. In the previous cohort, they had only managed to recruit the least talented individual. Consequently, during the upcoming Celestial Artifact contest a month later, their academy would have no slots available. However, amidst the bitter laughter, a hint of speculation flickered within Xing Tianyi. After all, he had been a longtime friend of Lin Jianfeng. Just days earlier, while drinking, Lin Jianfeng had mentioned that one among the candidates had received early approval from the principal to participate in the Celestial Artifact contest. Could it be one of Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, or Gu Jin? If so, Xing Tianyi would go to great lengths to recruit this individual into his academy. Zhongtian Academy had long been devoid of true top-tier prodigies. Observing the tense atmosphere among the attendees, Huoxiao raised his hand. Enough. Let us review the exam results before we engage in rivalry. At this, the deans of the three major academies finally tempered their combative tones. Gu Linghan of Tontian Academy gestured. Do you maximize the screens for Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin? The video monitoring of these three top prodigies indeed warranted a premier position. There were no objections. After all, they were the most outstanding candidates in the examination. Simultaneously, they were the prime targets for all four academies to vie for. Like the three prestigious martial arts universities, they too required a fresh influx of talent to showcase the comprehensive strength they represented. However, just then, Lin Jianfeng suddenly interjected, "Dayu, add a video of Chen Mo from Jiangnan province." Instantly, the previously larger three-screen view transformed into a four-screen display. Gu Linghan from Tontian Academy furrowed his brow. Jiangnan province? Isn't that the province ranked at the bottom? Why expand the view for Chen Mo? Shintu Yi from Yutian Academy jested. Old Lin, is he a relative of yours? If so, Yutian Academy can take him in. Xiang Tiange from Ling Tian Academy added with a grin. My academy can also accommodate him. The training speed here is quite commendable. He could give it a try. Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy chuckled. As everyone fell silent, Xing Tianyi sighed. Indeed, our Zhongtian Academy is in quite a predicament. In an instant, the group assumed Chen Mo was a relative of Lin Jianfeng. Otherwise, how could a student from the lowest-ranking province be featured on the grand screen? Lin Jianfeng's gesture towards Chen Mo seemed to be a favor returned, a mutually beneficial transaction. However, the next moment, Lin Jianfeng's words left all four academy deans momentarily stunned. Chen Mo is not my relative. The reason I placed his screen alongside the three top prodigies is that I believe he deserves this spotlight. I believe he can achieve the top score in the entrance examination. In that instant, each dean was taken aback. Surely, Lin Jianfeng was jesting. Jiangnan province had historically been ranked among the lowest of the 54 provinces, and yet, at this moment, Lin Jianfeng bizarrely claimed that a student from Jiangnan could achieve the highest score. Who would dare to believe it? Lin Jianfeng exhibited a peculiar smile. Only he, the vice principal, and the principal were aware of Chen Mo's SSS-level talent within the vast university. Old Lin, you're becoming increasingly muddled. How could a student from Jiangnan possibly achieve first place? Gu Linghan from Tontian Academy shook his head in disbelief. Agreed. Shintu Yi and Xiang Tiange chimed in simultaneously, suspecting that Lin Jianfeng and Chen Mo had struck some private deal. Perhaps old Lin is onto something? Xing Tianyi raised his hand, his tone tinged with disbelief. He suddenly felt a chilling suspicion regarding the so-called special slot for the Celestial Artifact contest. Could it be Chen Mo? How could that be possible? The other three deans were not surprised by Xing Tianyi's statement, as he shared the closest rapport with Lin Jianfeng among the four. However, to be candid, the other three deans believed that Xing Tianyi was merely giving Lin Jianfeng face. If you don't believe it, let us wait and see, Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Huoxiao observed the scene with an impassive facade, yet internally criticized Lin Jianfeng for being a cunning fox, still attempting to maintain an air of superiority. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to expose this charade. All right, the city defense battle officially commences, Huoxiao declared with a smile. The first to commence will be Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. Observing the three top prodigies initiating the city defense battle, Lin Jianfeng reined in the brilliance in his eyes. Chen Mo, You must perform well. I've boasted about you to this extent. Do not let me down." Before the crumbling city walls, Chen Mo gazed upon this desolate expanse, his heart awash with profound reflections. In the borderlands, did the valiant soldiers stationed here truly safeguard the well-being of the citizens of the Great Xia? Upon the ramparts, a myriad of dark mists swirled, while desiccated bloodstains trickled across the barren earth, and the firmament was shrouded in ominous black clouds. Beyond the veil of darkness, the distant echoes of ferocious beast roars reverberated, instilling a deep-seated fear within all. The monstrous creatures had emerged 3 centuries ago, perhaps as a mutation of indigenous life from Blue Star, or perhaps as the harbingers of an extraterrestrial conspiracy. No one could ascertain the truth. Humanity was only aware that the emergence of these fearsome beasts was invariably accompanied by the relentless pursuit of their extermination. It was an era steeped in darkness for humankind, until the advent of the illustrious Huangdi, the 11th rank martial god, who finally put an end to the relentless hunting of humanity. Thereafter, the globe was divided into 5 federations, among which the Great Xia Federation resided in the east. As he beheld the darkness enveloping the sky and earth, a flicker of understanding stirred within Chen Mo. It seemed that his own darkness was still insufficient. Meanwhile, fresh recruits from around the world had already commenced their own defensive battles. As their thoughts coalesced, 10 iron-armored boars, resembling iron war chariots, burst forth from the terrifying black mist. Each boar's hide was entirely composed of formidable iron armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Their strength was nearly on par with that of a second-rank perfected martial artist endowed with defensive prowess. Many unprepared students were tragically transformed into mere heaps of flesh amidst the ferocious onslaught of these iron-armored beasts, blood spilling profusely. As the sounds of elimination echoed from above, anxiety gripped the hearts of the candidates. They understood that this examination would prove exceedingly arduous, and they were striving towards the goal of advancing to the second round. There could be no room for error in this round. In the monitoring room, Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy waved dismissively. "I retract my earlier statement about the quality of this cohort of students. If they cannot even handle this wave of ferocious beasts, they should not dare to claim they are students of Xianyuan Martial University." Ling Tiangu remarked, "This is only the beginning." Moreover, the 3 top prodigies have yet to make their move. At that moment, Ling Tianji's finger pointed towards the screen where Lan Shi was displayed. "Oh, Lan Shi has begun her challenge." An endless shroud of darkness enveloped the uppermost reaches of this world. Before the grand city gates, a petite girl with azure hair stood resolutely. Unlike her fellow candidates, Lan Shi bore no trace of trepidation. Rather, she was brimming with excitement and exhilaration. As she observed the advancing iron-armored boars, a radiant smile broke across her face. In an instant, countless black-gold flying knives materialized in midair, nearly a dozen hovering around her. The terrifying pressure momentarily stunned the 10 iron-armored boars before they charged towards her with an even greater ferocity. With a swift motion, the black-gold knives, akin to dark meteors, struck the boars at various, unpredictable angles. Under the onslaught of these flying knives, the boars' defenses were swiftly breached. Subsequently, amidst the chaos of the blades, the 10 iron-armored boars erupted violently, reducing to mere piles of flesh. Observing the surveillance footage, the head of Ling Tian Academy, Ling Tiangu, marveled. Such terrifying mental prowess. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, having vanquished a multitude of fearsome beasts, displayed no change in her demeanor. Instead, she licked her lips, eyeing yet another wave of charging iron-armored boars. Come on. Let me annihilate you all at once. I am determined to enter the second round and claim the top spot in the entrance examination." On the opposite side, before the massive city gates, stood a figure resembling an iron tower. Ancient Jin opened his eyes and surveyed the surging horde of iron-armored boars. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He uttered no words. Instead, a surge of power akin to molten lava erupted from within him. In an instant, his skin transformed into a hue of ancient bronze, and he expanded in size, towering at 3 meters. From a distance, his formidable stature was nearly equal to that of the iron-armored boars. With a roar, one of the boars, sporting a single horn atop its massive head, charged towards Ancient Jin. Trash! Ancient Jin extended his arm, which morphed into a fist. His punch struck the boar's forehead with the force of a cannonball. The iron armor of the boar cracked under the impact, and moments later, its body erupted, spilling its innards in disarray. Outside the screen, the head of Yutian Academy, Shen Tuyi, chuckled. "Wow, this is not merely strong defense. His offensive capabilities are equally formidable. Indeed, he would be a great asset to our Tongtian Academy." Gu Linghan concurred. Within the screen, Ancient Jin continued to dispatch the iron-armored boars with effortless ease, treating them like ants beneath his feet. Is it too much to ask for a more powerful beast? This is truly dull. It seems only in the second round will I find something to truly ignite my bloodlust. Meanwhile, beneath the vast city walls, Sheng Wuji stood like a solitary white lotus at the city gates, his face adorned with a serene smile as he pressed the button to commence the defense. Instantly, 10 iron-armored boars surged forth from the black mist, rushing towards him. Sigh. I truly wish to enlighten you all. My holy light generally seeks to avoid taking lives. Alas, this is a confrontation between humanity and ferocious beasts. Sheng Wuji murmured to himself, when suddenly, a spark of excitement lit up his face. Therefore, scrubs, I shall vanquish you all. Slowly lifting his hand, a colossal golden magic circle materialized in his palm. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of runes erupted with brilliant radiance. Boom. A pillar of holy light, as dazzling as a dragon, surged forth towards the iron-armored boars. In an instant, all the boars were reduced to mere dust, vanishing from existence. Sheng Wuji merely smiled softly. Really, why must you compel me? In the monitoring room, all present were left in awe at this spectacle. Sheng Wuji's strength is truly remarkable. Gu Linghan remarked with a grin. At this rate, their destruction rate will likely be 0. After all, they are the 3 top prodigies. A 0 destruction rate is to be expected, Shen Tuyi added with a chuckle. These 3 are surely vying for the top position in the defensive examination. The president of Ling Tian Academy addressed Tian Gu, stating, the first round of the city defense test is merely an appetizer for them. The second round, however, will not be as straightforward. Xing Tian chuckled. By the way, old Lin, why not take a look at how Chen Mo is faring? Gu Linghan crossed his arms, a hint of playful sarcasm dancing on his lips. Let us see. Lin Jianfeng's thoughts stirred, and the screen displaying Chen Mo immediately expanded to its maximum size. As the screen grew, the eyes of the gathered crowd were drawn towards the image of Chen Mo. However, the scene unfolding on his screen caused a slight furrow to form on their brows. Chapter 31, Unqualified. As everyone focused their gaze, their brows knitted in concern. In the screen, Chen Mo appeared transfixed, gazing at the darkened sky shrouded in ominous shadows, his body remaining motionless as if captivated. Yet, the interpretation of this scene differed for Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Tian Gu. Could it be that this fellow is frightened by the menacing black mist? Gu Linghan remarked, his brow furrowing. Moreover, isn't he only at the mid-second tier? I recall that the simulated ferocious beast's aura was only about half its original strength. How could he be so easily intimidated? Shen Tuyi raised an eyebrow. Alas, old Lin, it seems your recommendation may not hold much weight. Tian Gu shook his head. His realm is too weak. And he dares to claim first place? One must understand that to adapt to the battlefield's atmosphere and engage in combat is what defines a qualified martial artist. If a so-called genius can only exert 1/10 of their power on the battlefield, then they are no better than an ordinary warrior. No, he is not afraid. Xing Tian interjected, his pupils narrowing slightly, his tone serious. He is in a state of comprehension. He is gaining insight. The notion that this fellow could derive something new from the enveloping ferocity of the dark mist stirred astonishment. Comprehension? Terrifying talent? Instantly, Gu Linghan and the others turned to Xing Tian, their eyes seemingly questioning. Are you certain? Have you all forgotten? My talent is inherently attuned to comprehension. Xing Tian shrugged, at this moment feeling about 70 to 80% certain that Chen Mo was indeed the individual Lin Jianfeng had recommended. However, those words alone might not suffice. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. This fellow is no weakling. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, his brow still furrowed. Comprehension alone does not prove anything. Only practical combat ability can showcase one's comprehensive combat strength. As the crowd's attention returned to Chen Mo, they were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a terrifying darkness enveloped his form, and in an instant, his body was adorned with layers of formidable black armor. Lightning flickered upon this ebony armor. Is he endowed with dual talents? The presidents of the 4 academies' pupils constricted. Dual-talented martial artists were exceedingly rare. One might not even witness a single instance throughout an entire year in the Great Xia Federation. At this juncture, the 4 presidents began to grasp the nature of the genius Lin Jianfeng had alluded to. Yet, just then, an astonishing scene unfolded on the screen, leaving them utterly astounded. As Chen Mo faced the encroaching dark mist, he exhaled a deep breath. Suddenly, 2 colossal hands of dark thunder sprouted from behind him, each as thick as a water python, brimming with explosive power. The 4 massive hands finally coalesced. To think I could experience a breakthrough in my understanding of dark thunder within this setting. Quite the pleasant surprise. With the sound of success echoing through the air, Chen Mo shrugged and smiled lightly. It seems I must put in some effort, otherwise I might be caught up to by others. And there is still the second round to contend with. With a flicker of thought, Chen Mo initiated the city defense challenge. As the dark mist surged forward, 10 iron-armored boars emerged, their immense presence pressing down like a mountain, their massive forms akin to steel war chariots, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. These iron-armored boars were ferocious beasts at the peak of the second tier. Truly, this was the sacred martial university, arriving solely to select genuine talents. Well then, I find this rather delightful. Chen Mo smirked, his lips curling up. He then extended his 4 serpent-like arms, and in an instant, 5-meter-long dark thunder spears manifested. swirling with darkness and lightning. As a mid-second-tier martial artist, he exuded an imposing aura. Gu Linghan and the others felt a jolt of surprise. He has grown even stronger. Lin Jianfeng exchanged glances with Huoxiao, realizing that the might now displayed far surpassed that which was exhibited during his battle with Zhao Ming. This lad is truly a prodigy, standing before the city gate. A glimmer of brilliance crossed Chen Mo's face. Roar! In a flash, the 10 iron-armored boars charged forth, their tremendous force causing the very earth to tremble. Yet, at that moment, the dark thunder spears were unleashed. With a swift motion, the 4 dark giant hands hurled the spears towards the oncoming boars. Swoosh! 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 The 4 dark giant spears shot forth, their tremendous power tearing through the air as they struck the iron-armored boars. In an instant, one boar erupted into a mist of blood, and subsequently, a cascade of devastation followed, wreaking havoc upon the remaining boars. Boom. Moments later, all that remained before Chen Mo were 10 swirling clouds of blood. The dark thunder spears embedded themselves into the ground, fracturing it with hundreds of fissures, terrifying and astonishing. Remarkable indeed. The thought simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the 4 individuals, leading them to completely reassess Chen Mo. This fellow was undoubtedly far more than the mere ornamental figure Lin Jianfeng had suggested. He was a true powerhouse, a gifted prodigy. Observing the expressions of the 4 academy presidents, Lin Jianfeng smiled gently. To be honest, I secured Chen Mo's admission by granting him 4 years of eligibility to compete for the celestial artifact. Hence, I firmly believe that he will undoubtedly claim first place. In an instant, the 4 presidents turned their heads in disbelief, staring at Lin Jianfeng. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? Among the second-year students, there are only about 20 capable of contending for the celestial artifact, Gu Linghan exclaimed incredulously. Those 20 slots were earned through tremendous effort. And now you wish to add a freshman to the mix? Shen Tuyi remarked in astonishment. Even if Chen Mo is exceptional, that cannot violate the rules. Tian Gu interjected. Moreover, the strength Chen Mo has demonstrated is not on par with the likes of Shang Wuji, Gu Jin, or Lan Qi. If they were denied eligibility for the celestial artifact, how could Chen Mo be granted it? The competition for the artifact is in a month. How much stronger can Chen Mo become in that time? Just as Tian Gu was about to continue, Xing Tian chuckled lightly. Old friends, let us refrain from discussing this. Old Lin has returned to drink with me. The qualification he granted Chen Mo was approved by the principal. It is worth noting that not long ago, Lin Jianfeng mentioned to me, while we were drinking, that he had given a new student a chance to compete for the celestial artifact. He initially assumed it was for a top-tier genius like Shang Wuji, only to discover now that it was Chen Mo. Amidst the shock, Xing Tian's heart suddenly tightened. It is worth noting that Chen Mo seemed to have received tacit approval from even the principal to participate in the competition for the celestial artifact. Such an exceptional talent could very well be on the cusp of a demonic level. Once this examination concludes, regardless of the circumstances, Xing Tian would ensure that Chen Mo would be his prize. However, beyond this reason, Xing Tian felt an inexplicable sensation. It is known that the talent he awakened, known as the SS grade Qi Tian comprehension, allowed him to cultivate martial arts at an astonishing speed. Yet, he sensed something extraordinary emanating from Chen Mo, a primal force that rivaled his own talent, yet was undeniably stronger. An astounding possibility detonated in Xing Tian's mind. Could it be that this individual possesses triple talents? As soon as the principal's voice thundered, the crowd fell silent. The president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest within the entire institution, and no one dares to contradict him. His prowess had long since reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank martial king. If he made a decision, no one could challenge it. Given that it was the principal's decree, there was little they could say. Gu Linghan sighed. However, based on Chen Mo's current display of strength, he indeed lacked the qualifications to compete for the celestial artifact unless he secured first place in this entrance examination. Gu Linghan's voice was resolute, earning nods of agreement from Xin Tuyi and Xiang Tiange. It is well understood that the competition for the celestial artifact is merciless. With only 20 elite individuals selected from the entire sophomore cohort, these 20 would emerge from intense battles. Thus, inserting a freshman into the mix would undoubtedly provoke the discontent of the deans. Unless Chen Mo could achieve first place in the entrance exam, he would have no hope of silencing their criticisms. As for why Xing Tian from Tongtian Academy remained silent, it was simply because there were too few candidates from their academy, and they typically ended up with the leftovers. Consequently, in the past year of competition, none from their academy had qualified to participate in the contest for the celestial artifact. Upon hearing these comments, Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. Then let us see how this unfolds. Shall we? The first round of tests is not yet concluded. Moreover, there is still the second round. The crowd blinked in surprise before directing their attention back to Chen Mo's screen, eager to discern whether he possessed the capability to contend for the celestial artifact. At that moment, a surge of dark mist erupted on Chen Mo's screen, and as it dissipated, 30 armored boars charged forth from the shadows. The immense force seemed to shake the very city gates. 30 armored boars represented a significant beast tide. Chapter 32. What is the destruction rate of the city defense? Is this the second wave? It seems there might be a third. Observing the endless cloud of dust stirred up by the horde of armored boars, a glint of amusement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. In that case, I shall not be held accountable. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new abilities. The horde of armored boars continued to swell, as if intent on trampling Chen Mo into the ground and reducing him to mere paste. However, at this critical juncture, Chen Mo refrained from employing the four massive hands behind him. He felt no surge of excitement. After all, this was merely the first round of the entrance examination. The true battleground belonged to the second round. With that, Chen Mo quietly raised his hands, directing the palm of his right hand towards the oncoming armored boars. A tremendous dark thunder energy twisted rapidly within his palm, akin to lightning in its swiftness. Under the influence of this energy, even the surrounding air began to warp, hinting at the formation of a vacuum. As the energy coalesced completely, a disc-shaped amalgamation of dark thunder and lightning energy manifested in the air. Dark thunder, you sure? With a whoosh, accompanied by a sound that cleaved through the air, this disc imbued with terrifying energy shot forth with astonishing speed, obliterating all in its path. In the blink of an eye, the disc, forged from dark thunder, carved a horrifying arc through the air. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the armored boars exploded like fireworks, and mere moments later, the battlefield was shrouded in a crimson mist. Such a capability is indeed remarkable. The eyes of the four deans contracted simultaneously. This level of destructive power could easily rank within the top 10 among all freshmen. Furthermore, it took but a single strike to annihilate 30 armored boars. The fusion of two talents, unleashing such formidable energy, was not entirely unexpected. Regaining his composure, Gu Linghan reassured himself. Yet, even with this display, it was still insufficient. Not even the likes of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, or Gu Jin could measure up. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng chuckled lightly. Old Gu, why the haste? There is still one last wave to observe. From my understanding, Chen Mo should be gearing up for a serious display. Beneath the terrifying shroud of dark mist, a colossal armored boar, clad in silver armor, emerged with a resounding crash. This gigantic beast towered 2 stories high, its massive form seemingly intent on overpowering Chen Mo. Yet, this silver-armored boar was merely a third-tier beast. In that instant, Chen Mo felt a sense of reflection. To think that this third-tier beast could reach such a height. What kind of terrifying power must 4th and 5th-tier beasts possess? No wonder the border conflicts are escalating. The demand for martial artists is so dire. As Chen Mo sighed, the silver-armored boar noticed him, raising its 4 legs, akin to serpents, and charged towards him. Alas, I really do not wish to engage with you. My apologies. Gazing at the approaching armored boar, Chen Mo suddenly surged forward. This was his proactive strike, and his speed was astounding, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. He had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. It was best to enter the second round of the examination as soon as possible. That was where he could truly showcase his talents. Such speed, exclaimed Xiang Tiange from Ling Tian Academy. It is almost equivalent to that of a mid-tier 3rd-rank martial artist. Subtly, Xiang Tiange had begun to reassess Chen Mo. Yet, in comparison to the true top-tier talents, Chen Mo still had some distance to cover. In an instant, Chen Mo closed the gap to the silver-armored boar. The beast, sensing his proximity, let out a furious roar and charged at him, focusing its formidable horn. Observing the enlarged horn in his line of sight, Chen Mo merely shook his head. Pathetic. Without a hint of movement, the 4 dark hands behind him surged forth like dragons. In that moment, they deftly evaded the silver boar's assault and seized its 4 legs. Then, with a tear, the massive silver-armored boar was abruptly torn into 4 pieces. And a torrential downpour of blood erupted, staining the desolate earth crimson. The first round of the examination was likely drawing to a close. Uncertainty lingers regarding the format of the second round of examinations. As Chen Mo felt the surge of energy emanating from within, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. His prowess in close combat was commendable. Yet when compared to the likes of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, he still exhibited certain deficiencies. After all, he was merely contending against the iron-armored pig, one of the most rudimentary beasts among the ferocious creatures, whose true combat capability remains to be scrutinized. Let us await the second round of his examination. Perhaps the first round was simply an anomaly, and he may falter in the subsequent one. The 3 esteemed deans, Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, and Xiang Tiange, simultaneously rendered such judgments. Though they did not fully endorse Chen Mo's qualification for the celestial artifact competition, it was evident that their acceptance of him remained tenuous. Meanwhile, as the embodiment of the Eternal Sky Academy, Xing Tian pondered whether Chen Mo truly possessed a 3rd kind of talent. Such contemplation left him with an insatiable itch in his heart. Listening to the words of the 3 deans, Lin Jianfeng snorted derisively, arms crossed. He gazed at Chen Mo on the screen, confident that Chen Mo would undoubtedly deliver a tremendous surprise. On that day, as he departed from the Jiangnan province, he had inquired about Chen Mo's thoughts on the entrance examination. Coincidentally, the sun was setting, and Chen Mo had responded with nonchalance. First, moreover, Chen Mo had awakened an SSS-level dark talent, complemented by a terrifying lightning ability. Lin Jianfeng naturally believed that Chen Mo would secure first place. Just wait, old Gu. Old Tu, old Xiang. Soon, you will witness what a true surprise looks like. Observing the four individuals, the elder Wuxiao offered a gentle smile before donning a virtual helmet. I shall organize a round, he declared, and simultaneously announced the results of the first major round of tests. At that moment, within a vast virtual space, a colossal platform had gathered nearly all the new students. Some displayed expressions of joy, others wore bitter smiles, while some appeared utterly pale. Clearly, each individual had achieved varying results during the city defense battle. As the last streak of light descended, countless gazes suddenly turned toward Chen Mo. It is worth noting that Chen Mo had commenced his defense battle the latest. Thus, despite his rapid killing efficiency, he was the last to pass the test. Is his efficiency for passing the test truly this slow? Gu Jin crossed his arms. If so, he hardly poses a threat to me. It seemed that the competition for the top rank in this entrance examination would require extra attention to Lan Qi and Sheng Wuji. Very well, I shall focus on the second round instead. Meanwhile, the girl Lan Qi, skillfully manipulating two flying knives, smiled lightly. He has a pleasant appearance, but alas, his combat prowess leaves much to be desired. I wonder why Sheng Wuji is so fixated on him. TSK. I wonder if this fellow will be present in the second round. As Sheng Wuji, radiating with dazzling golden light, made no comment on the matter. He cast a brief glance at Chen Mo before resuming his meditative posture, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Gu, Yin Jinghong, and others rushed over to stand by Chen Mo's side. How did you fare? Chen Mo inquired. The city defense destruction rate is 50. I still need 10 to pass, Yin Jinghong replied, lowering his head. Yeah, both Yi Kong and I have reached a destruction rate of 70, yet we still haven't passed. Li Xuanyan sighed. For them, facing the third-rank silver-armored pig was exceedingly challenging. Almost every time it appeared, they were instantly defeated without any chance for defense. In their helplessness, a hint of disappointment washed over them. Given their current performance, it seemed unlikely they would advance to the so-called second round. At this moment, Yin Jinghong suddenly asked, Chen Mo, what is your city defense destruction rate? Li Xuanyan and Yi Kong also turned their gazes toward Chen Mo, as nearly everyone in the Jiangnan province had placed their bets on him. Upon hearing the term city defense destruction rate, Chen Mo appeared momentarily perplexed. City defense destruction rate? What is that? Instantly, the three individuals looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions a mix of confusion. Chen Gu, doesn't your wall display a destruction rate when attacked? Li Xuanyan queried. Oh, my wall. It hasn't been attacked at all. Chen Mo replied innocently with a smile. So, it seems I haven't received that reminder. Yin Jinghong, Li Xuanyan, Yi Kong, they really shouldn't have asked. Chapter 33, 0. Not attacked at all. In other words, Chen Mo's city defense destruction rate was at 0. Damn it. Yin Jinghong and the others felt as though they could almost bite their own teeth in frustration. Lamenting their impulsive inquiry, wasn't this akin to offering their faces for Chen Mo to slap? Amidst their astonishment, a bittersweet smile surfaced on their faces. They understood that Chen Mo had once again grown stronger, reaching heights nearly beyond their grasp. While the previous Chen Mo was a figure they could still somewhat keep in sight, the current Chen Mo soared to the skies, leaving them gazing up in awe at this ethereal silhouette. In an instant, they felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering just how well Chen Mo would perform in the second round. It is essential to note that the second round of the entrance examination encompassed not merely the internal competition of the Jiangnan province, but the elite talents from all 54 provinces across the nation would be vying for supremacy. Thus, whether Chen Mo could indeed secure first place remained an open question. Just then, a streak of light shimmered. At the center of the platform appeared an elderly figure with a mane of white hair. Wuxiao surveyed the crowd, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, how did the city defense battle fare? Countless gazes were directed toward Wuxiao's teasing voice, revealing a shared expression of bitter amusement as the atmosphere grew somber. Most of them had failed to pass the requisite assessments, suffering a disheartening defeat. Witnessing this scene, Wuxiao shook his head. You may be called geniuses, but compared to the soldiers on the frontier, you are still woefully inadequate. The border of the Great Xia Federation is currently besieged by countless ferocious beasts. If you were to venture there in your current state, you wouldn't even be able to contend with a basic iron-armored pig. What, then, is the purpose of your training? In that moment, many faces turned crimson, yet none dared to rebut Wuxiao's words. Observing their expressions, Wuxiao remarked, I share these sentiments not to undermine your confidence, but to encourage you to cultivate humility and diligence over the next 4 years at the university, so that you do not disappoint the expectations of humanity. Yes. Countless voices echoed in response. With the painful lesson of this entrance examination fresh in their minds, they understood that if they did not commit to serious training, they might be shamed by their own attitudes. It is important to recognize that in the face of lowly beasts like the iron-armored pig, they were merely the most ineffectual foot soldiers, and yet they could scarcely surpass such trivial foes. That would render them utterly insignificant. Wuxiao waved his hand. Next, I shall announce the results of your first major round of tests, starting with those who have passed, and then proceeding to those who achieved a city defense destruction rate of 20 or below, who will be eligible for the second city defense test. In an instant, countless gazes ignited with fervor, many adorned with wry smiles. As the requirement to maintain a city defense destruction rate below 20 seemed excessively stringent for advancing to the second round of examinations. However, upon further reflection, it was apparent that such expectations were not entirely unexpected. If we consider the college entrance examination to be a means of selecting the finest talents from various regions, then the entrance examination serves to identify the elite among the elite. Only by demonstrating the requisite prowess in the entrance examination can one attract the attention of the four esteemed academies, thereby gaining access to the most exceptional training. This was the aspiration of countless prodigies participating in the exam. Rank 36, with a city defense destruction rate of 81, Yu Zhenhua. The youth named Yu Zhenhua stood tall and proud, eliciting waves of envious glances. Simultaneously, it was surprising to realize that there were merely 36 individuals with a destruction rate above 20, constituting only 1/10 of the total participants. With this thought, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less disheartened. 35th, 34th, 33rd. As Vice Principal Hua Xiu's voice resonated, one youth after another stood confidently at the forefront. To rise above countless elites was indeed a matter of great pride. When the top four were finally announced, Vice Principal Hua Xiu smiled gently. Next, I shall announce the new students with a city defense destruction rate of 0. They are the pinnacle of talent in this examination. Suddenly, all eyes ignited with fervent anticipation. While 3 of the names were already known, the emergence of a 4th caught everyone off guard. What? There's a 4th contender? Who could it be? They pondered. Recalling that aside from the 3 renowned prodigies, there seemed to be no other candidates with a destruction rate of 0 from the leading provinces. This revelation was astonishing. Hua Xiu continued. The first 3 to pass are Sheng Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin. Instantly, the crowd directed envious glances towards the 3 top talents, who stepped forward to stand at the forefront of the entire assembly. Yet, they too were curious about the identity of the 4th contestant with a destruction rate of 0. Before arriving at the academy, they had already utilized various means to ascertain that, aside from themselves, no stronger contenders existed at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At that moment, Wuxiao announced a name unknown to all. The final contender is Chen Mo. In an instant, all eyes shifted towards Chen Mo, filled with shock, disbelief, admiration, and a myriad of complex emotions. How is this possible? That guy from Jiangnan Province. Could it be that Jiangnan Province has become this formidable? A destruction rate of 0. Chen Mo, indeed, is a top prodigy. Xiao Wuhong, Gu Fengyue, weren't you part of Chen Mo's team? Is he truly that strong? One inquired. The queried Xiao Wuhong and Gu Fengyue remained silent, their heads bowed in shame, unable to respond. This revelation left the crowd particularly astonished and awestruck. As Chen Mo was called, he gradually stepped forward and soon positioned himself at the front of the line. You are quite formidable, Sheng Wuji remarked, glancing at Chen Mo with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Mo replied modestly. I must say, being praised by Sheng Wuji is quite impressive. Lan Qi chimed in, and you are rather handsome as well. Chen Mo politely responded. You are also very beautiful. Lan Qi's cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her momentarily speechless. Gu Jin, acknowledge your abilities. I hope you do not disappoint us in the second round of testing. It was only now that Lan Qi and Gu Jin retracted their previous condescension. After all, anyone capable of achieving a destruction rate of 0 would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Chapter 34, Team Battle. Wreathed in swirling black smoke, the blood-soaked earth lay beneath a vast and imposing wall, far grander than that encountered in the first round of examinations. A monumental wall stood resolutely upon the land, extensive and majestic. Before this immense gate, 36 youths stood, each bearing a distinct expression, yet undeniably radiating an aura of formidable presence. To their astonishment, the second round of examinations turned out to be a team battle. Excitement surged, as these competitors were all high-achieving students, either top scorers or notable talents. I wish I could charge in and take down a few foes. One exclaimed. Wait, you had a destruction rate of 60 in the first round. Do you really think you could? What about Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin? Just how incredible will their performance be? Someone mused. Have you forgotten about Chen Mo? Another interjected. It's not that we overlook him. It's just that Sheng Wuji and the others are established geniuses, while Chen Mo is merely an emerging dark horse, naturally falling short in comparison. Despite not participating, the crowd engaged in lively discussions about the examination. The anticipation surrounding the performance of the 3 renowned prodigies was palpable. As for Chen Mo, many held expectations for him. but they paled in comparison to the three titans. Nonetheless, beneath it all, the crowd felt a tinge of disbelief. Given Chen Mo's origins from Jiangnan province, how could he possess such immense combat prowess? The only way to gain their respect would be for Chen Mo to conquer them with astounding strength. Meanwhile, Yan Jinghong and others remained transfixed before the holographic screen. Brother Yan, I wonder how well Chen will perform, Yikong remarked. Yan Jinghong paused, then turned with a gentle smile. Do you know what Chen Mo would say if you posed that question to him? Before Yikong could respond, Li Xuanyan interjected with a grin. He would say he's definitely got this. Yan Jinghong gave a thumbs up, and soon, the three erupted into laughter. In the expansive monitoring room, Gu Lingyun, the head of Tongtian Academy, lounged in a recliner. Finally, these prodigies have reached the second round, and they are the ones worth competing for. The head of Ling Tian Academy, Xiang Tiangu, smiled. I hope this assessment will fully extract their potential. The head of Yutian Academy, Shin Tuyi, added with amusement. I am eager to witness a martial artist completely unleashing their mental prowess, another displaying their bronze talent, and yet another whose holy light talent illuminates the earth. Just how powerful will they be? He then added, and of course, there is Chen Mo alright, interjected Xing Tianyi, the head of Tongtian Academy. Rest assured, I am certain that Chen Mo will secure the top position in this examination. In that instant, Gu Lingyun, Shin Tuyi, and Xiang Tiangu cast incredulous glances at Shin Tuyi, their eyes reflecting a shared disbelief. Old Xing, have you also indulged in fanciful thoughts alongside Old Lin? There are indeed formidable figures like Xing Wuji among them. Gu Linghan rose from his reclining chair. Shall we place a wager? Let's see who can emerge victorious first. Xing Tianyi grinned enigmatically. As for the bet, let it be 100 years' worth of celestial roots. Gu Linghan pondered for a moment, casting a dubious glance at Xing Tianyi. Celestial roots? Are you certain? Xing Tianyi shrugged nonchalantly. When I speak, I abide by my word. Immediately, Gu Linghan nodded in agreement. Very well. I am eager to witness the extent of your judgment, old Xing. In my view, Chen Mo truly stands little chance of claiming the championship. Earlier, during the solo defense battle, Sheng Wuji and his companions had barely showcased half of their prowess. However, Xing Tianyi offered no response, fixated instead on the screen before him. Lin Jianfeng silently raised a finger, mistakenly believing that Xing Tianyi had faith in his discernment. Nonetheless, Xing Tianyi's belief in Chen Mo's potential victory stemmed not from his friendship with Lin Jianfeng, but rather from a recent visit to the virtual realm, where he had glimpsed Chen Mo. At that moment, he was unequivocally convinced of something momentous. That is, Chen Mo possessed a third innate talent. With this realization, Xing Tianyi quietly resolved that regardless of whether Chen Mo faced competition from others, they must secure him for the Tianheng Academy. The reasoning was simple. This individual was simply too formidable. Meanwhile, within the gaze of the onlookers, dark fog billowed ominously on the virtual screen. Clearly, a ferocious beast was about to emerge. Roar. Suddenly, a resounding beastly roar reverberated from afar, causing many youths to tremble in their spirits. Before the city gates stood the prodigious youths hailing from various corners of the nation. Such overwhelming pressure. This must be a mid-tier third-grade beast, right? It's unexpected that our test would be so challenging. As the voices faded, dozens of uniquely shaped ferocious beasts surged forth from the black mist. Among them were the previously encountered armored boar, shadow cat, and venomous toad, encompassing a wide variety of beast types. These prepared beasts had been specifically arranged by Huoxiao with the aim of fully unleashing their potential. It seemed that this would indeed be an interesting spectacle. Just then, a blue-haired maiden approached with a charming smile, stepping confidently before the crowd. It was time for the three great prodigies to showcase their strengths. Chapter 35, The Engagement. In an instant, numerous black gold flying daggers hovered around Lan Qi, radiating a chilling glow. At this moment, the unique abilities of the mentalist were unleashed in their entirety. TSK, it appears my turn to take the stage is imminent. Another towering figure, a bronze-skinned man, stepped forward, his arms spread wide, revealing muscles coiled like a dragon. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, and his ancient physique resembled that of a primordial beast, instilling fear in all. Lastly, there was Sheng Wuji, emanating a holy radiance. A serene smile adorned his face, remaining unchanged. He then strode to the center of the trio, addressing Lan Qi and Gu Jin. As the trio with a destruction rate of 0 in city defense, shall we each take a different direction? What do you say? Lan Qi and Gu Jin shrugged, expressing no objections. The strong ought to bear greater responsibilities. Sheng Wuji turned to the others. The rest will be divided into 3 groups, following us to attack from 3 different angles. Our objective is to minimize the destruction rate of the city. And Chen Mo, glancing at the gaze cast upon him by Sheng Wuji, Chen Mo raised his head. What's the matter? Sheng Wuji replied with a smile. You will guard the rear flank. Should any ferocious beasts assault the city walls, remember to intervene. At this, all eyes turned to Chen Mo outside the screen. Some expressed their discontent. How fortunate for Chen Mo to be assigned such an easy task. He doesn't even have to engage in battle. TSK, I've mentioned before that Sheng Wuji and Chen Mo seem to share a connection. However, Chen Mo's task appears rather effortless. It seems his destruction rate and city defense may indeed lack substance. Amidst the discussions, the focus returned to Chen Mo, who boasted a destruction rate of 0, despite countless prodigies having perished in pursuit of this feat. How could this mere fellow from Jiangnan province accomplish such a task with ease? Meanwhile, within the virtual battlefield, a fierce conflict was unfolding. Waves of ferocious beasts surged forth from the black mist, unleashing astonishing might, only to be vanquished by the youths. Fiery flames engulfed, hurricane slashes, despairing punches. As the sounds echoed, numerous beasts fell. Among them, the most frequent and terrifying strikes were delivered by the 3 top prodigies. Lan Shi's black gold flying daggers were sharp and fearsome. Gu Jin's ancient golden skin was unmatched in ferocity. Even Sheng Wuji's holy light attacks seemed capable of dispelling the black mist entirely. In an instant, the first wave of beasts was completely eradicated. TSK. It appears they are indeed formidable. Positioned before the city gates, Chen Mo observed this scene, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, relishing the chaos of battle. No wonder Sheng Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin are heralded as the 3 top prodigies. Their collective combat prowess is commendable. Unfortunately, in comparison to me. Before he could finish his thought, a barrage of shadowy figures erupted once more from the black mist, and shockingly, they all surged forth from Gu Jin's direction. What? So swift. It's over. They can't be stopped. They're about to crash into the city wall. Many youths turned pale, their breaths quickening as they turned their gazes toward the shadows. To their astonishment, the figures were predominantly monkeys clad in black cloaks. Shadow monkeys. In the vast monitoring room, Gu Linghan raised an eyebrow. Old Hua, did you really include shadow monkeys in this test? They're quite troublesome even in the border regions. The dean nodded. Hua Xiao chuckled lightly. As warriors, one must learn to confront various ferocious beasts. The more encounters now, the more opportunities on the battlefield. If we avoid these encounters now, we may face greater losses on the battlefield. Upon hearing Hua Xiao's words, everyone expressed their agreement. It is well known that in recent years, the ferocity of beasts in the Great Xia's border regions has escalated alarmingly, with countless cities at risk and numerous warriors sacrificing their lives. Thus, as an institution nurturing talent from the interior, they must also deliver corresponding results. Otherwise, the Great Xia military would exert pressure upon them. Back in the virtual battlefield, all breaths suddenly hitched. That was a mid-tier 3rd-grade shadow monkey, a beast notorious for breaching soldier lines in the border regions. Gu Jin gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to pursue. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the shadow monkeys. Meanwhile, Sheng Wuji and Lan Shi were too far from Gu Jin to provide any assistance. It's over. Many thoughts of despair flooded their minds, as it appeared that this time, the city's destruction rate would surge into the double digits. It is essential to recognize that the shadow monkeys possess a peculiar power of shadow that can erode city walls. Along the borders of the Great Xia Federation, many cities find it challenging to defend themselves, largely owing to the cunning antics of these monkeys. This time, the rate of destruction during the city defense is likely determined by the comprehensive assessments of the Daiyu artificial intelligence system. Once the city walls are attacked, their overall score will undoubtedly plummet significantly. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy began to coalesce at the city gates, prompting everyone to turn their gaze in that direction. There stood the slender figure of Chen Mo, seemingly enveloped in a layer of dark, thunderous liquid defense, with 4 arms, as robust as dragons, emerging behind him. The terrifying energy of dark thunder filled the entire battlefield with a cataclysmic presence. Many of the less mentally resilient prodigies felt their scalps tingle, their hearts shaken with astonishment. How could this individual possess such formidable energy? One exclaimed, noting that Chen Mo's cultivation level was merely at the mid-2nd tier. Yet the energy he displayed was nearly on par with the usual prowess of Lan Shi and Gu Jin. It seems I underestimated him, remarked Gu Jin and Lan Shi, their eyebrows raised in intrigue. Saint Wuji, with golden orbs hovering above his hands, bore a playful smile. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, those 4 dragon-like arms suddenly materialized a long spear infused with dark thunder. Dual abilities. The thought flashed through many minds, and 2 words emerged in their consciousness: prodigy. Chapter 36, True Power. A staggering 5-meter spear abruptly appeared in those coiled arms. Subsequently, all 4 arms bent in unison, and with a terrifying explosive force. They hurled the 4 5-meter-long spears simultaneously. Boom. The 4 dark thunder spears tore through the air, impaling the 4 charging shadow monkeys into the ground with an unstoppable force. The tremendous energy upon impact shattered the earth, creating a myriad of fissures. At this moment, everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto Chen Mo, truly formidable. One prodigy remarked with a wry smile. He had pondered over how strong Chen Mo's city defense destruction rate of 0 truly was, and whether he could truly compete with Gu Jin, Lan Shi, and Saint Wuji. Now it appeared that only someone like Chen Mo could contend with the three for the top spot in this entrance examination. Outside the virtual battlefield, countless talents gaped in disbelief, wishing they could slap themselves for not realizing earlier that Chen Mo could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. Had they known, they would not have dared to mock him. In the vast monitoring room, the 6 individuals exhibited no reaction, having already witnessed Chen Mo's strength during the previous personal city defense battle. However, they were taken aback by the destructive power of the Dark Thunder Spear that he displayed, which proved equally lethal against mid-third tier ferocious beasts. Old Lin's sharp eyes revealed his astute nature as a member of the admissions office. At this moment, Gu Linghan couldn't help but reassess Chen Mo, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. After all, he had bet a century-old spiritual herb with Xing Tian. If he lost, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Alas, the rush for the celestial weapon was rather hasty, Shintu Yi remarked. With Chen Mo's strength, he could certainly participate in the celestial weapon contest by his second year. Hearing the hints of regret in their voices, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. I have always said so. Moreover, the strength Chen Mo has exhibited now is far from simple. Let us continue watching. The surprises he has in store will undoubtedly be even more astonishing. To be honest, although Lin Jianfeng possessed an exceptional ability to discern people, he found Chen Mo to be somewhat inscrutable. He had a persistent feeling that Chen Mo was concealing far more than he let on. If he were to reveal his full strength, it would likely exceed even this display. Within the virtual battlefield, after a brief moment of shock, the second wave of ferocious beasts surged forth relentlessly. Among this wave, there were indeed several high-tier ferocious beasts, their strength formidable, each step they took threatening to crack the ground beneath them. Such terrifying combat capability was truly astounding. However, the onlookers quickly regained their composure, particularly the 3 top prodigies, whose eyes sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit. Clearly, Chen Mo's earlier display had left them feeling rather unsatisfied. In an instant, 12 black-gold flying knives hovered around Lan Qi, whose petite form levitated gracefully in midair, resembling a serene lotus, both pure and imposing. At that moment, she opened her eyes. 10,000 blades to kill. With a swift motion, the 12 black-gold flying knives transformed into streaks of light, launching towards the oncoming tide of ferocious beasts. The terrifying force nearly ripped through the air, moving at a shocking speed, and in an instant, they sliced through one beast before them. The intensity of the enhancement was enough to send chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, Gu Jin's eyes burned with frustration. It was he who had momentarily faltered, allowing the shadow monkey to breach their defenses. Had it not been for Chen Mo, he would have been the one responsible for the increased destruction rate. The thought ignited a fire within him, gazing at the approaching wave of beasts. Gu Jin's visage contorted into a sinister grin. Cleanse the evil spirits. With that sinister smile, Gu Jin's previously 2-meter frame surged in size. Now towering at 4 meters, his fearsome form resembled a 2-story building. With a single swipe, he could obliterate a ferocious beast. His power left countless individuals feeling a tightening in their chests. Was this the strength of Gu Jin, the second of the 3 top prodigies? Lastly, there was Saint Wuji. As he surveyed the oncoming beasts, he did not respond in haste. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, casting a provocative smile at Chen Mo before turning his gaze away. In an instant, surrounded by his body, golden small swords materialized, each exuding sharpness that sent shivers down the spine of those who beheld them. Holy light sword kill. Saint Wuji uttered those 2 words, and in a flash, dozens of long swords shot forth, their speed akin to that of shooting stars. Upon striking the ferocious beasts, they were engulfed in holy light, their forms vanishing in an instant. Thus, the combined efforts of the 3 top prodigies left the spectators utterly astounded. This is truly the prowess of the 3 top prodigies. I knew they weren't taking it seriously. Each strike resulted in the annihilation of nearly dozens of ferocious beasts. Good heavens! Even if Chen Mo exerted his utmost effort, he might not achieve such a feat. Beyond the screen, the gazes of countless prodigies shimmered like tiny stars, their fervor suddenly ignited. Outside, this group of geniuses served as paragons for others to emulate. Yet here, figures like Shang Wuji, the epitome of excellence, became their objects of admiration. Why do they so relish disparaging Brother Chen? Yi Kong murmured discontentedly, listening to the voices around him. Among the crowd, he noticed that the most vociferous was none other than Xiao Wuhong, who had been utterly silent when Chen Mo was present. The reason was simple. Jealousy is a universal sentiment. Yin Jinghong spoke calmly. Clearly, they do not believe that a mere lad from Jiangnan province like Chen Mo could achieve such commendable results. Chen Mo shall soon deliver a resounding rebuttal. Li Xuanyun's gaze fell. You perceive it? Yin Jinghong turned his head. It's a feeling, Li Xuanyun replied with a smile. I am convinced that Chen Mo's prowess is undoubtedly on par with the 3 foremost geniuses. Those who now mock him resemble the very individuals who derided Chen Mo during the college entrance examination. I believe in Chen Mo. Just then, the battlefield space underwent a tremendous transformation. An incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged forth from the thick black mist. Chapter 37. The fourth level of You Sure. Suddenly, various bird calls echoed from the pitch-black heavens. In an instant, all gazes froze in shock. Inside the monitoring room, Gu Linghan and the others immediately rose, astonished as they looked at the grinning Huoxiao. You arranged for flying beasts. Huoxiao chuckled lightly. There's no alternative. We must attract high-caliber students. You are aware that the military is tightening its grip, right? The tri-school competition in 2 months will select individuals for various military divisions. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Upon hearing Huoxiao's words, the deans of the 4 academies could only twitch their lips, ultimately choosing silence. Lin Jianfeng remarked, Old Hua. Facing these flying beasts on the battlefield is typically managed with laser weapons and suicide drones. Now, asking them to tackle this is bound to lead to hardships. Huoxiao shrugged. This is not hardship. It's merely an opportunity for individuals to showcase their abilities. Showcase their abilities? After a moment of contemplation, everyone suddenly thought of a name. Chen Mo. In an instant, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tuyi widened their eyes, staring motionless at Huoxiao. Thoughts spiraled into a multitude of considerations. What charm does Chen Mo possess? What makes him worthy of such attention from the esteemed 9th rank martial king, Old Hua? Even with dual talents, it shouldn't be to this extent. Meanwhile, on the virtual battlefield, an assault from the skies had already commenced. In the virtual arena, countless prodigies suddenly directed their gazes towards the heavens. Soon after, purple-black giant eagles emerged in the sky, each one eclipsing the sun, all at the 3rd rank high level, instilling terror. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 10 soaring high above. In an instant, several students turned pale. Have they lost their minds? Testing us with flying beasts. We lack laser weaponry. They lamented, this is disastrous. The purple-black giant eagles will surely descend upon us. The expressions of the crowd darkened. Should the purple-black giant eagles swoop down, the destruction rate of the city walls would undoubtedly escalate. Immediately, the 36 prodigies convened to strategize. Sheng Wuji declared, My holy light longsword is sufficient to slay foes. However, they soar in the sky, and the efficacy of my sword's strike diminishes with distance. Their expressions dimmed once more. They then turned their attention to Lan Qi, who wore a reluctant smile. The purple-black giant eagles are renowned for their speed, with wings capable of launching energy attacks. As you know, telekinetic masters find it challenging to maintain solid defense while attacking, especially in midair. It's akin to fighting with bare hands against many. In that moment, their faces darkened completely. If neither Lan Qi nor Sheng Wuji could manage, it seemed they would truly have to wait for the purple-black giant eagles to assault the city walls before they could counterattack. Yet, even then, their response would inflict considerable damage to the walls. As for Gu Jin, there was no need to mention. As a pure meat shield warrior, he would prove ineffective against aerial assaults. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated. Let me give it a try. Gazing at the circling purple-black giant eagles, Chen Mo smiled gently. Perhaps I truly can give it a shot? The crowd paused, skepticism evident in their eyes. Although Chen Mo had demonstrated formidable prowess with the Dark Thunder Spear at close range, dealing with distant aerial beasts might not yield the same efficacy. At that moment, someone in the crowd stood up. I believe in Chen Mo. All eyes turned towards this individual, who hesitated briefly before stating, I watched Chen Mo's college entrance exam footage. He undoubtedly possesses this strength. College entrance exam footage. Even Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback. Jiangnan province ranked among the lowest of the 54 provinces. Yet someone had specifically sought out his footage. This revelation was indeed surprising. At this juncture, Sheng Wuji said, Very well, let Chen Mo give it a try. In an instant, the crowd exchanged glances, resolutely deciding. The next moment, they all appeared atop the city walls, gazing warily at the purple-black giant eagles soaring above. Should Chen Mo falter, they would employ swift measures to minimize the destruction rate of the city walls, thus allowing their scores on the assessments from to use artificial intelligence to rise steadily. Just then, the 10 purple-black giant eagles could no longer contain their murderous intent, roaring as they dove from the sky like purple-black meteors, launching a suicidal attack on the city walls. Boom! Their massive bodies tore through the air, heading towards the walls. All eyes fell upon Chen Mo, uncertain if this fellow could resolve the peril posed by the purple-black giant eagles before they struck the walls. At that moment, Chen Mo exhaled a deep breath. Then, he leaped, landing atop the only fluttering banner on the city wall. The next instant, as all gazes turned to Chen Mo, their pupils constricted in shock. They beheld Chen Mo's form, once again enveloped in surging dark thunder energy. This time, the dark thunder energy erupted forth like a dormant volcano, unleashing a force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Is this truly the energy intensity a mid-level 2nd rank martial artist can release? A prodigy's lips felt parched. To be sure, he wielded an S-class ability and possessed a 3rd rank initial stage realm. Yet, even with these combined attributes, he realized that the energy intensity he could unleash paled in comparison to that of Chen Mo at this moment. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and Gu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Mo possessed such formidable energy intensity. Upon deeper contemplation, It becomes apparent that the eruption witnessed at this moment must indeed be the culmination of Chen Mo's utmost efforts. With this realization, both individuals finally exhaled in relief. Had he been concealing even more strength, the true extent of his power would undoubtedly be terrifying. St. Wujia's gaze flickered with a glimmer of intrigue, lost in thought. Standing atop the flag, Chen Mo gazed at the 10 descending violet-black colossal eagles, sighing to himself. Why must they pursue their own demise? Very well then. He would reluctantly employ merely half of his strength. In an instant, 4 pairs of shadowy thunderous hands materialized, and peculiar runes began to crawl across Chen Mo's visage. Subsequently, these 4 enormous hands extended forth, forming peculiar shapes as they gestured before him. Under the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers, Chen Mo suddenly enunciated 2 words, Shadow Thunder Fourfold You Sure. Chapter 38, The Astonishing Newcomer. Shadow Thunder Fourfold You Sure. As Chen Mo's voice resonated, a dark will resembling an entity capable of cleaving through all emerged at the center of where the 4 hands converged. This will spun rapidly. If one were not to observe it closely, they might mistake it for an utterly mundane disk. A formidable energy rapidly coalesced, and the manifestation of this shadowy thunder energy sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The other 3 massive hands trembled abruptly, and soon, 3 more rapidly spinning dark wheels appeared. Ultimately, the 4 dark wheels fused into one, transforming into a disk with a radius of half a meter. Whirling at an alarming speed, the terrifying power it radiated caused the very fabric of space around it to writhe and tremble violently. How formidable! The expressions of Lan Shi and Gu Jin had shed all traces of disdain, replaced instead by an intense seriousness laden with conviction. Should this attack strike them without adequate means of defense, they would likely meet their end on the spot. St. Wujia raised an eyebrow, as this individual wielding dark energy seemed to deviate from his initial expectations. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Wuxia summoned by Chen Mo was fully consolidated. Roar! Accompanied by the cries of the colossal eagles, the gigantic creatures in the heavens drew ever closer, akin to 10 iron war chariots plummeting from the sky. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Chen Mo made his move. In an instant, he unleashed the dark thunder wheel he held. With a whoosh, the immense dark thunder wheel tore through the space itself, plunging the entire area into an abyss of darkness. Thunder could be faintly heard raging in the distance. The violet-black colossal eagles, upon gazing at this dark thunder wheel, felt an instinctual urge to retreat as their feathers stood on end. However, it was already too late. The massive dark thunder wheel, as if possessing a form of sentience, launched a devastating assault upon the nearest violet-black eagle. With a crack, a 3rd-tier high-ranked violet-black eagle was cleaved in twain. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. In the blink of an eye, the 10 previously lively violet-black eagles, intent on assaulting the city walls, were severed in half by Chen Mo. A torrential rain of blood cascaded down, drenching the city walls like a gentle drizzle. Silence. Stillness. Countless individuals stared in disbelief at Chen Mo, their throats churning, yearning to voice their thoughts, yet rendered utterly speechless. Prior to this, none could have fathomed that Chen Mo could annihilate this menacing horde with a single strike. Nor could anyone have anticipated that a youth hailing from the least esteemed Jiangnan province could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great prodigies. They had presumed that even if Chen Mo employed the so-called Dark Thunder Spear for his assault, it would require multiple shots, and even then, would likely diminish in potency during the process. Yet, they had not foreseen that Chen Mo had birthed a unique technique, the Fourfold You Sure. This name was indelibly etched into their minds. Gazing at the slender figure standing atop the flag, these prodigies would find it difficult to forget. No wonder the city's destruction rate could remain at 0. How could those armored boars pose a threat? Lan Shi shook her head, feeling her earlier scorn had been woefully foolish. It seemed that in this examination, perhaps only St. Wujia could rival him. Gu Jin wore a bitter smile, for the energy intensity displayed by the Fourfold You Sure was far beyond his capacity to contend with. He feared that only St. Wujia could measure up. Yet now, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Gu Jin. He wondered which of the two, St. Wujia or Chen Mo, possessed the greater strength. At this moment, the crowd began to comprehend why St. Wujia had approached Chen Mo at the school's entrance. One embodied the purest light, while the other represented unrestrained darkness. Perhaps these two were destined to compete against one another. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, St. Wujia regarded the descending Chen Mo with a smile. You are formidable. I eagerly anticipate our confrontation. If earlier, St. Wujia had merely toyed with Chen Mo due to his possession of dark energy, now he regarded Chen Mo as a true rival. Chen Mo's strength was undoubtedly more profound than it appeared on the surface. This individual was worthy of being his opponent. In an instant, St. Wujia extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled softly and reciprocated. St. Wujia, a pleasure to meet you. He replied. St. Wujia nodded and smiled. In St. Wujia's gaze, Chen Mo discerned not only goodwill, but also an overwhelming, simmering intent to kill. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. As the two clasped hands, the assembled prodigies found themselves engulfed in shock. The scene of Chen Mo employing the fourfold Yushur to slay the violet-black colossal eagles, followed by the handshake with Saint Wujia, was broadcasted to the virtual realm, leaving countless talents awestruck. After a brief spell of stunned silence, discussions erupted like a tidal wave. I was wrong to doubt Chen Mo. He truly belongs among the four great prodigies. Indeed, I've always said it. The four great prodigies absolutely include Chen Mo. Weren't you just disparaging him? I declare. Chen Mo is now my idol for the next 4 years. My heavens. The fourfold Yushur is an unfathomably terrifying attack. Within the gazes of countless prodigies, fervent admiration filled the air, and all were left in astonishment. When a powerful individual inexplicably surpasses you, doubt may arise among the masses. However, when that individual unveils their terrifying prowess before your very eyes, admiration is the only response. At this moment, Chen Mo undeniably represented that sentiment. Meanwhile, the individual who had previously maligned Chen Mo, Xiao Wuhong, found his face flushed crimson, stammering incoherently, utterly at a loss for words. In the trio from Jiangnan province, the three individuals stared blankly at the screen, where the spirited Chen Mo flashed a faint smile. See, I told you Chen Mo would definitely secure the first place. Li Sun-yun gestured with nonchalance, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the tremors in his hands. Similarly, Li Sun-yun was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Chapter 39, The Mutated Beast. Who could have anticipated that Chen Mo could unleash such terrifying power? That was a third-tier flying beast, a formidable weapon on the battlefield. During their high school military classes, the instructor had warned them that when encountering a flying beast, they must seek appropriate cover and avoid blind confrontation. This was due to the immense threat that beasts pose to humans below the 6th-tier master realm. The combination of flight capability and long-range attacks rendered them nearly invincible. And now, Chen Mo had effortlessly obliterated it with a single, masterful strike. Moreover, the absence of even a bead of sweat on his brow clearly indicated he had not exerted any effort. At this thought, Li Sun-yun gasped in shock. This guy has truly become astonishingly powerful. Yan Jinghong also came to a realization. It had only been a short while, and Chen Mo had transformed into such a formidable force. If Wang Tianming and Long Haoran were to witness this scene, they would surely find it impossible to sleep. Simultaneously, the trio suddenly noticed a multitude of admiring gazes directed towards them from Jiangnan province. These gazes were filled with shock, surprise, fear, and respect. They understood that nearly all of this attention was drawn by Chen Mo. They recalled how, at the school gate, they had lamented the lack of recognition for Jiangnan province, while Chen Mo had confidently declared that he would make the entire province the center of attention. Little did they expect that Chen Mo truly accomplished it. As the waves of attention washed over them, a hint of pride and shyness flickered across their faces. However, deep down, they felt an exhilarating thrill. It had been too long since they had experienced such elation. If word of this were to return to Jiangnan province, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the heads of the 4 academies gazed in awe at the video featuring Chen Mo. Gu Linghan pointed at Chen Mo, turning to Lin Jianfeng. You claim he is a mid-second tier warrior? Be honest with me. What level is Chen Mo's dark ability? In an instant, the heads of the other 3 academies snapped to attention. They were no fools. How could a mere mid-second tier warrior unleash such terrifying power? Was this truly an SS level ability? Indeed, before each student enrolled, they had scrutinized the profiles, and Chen Mo's merely stated an unremarkable SS level dark ability. SS abilities had been seen before, but their overall combat prowess was not particularly strong. Thus, they had overlooked Chen Mo. However, the talent he displayed now truly seemed to be that of an SS level dark talent. Realizing they could no longer keep it under wraps, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. It's not just SS level, it's an SSS level dark physique. SSS level dark physique. Instantly, the others exchanged glances, utterly flabbergasted. They had initially thought Lin Jianfeng was merely taking a liking to Chen Mo and had made an exception to apply for him to compete for the divine artifact. Now, learning it was an SSS level dark physique, it suddenly made sense. But wait, it was not merely an SSS level dark physique. He also possessed a lightning ability. Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy realized. The lightning ability awakened from an SSS level dark physique must be at least S level or higher. Otherwise, the combination wouldn't yield such results. Xiang Tinga from Lingtian Academy chimed in. In that instant, the entire monitoring room was engulfed in shock. An SSS level dark physique combined with an S level lightning ability. Chen Mo was undoubtedly an unprecedented prodigy. Indeed, in the minds of the 3 academy heads, Chen Mo's talent had transcended that of a top-tier genius, elevating him to the status of a true marvel. Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. This was what you get for underestimating Chen Mo from the very beginning. Yet, the next moment, the words of Xing Tianyi, the head of Zhongtian Academy, plunged the 3 into utter confusion. Not just 2 abilities. He possesses another talent that rivals my own comprehension ability. In an instant, everyone, including Huoxiao, turned their gaze towards Xingtianyi, their eyes wide as saucers, as if to say 3 words. Are you certain? However, Xingtianyi simply smiled gently. I can say with absolute certainty. You see, comprehension-type talents are nearly impossible to detect. Yet, they can be sensed by warriors with similar comprehension talents. You all know that my ability to cultivate the unparalleled martial arts of Zhongtian Academy is precisely because I possess an SS-level comprehension talent. It appears that Chen Mo's comprehension talent should be on par with mine. In that moment, the entire monitoring room fell into an absolute silence. An SSS-level dark physique, an S-level lightning ability, and an SS-level comprehension talent. How many surprises could Chen Mo possibly present to them? The next moment, Gu Linghan suddenly remarked, Old Xing, I'll give you that spiritual herb, and Chen Mo will belong to our Tontian Academy. As for the competition for the divine artifact, our academy will also allow it. Chen Mo is truly deserving of the chance to compete for the divine artifact. Instantly, the heads of the 4 academies erupted into a clamor. Xintuyi from Yutian Academy exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. Chen Mo's talent is absolutely suited for our Yutian Academy. He should come to us. Xiang Tinga from Lingtian Academy grew agitated. My Lingtian Academy specializes in speed, which is also suitable for Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Xingtianyi of Zhongtian Academy twitched at the corners of his mouth, recalling how these individuals had initially looked down on Chen Mo. Now that they were aware of his talent, they were all scrambling to claim him as if they were competing in a Peking opera. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. It was essential to note that at this moment, Chen Mo was merely at the mid-second tier and had yet to unleash his full combat potential. If he were to go all out, how formidable would he become? If this dark horse were thrown into the competition for the divine artifact, would he not achieve even more dazzling results? For instance, could Chen Mo, as a freshman, claim the right to the divine artifact? This was truly something to anticipate. As Lin Jianfeng gazed at the heads of the 4 academies, he sighed. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of when the 3 major recruitment directors had fought over Chen Mo. However, this spectacle was likely on an even grander scale. Yet, at that moment, Huoxiao chuckled softly, waving his hand. All right, there's no need to rush. Once the city defense battle concludes, we can all compete fairly. Right now, they are still in the examination. Huoxiao smiled. There are still several big fellows to prepare for them. In an instant, everyone's attention turned towards Huoxiao, who, with a peculiar smile, uttered 3 words. Mutated level. The 36 young individuals were palpably exhilarated, having recently come to recognize the formidable prowess of Chen Mo presently. At the forefront stood Chen Mo, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Sheng Wuji. Indeed, the assembled prodigies deemed Chen Mo's strength worthy of this prominent position. However, at that very moment, from within the ominous black mist, 2 overwhelming presences surged forth. In an instant, the countenances of the crowd shifted dramatically. As they beheld the terrifying figures emerging from the oppressive black fog, some of the talented individuals turned ashen. Chapter 40, A Bet. Within the boundless darkness, 2 colossal, tank-like mutated mammoths slowly advanced. With each step, the earth trembled, fracturing into myriad fissures beneath them. Their immense might cast a shadow that obscured the sun, enveloping the onlookers in a palpable dread. These were 3rd-tier, high-grade mutated mammoths. Why did the city defense battle feature such beasts? It was rumored that these mammoths could only be dealt with by artillery. At the very least, it required the intervention of 4th-tier warriors. This was disastrous. They were truly escalating the stakes for these individuals. Feeling the sudden surge of pressure from the mammoths, the hearts of the crowd momentarily skipped a beat. The reason was simple. The power emanating from the mutated mammoths was overwhelmingly formidable. Behind these 2 mutated behemoths, dozens of 3rd-tier savage beasts followed suit, unleashing thunderous roars that reverberated through the air. The cacophony was so immense it threatened to rupture eardrums. Outside the screen, the majority of the prodigies felt a sense of unease. The mutated mammoths possessed not only astonishing combat strength, but their roars also wielded a certain destructive capacity. It's over. That group of prodigies is doomed. Indeed, I heard from my uncle that mammoths are among the most difficult low-tier savage beasts to deal with, let alone these mutated ones. It seems the trials for these prodigies are tenfold more rigorous than for us mere talents. Otherwise, how could they be called prodigies? Yet, who among them could possibly take down the 2 mutated mammoths? It should be Chen Mo and Sheng Wuji, right? One individual remarked. Indeed, it is likely that only these 2 can handle such mutated 3rd-tier mammoths, while Gu Jin and Lan Qi fall short. In an instant, a hush fell over the crowd, as they instinctively placed their faith in Sheng Wuji. As for Chen Mo, their hopes were equally high. It is worth noting that the current battle took place on land, and the technique Chen Mo previously employed, the Yu-Shi, likely had limited effectiveness against the mutated mammoth's defenses. But one could not discount the possibility that he possessed hidden cards. Thus, with a mixture of anticipation, the gazes of the crowd turned once more to the screen. On the virtual battlefield, the assembled prodigies could feel the ground tremble beneath them. At the forefront, Chen Mo and Sheng Wuji stood shoulder to shoulder. "I'll take the one on the right," Sheng Wuji declared, his eyes glinting with battle intent. This intent was not solely directed at the mutated mammoth, but also served as a declaration of rivalry towards Chen Mo. The powers of light and darkness are inherently opposed, and Sheng Wuji was unwilling to concede inferiority to Chen Mo. Moreover, his innate pride would never allow him to consider himself weaker than Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. "All right." He then turned to address all the prodigies, including Gu Jin and Lan Shi. "I leave the rest to you." Gu Jin and Lan Shi exchanged glances. Resigned to this arrangement, before the mutated mammoths, they lacked the absolute confidence needed for victory. To engage recklessly and choose adversaries ill-suited to their abilities could significantly elevate the destruction of the city's defenses, an utterly untenable outcome. Suddenly, Chen Mo smiled and asked, "Could anyone lend me a large gun? Preferably one that is long and thick." "A gun?" Everyone froze momentarily, astonished that Chen Mo would use a firearm. Since his arrival in the group battles, he had not once been seen wielding a gun. And even the imposing spear conjured from the terrifying dark hand had merely been perceived as a means of attack. No one had anticipated that Chen Mo would employ firearms. Yet, curiosity arose regarding the finesse of his marksmanship. In no time, someone swiftly hurled a massive 3.5-meter spear towards him. The enormous silver weapon soared like a meteor, directed at Chen Mo. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching spear, Chen Mo smiled lightly, gracefully sidestepping to grasp the massive shaft with ease. In that fleeting moment, Chen Mo's demeanor underwent a radical transformation. If the earlier Chen Mo had exuded an aura akin to a black hole enveloped in thunderous pressure, at this moment, he transformed into a resplendent spear, radiating a fierce energy that stood as steadfast as a mountain. "This guy truly knows how to handle a gun," one onlooker exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sheng Wuji cast a glance at Chen Mo, slightly taken aback. He had initially believed Chen Mo's prowess lay solely in his extraordinary abilities, not realizing that his martial arts skills were also exceptional. Typically, individuals find it challenging to cultivate both abilities and martial arts. It was astonishing that Chen Mo could excel in both. Yet, despite Chen Mo's dual mastery, did that imply Sheng Wuji lacked such capability? He too had reached the subtle level of martial arts. Regaining his focus, Sheng Wuji fixed his gaze on the distant mutated mammoth. "Let us see who can kill it faster." Upon hearing Sheng Wuji's words, everyone paused, turning their attention to the impassive Chen Mo, who merely smiled in response. "Come on. It has been a while since I practiced my marksmanship. This beast will make for a good target." At that moment, a resonant roar echoed. Roar! Before the black mist, the two mutated mammoths charged forth, accompanied by a multitude of savage beasts, their colossal presence shaking the earth as if a dragon were rising. Boom! In an instant, countless prodigies transformed into fleeting shadows, rapidly plunging into the fray, engaging in a fierce melee with the savage beasts. At the very center of the battle, before the two mutated mammoths, stood two slender figures. Gazing at the formidable mammoths, Sheng Wuji's expression turned grave as he suddenly raised his hands. Saint light armor. In that instant, streams of holy light surged like ethereal dragons, coiling around his body, swiftly coalescing into layers of thick holy armor. This dazzling armor instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. "Impressive," one prodigy gasped in awe. Then, Sheng Wuji raised his hands high, and in an instant, two long swords enveloped in holy light materialized within his robe-covered grasp. In that fleeting moment, Sheng Wuji's presence transformed dramatically, as if he had become a celestial sword towering upon the battlefield. The crowd was left in astonishment. Sheng Wuji's swordsmanship has reached this subtle level. Good heavens, he has concealed this too well. I can't believe it. I watched his college entrance exam footage, and he never once used it. It seems he was forced to reveal his true capabilities by the mutated mammoths. No, it's not the mutated mammoths that pressured him. It's Chen Mo who compelled him. Amidst the myriad gasps of astonishment, Sheng Wuji cast a glance at Chen Mo, observing the flicker of surprise that swept across Chen Mo's eyes. This was precisely the effect he sought. "Come forth, Chen Mo. What follows will surely astound you even more." Chapter 41, The True Self-Level. Gazing upon the mutated mammoth before him, Sheng Wuji's lips curved into a subtle arc holy light, sword obliteration. He murmured softly, as his hands, quick as lightning, drew forth the twin blades, striking one of the mutated mammoths in an instant. Boom! In the midst of countless bewildered gazes, the mutated mammoth was sent hurtling backwards by the force of the holy light sword's impact. Its massive form let out a mournful wail, revealing a crimson streak across its hide. Goodness, how formidable! The pinnacle of the micro-level swordsmanship. So, this was the hidden prowess of Sheng Wuji. This could spell disaster for Chen Mo's wager if the mutated mammoth were truly slain. It is well known that the defensive capabilities of the mutated mammoth are extraordinarily robust. Yet, Sheng Wuji had managed to send it flying with sheer sword power, even leaving a mark upon its hide. The sheer terror of such strength. It must be noted that even some initial stage 4th-tier martial artists find the mutated mammoth exceedingly troublesome. In contrast, Sheng Wujing handled it with remarkable ease. At times, one must concede the vast chasm that exists between individuals. Meanwhile, the battlefield unfolded between Chen Mo and the mutated mammoth. Speaking of Chen Mo, the attention of Sheng Wujing and the onlookers shifted towards him, eager to witness the performance of this dark horse, this top-tier prodigy. However, upon glimpsing Chen Mo, all eyes abruptly froze in place. In that fleeting moment, numerous exceptional talents felt a wave of goosebumps ripple across their skin. There, in Chen Mo's vicinity, a long spear ascended amidst the endless darkness and the brilliance of thunder. A terrifying pressure coalesced within that colossal spear. Clad in black armor, Chen Mo stood resolutely before the mutated mammoth, his inky black hair billowing as if he were a general poised upon an ancient battlefield. An astonishing spear intent erupted forth, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for millennia, leaving the multitude in stunned silence. What emanated from Chen Mo was, astonishingly, the embryonic form of spear intent. What is this embryonic form of spear intent? It is a phenomenon that only those who have reached the true self level of spear mastery can comprehend. Each time someone attains the true self stage in spear techniques, they gain insight into that supreme embryonic form of spear intent. Once understood, the spear they wield achieves effects several times greater than before. Many martial arts geniuses spend their entire lives in pursuit of such a concept. And now, they beheld it manifested in Chen Mo. Is this fellow truly a prodigy? One genius gasped. The crowd was left in utter shock. The embryonic form of spear intent radiated outward like a tidal wave, and both Lan Qi and Gu Jin immediately sensed it. Their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to gaze at Chen Mo, truly a monster. Lan Qi remarked with a bitter smile. How can I possibly compete with this? Gu Jin mused in slight disbelief. At that moment, Sheng Wujing tightened his grip on his twin swords, a profound sense of dismay washing over him. The true self level of spear technique surpassed his micro-level swordsmanship by an entire tier. The true self level had long been his ardent pursuit. Just how terrifying was this fellow's talent? Meanwhile, within the virtual space, geniuses from 54 provinces stared, dumbfounded, at the aura emanating from Chen Mo. Their minds went blank, and the entire venue fell into a profound silence once more. After a prolonged moment, the sound of gulping echoed repeatedly. This fellow possesses a true self level of spear techniques. His martial arts talent is astonishingly profound. Such a terrifying dual talent, coupled with true self-level spear techniques, is the hallmark of a top-tier prodigy. This is the essence of a genius. How can such a formidable contender have emerged in our cohort? Most startling of all, this prodigy hails from the Jiangnan province, which previously ranked nearly the lowest. While expressions of shock spread across the crowd, a few individuals, such as Xiao Wuheng and Guo Fengyue, flushed crimson, feeling as if they had been slapped in the face at the recollection of their disdainful words directed at Chen Mo. How could I have been so petty? At that moment, all gazes abruptly turned towards the trio from Jiangnan province. Yin Jinghong, Li Xuanyan, and Yi Kong found themselves engulfed in immense shock. What? Chen Mo's spear techniques have reached the true self level. Li Xuanyan was left speechless. It must be noted that during their previous encounter in the survival mode, Chen Mo's display of micro-level spear techniques had already instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet now, Chen Mo had revealed true self-level spear techniques. How much time had passed? Merely a month. This fellow's pace of growth is truly terrifying. Damn. He's a monster. Yin Jinghong cursed inwardly. A month ago, he was not nearly this formidable. Brother Chun is incredible, Yi Kong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. As the crowd continued to be astounded, even the leaders in the monitoring room exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding the words of Xing Tian Yi from the Tongtian Academy, that notion was utterly annihilated upon witnessing Chen Mo's demonstration of true self-level spear techniques. He undoubtedly possesses prodigious talent, Gu Linghan affirmed with conviction. Triple talents. Triple talents. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the annals of human history. Shin Tuyi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The true self-level of spear techniques. Having comprehended the embryonic form of spear intent, merely this achievement is worthy of a prodigy's stature. Xiang Tiange's gaze sharpened. Moreover, Chen Mo's cultivation level is merely intermediate second tier. Intermediate second tier. To comprehend true self-level spear techniques. In an instant, the four deans, alongside Lin Jianfeng and Huoxiao, felt a shiver run down their spines. It is crucial to note that true self-level martial arts are something they only began to grasp at the 5th-tier level. The thought of second-tier martial artists even contemplating micro-level martial arts is unfathomable. Chen Mo must join our academy. At once, the four deans' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eager to recruit Chen Mo on the spot. Such prowess, even among second-year students, he stands at the pinnacle. Should he participate in the competition for celestial artifacts, he would undoubtedly face no obstacles. Perhaps, therein lies Chen Mo's true stage. Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of joy. If this three-talented prodigy were to let Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian know they had missed such a genius, they would surely be driven to the brink of despair. At that moment, Huixiu, the vice principal, chuckled. Lin Jianfeng's investment truly displays remarkable insight. However, everyone should consider observing the strength of Chen Mo's embryonic form of spear intent before making a final decision. In that instant, the crowd once again turned their attention towards him. As the screen illuminated, Chen Mo's eyes, reminiscent of black holes, suddenly widened. Chapter 42. I am not as good as you. Accompanied by the opening of those abyss-like eyes, Chen Mo's aura reached its zenith. Buzz. Countless ethereal dragons of dark thunder coiled around him. He appeared as though enveloped in a radiant shroud of dark lightning, with peculiar runic patterns emerging on either side of his cheeks. At that moment, the mutated mammoth across from him seemed to sense an overwhelming threat. With a roar, the beast charged towards Chen Mo, exuding a pressure akin to that of an armored tank. Boom, boom, before the stunned gazes of countless onlookers. The ground was rent asunder beneath the mammoth's colossal weight, instilling a profound fear of its might in the hearts of many. Yet, as the monstrous creature loomed larger in his sight, Chen Mo merely smiled faintly. Ants. The sound of his voice, however, was resounding. In that fleeting instant, the dark thunder spear in Chen Mo's grasp lunged like a dragon, piercing straight toward the mammoth's cranium. Buzz. The spear, infused with the might of dark thunder and the essence of true martial prowess, emanated an aura as terrifying as a raging storm. In a heartbeat, the spear tore through the air. In an instant, the terrifying tip was already pressed against the mammoth's head. Then, with a force that seemed to defy nature, the dark thunder spear mercilessly pierced through the mammoth's skull. Rending apart, the creature was split in two, a torrent of blood erupting forth and staining the earth with its warmth. This beast, which had sent shivers down the spines of countless individuals, was annihilated by Chen Mo in a mere heartbeat. This guy is too fierce. A prodigy felt his legs weaken slightly. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could unleash such a terrifying force? No one could have foreseen it. The dreadful energy of dark thunder, combined with the talent of true martial arts, would have awed an entire province if manifested in any ordinary prodigy. Yet now, both powers converged within one individual, leaving the crowd feeling as though they had a lump in their throats. There were no adjectives left to describe Chen Mo's terror. At this moment, Gu Jin and Lan Shi also momentarily ceased their onslaught against the ferocious beasts. Gu Jin sighed with a bitter smile. I am not as good as him. This marked his first admission of defeat in front of others. It is worth noting that he hailed from the esteemed Gu family and was regarded as the pinnacle prodigy at the provincial capital No. 1 high school, eliciting envy from all. Yet, in the presence of Chen Mo, his title felt utterly hollow. Chen Mo could likely compete with the No. 1 prodigy in the capital, right? Lan Shi gasped, incredulous. It must be noted that Lan Shi was the second best in the capital, with the first being celebrated as the most formidable genius in recent years. However, when comparing that genius to Chen Mo, Lan Shi felt the former paled in comparison. For the Lan family of the capital, this was an extraordinarily daunting commendation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shang Wujia's hands trembled slightly as he gazed at the mutated mammoth that Chen Mo had dispatched with a single blow, his mind momentarily blank. How could this be? Is Chen Mo really stronger than me? And by such a considerable margin? It should be known that Shang Wujia had chosen Xianyuan Martial Arts University with the intent to secure the top spot in the entrance examination, aiming for the accolades of the 4 major academies and the admiration of countless individuals. Yet now, the dark ability-wielding Chen Mo had completely outstripped him. Shock, bewilderment, incredulity. A torrent of emotions surged within Shang Wujia, who felt an unsettling sense of his heart fracturing. From birth, he had never considered the possibility of being surpassed by anyone. Yet, before Chen Mo, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Just moments ago, he had felt pride in leaving a mark on the mutated mammoth, and now, that same beast had been obliterated by a single shot. The chasm between their abilities was as vast as the sky and the earth. This is hardly comparable. Shang Wujia's former pride was shattered into pieces. However, before Shang Wujia could ponder further, the mutated mammoth before him suddenly rose to its feet. Its round, bulging eyes, seemingly filled with blood due to Shang Wujia's sword slash or the death of its companion, glared furiously. In an instant, the mutated mammoth charged towards Shang Wujia. Its massive form struck with the force of a steel tank, delivering a devastating blow. It's over. Shang Wujia's complexion paled, his heart racing. His attention had been entirely captivated by Chen Mo, and now, as the ferocious beast lunged at him, he failed to react in time. By the time he realized, wanting to raise his long sword, it was already too late. The mutated mammoth barreled forward, its iron-like head crashing toward Shang Wujia. Just then, a faint whisper echoed through the air. Dark Thunder Throw. Chen Mo exhaled a breath, his body springing forth like a coiled spring, bending with remarkable agility. In the next moment, that 5-meter-long spear was released from his grasp. Boom. The massive spear tore through the air, hurtling towards the attacking mutated mammoth. Bang. Under the astonished gazes of countless spectators, Chen Mo's spear pierced through the mammoth's head, exploding it in a shower of gore. The second mutated mammoth, dead. The entire battlefield fell silent. Whether the simulated beasts from the virtual space or the prodigies defending the city, they all felt a sudden stillness wash over them. What kind of monstrous power is this guy possessing? 2 shots to annihilate 2 mutated mammoths. Is he truly from our cohort? Is he genuinely a second-grade martial artist? Is he truly from Jiangnan province, and not the illegitimate child of some military magnate? All the prodigies erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Meanwhile, the beasts seemed to sense Chen Mo's formidable presence, collectively gasping in fear as they retreated from the dark mist. The simulation by the Duyu artificial intelligence is the most advanced on the entire Blue Star. It achieves nearly perfect mimicry of the beast's intelligence. Yet now, these creatures were retreating in terror of Chen Mo. No prodigy had anticipated this. However, they understood that the cause of such a phenomenon was none other than Chen Mo standing on this battlefield. Is everything all right? Chen Mo stepped forward, standing before Sheng Wujia. Gazing at Chen Mo's handsome visage, Sheng Wujia was momentarily taken aback, revealing a bittersweet smile. Indeed, it turns out, I truly cannot measure up to you. All the prodigies bore expressions of astonishment. It was hard for them to fathom that Sheng Wujia would utter such words to Chen Mo. Chapter 43, Beast Lord. It is essential to note that Sheng Wujia's prowess had always been regarded as the foremost among the new students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. His performance during the college entrance examination undoubtedly earned him widespread recognition for this title. Yet now, he audaciously admits to being weaker than his opponent. In days gone by, this assembly of prodigies would have surely shaken their heads in disbelief, dismissing such a claim. However, the person to whom Sheng Wuji was speaking was none other than Chen Mo. In an instant, the crowd felt a sense of correctness. At this very moment, the combat prowess exhibited by Chen Mo was undeniably deserving of such an accolade. Upon hearing Sheng Wuji's words, Chen Mo merely smiled lightly. You're not too shabby either. Just a fraction behind me. A fraction behind. Was it truly just a fraction? A rare, bittersweet smile appeared on Sheng Wuji's face. At this moment, Chen Mo had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of the freshman. As images of Chen Mo slaying 2 mutated ferocious beasts circulated, accompanied by Sheng Wuji's final rueful smile, the myriad of talented individuals on the virtual screen suddenly felt the hairs on their necks stand on end. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have fathomed that he could surpass even Sheng Wuji's formidable strength? Who could have envisioned that Chen Mo would emerge as the top freshman at Xianyuan Martial Arts University today? Had someone suggested prior that this year's top freshman was Chen Mo, they would have laughed derisively. Yet now, their laughter had faded into silence. Before them stood a truly fearsome genius, suppressing this assembly of gifted students from across the nation. Forgive my prior lack of insight. Stronger than Sheng Wuji? Goodness. It is truly unfathomable. I wish to inquire, who possesses Chen Mo's contact information? I would like to befriend him. I even wish to have children with him. You're a guy? In my case, that would be more acceptable. Countless discussions erupted, all imbued with astonishment and awe towards Chen Mo. Meanwhile, in a corner of the viewing area, 3 individuals from Jiangbei No. 1 High School were also entranced, gazing at Chen Mo on the screen. Did Chen actually secure first place? Yikong nearly exclaimed. It is worth noting that, although Chen Mo had not engaged in a true battle with Sheng Wuji, his prowess displayed against the mutated mammoth could indirectly attest to their respective levels of skill. While Sheng Wuji left a scar with his sword, Chen Mo was able to slay the mutated mammoth with a single shot. The contrast between the two made Chen Mo's terrifying capabilities glaringly evident. Li Xuanyan shook his head. I never anticipated this fellow could achieve such dazzling results in the entrance examination. Yin Jinghong clicked his tongue in disbelief. I can hardly imagine that even Wang Tianming, Long Haoran, and the others could have foreseen this. It must be noted that their province consistently ranked among the lowest of the 54 provinces. Historically, they had occupied the bottom tier during entrance examinations. Yin Jinghong and his companions were acutely aware of their own standings. Yet, among them was a radiant star, propelling their scores to the very apex of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. What an astonishing achievement. Should this news reach the Jiangnan Province's Education Bureau, various schools, and even Commander Su Lingyun, one can only imagine the shock it would incite. Once the entrance examination concludes, this news is bound to spread. Amidst the astonishment of countless students, even the 4 deans in the monitoring room, along with admissions office director Lin Jianfeng, were enveloped in shock. Gazing at Chen Mo, who was met with innumerable respectful glances on the screen, the 4 deans found themselves momentarily at peace. After a lengthy pause, Gu Linghan fixated intently on Chen Mo. Chen Mo possesses the stature of a 9th-rank martial king. Shin Tuyi stepped forward, eyes sparkling. No. I believe he can aspire to half a 10-rank martial sage. Xiang Tiange similarly nodded. With triple talents, an SSS-level dark divine body in addition to thunder talent, and an innate comprehension talent, our Xianyuan Martial Arts University has not witnessed such a genius in decades. Xing Tianyi added, I am truly astounded. This young man is indeed formidable. At this level, he could likely contend among the top 80 in the second-year cohort. One can only imagine the expressions of those second-year students upon discovering that Chen Mo, as a freshman, could compete for celestial artifacts against them. Everyone was left awestruck by Chen Mo's prowess. Initially, they had perceived him merely as a fortunate lad who had claimed the top spot among the underperforming provinces. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng mention Chen Mo's eligibility for celestial artifact competition, their faces flushed with indignation. Yet now, their eyes gleamed with fervor. As if they could hardly contain their desire to devour him whole, Gu Linghan proclaimed, "This young man is destined for greatness with our Tongtian Academy." Shintu Yi retorted angrily, "Does your Tongtian Academy have no shame? Just a moment ago, you were the most vocal in disparaging Chen Mo. Our Yutian Academy welcomes him as well." Xiang Tiange waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. You two were the most dismissive of Chen Mo. Let Ling Tian Academy take him." Xing Tianyi raised his gaze. "Our Zhongtian Academy also desires Chen Mo." Just as the crowd was about to erupt into a dispute over Chen Mo, Lin Jianfeng gently cleared his throat. "All right, enough bickering. There is still one final battle to watch." Lin Jianfeng chuckled lightly, while the four deans simultaneously turned their attention. The emergence of the mutated mammoth? Isn't that the highest examination question in history? Could there be something even more formidable? Lin Jianfeng shrugged, gesturing towards Wuxiao. The latter smiled gently and remarked, "It has been ages since I have witnessed such a talent. We must increase the difficulty." Xing Tianyi inquired, "What level of difficulty do you intend to introduce? Perhaps a fully realized third-rank mutated beast for them to practice against?" Gu Linghan added, "It's for Chen Mo's benefit. No one truly knows where his limits lie." However, the words that followed left all four deans momentarily stunned. Wuxiao declared, "I plan to assign Chen Mo a test against a beast lord. The beast lord is not overly powerful. Its strength will be a fully realized third rank." The four deans found themselves utterly perplexed. Subjecting second-rank mid-tier students to a test against a fully realized third-rank beast lord. Are you certain this isn't a jest? As the crowd stared in disbelief, Wuxiao stroked his beard and chuckled. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system is launching the final trial assessment. Deploying a fully realized third-rank sword tiger lord. All pressure levels will be released. As the screen before them flickered with brilliance, every gaze in the monitoring room shifted back to Chen Mo. This was a third-rank beast lord. Would Chen Mo be able to meet the challenge? Chapter 44, Sword Tiger. Meanwhile, within the virtual battlefield displayed on the screen, all the prodigies erupted into cheers. It is known that achieving exceptional results in the entrance examination would yield greater rewards post-examination. This reward undoubtedly incited envy. With a 0% city defense destruction rate, some well-informed students remarked that this had already shattered the record for this project set by Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Consequently, the rewards they would receive would be the highest among all cohorts. Upon reaching this point, the myriad of young prodigies could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet it was undeniably clear to all that the reason for their potential rewards lay within their ranks, specifically, the extraordinary presence of Chen Mo. At this very moment, every pair of eyes shimmered with a hint of golden light. Prior to this, none could have fathomed the extent of Chen Mo's strength. In this world, where the strong command respect, anyone of considerable power becomes an object of reverence. Thus, the attention of all the prodigies converged onto Chen Mo. This examination should have concluded by now. Sheng Wuji chuckled, "Let us engage in battle once we step outside." Chen Mo replied with a smile, "Agreed. A confrontation in reality will be far more exhilarating." Gu Jin raised his hand, exclaiming, "I wish to spar with you. Your black armor appears to possess formidable defensive capabilities." Lan Shi chimed in with enthusiasm, "While my dark gold flying daggers may not necessarily penetrate your defenses, they will undoubtedly make it challenging for you to guard yourself." Listening to the voices of these three top-tier prodigies, the surrounding onlookers felt a profound sense of shock. Who could have anticipated that the three foremost elites would adopt such a challenger-esque stance towards Chen Mo? No one. Upon hearing Gu Jin and Lan Shi's remarks, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall test our skills when we exit." Seeing Chen Mo's agreeable demeanor, the remaining prodigies were eager to engage. Just then, the expressions of all the prodigies shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the roiling black mist. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth from within the fog. Boom. The dreadful pressure erupted, causing the eardrums of all the prodigies to throb painfully under its might. "What is that?" One exclamatory voice broke through the tension. "I heard from my senior that the mutated beasts are already the most terrifying test. But wait, what more could there be? Look at that pressure. Quick, look. My goodness. What is that?" Amidst the chorus of astonishment, a colossal tiger-shaped beast, towering at a staggering 6 meters, emerged from the undulating black mist. The beast's fur gleamed a striking silver, and its azure eyes exuded a menacing hunger. Most unnerving of all were the 3 10-meter-long tail blades cascading from its back, sharp as razors. "This is a lord-level sword tiger." One prodigy gasped, his face paling. "It's a high-tier third rank." The words Lord level struck the crowd like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. It is essential to note that beasts are generally categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, mutated, and Lord level. A Lord level beast stands as the apex among all beasts of the same attribute and realm. Typically, a single Lord level beast possesses the strength to slay its kind of a lower rank, let alone when confronting martial artists with inherently weaker physiques. Chapter 45. The True Examination. On the battlefield, the emergence of a 3rd-tier Lord-level beast usually requires several 4th-tier novices to confront it. Yet now, the ultimate test in their city defense examination was none other than a Lord-level sword tiger. 1 tail blade signifies an ordinary level, 2 signify a mutated level, and 3 denote a Lord level. With all 3 tail blades unleashed, it is nearly invincible. It's over. Countless prodigies felt their hearts tremble in despair. Even the likes of Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, top-tier prodigies themselves, displayed an unprecedented seriousness on their faces. Beyond the screen, numerous spectators stared at the sword tiger, their bodies trembling. Even through the screen, they could sense its terrifying presence. If they were to encounter such a beast in the real world, they would likely be annihilated in an instant. Chen Mo and his companions were doomed. A high-tier 3rd-rank, Lord-level beast. Unless one was a 4th-tier martial artist, no one could contend with it. Good heavens, this entrance examination is far too arduous. We are undoubtedly the most tormented cohort. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their teeth clenching in anxiety. Among the 3 from Jiangnan province, they exchanged worried glances, their complexions paling. Their highest strength barely reached the mid-2nd tier, yet the oppressive aura exuded by the Lord-level sword tiger was overwhelming. Yan Jinghong regained his composure, stating, "I suspect this was deliberately set up for Chen Mo." Li Xuanyu nodded in agreement. "It's quite possible." Yikong remarked, "What about Chen Ge? Is he doomed?" However, Yan Jinghong and Li Xuanyu simultaneously shook their heads, their gazes inadvertently locking onto Chen Mo's eyes on the screen. "I can sense it. Chen Mo is remarkably confident," Yan Jinghong declared. Li Xuanyu gave an approving thumbs up. Although the Lord-level sword tiger was indeed formidable, he couldn't shake the feeling that it would not overpower Chen Mo. The sword tiger, a 3rd-tier perfected sword tiger. Old Hua, thank goodness you could provide it. Gu Linghan scoffed. On the battlefield, we might need to request external assistance. Xing Tian added. In response to their conversation, Huixiu merely smiled gently. You all know that the battlefield is fraught with unpredictability. Any beast could arise. Therefore, one must not let their guard down. Otherwise, they risk imminent death. My actions are for their benefit. Look at them. Their city defense destruction rate is at 0, and they are all jubilant. But now, most importantly, I wish to see the limits of this young rascal, Chen Mo. Huixiu's murmurs garnered the consensus of the crowd. After all, their ascension to the roles of dean and director was not merely ornamental, but forged in the crucible of battle. When humanity is in peril, martial artists come to the rescue. Every martial artist graduating from the academy is expected to venture to the frontiers to slay beasts. This is a duty each must uphold. Nevertheless, everyone's attention returned to the screen. They were eager to discover whether Chen Mo, possessing 3 formidable talents, could indeed triumph over this Lord-level beast. Should he succeed, they could scarcely imagine the ramifications of such an achievement. Just as they pondered, on the virtual battlefield, the 3-tailed sword tiger had seemingly detected the gathered prodigies. Then, with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a terrifying tiger's roar reverberated, freezing the blood of countless prodigies in their veins. The Lord of Beasts had revealed its murderous intent. Chapter 46. Attack. As the immense roar spread, everyone immediately released their abilities, concentrating them around their eardrums. Boom. The terrifying soundwave attack generated ripples of energy, causing the very earth to crack beneath them. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the city wall, witnessing that the city defense destruction rate remained at 0, prompting a collective sigh of relief. This 3-tailed sword tiger was undeniably terrifying. It could even wield sound waves as a weapon, truly deserving of its reputation as a killing machine among Lord-level beasts. Let us unite our strengths, Sheng Wuji declared gravely. This beast cannot be dealt with individually any longer. Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and the other prodigies nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the Lord-level beast before them, they then turned their attention to Chen Mo. After Chen Mo exhibited his extraordinary prowess, the entire team's focus had, almost imperceptibly, gravitated towards him. Yet, the very next moment, Chen Mo's words caused their expressions to freeze in shock. I surmise that this ferocious beast is prepared specifically for me. I shall confront it alone. A gentle smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he brandished the Dark Thunder Giant Spear, clad in Dark Thunder light armor, stepping forward to the forefront of the team. Everyone stood momentarily stunned, their faces awash with disbelief as they gazed at Chen Mo's silhouette. They had not anticipated that, in the face of a Lord-level beast, Chen Mo would dare to act independently. To what extent was this fellow's confidence in his own abilities? Could it be that Chen Mo truly possessed the means to contend with this ferocious beast? They were unsure, and dared not believe it. However, an undercurrent of anticipation surged within them, a belief that Chen Mo could indeed vanquish the Beast Lord alone. At that moment, Shang Wuji spoke up. Chen Mo, are you certain? He inquired. Indeed, Chen Mo replied with a slight nod, as the wind whipped his dark hair and his robe billowed dramatically. I wish to unleash my true capabilities. The mere mention of true capabilities sent shivers down everyone's spines. Could it be that Chen Mo had not utilized his genuine strength until now? How was that even possible? Just how much did Chen Mo still conceal? Whether it was Shang Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, or the 33 prodigies present, all were rendered utterly astonished by his declaration. Ultimately, Shang Wuji commanded, step back. Allow Chen Mo to handle this himself. Gu Jin, with a grave expression, added, Chen Mo, should you find yourself in peril, remember to call for our aid. Lan Qi stated earnestly, I, too, shall lend you my support. Just as their words faded and they began to withdraw, Chen Mo turned his head slightly, offering them a light smile. Please trust me. I intend to pin that ferocious beast's corpse to this very ground. As dark mist churned ominously, the vast expanse of earth now bore witness solely to Chen Mo and the three-tailed sword tiger. The terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave, colliding majestically between heaven and earth. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Mo, revealing a complex tapestry of anticipation, shock, and trepidation. Prior to this, everyone had envisioned a cataclysmic group battle. Yet now, it was Chen Mo who would undertake this confrontation alone. His confidence was palpable. Confidence can be both a virtue and a vice. Were I in Chen Mo's position, I would never be so audacious. I would ensure that all the prodigies fought together. Should he falter, Chen Mo would become the scapegoat for 35 prodigies. At that moment, Yin Jinghong stepped forth. You see, you are not Chen Mo, you lack his confidence. Li Xuanyin chuckled. I have always said, Chen Mo is the strongest, bar none. Yi Kong raised his hands, declaring, my brother Chen is simply invincible. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, absorbing the weight of the trio's words, which harbored a multitude of emotions. Some hoped Chen Mo would triumph over the Beast Lord, successfully completing this entrance examination. Others secretly wished to see him shattered by the beast, satisfying their darker inclinations. Yet ultimately, all gazes were fixed upon Chen Mo. In the virtual battlefield, the three-tailed sword tiger regarded Chen Mo with its fearsome and sharp visage, revealing a semblance of human mockery. The feral beast, simulated by the Daiyu artificial intelligence system, was nearly a perfect replica, and as a lord-level creature, it possessed the intellect of a 10-year-old human child. Upon sensing the aura of a mid-tier second-grade martial artist emanating from Chen Mo, even the three-tailed sword tiger could not suppress a scornful smile. This human dared to show such bravado. Was it not akin to presenting itself as a mere offering? With this thought, the tiger's fur bristled, and its white, slitted pupils ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the three-tailed sword tiger surged forth, its immense power erupting and fracturing the ground beneath it. In an instant, it charged towards Chen Mo like a steel war chariot. Such speed! One prodigy gasped. Possessing an S-rank top-tier storm talent, its speed was already among the fastest of the prodigies. Yet, in his eyes, he felt he was barely half as swift as the tiger before him. Chen Mo was in peril. In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword tiger was upon Chen Mo, baring its razor-sharp fangs and unleashing a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the three tails behind it unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to a tsunami, aimed directly at Chen Mo. Indeed, the tail sword attack was the tiger's most terrifying technique. The three-tail swords tore through the air, hurtling towards Chen Mo with ferocity. In an instant, the tail swords were but a yard away from Chen Mo, gazing at the rapidly approaching blades. A spark of excitement ignited on Chen Mo's face, which was previously adorned with a cheerful smile. Within him surged a long-dormant fighting spirit. It was only against such an opponent that he felt compelled to truly engage. In that fleeting moment, an energy potent enough to leave all present prodigies pale erupted forth. Thunderous roars filled the air as immense dark thunder energy, entwined with lightning and darkness, coalesced around Chen Mo, forming a circle with a radius of half a meter. Subsequently, this vast circle, as formidable as a mountain, erupted into a terrifying dark thunder beam that shot skyward. Boom! The terrifying beam soared into the clouds, causing the very earth to tremble slightly. The three-tailed sword tiger's pupils dilated with alarm. Under this overwhelming energy, an undeniable sense of crisis washed over the tiger. How could this human unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation? Chapter 47, Release. What on earth is this power? The three-tailed sword tiger's heart was filled with astonishment. As it beheld the colossal energy column before it, the tiger swiftly retreated, strategically distancing itself by several dozen meters in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the dark thunder energy column continued to surge across the vast battlefield. Even the black mist at the horizon appeared to be drawn into Chen Mo's energy. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying energy column expanded once more, threatening to engulf everything in its vicinity. Countless prodigies felt their scalps tingle, their blood seemingly frozen in their veins. No, are you kidding me? Chen Mo is truly a mid-tier second-grade martial artist. The intensity of this energy must be at least at the initial stage of the 4th grade. A mid-tier second-grade martial artist unleashing 4th-grade initial stage energy. No, this is simply monstrous. Beneath the energy column unleashed by Chen Mo, every prodigy bore a bitter smile. What could they possibly compete with against such a talent? What was there to compare? It was utterly pointless. Judging solely by the intensity of this energy, it was likely that Chen Mo need not even employ his true self-level marksmanship to eliminate them all in an instant. Yet, in the eyes of the 3 unparalleled prodigies, a different scene unfolded. Gazing upon the dark energy pillar, Gu Jin smiled gently, remarking, perhaps, at times, there are some anomalies against which we cannot measure ourselves. Lan Qi sighed. If Chen Mo were to arrive in the capital, I dare say he would undoubtedly claim the title of the top scholar. Sheng Wuji was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that the top scholar of the capital pales in comparison to Chen Mo? In terms of energy intensity, it seems he truly surpasses them. Lan Qi replied earnestly. In an instant, the 3 top prodigies collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that the first place in this entrance examination unequivocally belonged to Chen Mo. This fellow was simply too formidable. Was the Lord level, 3rd grade high-tier 3-tailed sword tiger truly a match for him? Meanwhile, the screen unveiled itself, leaving countless spectators utterly astounded. Rooted to the spot, no one could fathom that Chen Mo could unleash such energy. The power he exhibited was almost on par with that of my martial arts teacher. Indeed, he could practically serve as the principal of a high school in our county. And this was merely the beginning of his academic journey. My apologies, brother Chen Mo. I shouldn't have claimed you were weak. Oh my, oh my, oh my, what a spectacle! Accompanied by the thunderous exclamations of disbelief. The entire viewing area suddenly turned its fervent gaze towards Chen Mo. Each individual possessed a certain admiration for strength, yet at this moment, their eyes upon Chen Mo burned with fervor. The reason was simple. The shock he had instilled was truly immense. I told you, Chen Mo is exceptionally strong. At that moment, Yin Jinghong and the others stood proudly, their postures erect as they surveyed their surroundings with an air of dominance. No one dared to voice dissent. For had they a senior brother as formidable as Chen Mo, they would likely exhibit even greater pride and disdain for the world. In the monitoring room, the 6 individuals were left dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the dark energy pillar unleashed by Chen Mo. Who could possibly generate such overwhelming pressure at the 2nd grade martial artist stage? Even Gu Linghan, who had long ascended to the 8th grade martial artist level, was utterly taken aback by this display. What? No way! Shen Tui exclaimed in shock. This individual possesses the most terrifying talent I have ever witnessed. Xiang Tinga echoed, equally flabbergasted. This combat prowess could rival that of an upper-tier sophomore. They speculated. They could scarcely imagine that Chen Mo was capable of manifesting such power at this moment. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, even Lin Jianfeng, whose heart was already tumultuous, couldn't help but chuckle. Ah? What else with that expression? Just a moment ago, when I mentioned giving Chen Mo a chance to compete for the celestial artifact, why did you all react with such anger and resistance? And now, at this moment, the cheeks of the 4 deans exhibited an unusual flush. They were internally raging, knowing full well the implications of Chen Mo's strength. And how could they possibly voice their opinions? No wonder even the principal remained silent upon learning that Chen Mo possessed the qualifications to compete for the celestial artifact ahead of time. If the second-year students were to discover such a formidable junior competing against them, they would surely feel the pressure. Yet, given Chen Mo's prowess, it would still be exceedingly difficult for him to secure a position among the top 10 in the celestial artifact competition. But that top 10 represents the pinnacle of the second-year prodigies. If he were to train for another year, how terrifying might his displayed strength become? The crowd shuddered at the thought. All right, everyone, calm down and stop being so shocked. Look at the screen. Instantly, the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards the screen. And in the next moment, what unfolded caused many pupils to constrict sharply. Before the vast city wall, from within the terrifying dark thunder energy pillar, a slender figure began to emerge. In the following instant, fearsome dark thunder energy dragons surged forth from around this figure. Boom. The energy dragons surged into the sky, tearing apart the surrounding air completely. The crowd abruptly turned their attention towards the slender figure, only to find themselves frozen in astonishment. Under the astonished gazes of all, Chen Mo's dark thunder armor had entirely disappeared, transforming into streams of dark thunder liquid. This dark thunder liquid flowed over Chen Mo's skin, as if it were a sentient entity, pulsating with his every breath. Amidst the infinite turbulence, Chen Mo's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and the terrifying dark liquid had already adhered to his arms. On one side of his cheek, an unusual rune had coalesced, and a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. Terrifying, shocking, astounding. Everyone gazed in disbelief at this spectacle, feeling a chilling energy surge from their feet to their heads. They had never imagined that Chen Mo could unleash such a terrifying force. As Chen Mo looked at the dark thunder liquid swirling in his palm, a light smile appeared on his face. Is this the preliminary form of the nine heavens dark thunder divine body? What a pity. It can only condense into an energy sphere the size of my arm. Sensing the surging power within him, Chen Mo squinted his eyes, feeling at this moment as if he were the only sovereign in heaven and earth. Chapter 48. To death. Ah, yes, there is also that lackluster beast to deal with. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, revealing eyes as deep as black holes, and directed a gaze laced with sarcasm towards the distant three-tailed sword cat, whose expression was grave. Miserable creature, I promise to impale you into the ground with my spear. With the utterance of this murmured phrase, an invisible dark circle expanded outward. Countless individuals were left in shock. Chen Mo's murmured voice echoed throughout the venue, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The eyes of the lord-level beast widened to their fullest extent. At this moment, it was clear to him that this human was mocking him. Roar! In an instant, the three-tailed sword tiger let out a furious roar, attempting to intimidate this human with the pressure of a lord-level beast. However, its intimidation had no effect whatsoever. What met him was still a disdainful gaze, as if he were merely a pile of refuse. Kill him. The three-tailed sword tiger's heart erupted with an anger akin to molten lava. In an instant, its snow-white fur turned a deep crimson, and its massive 6-meter frame expanded to a terrifying 7 meters, nearing the height of a 3-story building. Boom. Before the multitude of fearful gazes, the three-tailed sword tiger lunged forward, its immense body remarkably agile, closing the distance to Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. The three-tailed swords erupted with distinctly terrifying power, capable of piercing through anything that dared to stand in their way. Yet, as he faced the charging three-tailed sword tiger, Chen Mo merely uttered, "Dark thunder cut," such plain and unadorned words. However, between Chen Mo's arms, the dark thunder liquid began to twist rapidly. In an instant, this dark thunder liquid elongated like tentacles, and with a thunderous speed, it coalesced into 2 colossal blades in the air. Subsequently, the giant blades descended, slicing through the endless air. At the same time, they effortlessly severed the three-tailed swords of the three-tailed sword tiger. With a tearing sound, blood splattered forth, and the three-tailed sword tiger emitted an astonishing howl, its pair of silvery eyes filled with incredulous veins of blood. In a single strike, the tail swords were annihilated. All the gifted individuals felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Yet, this was not enough. Gazing at the horrified three-tailed sword tiger, Chen Mo smiled lightly. I, Chen Mo, invite you to your demise. In an instant, the dark thunder liquid in Chen Mo's hands transformed once more, swiftly flowing to his back. Whereupon a pair of dark thunder arms, as grand as a legendary giant python, suddenly materialized. Then, within the palms of these dark thunder arms, 2 7-meter-long giant spears emerged. These terrifying spears, infused with darkness and thunder, exuded an aura potent enough to obliterate all existence. Under the astonished gaze of the three-tailed sword tiger, the 2 dark thunder spears suddenly thrust in from both sides with ferocity. With a ripping sound, the dark thunder spears pierced through the skin of the three-tailed sword tiger as if piercing through a void, brutally impaling it with overwhelming force. Yet, this was still not enough. The penetrating spears, like skewers, completely pierced through the body of the three-tailed sword tiger, embedding themselves into the earth. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, creating a deep pit in the ground, and countless clouds of dust exploded, enveloping even Chen Mo's form. What transpired? The sound of swallowed breaths echoed in the throats of every gifted individual, all eyes fixated on the swirling dust. After a while, the dust gradually settled, revealing a slender figure slowly approaching the city wall. Behind this figure lay a massive, ferocious tiger, crouched flat against the ground. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would see that 2 dark spears were firmly lodged into the sides of the tiger's head, securing the three-tailed sword tiger in place. Thus, the fierce beast lord, a high-tier three-tailed sword tiger, met its demise. Silence. An eerie silence. A stillness that made a falling needle audible. Everyone stared incredulously at this scene, feeling as though a nuclear explosion had silenced their senses. What remained was only the sound of Chen Mo's footsteps echoing. As Chen Mo approached the stunned gifted individuals, the dazed expressions in their eyes began to flicker with life. You are truly formidable, Sheng Wuji remarked, gazing at Chen Mo with a handsome smile that betrayed his acceptance of defeat. In that moment, his arrogance had vanished entirely. No one had anticipated that Chen Mo could obliterate the fierce beast lord with such overwhelming prowess. Chen Mo politely smiled and replied, "Your holy light talent is not to be underestimated." At this, a bitter smile deepened on Sheng Wuji's face. Likely recalling his earlier aspirations of using his holy light to secure the top score in the entrance examination amidst the mountains. Yet now, it seemed his ambitions were somewhat grand. Gu Jin chuckled. "Shall we exchange contact information once we are outside?" Chen Mo nodded. "I would be delighted." All the gifted individuals, including Lan Qi, turned their gazes towards Chen Mo, eager to add him to their contacts. Amidst the astonishment, they exchanged glances, realizing that Chen Mo was the strongest among them. Only such a person could shine with resplendence in the annals of human genius. It was rumored that a grand competition for celestial artifacts would take place in a month during the second year. They pondered whether Chen Mo would be able to obtain that supreme celestial artifact by then. How magnificent would that be? As they entertained these thoughts, anticipation filled their expressions. Little did they know, Chen Mo had already secured his qualification for this celestial artifact competition prior to enrollment. If they were to learn this, how astonished would the gifted individuals be? Meanwhile, outside the screen, countless observing geniuses were utterly stunned. Chen Mo won. He defeated the fierce beast lord just like that. He secured the top score in the entrance examination. Gazing at the slender figure on the screen, everyone realized one undeniable fact. The future Chen Mo would undoubtedly be the most radiant light among all first-year students. Such terrifying strength would likely compel even the second-year students to yield. Incredible. Chen Mo is simply too strong. Li Sun-yun felt as though he were dreaming. Yes. Yan Jinghong's eyes were vacant and unfocused, frozen in place. Brother Chun is truly invincible. Yi Kong exclaimed, exhilarated. Once upon a time, they had thought that Jiangnan province received no attention from any other province, but now, it seemed that Jiangnan province would become the focus of all. And all of this was brought about by Chen Mo. At this moment, the gazes of Yan Jinghong and the others ignited with fervor. Chen Mo, the strongest among them. Simultaneously, in another monitoring room, a cataclysm of voices erupted. Chapter 49, The Contest. The vast monitoring room fell into silence. However, after a brief pause, it erupted with volcanic-like fervor. I, Gu Linghan, the Dean of Tongtian Academy, declare that Chen Mo must come to our academy. Gu Linghan raised both hands. Gu Linghan, last year's top student is from your academy. This year's top student will come to Yutian Academy. Shin Tui was unwilling to concede. Our Lingtian Academy is the most suitable for Chen Mo. Xiang Tinga gritted his teeth. Let me tell you, this time, I will not back down. I must secure Chen Mo. Xing Tianyi echoed. In an instant, the four exchanged glances and transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Following Chen Mo's slaying of the three-tailed sword tiger, the news spread like a tidal wave. Even after leaving the virtual space, countless candidates were left in shock, mouths agape. After all, it was exceedingly rare for someone from the lowest-ranked province to secure the top score in the entrance examination. Especially upon hearing that Chen Mo hailed from a county-level school, they were all left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. A county-level school, the lowest-ranked province, the first among newcomers. When these three labels were affixed to a single individual, it was bound to create a sensation. Countless people were left in awe. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this event was in a vast office. Observing the four deans surrounding him, Chen Mo swallowed hard. There was no fear, only the unsettling intensity of their gaze, as if they were ready to devour him. At that moment, Gu Linghan smiled gently, directing a warm gaze towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo, our Tongtian Academy holds great expectations for your potential. If you were to join our Tongtian Academy, it is likely that the entire institution would extend a warm welcome. Gu Linghan narrowed his eyes and assured, I guarantee that the treatment you receive will undoubtedly be the most exceptional among the other three academies. Furthermore, we shall provide you with the finest resources for contending for celestial artifacts. Before Chen Mo could respond, Shin Tiyi from Yutian Academy interjected, Chen Mo, do not listen to Gu Linghan's empty boasts. Tongtian Academy is a place that devours people whole. At our Yutian Academy, you will acquire the most formidable defensive skills. And as for the competition for celestial artifacts, we can assure you that our school will provide ample support. Shin Tiyi rubbed his hands together in excitement. But before he could elaborate further, Xiang Tinga, the principal of Lingtian Academy, chimed in, how about considering Lingtian Academy? Chen Mo, you must know that we specialize in the study of body techniques. Just think about it. There are so many women practicing these skills. If you were to join us, I could introduce you to not just one, but 10 senior sisters. They would accompany you and guide you in your quest for celestial artifacts. Chen Mo responded, are you trying to sabotage me? Meanwhile, the other three academy heads exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in surprise at Xiang Tinga's unexpected ploy. Lin Jianfeng and Huoxiu could hardly believe that Xiang Tinga would resort to such tactics. Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but reminisce about the scene from a month ago when the three academies vied for Chen Mo's attention, now playing out once again before their eyes. At that moment, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy cleared his throat and smiled. Chen Mo, I am aware of your remarkable comprehension. Your innate talent must be at least SS grade, akin to that of a heavenly being, correct? Chen Mo nodded, not surprised. He had not concealed his talents, but had displayed them all openly. To feign weakness would yield no support. Upon hearing Chen Mo's admission, the other's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, as Xing Tianyi had suggested, he possessed SS-level comprehension. This individual was a natural-born prodigy with trifecta talents. Shin Tiyi continued, our Zhongtian Academy practices the Zhongtian method, which requires one to be at least a 4th-grade warrior to even begin training. The threshold is exceedingly high and challenging. However, it is precisely this elevated barrier that brings forth immense rewards. While Tongtian, Yutian, and Lingtian focus on strength, defense, and speed respectively, our Zhongtian Academy cultivates all three simultaneously. At this, Chen Mo's eyebrows shot up, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He knew that with his SSS level comprehension, mastering any martial art would be remarkably effortless. If he were to train in the Zhongtian method, it could potentially elevate his potential significantly. Before Chen Mo could ponder further, Shintiyi made a statement that left everyone astounded. Among the four great academies, each possesses a monument: the Tongtian Stele, Yutian Stele, Lingtian Stele, and Zhongtian Stele. Every 10 years, only one individual may grasp its insight. Chen Mo, should you choose to join us, I would be willing to grant you this opportunity. A collective gasp resonated from Gu Linghan, Shintiyi, and Xiang Tiange, their eyes widening in disbelief. Despite Chen Mo's extraordinary talent, they were astonished that Xing Tianyi would directly offer this opportunity to him. The qualifications for understanding these monuments were exceptionally stringent, requiring not only talent but also temperament and other qualities. Furthermore, the slots for comprehension were fiercely contested among countless prodigies. They hadn't even decided who to send for the next year. Yet here was Xing Tianyi, the head of Zhongtian Academy, casually offering the chance to Chen Mo. What if a more talented genius emerged in the future? How could they dare take such a gamble? In that moment, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Simultaneously, Lin Jianfeng and Huaxiao exchanged shocked glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. They had not anticipated that Chen Mo would directly receive the chance to comprehend the Zhongtian Stele. They also had not expected Xing Tianyi to make such a bold gesture. Upon hearing Xing Tianyi's earnest offer, Chen Mo, though uncertain of the stele's significance, recognized from the reactions around him that it must be exceptionally rare. Additionally, given that Zhongtian Academy had historically few students, perhaps he would enjoy superior resources there. At that moment, Chen Mo smiled gently at the gathered crowd and said, "Principal Xing, I shall join your academy." Instantly, all eyes turned to Xing Tianyi, who merely smiled in response. "Congratulations, Chen Mo. You have successfully chosen us." "No. We should say it is a mutual selection. Best of luck in your pursuit of celestial artifacts." Chen Mo replied with a soft smile. "Celestial artifacts, you say? I shall strive earnestly for them." He understood that the achievements he had secured in the entrance examination were not worthy of pride. Perhaps the true stage for him lay in the competition for celestial artifacts. The mere mention of celestial artifacts seemed to resonate deeply, evoking a sense of awe. As the new student entrance examination officially concluded, news of Chen Mo surpassing the likes of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Countless individuals marveled at and were astonished by Chen Mo's remarkable prowess. After all, it was an extraordinary feat for a candidate of such humble origins to claim the top spot among freshmen. There were even rumors circulating that Chen Mo possessed the rare ability of dual powers. Simultaneously, this rumor spread rapidly to other regions, including the other two sacred martial universities, Jiangnan Province, and even to Chen Mo's previous home in Jiangbei County. In an instant, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of many. Chapter 50, Intent of the Spear. In a flash, whether on campus forums or short video platforms, Chen Mo had undeniably become the hot topic of the moment. As news of his achievement echoed throughout Xianyuan Martial Academy, it spread like lightning to the surrounding areas. Amidst this rapid dissemination of information at the Shinkong Martial Academy, Long Howren opened his eyes, which gleamed with a golden hue. "In this year's freshman examination, I ranked 29th. That seems quite commendable. I wonder how well Chen Mo performed." Having seen Chen Mo seize the championship in the entrance examination, Long Howren felt a twinge of discomfort, though he said nothing. Perhaps his entrance score was higher than Chen Mo's? At that moment, Long Howren received a text message on his phone. Upon opening it, a wry smile spread across his face. This guy is truly formidable. First place in the entrance examination, suppressing Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. In that case, losing to Chen Mo may not be too embarrassing after all. Following Long Howren, Wang Tianming, the Zhang brothers, and others also received news of Chen Mo's first-place achievement at Sacred Martial University. Ultimately, everyone arrived at a consensus. This guy is truly a freak. Meanwhile, at a second-tier university, Lin Shiming had just concluded their freshman assessment. Lin Shiming's academic performance was middling, neither outstanding nor subpar. At this moment, he lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, pondering whether Chen Mo's results were among the top ranks. The pressure at Tsinghua Dao University was immense. Meanwhile, his roommates were engrossed in discussions about the results of the freshman competition. "Hey, come look. The first place from the three major Tsinghua Dao universities has been announced. Can you believe it? The top spot from Sangxiong Martial Arts University is a little girl. Quite astonishing. And the first from Shinkong Martial Arts University is impressive too. Radiating with bolts of lightning. Truly fearsome. Look at this. The first from Xianyuan Martial Arts University is rather dashing. Those eyes are like black holes. So striking. Let me see the name. Oh, it's Chen Mo." In an instant, Lin Shiming sprang up from his bed and rushed to his roommate's side. What did you say? What is the name of the top student? He asked anxiously. His roommate rolled his eyes at Lin Shiming. It's Chen Mo. Why? Do you know him? Lin Shiming chuckled excitedly. Of course I know him. He is my brother. We were in the same class in high school. Immediately, skepticism adorned the faces of his roommates. How could someone of such extraordinary talent possibly know someone like Lin Shiming, a mere student from a second-tier university? When Lin Shiming produced a photo of himself with Chen Mo, the dormitory fell into an eerie silence, quickly followed by a chorus of gulping sounds. In the Jiangnan province, at the commander's office, Su Lingtian rubbed his temples, still feeling a slight headache. Although this year's college entrance exam had yielded a prodigious talent like Chen Mo, he still had a considerable distance to cover to meet the KPIs set by his superiors. To be frank, Su Lingtian was hoping for a master elixir from above to facilitate his own breakthrough. It seemed he would have to wait for the next year's exam. He hoped to witness another exceptional talent like Chen Mo. By the way, how did Chen Mo and the others fare? Just then, Su Lingtian received a text message. From Chen Mo? Let me see. The moment he read the message, the blood of the 6th grade master within him froze in disbelief. He clicked his tongue, incredulously staring at the phone screen. First place in the freshman entrance exam? Am I dreaming? Wait, this is no dream. Chen Mo truly secured the top spot. In an instant, a wide grin spread across Su Lingtian's face, growing ever larger with excitement. Haha, report it. Report it. This year's KPI no? The KPIs for the next few years can all rely on Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Zhongbei No. 1 High School was radiating a newfound brilliance. Following Chen Mo's achievement as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, the entire school received accolades from the county, city, and province. At this moment, Principal Wei Qingtian was directing the sculptors working on a statue in his vicinity. A magnificent statue of a handsome young man was gradually taking shape. It was, indeed, Chen Mo. This lad shall be revered by the students of Zhongbei No. 1 High School day and night. Wei Qingtian beamed with pride. Just then, his phone buzzed with a text message. Upon reading it, he gasped, and the phone slipped from his grasp to the floor. Wei Qingtian's lips quivered. Chen Mo? He placed first in the freshman competition? As a result, today's trending topics were dominated by Chen Mo's name. The very subject of this buzz resided in the most luxurious villa at Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, equipped with the highest technological standards. As a specially admitted student and the top freshman, he was allocated the finest resources. Yet, with such privilege came the necessity for diligence. He had to be aware that in a month, he would be participating in the artifact competition. In the virtual space's defense battle, he had gained much. But there were still areas that required refinement. Then I shall strive diligently, Chen Mo mused. I cannot afford to perform poorly in the upcoming artifact competition. I must not finish at the bottom. In the span of a month, time slipped away swiftly. Chen Mo's cultivation surged dramatically, bolstered by the high-quality resources provided by the academy. Within just a month, he advanced from the mid-second grade to the mid-third grade, an extraordinary feat indeed. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a torrent of sanguine energy erupted forth, nearly engulfing the entire room in a mist of vitality. Chen Mo contemplated. In this month, I have enhanced my SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder physique. If I face the three-tailed sword tiger, I can vanquish it solely with my physical prowess. Oh. The system lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in for the 3rd month and received the SSS level Godslaying Spear Intent. Wow. It's a golden prize. Chen Mo's heart soared with joy. As the month progressed, news of his participation in the artifact competition began to circulate among the university authorities. Countless freshmen were left in awe and shock. According to the relevant information, participation in the artifact competition was typically reserved for second-year students, with only one opportunity available. After all, artifacts were scarce, and there were stringent limits on the number of participants. For Chen Mo to receive this chance as a freshman was astonishing. Even Sheng Wujie and others were taken aback. However, some second-year students felt an intense sense of injustice regarding Chen Mo's special treatment. Why? Why can Chen Mo participate while we cannot? Just because he is a freshman, what does that matter? What qualifications does he have? At a barbecue stall, 3 second-year students expressed their disgruntlement. Chapter 51, The Choice. At the barbecue stall, 3 second-year students were vociferously lamenting. Really? Why? I just want to ask why. The school only has 20 slots for second-year students, and now it's 21 because of him. After a whole year of hard work, I've gained nothing. The 3 students glared at the information on the school forum, itching to smash their phones in frustration. Those familiar with them would know that their ranks this year were precisely 21, 22, and 23 among the second-year students. In other words, their strength was exceedingly close to qualifying for the artifact competition. Yet, due to luck or circumstances, they had missed out entirely. Now, witnessing a freshman attain that opportunity only stoked their fury. Old Wong, I have an idea. One of the second-year students said, his expression dark. What is it? Another second-year student nodded. After whispering a few words, the eyes of the other 2 lit up with excitement. All right, let us do it. Just a mere freshman. How strong can he be? Participating in the artifact competition is no trivial matter. We must ensure he faces humiliation. With hearty laughter, the scheme against Chen Mo began to unfold. Meanwhile, an increasing number of second-year students became aware of the matter at hand within Lingtian Academy. In a secluded bamboo grove, nestled behind the villa district, stood a graceful woman. In her right hand, she grasped a slender, supple longsword, shimmering with a radiant, glass-like brilliance, seemingly glowing in her palm. Her eyes, akin to mirrors, briefly reflected a flicker of astonishment. Lin Qingzhu smiled gently, and in that fleeting moment, countless sword shadows flickered around her. With each descent, myriad sword phantoms erupted, generating fierce gusts of wind that completely shredded the falling bamboo leaves. Was a freshman truly participating in the contest for the celestial artifact? Did the school specifically establish this precedent for him? Originally, the second-year cohort had a maximum of only 20 slots. Surely, this was merely a formality for him. Chen Mo? He was quite handsome, yet his strength remained uncertain. Lin Qingzhu's longsword suddenly descended, producing a resonant hum as the bamboo branches ahead exploded into fragments, a terrifying sword aura pervading the air, leaving behind a crater of considerable depth upon the ground. Fourth tier midstage, Lin Qingzhu. On the other side, atop the towering peaks, stood a figure as solid as rock. Surrounding him were an array of various weapons: long sabers, short swords, giant spears, and great halberds. A closer inspection would reveal the multitude of scars adorning his body, each wound encrusted with dried blood, a testament to countless trials and tribulations endured. The sight was enough to send chills down one's spine. Zhou Wenyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, his pitch-black eyes harboring an almost imperceptible darkness. TSK. It appears the school has placed significant importance on the new freshman this time, granting one the qualification to compete for the celestial artifact in their first year. It is crucial to note that due to the limited number of celestial artifacts, almost everyone can only participate once. This event was generally reserved for second-year students. However, Zhou Wenyu had never heard of anyone being allowed to participate in their first year before. Indeed, to think someone would aspire to take a slot from me. How exceedingly fanciful. In the dark, narrow passageway of Lingtian Academy, a youth with sinewy muscles stood steadfast. His eyes were closed, his fists seemingly imbued with boundless strength. As he stepped forward, he suddenly spotted 3 robots charging toward him, each exuding an aura surpassing the 4th tier midstage. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed. He regarded the approaching robots with a courteous smile. In an instant, Shang Tianlei's body erupted with astonishing electrical energy. Buzz! Thunder roared. In a heartbeat, 3 ferocious lightning dragons materialized before the robots, and under the onslaught of the lightning, the 3 robots were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. His power has indeed grown stronger. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He extended his right hand, and a sphere of thunderous energy materialized in his palm. No one could fathom that after a year of rigorous training, his thunderous innate ability had ascended to the SSS level. Gazing into the dimly lit passageway, bolts of thrilling lightning coursed through Shang Tianlei's eyes. This upcoming contest for the celestial artifact shall undoubtedly be mine. As for the name Chen Mo, he had indeed heard of it. Merely a prodigy from the first year, he presumed that his participation in the second-year celestial artifact contest was merely a formality. However, it was said that Chen Mo possessed a thunderous talent. This thought stirred a sense of excitement within Shang Tianlei. Perhaps his own thunderous abilities could grow even further. Amidst the tumultuous changes occurring in the outside world, Chen Mo remained entirely immersed in the system space, oblivious to it all. Within the confines of the system space, Chen Mo held a gun in one hand, gazing into the ethereal void before him, gradually opening his eyes, which resembled dark abysses. A profound aura emanated from his being, enveloping him in a mystical ambience. Then, with a single shot, in an instant, the space seemed to ripple as if collapsing. A terrifying wave of air igniting with explosive force, unleashing an overwhelming might. A magnificent essence of marksmanship erupted. Buzz! The long gun soared like a dragon, its shadow vast and piercing through the heavens, tearing apart the very fabric of the world. Witnessing the turbulence caused by the divine gun intent, a wave of ecstasy washed over Chen Mo. When employing the divine gun intent, he hadn't even tapped into the power of the 9 heavens dark thunder body. The strength he wielded could arguably reach the initial stage of the 4th tier, or even approach the mid-stage. Feeling the surging, profound marksmanship within him, a smile finally graced Chen Mo's lips. The contest for the celestial artifact comprises 2 rounds. The first round typically involves battles in the Machine Canyon, while the second round is a tournament on the stage. Only those who secure a position within the top 5 among the 20 participants shall earn the right to claim a celestial artifact. It is essential to recognize that Chen Mo would be competing against the elite from the second year, having undergone a year of training. Coupled with a cultivation level reaching the 4th tier, they would likely be able to practice the Tongtian method, Yutian method, and Lingtian method. However, as Chen Mo gazed at the scenery beyond the villa of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, he mused, but I am not lacking either. I, too, must seek a weapon that suits me. With my marksmanship having ascended to new heights, it would be remiss not to find a fitting weapon to complement my skills. And that celestial artifact may just be my optimal choice. Host, Chen Mo, Talent, SSR level 9 Heavens Dark Thunderbody, SSS level Extraordinary Insight, Cultivation level, 3rd tier Warrior, Mid-stage. Martial Arts, Basic Marksmanship, Intent, SSS level Divine Gun Intent. Chapter 52, Challenge. Upon exiting the opulent villa bestowed by the university, Chen Mo resolved to participate in the contest for the celestial artifact. The contest was scheduled for noon today, and he could reach the venue by taking the campus bus. It was said that the location was situated at the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. What could possibly be established there? At that moment, Chen Mo looked up to see a streak of light descending, revealing Xing Tiany's figure, beaming with a smile as he appeared before him. How do you feel? When Xing Tiany's gaze fell upon Chen Mo, his pupils momentarily constricted. How did your cultivation level rise so swiftly? In a moment of astonishment, as Xing Tiany expanded his perception, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Has your marksmanship broken through? He exclaimed incredulously. It had barely been a month since Chen Mo's last breakthrough to the true self level in marksmanship, yet now he had seemingly progressed again. Could it be that he had reached the consummate level of marksmanship? Gazing at the astonished expression on Xing Tiany's face, Chen Mo merely smiled gently. A fortunate breakthrough. Just a smidgen. A smidgen? With a look of skepticism plastered across his face, Xing Tiany suddenly reached out, attempting to strike Chen Mo. You little rascal, come on. As he beheld the enlarging hand in his line of sight, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, and then, with a sudden flick of his finger, unleashed a profound and domineering intent, akin to a dragon soaring through the sky. Bang! Upon the collision of their palms, Chen Mo staggered back 2 steps. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found Xing Tiany's face awash with shock. Damn it, you really did break through. My heavens. An 18-year-old at the mid-tier of the 3rd rank, with perfected marksmanship. Your talent is simply terrifying. Even Xing Tiany could not help but feel astonished by Chen Mo's breakthrough. One must understand, what does it mean to possess perfected marksmanship? It is likely that only the top students in their 3rd year would have a chance to master it. Moreover, it could be said that only the most elite among the 3rd year students could achieve such a feat. Yet now, Chen Mo, merely a freshman, had nearly grasped perfected marksmanship. And it felt as if it came effortlessly. What a treasure! Xing Tiany's heart surged with unparalleled joy. After all, if this news were to reach the likes of Ling Tian Academy, Tong Tian Academy, or Yu Tian Academy, those old fellows would likely come rushing to snatch him away. Subsequently, with a smile gracing his lips, Xing Tiany patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Chen Mo, I believe you will excel in this upcoming competition for the celestial artifact. Our Zhongtian Academy needs someone of your extraordinary caliber. Rest assured, once you reach the 4th rank as a martial artist, I will immediately grant you the opportunity to comprehend the Zhongtian steel. The steel contains the ultimate secrets of the Zhongtian law, and the chance to comprehend it only comes once every decade. An incredibly precious opportunity. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging the value of this opportunity. Yet it was not what he should be contemplating at the moment. He still had a competition for the celestial artifact to prepare for. Stepping forward, he inquired, Dean Xing. You must be here to take me to the celestial artifact competition, right? What about the other seniors? Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Xing Tiany paused for a moment, then chuckled. Well, in previous years, the Zhongtian law was quite challenging to learn, so this year, no one else qualified to participate in the celestial artifact competition. Ahem. You are the only one qualified. Chen Mo was taken aback. Only me? Xing Tiany replied awkwardly yet earnestly. Indeed, only you. Chen Mo sighed, realizing now why he had not encountered any other Zhongtian Academy students after entering the top villa area for freshmen. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. Old Xing. It seems there's no other choice. I must help our Zhongtian Academy save face. Fear not. I will definitely secure the celestial artifact this time. Xing Tiany nodded in affirmation. Yes, stay humble. We must remain modest. Wait, you said you will obtain the celestial artifact this time. Are you joking? It should be noted that Xing Tiany, Lin Jianfeng, and others had allowed Chen Mo to participate in the 4-year celestial artifact competition primarily to gain experience and ensure he could secure the artifact. Yet now, Chen Mo boldly proclaimed he would obtain it. Had he lost his mind? However, upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, those eyes resembling black holes, Xing Tiany found himself at a loss for words, as a daring thought suddenly emerged. What if Chen Mo actually obtained the celestial artifact this time? Filled with incredulous anticipation, Xing Tiany whisked Chen Mo away in a flash, arriving at the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University in an instant. The competition for the celestial artifact was a confidential affair, thus prohibiting any onlookers. Meanwhile, Yin Jinghong, Sheng Wuji, and others sent their well wishes to Chen Mo via messages, which he responded to during the flight. Upon reaching the back mountain, they found 20 students already gathered. As Chen Mo approached, sharp gazes were immediately cast his way. Historically, it had never occurred for a freshman to participate in the second-year competition for the celestial artifact. They were all curious as to what qualifications Chen Mo possessed to earn such an opportunity. Even if Chen Mo held an SSS-level dark talent, accompanied by an S-level lightning talent, what of it? Their strengths had already reached the 4th rank. With the disparity in realms, any significant gap in abilities would be swiftly bridged. Upon seeing Chen Mo's eyes, akin to black holes, their own gazes narrowed slightly. They could sense that Chen Mo's aura was not ordinary, but merely a mid-tier 3rd-rank martial artist. TSK, that placed him a whole realm below us. It seems he was merely brought in for an experience. I've heard from my vice dean's relative that this fellow has qualified for 4 years. 4 years? TSK. Is the school intending to cultivate him as a seed-level candidate? But what of it? In our presence, he is hardly worthy of notice. Be cautious. What if he is merely pretending to be weak? Suddenly, the top talents present began to discuss amongst themselves. Chen Mo, however, remained expressionless, subtly shifting his gaze to 3 martial artists among the 3 academies, as they seemed to pique his interest the most. Lin Qingzhu paused, a charming smile gracing her lips. He can actually sense me? This fellow's perception is quite impressive. She practiced the Ling Tian Law, which not only boasted terrifying speed, but also exceptional breath-hiding capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow, surprised that Chen Mo's attention was drawn first to the 3 of them. The top talents. Did he intend to challenge all 3 right off the bat? Such a thought was rather presumptuous. With that, he decided not to hold back in teaching him a lesson. Uncertain of the fellow's intentions, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a youth clad in a blue robe beside him. As for the youth in the blue robe, he raised an eyebrow slightly upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, a playful smile curling at the corners of Shang Tianlei's mouth. The lightning coursing through him seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Does he possess the same lightning talent as I do? Shang Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly, a sign of excitement. Fear not, I shall thoroughly absorb Chen Mo's lightning talent, making him understand what true thunder is. Just as Shang Tianlei's thoughts concluded, 3 streaks of light arrived successively at the scene. The expressions of the crowd immediately shifted to one of respect as they clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings. Dean Gu Linghan, Dean Shang Tiangu, and Dean Shintuyi. The 3 deans nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, before turning their gazes to Chen Mo. Dean Gu Linghan smiled gently and asked, how has your freshman year been? In this contest for the celestial artifact, we shall endeavor to do our utmost without succumbing to excessive pressure. Gu Linghan's words resonated with the warmth of a benevolent elder, prompting Chen Mo to respond promptly. Thank you for your concern, Dean Gu. I am well aware. Subsequently, both Shintuyi and Xiang Tiange imparted similar words of encouragement. It was precisely these reassurances that left everyone utterly astonished. One must understand that the deans of the 4 prestigious academies are typically aloof and unapproachable, possessing an air of sternness that rarely allows for levity. Yet now, they exhibited a demeanor akin to that of amiable relatives in front of Chen Mo. The crowd was left to speculate wildly. Could it be that this individual is the illegitimate offspring of the principal? Perhaps sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him, Xing Tianyi cleared his throat softly twice. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed to participate in the first round of testing. The rules will be explained in due course. It was only at this moment that the gravity of the situation settled upon everyone. They understood that what lay ahead was the highly esteemed competition for the celestial artifact. Each artifact represented an incredibly precious opportunity for growth. Missing out could mean an incalculable amount of fortuity would be required in the future to compensate. In this fierce contest, not a single soul wished to face defeat. Just as the crowd began to enter the back mountain, a voice suddenly pierced the air. We object. Why should Chen Mo be allowed to participate in the contest for the celestial artifact? At that moment, 3 voices rang out in unison from behind the crowd, causing their expressions to falter as they turned to see 3 imposing young scholars standing at the entrance, their expressions fierce. Clad in the attire of Yutian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Lingtian Academy, it was evident that they hailed from 3 distinct institutions. Naturally, the students selected for the contest recognized them immediately. Good heavens, it's Li Yun, Zhang Hu and Wang Li. Weren't they ranked 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in the final exams? Yes, indeed, they were right behind me. Lamentably missing out on this opportunity for the celestial artifact. Their strength was at the 3rd rank, peak perfection. It seemed evident that they harbored grievances against Chen Mo. The contest for the celestial artifact was the prime opportunity for enhancing one's combat prowess. And witnessing a first-year student gain such an opportunity, while they did not, was undoubtedly infuriating. A smirk of derision appeared on the faces of most students present. It was clear that the trio's intent was to humiliate Chen Mo. What were the potential consequences of such actions? First, Chen Mo could retaliate against them and suffer defeat, losing face. Second, he could choose silence and also lose face. This was undeniably a blatant scheme aimed at Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi's countenance darkened. Beside him, the 3 deans exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a desire to detain the trio immediately. After all, Their audacious questioning of Chen Mo was tantamount to a slap in the face for them. Chen Mo's participation in the contest had also garnered their endorsement. The reason for Xing Tiany's displeasure was simple. Chen Mo was a student of their Tongtian Academy, and there was no need for interference from other academies. Moreover, it had been several years since anyone from their academy had participated in the contest for the celestial artifact. After finally securing a participant this year, they were now subjected to unwarranted criticism. Any dean would feel deeply unsettled by such a situation. However, as Xing Tiany prepared to speak, Chen Mo interjected, positioning himself in front of them. "Allow me," he said with a gentle smile. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo turned his attention towards the trio of Li Yun. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" A radiant smile graced Chen Mo's lips. The three were momentarily taken aback. And then Li Yun stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, we are not satisfied with you. We have devoted immense effort and commitment for this contest. So why should a newcomer like you be granted this opportunity?" Simultaneously, Zhang Hu and Wang Li straightened their postures, their eyes brimming with disdain. They believed Chen Mo would not dare to retaliate against them, given they had no chance to compete for the celestial artifact. Their intention was to thoroughly vex Chen Mo, making him aware that there were formidable upperclassmen in this institution. However, the next words from Chen Mo caused the pupils of countless observers to narrow slightly. "As for you insignificant pests, I can hardly be bothered to utter another word. If you wish to fight, then come forth. All three of you. I am pressed for time. Do you comprehend? The reason I have obtained this qualification is simply that I am superior to you. Do you understand?" Chen Mo regarded the three with a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, only by showcasing the corresponding strength can one avoid inciting envy. If there were those who doubted him, he would fight until they were silenced. Only the strong could dictate the rules and wield them. This individual possesses remarkable courage. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, but then shook her head, remarking, "However, it is merely courage. If I were in his position, I would probably opt for silence." Zhou Wenyu also shook his head. It was important to note that although Li Yun and his companions were not exceptionally strong, they were all at the peak of the 3rd rank, and if they collaborated, they could even challenge a 4th-rank novice warrior. Not to mention Chen Mo, who was merely at the mid-level of the 3rd rank. In his eyes, Chen Mo was just a young man, speaking out of youthful bravado. Beside him, Sheng Tianlei bore no expression whatsoever. The deans of the 4 academies were about to voice their concerns, but upon noticing Xing Tiany's gaze, they abruptly ceased their actions. Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange's expressions suddenly froze. Could it be that Xing Tiany intended for Chen Mo to face Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu alone? Chapter 54, The Shattering of Dark Thunder. This audacity displayed by Xing Tiany was indeed remarkable. The deans of the 3 academies simultaneously thought. One must understand that even if Chen Mo were to engage, he would be confronting students who had been in the university for an entire year. In terms of both overall combat capability and fighting techniques, they would undoubtedly surpass a newcomer by a significant margin. One opponent might be manageable, but 3 at once? Historically, there had never been a case of a new student battling 3 seasoned upperclassmen ranked among the top contenders within a month of enrollment. While they were worried for Chen Mo, the deans of the 3 academies also seemed to harbor a flicker of anticipation. What if Chen Mo truly managed to defeat Li Yun and his companions? Surely, it could not be that he had experienced such remarkable growth in just a month's time. Regardless, once the contest for the celestial artifact concluded, they would undoubtedly impose strict repercussions on Li Yun and his cohorts. After all, Chen Mo had evidently emerged as a seed-level contender for their Xianyuan Martial University. He could not be treated so lightly. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's scornful remarks, Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu all felt their faces flush with indignation. They had originally thought that Chen Mo would back down when faced with the difficulty. But what they never expected was that Chen Mo would dare to speak to them like this. What was more, he even issued a battle invitation to the 3 of them in a mocking manner. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. However, at the moment they sensed that humiliation, a trace of excitement suddenly flashed in the depths of their eyes. They had not expected that they would still get a chance to teach this kid a lesson. Thinking of this, the 3 of them glanced at the 3 academy deans, whose expressions showed no obvious change, and all rubbed their hands together. Sure enough, they had guessed correctly. Those 3 deans were probably quite dissatisfied as well, right? After all, they had allowed a freshman to participate in the competition for an immortal artifact. At the thought of this, the 3 of them grew even more excited. Perhaps this time, by teaching Chen Mo a lesson, they might even earn praise from their deans and obtain even more high-quality resources. Thinking this far, faint smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, Li Yun stepped forward and looked at Chen Mo. "Don't blame us, brothers, for not warning you." Zhang Hu crossed his arms. "Since you want to challenge the 3 of us, then naturally we won't hold back." Wang Li shook his head. "If I were you, I would definitely have chosen to remain silent just now." Hearing their words, Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Stop being so noisy. It's annoying." At these words, the expressions of the 3 men turned cold. and they sneered at Chen Mo together. Li Yun shouted. Boom. In an instant. It was as if an ancient volcano had erupted. Terrifying energy poured out from the three of them. Rumble, rumble. A faint glow of energy coiled around their bodies as they raised their heads, their gazes incomparably sharp as they stared at Chen Mo. Boom. The three of them suddenly turned into three afterimages, rushing toward Chen Mo like lightning. Cloud-splitting palm. Rend. Li Yun took the lead, his twin palms condensing a milky white glow. In the next moment, as if tearing through the air itself, he struck toward Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Wang Li behind him moved with tacit coordination, splitting apart and attacking Chen Mo from the left and right. Zhang Hu's fist erupted with the roar of a tiger, echoing through the mountains and forests. Wang Li's massive axe swung with overwhelming force, as if it were about to cleave the very air apart. Chen Mo is finished. Under this three-sided pincer attack, many second-year prodigies shook their heads. In their eyes, the attacks of Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li were not particularly powerful for fourth-rank cultivators. But this was far beyond what Chen Mo, a mid, third-rank warrior, could withstand. However, at this very moment, as Chen Mo looked at the three charging figures, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Fight me? You're not worthy. Boom. Under countless stunned gazes, Chen Mo's nine heavens dark thunder divine body erupted in full force. Rumble, rumble. Surging dark thunder energy poured out like a tidal wave. The terrifying aftershocks even caused the ground to tremble slightly, leaves rustling violently all around. So strong. Many second-year students hurriedly formed energy shields to prevent themselves from being injured. The moment he felt the overwhelming pressure bursting forth from Chen Mo, Li Yun's expression changed first. How is this possible? How could a freshman have such presence? Something's wrong. In that instant, Li Yun tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Who said you could leave? Within the surging dark thunder energy, a massive hand suddenly condensed, resembling a giant python, and smashed down toward him with a ferocious punch. Li Yun's pupils shrank as an intense sense of danger surged through his heart. This is bad. Rending talent, rend the heavens and earth. In an instant, Li Yun forcefully spread his arms, his palms forming a tearing posture as he tried to rip apart Chen Mo's dark thunder giant hand. However, when his palms made contact, they only sparked faintly. It's over. Bang. With a single blow, Li Yun was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing dozens of meters away. What? Li Yun was sent flying with one punch. Many second-year students' pupils contracted sharply. Oh, interesting. Lin Xingzhu looked at the dark thunder giant fist, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. This level of strength, he hit it well. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, slightly astonished. As several voices sounded, Li Yun slammed heavily into the ground, carving out a trench several meters long. Li Yun. At this moment, Zhang Hu and Wang Li's hearts also jolted. Before attacking Chen Mo, they had already investigated his strength. At most, mid-third rank during the freshman competition. How could he be this strong? What they did not know was why Chen Mo had been able to obtain first place in the freshman examination. He had single-handedly slain a lord-level ferocious beast. But at this point, there was no time left for them to think further. After all, they had already made their move against Chen Mo. If they won, then fine, it would prove their strength. But if they lost, they would become the laughingstock of the entire second-year cohort. At the thought of this, Zhang Hu and Wang Li immediately let out loud roars. Tiger of despair. Shake the heavens. Terrifying power, shake the nine skies. Their techniques had resounding names, and terrifying auras likewise erupted from their hands. Boom. A tiger-shaped fist and a sky-cleaving axe descended toward Chen Mo. Yet Chen Mo, with his slender figure, merely sneered. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for striking. Dark thunder shatter. In an instant, an even more violent surge of dark thunder energy erupted completely. Chapter 55, Strength Dark Thunder Shatter. These three words echoed from within the vast dark thunder energy. Buzz. Terrifying power exploded completely, on both sides of Chen Mo's body. Enormous arms 5 meters long condensed at the same time. Boom. Each dark thunder arm towered like a giant tree, instilling fear in all who saw them. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly sharpened. The next moment, the two dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him slammed down. Boom. The massive dark thunder arms collided fiercely with the axe and the tiger-shaped fist. The resulting shockwaves caused the ground to tremble once more. Then, under the shocked gazes of Zhang Hu and Wang Li, cracks suddenly appeared in the energy barriers surrounding their bodies. No, not just one, but countless. With a sharp crack, the energy shields around Zhang Hu and Wang Li shattered completely. Amid countless incredulous stares, the two were sent flying backward, blood spraying from their mouths and splattering across the ground. Silence. The entire scene fell into complete silence. Before this, these second-year prodigies had all been waiting to see Chen Mo, a freshman, make a fool of himself. When Chen Mo challenged Li Yun and the others, the second-year students had all viewed him with disbelief and scorn. However, the current Chen Mo astonishingly defeated Li Yun and his companions in merely 2 moves. This individual is indeed remarkable. In an instant, Nearly all the second-year prodigies retracted the disdain that had lingered in their gazes. The second-year students participating in the contest for the celestial artifact comprised the top 20 ranked individuals. Among them, the 15 to 20 ranked students would require considerable strength to withstand the combined assault of Li Yun and his companions. Yet, observing Chen Mo's calm demeanor at this moment, it seemed that executing such an attack would be no trivial feat. The second-year prodigies ranked 4th to 14th took note of Chen Mo's demeanor, for their own capabilities had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. For them, dispatching Li Yun and his companions would be a mere triviality. However, they remained cautious of Chen Mo, as no one wished to be eliminated by a mere freshman. It is no wonder that the school would go so far as to bend the rules for Chen Mo. Lin Qingzhu's face flickered with intrigue. It appears he genuinely possesses considerable strength. His prowess is commendable. Even Zhou Wenyu nodded in acknowledgement, offering Chen Mo his respect. If given another year of training, it is likely that none present would stand a chance against him. However, for the three of them, who were at the high stage of the 4th tier, Chen Mo's strength was not particularly formidable. Conversely, they too could easily defeat him in a single strike. On the other side, Sheng Tianlei suppressed the tremor in his right hand as he gazed at Chen Mo's figure, a glimmer of excitement passing through his eyes. The lightning. Such potent lightning. Although it was tinged with other energies, perhaps it could serve as a foundation for the evolution of my own lightning. A greedy glint crossed Sheng Tianlei's gaze, reminiscent of a predator spotting its prey. As Chen Mo turned around, Xing Tianyi could scarcely contain his smile. Excellent. Well done. Were it not for the presence of others, Xing Tianyi would likely have burst into laughter. Chen Mo merely smiled lightly, as if the earlier battle had been nothing more than a mundane occurrence to him. Xing Tianyi laughed heartily, exclaiming, well done. He then turned to Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tuyi, chuckling softly, cough. What do you think? Our academy students are quite impressive, aren't they? The corners of Gu Linghan and the others' mouths twitched, yet they refrained from saying much. Their gazes upon Chen Mo were laced with complexity. Under the full consumption of high-quality resources, Chen Mo achieving the mid-stage of the 3rd tier did not overly astonish them. What truly surprised them was the occasional burst of intent emanating from him. Surely, Chen Mo could not have comprehended intent, could he? It seemed implausible. One must understand that intent is primarily a means of attack for 5th-tier warriors. Typically, it is rare for anyone to grasp it at the 3rd-tier stage. It must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. Upon realizing this, the directors of the 3 academies cast cold glances at Li Yun and his companions, who were struggling to rise from the ground, supporting each other. Faced with the directors' scrutinizing gazes, the 3 lowered their heads completely. They could scarcely fathom that they had been defeated by a mere freshman. They had truly brought shame upon themselves. Gu Linghan spoke. The contest for the celestial artifact is one of the most significant events at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The final results will impact the competition between the 3 schools in a month. Your disruptive actions, though possessing some justification, still violate the school's regulations. It is essential to note that Chen Mo's participation in the celestial artifact contest was personally sanctioned by the principal. The reason is simple. He was capable of slaying a 3rd-tier Lord-level beast while still at the 2nd-tier stage. Ask yourselves, could you have accomplished that during your freshman year? In an instant, the majority of gazes in the arena shifted, their intensity towards Chen Mo deepening. While they could certainly combat a 3rd-tier beast lord now, to have done so at the 2nd-tier stage, that would have been a different matter altogether. They would have been utterly crushed. Was this newcomer truly just from a county-level school? Suddenly, doubts arose regarding the rumors they had heard about Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li's heads sank even lower, nearly touching the ground. The prodigy, Chen Mo, a 2nd-tier warrior facing a 3rd-tier beast lord, approved by the principal. Each of these points spelled disaster for them. How could they have the audacity to challenge Chen Mo? The key issue was that the 3 of them had been simultaneously taught a lesson by Chen Mo, a mere freshman. This was an utter disgrace. Gu Linghan spared no words. For today's events, report to the Academic Affairs Office for punishment. At least a month in the confinement chamber. Each of you must write 100,000 words of self-reflection apologizing to Chen Mo. With that, he waved them off. The mention of the confinement chamber made the 3 shudder. That place was no place for humans. And 100,000 words of reflection. That was enough to compose a short novel. With this thought, the 3 could only sigh in resignation before departing. Watching them leave, Chen Mo couldn't help but click his tongue. Old Gu is truly ruthless. Just like that, he demanded 100,000 words. However, it is well deserved for the 3 of them. Now that the matter has concluded, shall we proceed to the celestial artifact competition? Gu Linghan gestured. Instantly, the expressions of everyone, including Chen Mo, turned serious. Chen Mo had not forgotten the purpose of his outing. To obtain a celestial artifact, to enhance his combat prowess. After all, it is a celestial artifact. Just the name alone evokes a sense of dread. Chapter 56, The Machine Canyon. As the group ventured deeper towards the back mountain, the surroundings became increasingly cool. Towering ancient trees, their canopies obscuring the sky, following the invasion of ferocious beasts into Blue Star. Even the flora and fauna had undergone rapid changes. Their footsteps soon came to a halt before a deep canyon, where an overwhelming pressure swept over them, sending a shiver down their spines. This place is no ordinary location. Many second-year students wore somber expressions. At this moment, Gu Linghan stepped forward. This is a checkpoint specially established by our principal. It is called the Machine Canyon. Machine Canyon. Dozens of gazes simultaneously turned towards the profound ravine, as if they could sense the terrifying aura of mechanical puppets emanating from within. The puppets inside range from the initial stage of the 4th tier to the high stage of the 4th tier. Your objective is to traverse the Machine Canyon in the shortest time possible. The top 12 will qualify for the next round. Do you understand? The expressions of all present suddenly turned grave. At the very least, they were confronted with a 4th-grade mechanical puppet, and this test was undoubtedly going to be exceedingly challenging. Yet, there were several individuals whose countenances remained entirely unchanged. For instance, Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei maintained their composure, as if nothing had occurred that warranted their attention. Meanwhile, Chen Mo gazed toward the canyon, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since his breakthrough, his strength had not been showcased for quite some time. Perhaps this would be an excellent opportunity to test himself. Following this, they entered according to their assigned numbers. The deans of the 4 academies awaited them at the finish line. In an instant, the deans transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. After a brief silence enveloped the students, Sheng Tianlei, the top student of his sophomore year, lifted his gaze and approached the mechanical canyon. As he was the first to take the mechanical test, having excelled in last semester's evaluations, it was only natural for him to lead the way. With a decisive step, he entered the canyon, disappearing amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Behind him, Gu Linghan, Xing Tianyi, and 2 others stood poised at the finish line. Indeed, a prodigy from our academy, Gu Linghan remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed Sheng Tianlei within the mechanical canyon. Although they had not secured Chen Mo, there was no denying that Sheng Tianlei was one of the most exceptional talents from their academy. His achievement of first place in the first-year to second-year assessments had significantly elevated the status of their institution. It remained to be seen how long he would take. Undoubtedly, Sheng Tianlei would have a stake in this year's contest for the celestial artifact. Xiang Tiange crossed his arms. However, Lin Qingzhu is no slouch either. Oh please. Lin Qingzhu only ranks 3rd in the cohort, while Zhou Wenyu is 2nd, Shin Tiyi interjected. He nearly bested Sheng Tianlei during the final exams. As they observed Sheng Tianlei advancing toward the mechanical puppet, a heated discussion ensued among the crowd. What if Chen Mo claims first place? Xing Tianyi suddenly posited. Chen Mo first. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tiyi exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware that debates over who could secure the top 3 positions, Lin Qingzhu, Sheng Tianlei, or Zhou Wenyu, could ignite fierce rivalry. Yet, the mention of Chen Mo's name amid such a discussion was utterly unexpected, while they acknowledged Chen Mo's extraordinary talent. Unprecedented in their memory, the notion of him surpassing Sheng Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, or Zhou Wenyu was far-fetched. There's no need for speculation. We'll see their performances soon enough. Someone remarked. Just then, a streak of light flickered across the sky. The crowd turned to see Vice Principal Hua Xiu arriving. Old Hua, you're finally here to take charge. Gu Linghan greeted with a smile. Hua Xiu shrugged. No choice. Lin Jianfeng is unavailable, and the principal is in seclusion. Only during the inter-academic competition is he likely to emerge. Thus, this responsibility naturally falls to me. The contest for the celestial artifact is significant. As the crowd engaged in conversation, a sudden announcement rang out. Sophomore Sheng Tianlei has traversed the mechanical canyon in 6 minutes. Instantly, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. 6 minutes through the mechanical canyon. Gu Linghan laughed heartily. 6 minutes for a sophomore? Truly, a student trained in our Tongtian technique. Remarkable. That time could easily place him among the top 10 in school history. On the other side, the crowd was momentarily stunned by Sheng Tianlei's achievement. It was known that the canyon was filled with 4th-grade robots. For Sheng Tianlei to have completed the test in such a short time was astonishing. 6 minutes. Did he dismantle them inside? They exclaimed. Truly, the top student of our cohort. Although they were all prodigies, there existed a discernible gap even among the best. For those ranked lower, comparing themselves to Sheng Tianlei was akin to comparing clouds to dirt. Chen Mo, too, noted Sheng Tianlei's impressive time. 6 minutes? I wonder how long it will take me, he pondered, clenching his fists with excitement. Just then, another voice broke through the chatter. It should be my turn now. At that moment, Zhou Wenyu, his stature akin to an iron tower, slowly approached the mechanical puppet. Fangmen Yutian, he exclaimed, and in an instant, golden light enveloped him. A small success in the Yutian technique. No wonder Wenyu is so confident. The attacks of a mid-level 4th-grade martial artist will likely prove utterly ineffective against him. Murmurs of discussion arose around them. So this is the Yutian technique? Chen Mo observed intently. The Tongtian, Yutian, Lingtian, and Zhongtian techniques were all top-tier martial arts. They were designed to unlock the body's potential beyond innate abilities. Initially, Chen Mo had felt the techniques were not as formidable as rumored. However, He now realized it was likely far more complex than he had perceived. He must accelerate his training to attain 4th grade martial artist status and pursue the Zhongtian technique. At that moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the mechanical canyon. In 6.5 minutes, sophomore Zhou Wenyu has completed the task. The announcement rang out. 6.5 minutes. While not as swift as Sheng Tianlei, it was still an impressive result. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure entered, wielding a sharp sword. Lin Qingzhu, with her long sword, lightly tapped the ground and soared into the mechanical canyon like a divine crane. It seems Lin Qingzhu has mastered the Lingtian technique to a remarkable degree, gasped the crowd in awe, as they marveled at the top-tier prodigies. Chen Mo contemplated the disappearing figures of Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu. The pursuit of martial arts could not afford to falter. After reaching 4th grade status, he would seek out old Xing for the Zhongtian tablet to cultivate the Zhongtian technique. The martial artist realm is categorized into 3 methods of attack: innate abilities, martial arts, and intent. With his SSS level comprehension, Chen Mo naturally aimed to advance in all 3 simultaneously. However, that endeavor would have to wait until after the Celestial Artifact Contest. Chapter 57. Impossible to achieve. Chen Mo could discern the remarkable agility in Lin Qingzhu's earlier movements. Her speed was truly astonishing. Was this the culmination of the 3 primary martial arts powers, strength, defense, and speed? Combined with his innate abilities, it undoubtedly formed a terrifying weapon. However, the path he was pursuing was said to encompass all 3 attributes through the Zhongtian technique. How formidable would he become as a 4th grade martial artist? Moreover, if he were to seize victory in the upcoming Celestial Artifact Contest, just how much would his strength surge? Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Just then, a series of announcements continued to resound. Sophomore Lin Qingzhu, time, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Sophomore Yun Tian, time, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sophomore Su Qing, time, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. A cacophony of sounds erupted abruptly, causing the candidates surrounding Chen Mo to vanish one after another. As he stood alone, another announcement echoed through the air. Zhang Li, a sophomore, completed in 20 minutes. At this juncture, Chen Mo found himself as the sole survivor at the entrance of the mechanical battlefield. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mechanical Great Wall, Gu Linghan and others stood atop the clouds. It is worth noting that viewing through screens pales in comparison to witnessing it with one's own eyes. As 8th rank martial masters, their strength had reached levels beyond ordinary comprehension. Lin Qingru from our academy indeed performs admirably, Xiang Tinga remarked with a gentle smile. But Lin Qingzhu pales in comparison to our Zhou Wenyu. Shin Tuyi retorted, arms crossed. In actual combat, I'll just crush your bulky figures. Xiang Tinga mocked. Huh. Zhou Wenyu could shatter your Lin Qingzhu with a single slap. Shin Tuyi shot back defiantly. Observing the escalating argument between the two, Wuxiao sighed, resigned. The heads of the 4 academies often behaved like this in private. Just then, Gu Linghan interjected. Well, they still cannot compare to Sheng Tianlei. As Xiang Tinga and Shin Tuyi prepared to unite in rebuttal, Wuxiao interposed. However, this year's candidates have all performed remarkably well. Most completed within 20 minutes. A truly exceptional achievement. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the heads of the 3 academies curled upwards. Following last year's dismal defeat in the Tri-Academy competition, they had intensified their training of students, nearly treating them like AI in their rigorous drills. This training was now yielding commendable results. Perhaps if they continued on this path, by the time this year's sophomores became juniors, Xianyuan Martial University would no longer find themselves at the bottom of the rankings. By the way, Lao Xing, how long do you think your Chen Mo will take? At this moment, Gu Linghan turned to the impassive Xing Tianyi, prompting the others to glance over with curiosity. After all, it was said that Chen Mo had secluded himself for a month, dedicating his time to studying martial arts in his dormitory. Thus, they were unaware of the extent of his training. The university had established corresponding instructors responsible for guiding students in their daily practices. Of course, students with prodigious talent could apply for exemptions from classes. Chen Mo happened to be one such individual. Perhaps he has improved by a mere fraction, Xing Tianyi remarked casually. A mere fraction? The expressions of the crowd turned skeptical, yet upon witnessing Chen Mo preparing to enter the trial, their curiosity was piqued. How well could this young man perform within the mechanical Great Wall? It is essential to note that including Wuxiao and the other 3, their expectations were not particularly high. As long as Chen Mo could traverse the mechanical gorge within half an hour, it would be deemed an outstanding feat after all. He was merely a freshman. The fundamental reason for allowing Chen Mo to participate in the contest for the divine artifact was to provide him with an opportunity for training, facilitating his preparation for the upcoming competition in his sophomore year. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Xing Tianyi chose not to elaborate further. Just keep an eye on him, he stated, shaking his head, and turned his full attention to the mechanical gorge below. At the exit of the mechanical gorge, 20 exceptional students stood waiting. Regardless of the final outcomes, after a brief adjustment period, their mentalities had stabilized. It is crucial to understand that a commendable mindset is a prerequisite for becoming an outstanding talent. However, They had not anticipated that the entry into the top 12 would conclude in a mere 12 minutes, a truly shocking revelation. Their gazes converged towards the direction of the mechanical gorge. What level of strength would Chen Mo display? Sigh, let me tell you. They are merely giving Chen Mo a chance. Winning or losing is inconsequential. I envy such talent. But we can place a bet. What shall we bet on? Quite simple. Whether he can traverse the mechanical gorge within an hour. An hour? I doubt it. He is only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, right? Even though he has a record against a beast lord, that was merely in a virtual battlefield. These mechanical puppets are the real deal. Amidst the discussions, the 3 top-tier prodigies at the forefront began to confer amongst themselves. Zhou Wenyu chuckled. Are they all betting? Should we join in? Lin Qingzhu gazed towards the mechanical gorge. Shall we bet on whether Chen Mo can make it? Zhou Wenyu replied. Sure, I wager on an hour. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingzhu countered. I'll say 30 minutes. Instantly, Zhou Wenyu's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Qingzhu. Wait, are you that confident in him? Remember, he is only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. As one ascends in rank, the disparities between levels become increasingly pronounced. At times, sheer rank cannot be matched by any martial skill or talent. Within this mechanical gorge, there are as many as 50 4th grade puppets. Although most are at the initial stage of the 4th grade, some are at the advanced stage. Even if he dodges, Chen Mo's progress will be exceedingly slow. After all, he must contend with assaults from all directions. Lin Qingzhu's unwavering confidence in him was something Zhou Wenyu and the others had never anticipated. Sheng Tianlei, what are your thoughts? Zhou Wenyu turned to him. Sheng Tianlei smiled gently, his grin nearly reaching his ears. What do I think? I am eagerly awaiting Chen Mo's advancement to the 2nd round. Observing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow likely noticed Chen Mo's innate talent for lightning. Strangely, every time Sheng Tianlei learned of an opponent possessing lightning talent, he exhibited a peculiar expression. Nevertheless, to enter the 2nd round, Chen Mo would need to finish within 15 minutes to secure a place among the top 12. Only those in the top 12 can proceed to the 2nd round. Surely, Chen Mo cannot achieve this. Chapter 58, The Shot Fired. As the outside world buzzed with speculation, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the mechanical gorge, his eyes narrowing like a black hole. With absolute perception, he sensed the terrifying aspects within the mechanical gorge. It was time to enter. Suddenly, he stepped forward. Buzz. A whirlwind of transformation engulfed him, revealing a 3-meter-wide avenue lined with dozens of robots. Each robot, forged from a special metal, exuded an aura of 4th-rank pressure. Terrifying, fierce, suffocating. As the eyes of each robot ignited with blue light, waves of overwhelming pressure surged forth. However, within Chen Mo's gaze, there was no hint of trepidation. Instead, a flicker of excitement passed through him. After a month of dedicated training, he was finally ready to showcase his abilities. As Chen Mo murmured to himself, 3 initial-stage 4th-grade mechanical puppets in the distance had already detected his presence. With a hum, these mechanical constructs, akin to iron war chariots, charged toward Chen Mo with relentless speed. Meanwhile, dark thunderous liquid surged rapidly around him. Just in time. Above, the 4 esteemed deans remained suspended in the air. This little guy truly exhibits no hesitation. Gu Linghan crossed his arms. It is important to note that Chen Mo had yet to experience any real combat. While virtual battles are indeed vivid and can achieve 100% simulation accuracy, they remain mere illusions. Actual combat, however, presents a starkly different scenario. Some geniuses who dominate in virtual arenas may find their prowess reduced to less than a tenth in the real world. Thus, the Academy has instituted real-world assessments to evaluate their true strengths. Old Xing, how many 4th-grade robots do you think Chen Mo can defeat? Shin Tuyi cast a glance at Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi shrugged. I've said it before, he can make it to the 2nd round. Shin Tuyi replied, well, that topic isn't going anywhere. Xiang Tiange gestured downward. All right, Chen Mo is about to engage in battle. Let us not disturb him. As they looked down, their pupils constricted slightly. The 3 4th-grade mechanical puppets raised their fists and suddenly closed in from a distance with astonishing speed. One must understand that mechanical puppets possess virtually no flaws. Their strength, defense, and speed are all intricately programmed. For an average warrior of the same realm, it would be exceedingly challenging to contend with them, let alone someone like Chen Mo, who is merely a 3rd-grade warrior. Yet, in Chen Mo's eyes, a flicker of battle intent ignited. Since they so willingly seek their demise, let them come. As he gazed at the ever-approaching 4th-grade mechanical puppets, a playful smile graced his lips. In an instant, he pointed forward. Dark thunder spears. Boom. Instantly, 4 streams of dark, thunderous liquid surged onto Chen Mo's shoulders. And then a cloud of black mist coalesced behind him. Following this, 4 dragon-like dark thunder arms materialized behind him. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the mechanical puppets, those 4 colossal dark thunder hands suddenly forged 4 6-meter-long giant spears, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Within them, an ethereal aura began to swirl. The next moment, they were hurled forth. Boom. In a heartbeat, the 4 dark thunder spears tore through the air before them, hurtling toward the three mechanical puppets with unstoppable ferocity. Beep beep beep. Alarmed by the formidable attack, the internal mechanisms of the three mechanical puppets erupted with intense warning signals. They raised their hands, conjuring shields in an attempt to fend off Chen Mo's assault. However, the moment the dark thunder spears made contact with the mechanical puppets, cracks suddenly appeared on the shields, rapidly expanding until they shattered completely. The vast dark thunder spears obliterated the three initial stage 4th grade robots with ease. What an impressive display of talent. Gu Linghan's pupils constricted in surprise. The others nodded in agreement. It was not only Chen Mo's formidable energy that astonished them, but within that energy, they also sensed an enigmatic quality. Was it an aura? Could it be that Chen Mo had comprehended such an essence? Otherwise, how could the dark thunder spears possess such overwhelming might? However, to harness the power of such essence, one would typically need to master the spear technique to perfection. Could it be that Chen Mo, at merely 18, had achieved such mastery? Upon considering this, the three academy deans shook their heads in disbelief, declaring it impossible. After a brief moment of contemplation, their gazes shifted back to the mechanical valley. It was no surprise that Chen Mo could defeat the initial stage 4th grade puppets. After all, having triumphed over Zhang Hu and his companions, he had already demonstrated his prowess. What awaited him next would be the true test. Within the mechanical valley, Chen Mo shrugged lightly. With a crack, he stepped out from the wreckage of the three mechanical puppets, his expression unchanged. Although his realm was only at the mid-3rd grade, his innate abilities, physical vitality, and even comprehension far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, Chen Mo held absolute confidence in himself. It seemed that his overwhelming aura had drawn attention, as 5 mechanical puppets in the distance suddenly awakened, their eyes ignited with an eerie blue glow. A terrifying pressure swept toward him like a raging storm. 5 mid-4th grade mechanical puppets had emerged. At this moment, each puppet radiated a power exceeding that of the initial stage 4th grade ones, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. This was indeed one of the true trials within the mechanical valley. Confronting mid-4th grade puppets would not be as effortless as dealing with their initial stage counterparts. Above, the 3 deans of the academy were filled with anticipation, pondering how many minutes it would take Chen Mo to vanquish these 5 mid-4th grade mechanical puppets. Just then, Chen Mo gazed at the 5 puppets with a gentle smile. He extended his hand, and the 4 dark thunder arms behind him drew closer, while countless streams of dark thunder energy flickered like ethereal dragons. In the end, a 5-meter-long dark thunder spear took shape, with swirling black mist and crackling thunder. Chen Mo gripped the spear as if a celestial being wielding authority. Perceiving the enlarging figures of the mechanical puppets before him, Chen Mo whispered, "Dark Thunder Spear. You sure?" Chapter 59, The Strong. Dark Thunder Spear, you sure? Chen Mo inhaled deeply, an aura of grandeur radiating from his chest. Terrifying dark thunder energy coalesced at the blackened spear tip. In an instant, it flickered with countless dark, thunderous dragons, generating such overwhelming pressure that the surrounding air condensed into swirling currents. The air trembled. The ground quaked. Meanwhile, the 5 mid-4th grade mechanical puppets remained oblivious to the impending crisis, continuing their advance with their massive metal fists raised, launching an assault on Chen Mo. As the colossal fists approached, they ruptured the air, creating 5 distinct shockwaves directed at Chen Mo. How would he respond to this move? Gu Linghan mused with a hint of amusement. Yet what transpired next left everyone, including Wuxiao, momentarily stunned. At the spear tip, not only was there a convergence of terrifying innate energy, but it also encompassed an elusive essence of spear intent. It was not merely the nascent form of spear intent. Rather, it was a peak state hovering between nascent spear intent and true spear intent, known as semi-spear intent. In the next moment, Chen Mo swung his spear forward. Boom. The energy at the tip of the dark thunder spear instantaneously ignited with this singular action, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that surged forth like a deluge, forming a crescent-shaped wave. This crescent wave, imbued with a fierce intent, effortlessly tore through the air in its wake. Unlike the throw of the dark thunder spear, the essence of this weapon, as wielded by Yushur, was an absolute swiftness, so rapid that it seemed to transcend the very fabric of time. The entire mechanical canyon fell eerily silent. Boom. The crescent-shaped wave of dark thunder, akin to a force of nature, effortlessly obliterated the bodies of 5 mechanical puppets. Buzzing. After shattering the 5 mechanical constructs, this wave showed no signs of abating, descending upon the earth with an overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, it created a massive pit of considerable depth, scattering debris of the mechanical puppets everywhere. Upon the battlefield, only the solitary figure of Chen Mo remained, standing there in stark contrast to the chaos around him. How utterly dull, as Chen Mo's voice echoed. The events unfolding within the mechanical canyon naturally caught the attention of the 4 esteemed deans and the vice principal. Half-spear intent. Chen Mo had actually comprehended half-spear intent. Gu Linghan's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them, confirming that he was not mistaken. Mastering half-spear intent at the tender age of 18. It was highly likely that he would grasp true spear intent before reaching 20. This was a true prodigy. Indeed, the talent of this young man was positively terrifying. Shin Tu-yi also commented, his gaze filled with envy. It was worth noting that had it not been for the conditions set by Xing Tianyi for viewing the Eternal Monument, he would have certainly sought to recruit Chen Mo for himself. No wonder old Xing is so invested in him, sighed Xiang Tiange. Chen Mo's innate gifts were undeniably unparalleled in this generation. No, in the last 2 generations. If he were to dedicate a year to honing his skills, he might effortlessly secure victory in the upcoming contest for the celestial artifact. With an additional 2 years of focused training, he could very well claim the championship in the Grand 3 Academy competition. Chen Mo possessed this level of combat prowess as a freshman. By his 3rd year, he would likely have already attained true spear intent. This was nothing short of astounding. However, the 3 deans were also aware of a critical fact. The realization that Chen Mo had comprehended half-spear intent almost guaranteed his advancement into the top 12. It is important to note that half-spear intent signifies an individual's mastery over their own physical form and their command of spear techniques, reaching an almost transcendental level. While facing a real opponent might present some challenges, against these mindless automatons, which function purely based on calculation, he would surely sweep through with ease. In the Mechanical Canyon, there were barely a dozen mid-tier mechanical puppets of the 4th grade, and only 2 high-tier puppets of the 4th grade. Even if Chen Mo chose not to engage directly, merely evading attacks would be exceedingly simple. Gu Lingen's gaze was tinged with complexity. At this rate, Chen Mo would likely reach the finish line within mere minutes. I wonder how the second-year prodigies will react upon realizing they have been surpassed by their junior. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi observed the expressions of the 3 deans, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is mere half-spear intent enough to astonish you so? If you were to discover that Chen Mo had comprehended the entirety of spear intent, your eyes would likely pop out in disbelief. However, Xing Tianyi was in no hurry to divulge this information. He wished to build suspense. When the second round of the Celestial Artifact contest commenced, during the arena battles, that would be the true stage for Chen Mo to shine. The thought of the dean's reactions at that moment filled him with excitement. As Chen Mo stepped over the shattered remains of the puppets beneath his feet, he continued his advance into the depths of the Mechanical Canyon, shouldering his spear without a trace of fear. At the end of the canyon, the assembled prodigies were still engaged in conversation. 6 minutes had elapsed. It appeared that the record set by Sheng Tianlei would remain unbroken. What are you thinking? 6 minutes? Not even a deity could achieve that. Haha. To be fair, I truly envy Chen Mo for having this opportunity. Indeed, to be able to compete for celestial artifacts as a freshman is remarkable. Alas, it is because he was specially recruited. Aren't we all special recruits? One must admit, there is a distinct gap between prodigies. As time slipped away, the clock ticked past 10 minutes. Sighs of resignation began to circulate among the crowd, leading to idle chatter. Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu closed their eyes to rest, preparing for the impending arena battles. After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo was merely a mid-tier 3rd-grade warrior. The fact that he could traverse the Mechanical Canyon was already an impressive feat, let alone achieving a rank among the top 12. Perhaps he would land at the very bottom? Yet among the crowd, only Sheng Tianlei's gaze remained fixated on the Mechanical Canyon. His heartbeat quickened, and he even licked his lips in anticipation. It was getting closer. What an exhilarating display of thunder. I have never witnessed such a spectacle. My own lightning is stirred with excitement at this. As this whisper faded, a slender figure gradually emerged from the mechanical puppets. The crowd looked up, and there stood the calm-faced Chen Mo. He has emerged, taking just a few minutes. Let me see, 11 minutes and 7 seconds? 10 minutes. For a freshman, that is quite impressive. What the hell are you saying? Chen Mo passed the assessment in 11 minutes. In an instant, everyone was left in shock, staring at Chen Mo with wide eyes. How astonishing. Chapter 60, The Arena. 10 minutes. What does that even mean? It is crucial to note that those competing for the celestial artifact are the top 20 elite prodigies of the second year. Outside the top 10, their average time hovers around 14 minutes. Yet now, Chen Mo's time is a mere 11 minutes. What the hell? Is this truly a freshman? What does this signify? Chen Mo, with the status of a freshman, has outperformed hundreds of second-year students. In fact, he ranks 11th among this group of elite second-year prodigies. What a monster. Many prodigies ranked 12th or lower changed their expressions. Their previous dismissive attitudes towards Chen Mo were completely transformed in that moment. This individual is simply too formidable. No wonder he can slay beast lords beyond his rank. Meanwhile, the prodigies ranked within the top 10 regarded Chen Mo with a newfound gravity. In their eyes, Chen Mo had clearly reached a level of competitiveness with them. Even though he was merely a mid-tier 3rd-grade warrior, they could not afford to be complacent in the forthcoming competition. Beyond the throng of prodigies, Lin Qingzhu gazed at Chen Mo's slender form, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that a freshman could achieve such a remarkable feat. It is essential to recognize that each of these students has undergone a year of rigorous examinations, both grand and trivial. Their practical and theoretical abilities far surpass those of mere freshmen. Indeed, those who have nearly secured a position among the top 20 have, to varying degrees, cultivated supreme techniques, such as the Heavenly Ascendance Technique, the Skyward Technique, and the Celestial Command Technique. In such a competitive landscape, Chen Mo has managed to triumph over them, achieving a remarkable rank within the top 12, an astonishing 11th place. Lin Qingzhu could almost perceive the face of the original 12th place competitor turn ashen in an instant, only to be replaced by a wry, resigned smile. This young man certainly possesses some intriguing qualities. Observing Chen Mo's handsome visage, Lin Qingzhu's expression blossomed with curiosity. Perhaps in the second round, she would have the opportunity to truly discern the depth of Chen Mo's strength that propelled him to this 11th position. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenyu wore an expression of astonishment. His face burned with embarrassment, for he had previously dismissed Chen Mo's capabilities as lacking. Yet, at this very moment, Chen Mo had bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. This fellow's prowess was indeed unexpected. It appeared that the leaders did not merely intend to provide Chen Mo with an opportunity for training, but rather to ascertain whether he could genuinely contend for the celestial artifact. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Wenyu quickly regained his composure. Strong he may be, but in this test, there was no way he would be threatened in his position among the top 3. In this competition, only Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei posed any real pressure. However, Zhou Wenyu had not anticipated that Chen Mo's achievement of entering the top 12 would indeed be foreseen by Sheng Tianlei. Standing to the side, the young man in the purple robe regarded Chen Mo with a gentle smile. Merging, evolving, only through the tempest of thunder can I grow ever stronger. And Chen Mo's thunder. Sheng Tianlei's voice diminished, ultimately fading into silence. As he observed the astonished, incredulous gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo merely shrugged. In truth, he could have emerged from the machine gorge at an even swifter pace, presenting results that would undoubtedly leave countless spectators utterly astounded. During the battles, he faintly sensed that his marksmanship was on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps it was time to warm up. Prior to the grand confrontation, a little foreplay was necessary to ignite his fervor. His marksmanship had yet to be fully revealed. What a dazzling spectacle it would be if it were. This time, the contention for the celestial artifact was a must for Chen Mo. Only by obtaining the artifact could he elevate his strength to new heights and create ample space for the manifestation of his divine execution marksmanship. He yearned to witness the scene when the divine execution marksmanship and the 9 heavens dark thunder divine body truly erupted in tandem. At that moment, 5 streaks of light descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of all present. It was none other than the 4 esteemed deans and the vice principal. The crowd promptly clasped their hands in respect, but Huoxiu waved them off, signaling them to forego the formalities. The eyes of the 5 newcomers suddenly swept over Chen Mo. It was not surprising to them that Chen Mo had entered the top 12, qualifying for the second round of the Celestial Artifact Contest. What astonished them was Chen Mo's composure when facing the formidable 4th-tier high-level mechanical puppets. As if he were merely toying with them, never revealing his true strength. Could it be that Chen Mo had further hidden depths? When they directed their gaze towards Xing Tianyi, he stood with arms crossed, whistling nonchalantly, as if unconcerned with the matter at hand. The others found themselves at a loss. Well then, when the second round of dueling arrives, Chen Mo's concealed strength will undoubtedly be compelled to emerge. They were quite curious about one thing. After a month of training, just how powerful had Chen Mo truly become? This was a prospect worth anticipating. Subsequently, Vice Principal Huoxiu stepped forward and addressed the crowd with a smile. Now that the machine gorge test has concluded, we shall proceed to the second round of testing, the arena battles. Upon hearing the phrase arena battles, an undeniable tension swept through the hearts of the top 12 sophomores. It is known that only those who secure a position among the top 5 in the second round will have the opportunity to access the celestial artifact. Without a top 5 finish, that would signify the end of the discussion. This is undoubtedly one of the most critical matters among the 3 sacred martial universities. Only by mastering the celestial artifact can one take further strides along the boundless path of martial arts. Huoxiu chuckled lightly and waved his hand. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a colossal silver arena materialized before the crowd. Huoxiu smiled gently. The second round of the celestial artifact contest has historically been quite straightforward. Through a random draw, the top 12 will select their corresponding opponents. Victory leads to advancement. Failure results in elimination. It is as simple as that. If one draws a formidable opponent, one cannot complain of any foul play. Remember, in the battlefield against ferocious beasts, luck is also a component of strength. Likewise, in the pursuit of the celestial artifact, fortune holds immense significance. Huoxiu spoke with a calm, unhurried tone as he articulated these truths. In this world, absolute fairness does not exist. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will conduct a random draw for the slots. Huoxiu stated softly. Suddenly, a virtual screen flickered before the crowd, and names began to jump rapidly. A palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. Finally, the matchups were determined. The first arena battle, Sheng Tianlei versus De Gusheng. Upon seeing these names, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Sheng Tianlei's strength was nearly unrivaled among the entire sophomore cohort. He was eager to witness just how formidable Sheng Tianlei truly was. Could he surpass him? Chen Mo smiled lightly. Chapter 61, Thunder. As Huaxiao's voice fell, the 4 deans and the vice principal hovered in midair, and a vast audience area suddenly appeared. On the arena, 2 figures surged forth with great speed. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood with arms crossed beneath the arena, content to observe until it was his turn. On the arena, Dugu Sheng wore a bitter smile. He had not anticipated encountering Sheng Tianlei in the very first match. Sheng Tianlei, on the other hand, maintained an expression of calm indifference, as steady as a still pond. How shall you choose to lose? Sheng Tianlei chuckled lightly. Such arrogance. This thought flickered through the minds of the spectators. Yet, they also understood that Sheng Tianlei possessed the merit to back it up. Dugu Sheng's eyes hardened with determination as he raised his hands, and in an instant, a long spear materialized before him. I shall defeat you, Dugu Sheng declared with fierce intensity. The talents that made it into the top 12 nearly all possess strength at the mid-tier 4th rank. Yet, Sheng Tianlei is merely a 4th rank, high-level warrior. However, Gudu Sheng is acutely aware that this seemingly insignificant difference in rank is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. In an instant, Gudu Sheng's muscular physique undergoes a rapid transformation. Each fiber of his muscles intertwines like twisted dough, and in a heartbeat, he wields his spear with unrestrained vigor. He is also a formidable figure from the Tongtian Academy, having mastered the Tongtian techniques. The spear, imbued with a flickering flame, combines with an extraordinary thrust as it lunges forward with lethal intent. As Sheng Tianlei gazes at the ever-enlarging spear within his sight, a disdainful smile creeps across his face. In an instant, he abruptly raises his arm and lightly gestures forward, despairing Thunder-esque confinement finger. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning streaks through the air like a shooting star, surging towards Gudu Sheng with ferocity. Boom! The spear in Gudu Sheng's grasp trembles violently, and the lightning crashes mercilessly against his chest. In the next moment, Gudu Sheng is sent flying, plummeting from the arena. Huaxiao then declares, the victor of this duel is Sheng Tianlei. Such formidable power. With just a finger, he has vanquished Gudu Sheng. I can sense that Sheng Tianlei's thunderous might has intensified beyond previous levels. What on earth has transpired in recent days? The other talented individuals wear expressions of astonishment. And even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu exhibit grave concern. They can all sense a distinct aura emanating from Sheng Tianlei's lightning. Amidst the crowd, Chen Mo's gaze fixes upon Sheng Tianlei. This oppressive lightning feels like it possesses the intensity of the SSS-Rank, doesn't he? In that moment, a spark of excitement flashes in Chen Mo's eyes. It seems he has finally encountered an opponent capable of igniting his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the observation platform above, the various deans nod in agreement. TSK, the intensity of this energy truly reflects the caliber of those emerging from our Tongtian Academy. Gu Lingen's face beams with pride. The fact that such power can be unleashed without employing the Tongtian techniques is a testament to his prowess as the foremost talent of his sophomore year. Even Xin Tuyi from the Yutian Academy cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. His talent may have evolved further. The perceptive Shang Tiangu remarks, is this at the SSS level? Upon hearing Shang Tianji's words, Gu Linghan smiles lightly. Indeed, it is at the SSS level. In that instant, both Shang Tiangu and Dean Xin Tuyi gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Sheng Tianlei, this prodigious being, would emerge at this moment. They had previously believed that Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu might have a chance to contend with Sheng Tianlei. Yet, with Sheng Tianlei's abilities now transcending to the SSS rank, the odds of victory have now grown exceedingly slim. Witnessing this, both of them let out a sigh. Perhaps a dark horse will emerge shortly? Xing Tianyi crosses his arms, a bemused expression on his face. The crowd falls silent. Gu Linghan chuckles. Old Xing, you needn't be overly concerned about your little Chun. I acknowledge that he is strong, but not particularly formidable this year. Tomorrow, he will truly showcase his talents. For him to reach the top 12 this year is already a miracle. Surely, you do not expect him to secure first place, do you? Xiang Tiangu and Xin Tuyi nod in agreement. As it stands, the opponents that Chen Mo faces are predominantly 4th rank mid-level warriors, each having honed their skills to the pinnacle. Unless Chen Mo comprehends the essence of the spear, he stands little chance. Yet, the understanding of spear intent is notoriously challenging. Throughout our entire first, second, and third years at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, there have been virtually none. Meanwhile, at the Zhangqiang Martial Arts University and Xingkong Martial Arts University, it appears that each has but one. However, that is in their third year, at the age of 20. Moreover, those two are precisely the talents that those two prestigious martial arts universities have devoted themselves to nurturing, aiming to shine brightly in the upcoming tri-school competition in 2 months. But if even they can only master it by 20, what hope is there for Chen Mo? An 18-year-old youth? Shaking their heads, they continue to watch the competition unfold. Next, it is Zhou Wenyu's turn to battle a mid-level student from the Tongtian Academy. Zhou, please enlighten me. The opponent states. Very well. Zhou Wenyu nods, though his expression remains unfazed. In an instant, the opponent's eyes narrow, and his entire body tenses, springing forth with explosive force. Before one realizes it, a colossal fist gauntlet materializes on his right hand, adorned with icicles that seem to pierce the air. Chilling. Bone-chilling. Yet, this assault fails to pique Zhou Wenyu's interest in the slightest. Ultimate defense of the heavenly gold. Suddenly, a radiant golden light envelopes Zhou Wenyu's body, and he swiftly extends his palm toward his adversary. Boom. As their fists collide, a tremendous shockwave erupts, causing the arena to tremble under the force. Yet, in the very next moment, Zhou Wenyu, leveraging that single palm strike, sends his opponent hurtling off the stage. The defeated adversary rises, a wry smile on his face, as he bows and retreats to the sidelines. Such formidable defensive capabilities. The other talented individuals are taken aback. As fourth-rank warriors, they can discern that Zhou Wenyu did not merely overpower his opponent with raw strength. Rather, he relied solely on his terrifying defensive capabilities, which created a rebounding effect strong enough to launch his foe away. Our Zhou Wenyu is quite impressive, Shen Tuyi exclaims, a note of admiration in his voice. The others nod in agreement, recognizing that for a sophomore to cultivate the Yutian techniques to such an extent is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, his rare SS-level Yujin talent enables him to transform his skin into a metallic armor. Combined with the Yutian techniques, he will undoubtedly prove to be an exceptional tank on the battlefield. Next, the draw for the next round takes place. In the third match, Lin Qingzhu faces off against Xie Tao, Wuxiao announces. Immediately, a wave of excitement sweeps through the crowd. Ouyang Jing, Lin Qingzhu is stepping up. The epitome of sophomore swordsmanship. It is said that she has already completed her swordsmanship credits. TSK, a formidable warrior and a campus belle. The talented individuals chatter among themselves, recognizing that while there are many outstanding women, few possess the all-around capabilities of Lin Qingzhu. Even Chen Mo cannot help but nod slightly. He can sense the faint, yet distinct, embryonic form of sword intent emanating from Lin Qingzhu. Clearly, she is a master who has cultivated her swordsmanship to the realm of true self. It seems she could be a worthy opponent. Chen Mo murmurs to himself. In that moment, Lin Qingzhu steps confidently onto the arena, gazing at her opponent with a gentle smile. Please, enlighten me. Please, enlighten me. Her opponent, Xie Tao, responds hurriedly. Although Xie Tao is exceedingly polite, when the bell for battle tolls, he does not hesitate to unleash his assault. Roar. In an instant, a fierce white tiger manifestation surges forth from Xie Tao's form, charging toward Lin Qingzhu like a steel war chariot. It must be noted that Xie Tao has mastered the Tongtian techniques, and his power is immensely formidable. Should he collide with an opponent, even the typical fourth-rank mid-level or high-level warrior would find themselves in a precarious situation. Yet, Lin Qingzhu merely smiles lightly. In an instant, a slender, supple sword materialized in her hand. The ethereal swordplay of Ling Tian was boundless. Suddenly, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword erupted with countless sword shadows, densely cascading towards Xie Tao in a lethal assault. What a swift sword! A voice exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xie Tao felt a chill run down his spine as he prepared to defend himself. Just then, the crisp sound of the sword's whistle echoed sharply. Before he knew it, Lin Qingzhu's sword was poised at his neck. I concede, Xie Tao declared, his face pale and despondent, as he voluntarily stepped down from the arena. The remaining prodigies could not hide their shock. This Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu were simply too formidable. What a farce. They had been dispatched with a single blow. Their final examinations had never been this terrifying. It was worth noting that during the previous finals, they had been able to exchange blows with the three, yet now, they were annihilated in an instant. It was utterly unbelievable. One could only fear that these three had concealed their true powers during the finals. Contemplating this, the remaining 5 sophomores donned expressions of solemnity. The hope for the top 3 had vanished entirely. Now, they could only vie for the top 5. Securing a place in the top 5 would still afford them a chance to obtain celestial artifacts. At this moment, they turned their gazes towards one another once more. Soon after, the sounds of battle announcements resounded. 2 more matches concluded. Thus, only 1 sophomore prodigy remained untested. Additionally, a freshman. All eyes naturally gravitated towards the 2. Hovering in the sky, Wuxiao smiled gently and then announced, the final match of the first round, Chen Mo versus Ouyang Jing. Instantly, 2 figures leaped onto the silver-white arena. Below, a lively discussion erupted. Ah, it's Chen Mo's turn. I didn't expect him to face Ouyang Jing. He's ranked 4th in the Machine Valley, just behind those 3 monsters. I thought Chen Mo might advance further, but now it seems grim. No worries. He's merely here to hone his skills, not genuinely seeking celestial artifacts. Ouyang Jing won't hold back. With his Ling Tian technique, he might just leave Chen Mo battered. A chorus of discussions erupted. Even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu turned their attention to the arena. Who do you think will win? Zhou Wenyu asked with a smile. Who else could it be? Lin Qingzhu shrugged. In my estimation, Chen Mo possesses roughly a 20% chance of victory. Zhou Wenyu paused, staring at Lin Qingzhu. What? You place Ouyang Jing at an 80% probability? Remember, he could easily dispatch third-grade martial artists. Lin Qingzhu remained silent. In her beautiful eyes, ripples of color danced. It was not for any other reason. She sensed a faint yet profound aura emanating from Chen Mo. Could it be that he had grasped the essence of the spear? At such a young age, could he truly have that potential? In the observation area high above, Gu Linghan regarded Chen Mo's opponent with a gentle smile. Old Xiang, remember to let Ouyang Jing ease up a bit. His Ling Tian technique is already mastered. The proficiency of martial arts is categorized as entry, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Thus, achieving mastery is exceedingly rare among sophomores. Xiang Tiange had yet to speak, but Xing Tianyi interjected. Let us hope Chen Mo isn't swiftly defeated by Ouyang Jing. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Defeated in an instant. Gu Linghan chuckled. How could that be? Even if Chen Mo has reached the half-spirit spear level, what of it? In the face of absolute disparities in realm and martial skill, his chances of victory are virtually nil. Old Xing, I understand your bias, but you needn't be so protective. Xing Tianyi huffed, his expression impassive, choosing not to utter another word, instead turning his gaze back to the arena. Yet in his heart, he silently urged, Chen Mo, showcase your true abilities. On the arena, Ouyang Jing, clad in a snow-white robe, his long hair flowing, his fingers pale and delicate, emanated an air of dismissiveness from his eyes. When I strike, I seldom hold back. If you prefer not to spend 2 months in bed, I advise you to withdraw. Ouyang Jing spoke with a light laugh. Yet beneath that smile lay an icy demeanor. In a heartbeat, an invisible whirlwind surged forth, coalescing into a tempest that swept towards Chen Mo with the force of a mountain. Clearly, Ouyang Jing was applying pressure on Chen Mo using his innate abilities. Ouyang Jing's SS-level gravity was truly terrifying. It could not only threaten his foes, but also provide him with significant advantages. Coupled with the application of the Ling Tian technique, it was simply unparalleled. He was undoubtedly the most likely challenger to those 3 monsters. In truth, there was no need to watch any further. Chen Mo had already lost. If I were Chen Mo, I'd concede now to perhaps avoid a few blows, the crowd murmured. It seemed their words reached Ouyang Jing, who smiled lightly. Did you hear them? They're calling for you. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Mo replied with a grin. Senior, this is an arena, not a venue for idle chatter. Instantly, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Ouyang Jing's expression darkened. He gazed at Chen Mo, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Truly, one who seeks to avoid the cup of wine often finds themselves punished with harsher measures. Chapter 63, The Weak. Indeed, one who seeks to evade the cup of wine often faces greater penalties. Observing Chen Mo's calm demeanor, a chill flickered across Ouyang Jing's face. In an instant, the whirlwinds surrounding Ouyang Jing began to swirl violently. With a resonating hum, an invisible gravity was released. Even from outside the arena, the other prodigies felt a palpable pressure enveloping them from all directions. This was the effect of gravity. Under such an oppressive weight, they found every attempt to condense energy, surge their blood, or move was laden with a negative debuff. Thus, with Ouyang Jing wielding the Ling Tian technique, the effects became exceedingly formidable and fearsome. I estimate Chen Mo can barely hold on any longer, one prodigy mused lightly. As their gazes fell upon the arena, everyone froze in disbelief. No way, Chen Mo? Why is he still unresponsive? There stood Chen Mo on the arena, his expression still placid, even stifling a yawn. He appeared utterly bored. Is this your gravity? Quite impressive, Chen Mo remarked with a light smile, feeling the pressure enveloping him. However, this statement was a profound affront to Ouyang Jing. It was well known that after unleashing the gravitational field, nearly every martial artist of his age and level would wear expressions of anxiety. Under such gravitational pressure, no one could maintain their composure. A glimmer of cold light flashed through Ouyang Jing's eyes. This brat is undoubtedly putting on an act. The mere thought of it caused the corners of Ouyang Jing's mouth to curl into a slight smirk, and his gaze towards Chen Mo was filled with disdain. It seems that this freshman is merely feigning nonchalance. Ouyang Jing crossed his arms. I initially intended to let you retreat in the face of difficulty. However, it appears your resolve is rather formidable. In that case, do not blame me for taking action. Boom. In an instant, a tidal wave of gravitational force erupted forth like a volcano. The air from all directions was abruptly compressed and torn apart, as countless streams of energy surged forth. Sweeping across the arena, the expressions of the gathered geniuses changed dramatically. They realized that Ouyang Jing was indeed serious. To engage in a full-scale battle against a freshman? Why, you ask? What other reason could there be? Ouyang Jing is simply infuriated by that guy. As various murmurs filled the air, brilliant protective barriers rose up, shielding everyone from the impending chaos of the battle. Lin Qingzhu, it seems you have miscalculated this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms and wore a slight smile. Feeling the gravitational field unleashed by Ouyang Jing, Zhou Wenyu simply chuckled lightly. Under such an onslaught, it was nearly impossible for any third-tier martial artist to withstand it. Even if Chen Mo had hidden cards, There was no way he could rival Ouyang Jing. However, Lin Qingzhu remained silent. Alongside Sheng Tianlei, her gaze was fixed intently on the arena. Observing the expressions of Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow. Could it be that these two believe Chen Mo truly stands a chance of winning? Meanwhile, in the viewing area high above, Xing Tianyi felt a surge of anxiety. It is essential to note that while Chen Mo showcased his mastery of the gun intent, it still seemed somewhat inadequate in the face of Ouyang Jing's assault. One could not help but wonder if Chen Mo would truly be able to overcome him. This posed a significant question. If it were an ordinary second-year genius, Xing Tianyi would have no doubts. Old Xiang, given Ouyang Jing's reckless approach, please ensure you provide protection. Xing Tianyi spoke up. After all, Ouyang Jing was from Ling Tian Academy, making it most appropriate for Xiang Tiange to intervene. Xiang Tiange nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Gu Linghan observed the slight tension on old Xing's face and smiled gently. It seems even old Xing isn't entirely confident. After all, Chen Mo has achieved a remarkable level of prowess to reach this point. Mastering half-step gun intent at the tender age of 18 is an extraordinary feat, surpassed only by the most exceptional students cultivated for the tri-school competition among the two esteemed martial arts universities. Next, they would finally witness what Chen Mo's trump card truly was. As numerous gazes fixed upon the arena, Ouyang Jing revealed a light chuckle. Then, his robes billowed violently. He extended his hands, and suddenly, a chaotic orb of wind and waves materialized in his palms. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely wind and waves, but rather a sphere brimming with disordered gravitational forces. Next, I shall eliminate you in a single move. Ouyang Jing, feeling the oppressive weight of the gravitational orb, smiled lightly. Chen Mo replied with a subtle grin. Perhaps, I might as well. Ouyang Jing could no longer be bothered to exchange further words with Chen Mo. Some arrogant prodigies simply love to indulge in fantastical daydreams. Now, let Senior Ouyang awaken you. Gravitational forces compressing the world. Bang. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted from beneath Ouyang Jing's feet, creating a massive crater in the ground, and then his entire form shot forth with tremendous speed. No, it was not just that. Every drop of blood within his body, every muscle fiber, every meridian was undergoing a transformative change. They moved, they solidified, they shifted. Martial arts delve into the mysteries of the human body, maximizing a martial artist's mastery over their physique. The 4 martial arts methods of Xianyuan Martial Arts University are designed to develop this potential to its utmost. Under the dual influence of Ling Tian law and gravitational fields, Ouyang Jing's speed reached a level that seemed to transcend all limits. Buzz. As the surrounding winds surged, Ouyang Jing's figure suddenly vanished. Then, to the astonished gazes of many, he reappeared right before Chen Mo. Flash. Ouyang Jing shouted, releasing the gravitational orb from his palm. A massive wave of energy surged forth, akin to a spiraling attack, crashing towards Chen Mo's chest. It's over for Chen Mo. The thought raced through everyone's minds. Yet, in the next moment, what transpired left all eyes wide in disbelief. On the arena, Chen Mo looked at the rapidly approaching Ouyang Jing with a gentle smile. Too weak. No, too slow. Chen Mo raised his hand lightly, and suddenly, a dark thunder spear appeared in his right hand. The spear was calm, devoid of any swirling energy. In Chen Mo's view, there was no need for Ouyang Jing to condense a powerful dark thunder spear. Do you know why you will lose to me? Sensing the bizarre aura emanating from Chen Mo, Ouyang Jing's expression shifted, realizing an astonishing sense of crisis. He had to eliminate Chen Mo immediately. Ouyang Jing's right palm shot toward Chen Mo, knowing that if he struck, Chen Mo would surely be sent flying. However, Chen Mo smiled lightly and uttered the next words. Because you are weaker than me. In an instant, the spear surged forth like a dragon, piercing through the heavens and earth. Gun intent, manifest. Chapter 64, I concede. Buzz. The spear, like a dragon, unleashed an invisible gun intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo released a surge of gun intent. Playing the fool, that is not his style. If he were to fight, he would aim to eliminate. Boom. Under the enveloping gun intent, everyone's expressions froze in shock. Gun intent, gun intent, gun intent. Chen Mo has actually comprehended gun intent. Everyone felt their scalps tingle, their faces filled with disbelief and astonishment. It is known that the requirement to comprehend gun intent is to have mastered a complete level of gun techniques. This technique is above the level of true self. And now, at the age of 18, as a mere freshman, Chen Mo has comprehended a complete level of gun technique. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Meanwhile, beside them, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were filled with incredulity. This fellow, Chen Mo, has actually grasped gun intent. A wave of shock passed through Zhou Wenyu's eyes. As a top-tier second-year genius, he naturally understood just how challenging it was to comprehend gun intent. And now, Chen Mo has managed to do it. This fact is likely beyond the imagination of thousands. It is no wonder that Chen Mo, as a mere third-tier warrior, was able to traverse the treacherous Machine Gorge and reach the second round of the contest for the celestial artifacts. This revelation elucidates the reason behind his remarkable feat. Even now, Zhou Wenyu must concede that Chen Mo truly possesses the qualifications to engage him in battle. Beside Zhou Wenyu, Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. My perception has not erred in the slightest. Chen Mo has indeed mastered the power of intent. Even the exceptionally gifted Lin Qingzhu found herself momentarily entranced upon witnessing Chen Mo's gun intent. It is worth noting that throughout her life, she has been hailed as a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, with countless masters of sword arts singing her praises. Lin Qingzhu's unwavering ambition has always been to comprehend the essence of sword intent before the age of 20, subsequently becoming the foremost swordsman in the entirety of the Great Xia Federation. Yet, at this very moment, she realizes that Chen Mo's mastery of intent has reached a level of completeness that she has yet to attain even a semblance of her own. Suddenly, a thought flitted through her mind. Perhaps that path is indeed possible. Meanwhile, standing beside Lin Qingzhu and gazing at Chen Mo on the arena, who radiated an overwhelming aura of intent, Shang Tianlei's lips gradually curled into a smirk. He relished this. He delighted in the presence of such a lightning-endowed prodigy. Come on, Chen Mo. The more formidable you appear, the more I yearn to crush you beneath my heel. With arms crossed, Shang Tianlei's eyes sparkled with flashes reminiscent of lightning. Crackling with anticipation, a wielder of thunderous talent, only he can reign supreme. Even if Chen Mo possesses gun intent, what does it matter in Shang Tianlei's eyes? He will personally shatter Chen Mo's pride. A sudden clap. Swish, swish, swish. The three deans rose from their seats simultaneously, their expressions filled with incredulity as they gazed at the scene unfolding on the stage. It was as if their minds were ensnared in a cacophony of chaos. Is it possible? Chen Mo has achieved consummate marksmanship? Has he truly comprehended gun intent? Is this really Chen Mo? The dean's gazes abruptly shifted toward Xing Tianyi, their faces awash with disbelief. Upon noticing their scrutiny, Xing Tianyi merely smiled gently and transmitted, "Ah, I have already mentioned that Chen Mo's prowess is far from simple. Why do you refuse to believe me?" Upon sensing the terrifying eruption of Chen Mo's intent, the anxiety that had gripped Xing Tianyi's heart began to dissipate. Even he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Chen Mo's gun intent at this moment. Thus, he crossed his arms and settled back down, exuding an air of indifference as if victory was already assured. Observing Xing Tianyi's demeanor, the dean's expressions twitched in unison. Chen Mo has comprehended the essence of intent. This fellow has been keeping his true abilities hidden, clearly waiting for this moment to slap them in the face. While the three deans seethed with frustration toward Xing Tianyi, their hearts were tumultuous with waves of astonishment. At merely 18 years of age, a prodigy who has grasped the power of intent. Furthermore, this gifted individual has mastered 3 distinct talents. For the sake of the inter-school competition, the other 2 esteemed martial universities had painstakingly cultivated 2 exceptional talents. Yet now, Chen Mo's command of intent stands on par with theirs. Who could believe such a thing? If the current Chen Mo were to participate in the inter-school competition, merely revealing his gun intent would undoubtedly astonish the students of the other 2 universities. Suddenly, a memory of the principal's words from a month prior resurfaced. This year's competition would seemingly allow first and second-year students to participate. Placing the current Chen Mo among the first-year students of the other 2 schools would likely result in a massacre. For reasons unknown, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tu-Yi were suddenly overwhelmed by a sour sensation in their hearts. Had they truly missed out on Chen Mo? Had they lost the chance at an astronomical opportunity? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. On the silvery arena, Ouyang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, his trembling pupils filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How could you have comprehended gun intent? As he shouted, Ouyang Jing's gravity ball rapidly expanded, nearly reaching a meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Jing knew he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Should he linger any further, the only one who could face defeat would be himself, a notion he could not accept. The ultimate compression of gravity. Boom. A colossal wave of gravitational force surged forth, creating a terrifying gravitational field that collapsed the surrounding air, sending countless shockwaves spiraling skyward. Clearly, Ouyang Jing had pushed his gravitational energy to its utmost limits. However, all of this was futile before Chen Mo. A light sigh passed through Chen Mo's eyes, and as Ouyang Jing's gravity ball hurtled toward him, Chen Mo unleashed his shot. An ordinary strike, an unremarkable shot, indeed, an exceedingly mundane shot. Yet, those present could feel an unsettling, spine-chilling aura emanating from this seemingly simple long gun. The dark thunder long gun effortlessly tore through the air, its world-destroying intent converging at the tip of the weapon. With a thunderous crack, the sound of the shot rang out. In Ouyang Jing's astonished gaze, Chen Mo's long gun instantly obliterated his gravity ball. Then, a glimmering star-like point shattered the very fabric of the air. In an instant, Chen Mo's long gun ripped through the air and lunged toward Ouyang Jing. As the long gun loomed larger in his sight, Ouyang Jing's complexion turned ashen. "No, please no," accompanied by this fearful exclamation. Chen Mo's long gun came to a halt just an inch before Ouyang Jing. As Ouyang Jing gazed at Chen Mo's dark thunder long gun, beads of sweat, reminiscent of oil, dripped down his forehead. His chest heaved, and cold sweat soaked his robe completely. Observing the terrified Ouyang Jing, Chen Mo clenched his fist, causing the dark thunder long gun to dissolve into a myriad of starlit particles, vanishing into the air. It seemed this fellow could not summon his true power. After all, he had yet to reveal even a hint of the god-slaying attribute of intent. What kind of terrifying power might Chen Mo unleash once the god-slaying intent manifests? Even he himself could not say. This might be a prospect worth anticipating. After a moment, Chen Mo finally realized he was still on the stage. He then turned to Ouyang Jing, who was drenched and trembling in fear, and offered a gentle smile. Senior, I concede. Chapter 65, Attributes. Senior, I concede. Chen Mo's whisper was soft, yet it reverberated throughout the entire venue. Silence. The surroundings of the arena fell into a profound stillness. Before this moment, no one had ever imagined that Chen Mo could actually defeat Ouyang Jing. Moreover, he did so with an effortless and overwhelming demeanor. It is important to note that Ouyang Jing's strength is formidable. Otherwise, he would not have secured the 4th position among all second-year students. Yet, the prowess displayed by Chen Mo was even more terrifying. In this battle, the spectators had yet to discern the nature of his extraordinary talent, as Chen Mo, wielding a spear, swiftly vanquished Ouyang Jing. No ultimate techniques, no innate abilities. All that remained was a pure essence of spear intent. This was truly awe-inspiring. Historically, no prodigy had ever emerged to challenge the top 10 talents of the second-year cohort as a mere first-year student. Never in history. Yet now, Chen Mo had accomplished this feat. His talent was simply astonishing. Presently, the crowd harbored a singular thought. It seemed that only Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei could possibly deal with Chen Mo. However, a flicker of anticipation danced in their hearts. What if Chen Mo managed to overcome all 3 of them? What kind of glory would that entail? Outside the crowd, the 3 great prodigies wore expressions of their own. Perhaps it truly depended on him. Lin Qingzhu gazed at Chen Mo's visage, a vague, indescribable emotion stirring within her. It was a complex mix of frustration and curiosity. Even she had not anticipated that someone younger than herself could surpass her in the realm of intent. From the perspective of pure spear intent, my defenses would pose no problem. Observing the composed Chen Mo, Zhou Wenyu's brow furrowed with a hint of gravity. Yet, this gravity was not overly pronounced. After all, the disparity between him and Chen Mo, whether in realm or martial arts cultivation, was exceedingly vast. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu could confidently assert that Chen Mo was still not his opponent. The focus of this contest should remain on Sheng Tianlei. He sought revenge. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianlei stood with arms crossed, his eyes flickering with a hint of thunder, deep in contemplation. Now, could the results be announced, Principal Hua? Observing the astonished crowd, Chen Mo offered a gentle smile. In the heavens above, Principal Hua's face broke into a smile. The victor of this battle is Chen Mo. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo smiled lightly and was about to turn to leave the stage when a voice suddenly broke through the air. Why are you so strong? Ouyang Jing stared at Chen Mo, his trembling pupils revealing an incredulous expression. He still could not comprehend how a first-year student, a mere third-tier, mid-level martial artist, could possess such strength. He had trained diligently for so long. He had even brought the Ling Tian technique to a rudimentary level. Why? Why was he still no match for Chen Mo? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo turned and smiled gently. Sometimes, true genius cannot be measured by age or year. With that, Chen Mo leaped down, the breeze tousling his robes and flowing hair. True genius? Ouyang Jing murmured these words, and at last, a bitter smile graced his face. I am not his equal. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd of prodigies. Yet, none voiced a rebuttal to Chen Mo. For the term true genius fit him perfectly. They all understood that perhaps Chen Mo would be among the recipients of the celestial artifact this time. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, devoid of any jealousy. After all, Chen Mo had truly earned their respect. It seemed that only Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei could stand against him now. What a bold young man, Zhou Wenyu mused, his brow furrowed. If he were to encounter Chen Mo, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Chen Mo? Lin Qingzhu whispered to herself, intent. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianlei murmured something unintelligible. On the other side, in the audience above, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tiyi were undoubtedly caught in the aftermath of shock. Gu Linghan was the first to recover. Damn it. Xing Tianyi. Did you know Chen Mo had comprehended spear intent all along? Xing Tianyi remained unfazed. I certainly did not. How could I know? This is simply a testament to my trust in my student. Shin Tiyi shot a glance at Xing Tianyi. I believe you just wanted to slap us in the face. Xiang Tiange raised his hand. Indeed, I concur. Witnessing the 3 deans united in their indignation, Xing Tianyi could no longer contain his laughter and erupted into hearty guffaws. His boisterous laughter resonated in the ears of every dean present. At this moment, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tiyi all felt a twinge of regret. Had they known of Chen Mo's exceptional aptitude, capable of comprehending spear intent at the age of 18, they would have done everything to recruit him. Alas, it seemed that such opportunities had now slipped away. Principal Hua smiled gently. You three need not dwell too much on regret. After all, there are many matters in this world to lament, and this one is no exception. The three deans replied in unison. Gu Linghan suddenly remarked, it appears that this time, the dreams of Shinkong Martial University and Sangqiong Martial University to suppress us will be utterly shattered. The remaining deans, along with Principal Hua, nodded in agreement. This year, the military department of the Daxia Federation specifically requested that both first-year and second-year students participate in the tri-school competition, likely to showcase their students' prowess. It is worth noting that in recent years, Xianyuan Martial University had not fared well, even ranking last for 4 consecutive years. This had resulted in their inability to recruit quality students from provinces with better resources. And now, with Shinkong Martial University and Sangqiong Martial University taking such actions, they surely aimed to obliterate their reputation. Such intentions were indeed worrisome. Had this been previously, they might have felt a sense of trepidation. However, this year, a Chen Mo had emerged. Just the thought of Chen Mo exhibiting spear intent at the tri-school competition and shocking the world brought a smile of anticipation to the faces of all the deans. To the outside world, their school stood united. By the way, old Xing, have you guided Chen Mo in comprehending attribute spear intent? Shen Tuyi inquired. No. Xing Tianyi replied honestly. I only learned this morning that Chen Mo had comprehended spear intent. How could I possibly guide him in comprehending attribute spear intent? However, given Chen Mo's talent, he should grasp attribute spear intent quite swiftly. Chapter 66, Lin Qingzhu. The so-called attribute spear intent signifies a transformation in intent. Previously, what Chen Mo exhibited was merely a form of ordinary intent, devoid of any attributes. Should he possess an attribute-based intent, various transformations would occur. For instance, the slaughter intent, when unleashed, could endow the martial artist with a terrifying source of slaughter. Similarly, the selfless intent, when applied, could facilitate a complete immersion in the use of intent, resulting in a combat power several times greater than usual. Yet, all of these intents require enhancement and connection based on the foundation of attribute-less intent. Upon hearing Xing Tianyi's assertion that it was not the case, Xiang Tiange nodded. That old Xing, his comprehension of the essence of attributes has surely been imparted to you. Xing Tianyi chuckled. Of course, after all, he is a student from my academy. The mention of my academy caused a slight grimace among the onlookers. At that moment, Shen Tuyi suddenly spoke up. What do you all think? Shouldn't Chen Mo have already grasped the essence of attribute gun techniques? Instantly, the crowd widened their eyes, turning their gazes towards Shen Tuyi. The intensity of their stares made Shen Tuyi's face flush slightly, and he chuckled softly. I was merely speculating. Surely Chen Mo can't be that much of a genius, can he? It is well known that comprehending the essence of each attribute is an arduous task, often requiring guidance from predecessors who have mastered the attribute's essence. This has been the case for centuries. Unless one possesses truly extraordinary innate talent, such feats are nearly unattainable on one's own. While they believed Chen Mo might indeed have potential, they couldn't fathom him being that exceptional. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. If you are curious, Huoxiu said with a gentle smile, let's swiftly commence the next round of arena battles. With 6 contestants remaining. At this pace, Chen Mo will soon face those 3 top contenders. At that time, perhaps a bit of pressure could evoke the hidden prowess within Chen Mo. The 4 academy heads exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The ensuing battle would see 6 participants whittled down to 3, with the victors earning the right to select celestial artifacts. The defeated trio would then compete in a final among the losers, with the champion also granted the opportunity to choose a celestial artifact. It was, without doubt, the most equitable competition format. As Chen Mo observed, the virtual screen in the sky continued to shuffle the matchups. In the first round, Shang Tianlei faced off against a rather unfortunate second-year student. Would you prefer to descend on your own, or shall I assist you? The second-year student pondered for a moment before raising his hands. Suddenly, terrifying flames ignited from his palms, swiftly transforming into 2 massive fire dragons. Boom. The 2 fire dragons surged toward Shang Tianlei. Yet, Shang Tianlei's expression remained utterly unchanged. At that moment, his voice resonated throughout the arena. Chen Mo, I hope that when the time comes to face you, you will engage me with your thunder. The audience collectively experienced a moment of bewilderment. Even the opponent standing before Shang Tianlei was taken aback. Was he really implying he wanted to battle Chen Mo? Was this not a grave insult? Instantly, Shang Tianlei's adversary unleashed the full might of the fire dragons, their overwhelming force soaring toward Shang Tianlei with destructive intent. However, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Shang Tianlei's mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a ghostly blue lightning blade materialized before him. With a swift motion, he struck. The world fell silent. The devouring thunder cleaved through the heavens. A brilliant wave of lightning surged forward, its intense energy shattering the air. obliterating the two fire dragons into a myriad of fiery particles that vanished without a trace. The ethereal blue wave then descended upon the earth before his opponent, creating a thunderous impact that sent a figure hurtling backward, leaving a massive crater in its wake. One strike, instant annihilation. The crowd was left parched and speechless, astonished by the terrifying pressure unleashed by Sheng Tianlei, delivering a near-catastrophic blow. Wait, did he just say Chen Mo? In an instant, every gaze turned toward Chen Mo. The freshman, Chen Mo's expression remained serene, as if nothing could disturb his inner tranquility. Perhaps upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's words, he gradually lifted his gaze. Then, with a gentle smile, he replied, "Since Senior Sheng wishes to duel with thunder, I shall naturally respond with my own thunder." Hearing this, Sheng Tianlei smiled slightly. Very well. In an instant, Sheng Tianlei transformed into a lightning apparition, vanishing from sight. The crowd remained in a state of disbelief. Sheng Tianlei had just issued a challenge to Chen Mo, and Chen Mo had readily accepted. They had heard whispers of Chen Mo possessing two extraordinary abilities. Yet the darker of the two was said to be the true marvel. To engage in a contest centered around lightning seemed like a path to ruin. It was akin to willingly severing an arm. Zhou Wenyu shook his head. This freshman, emboldened by his fortunate beginnings, dares to accept Sheng Tianlei's challenge. It is known that those who challenge Sheng Tianlei, a wielder of thunderous talents, often find themselves bedridden for months. After hearing reports from his family, Zhou Wenyu understood that Sheng Tianlei's innate ability was a rare SS-level devouring thunder. This form of thunder was capable of absorbing the thunderous talents of warriors of equal or lesser strength to replenish his own. Hence, Sheng Tianlei was so eager for battles against those gifted in thunder. Now, Chen Mo had the audacity to wager a duel with him. A flicker of pity filled Zhou Wenyu's eyes. It seemed likely that Chen Mo's thunderous gift would be devoured by Sheng Tianlei. After all, how could Chen Mo's abilities possibly surpass the SS level? Amidst the crowd, Chen Mo remained as tranquil as a still pond. Since Sheng Tianlei desired this confrontation, he would acquiesce. The nine heavens' dark thunder divine body would not diminish in power due to the dispersion of its focus between darkness and thunder. Furthermore, Chen Mo was aware of one crucial fact. Regardless of the means employed by Sheng Tianlei, he would remain invincible. In the observation area above, Sheng Tianlei snorted coldly. "Gu Linghan, if that boy of yours harms my Chen Mo, I will spare no effort, even at my age, to ensure your demise. Let him absorb the abilities of others. He must not consume Chen Mo's. It is imperative to remember that in a few days, the Inter-Academy tournament will commence. He is to represent our freshman class." Gu Linghan quickly smiled wryly. "As a rare talent not seen in many years, I cannot allow him to be harmed. No matter the circumstances." In terms of teaching prowess, Gu Linghan undoubtedly surpassed Sheng Tianlei by leaps and bounds. However, when it came to combat skills, among the four of them, Sheng Tianlei was the strongest. After all, he had truly mastered the eternal law. All right. Should anything go awry, I will intervene," Huoxiu remarked with a smile. After all, being a prodigy of the academy, Huoxiu would not allow Chen Mo to come to harm. Following this, the next round of tests commenced, with Zhou Wenyu facing another second-year prodigy, who, quite predictably, emerged victorious. The anticipation for the final battle slot ignited the crowd's excitement once more. Indeed, it was none other than freshman Chen Mo against second-year Lin Qingzhu. Chapter 67, I Possess a Sword. Chen Mo faces off against Lin Qingzhu. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the arena, as two figures gracefully ascended the stage amidst the gentle caress of the breeze. One figure wielded a soft sword, her exquisite beauty evoking profound admiration. The other appeared remarkably slender, yet an overwhelming aura of power emanated from her. The former was Lin Qingzhu, while the latter was the formidable dark horse, Chen Mo. In this contest for the celestial artifact, goodness, the duel between Chen Mo and Lin Qingzhu has commenced. I never anticipated this. One has mastered the half-step sword intent, while the other wields spear intent. Both are prodigies in martial arts, and it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. The odds seem to favor Lin Qingzhu. Her mastery of the Ling Tian technique, her shadowless talent, and her half-step sword intent, all combined, were indeed formidable. TSK, surely even with spear intent, Chen Mo cannot prevail? Not necessarily. Someone interjected. Remember, during his earlier battle against Ouyang Jing, Chen Mo did not even utilize his extraordinary abilities. A surge of excitement rippled through the crowd. Both competitors were immensely popular in this pursuit of the celestial artifact, leaving many astonished. It appeared that Chen Mo was about to face an insurmountable challenge. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, declaring, "Faced with Lin Qingzhu, Chen Mo is surely doomed." After all, Lin Qingzhu's swordplay poses a considerable challenge, even for me. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Qingzhu's martial prowess and innate talent, both intricately tied to speed. The ultimate amalgamation of these two forms of velocity rendered it nearly impossible for any martial arts practitioner of comparable rank to withstand her swordplay. Not to mention, Chen Mo was merely a freshman. Meanwhile, High above in the heavens, Xiang Tiange stroked his beard, observing, "It seems our little Lin is set to confront Chen Mo." A gentle smile graced his lips. He held immense confidence in Lin Qingzhu. Having personally recruited her to Xianyuan Martial Arts University with the intention of honing her swordplay and Ling Tian technique to perfection. In this world, innate abilities are undoubtedly vital. Yet martial talent holds equal significance. Old Xing, Old Xiang, who do you believe will triumph? Shin Tuyi inquired, tossing the question to Xiang Tiange and Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi gazed at Lin Qingzhu on the arena, hesitant to make any predictions. After all, Lin Qingzhu was one of the most exceptional prodigies in her sophomore class, possessing a speed that was nearly unparalleled among peers. Chen Mo's practical combat skills were indeed impressive, but against Lin Qingzhu, he might feel somewhat powerless. Xiang Tiange, wary of making bold claims, recalled how Gu Linghan had fallen from grace after boasting of his own prowess. Let these two juniors battle it out first. True knowledge comes from experience. He chuckled, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Indeed, I concur with old Xiang. Xing Tianyi nodded in agreement. With their words, the crowd's attention returned to the arena, a palpable sense of anticipation building. What surprises would Chen Mo unveil in this duel? On the stage, Lin Qingzhu regarded Chen Mo with a gentle smile. How would you like to proceed? Chen Mo replied, as you wish, senior sister. With a swift motion, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword shimmered in the air, a formidable half-sword intent radiating outward, akin to a multitude of slicing winds that tore through the surrounding atmosphere. A torrent of gusts surged forward, causing many spectators to feel a stinging sensation on their cheeks. I wish to experience your spear intent, she declared, an amalgamation of her innate abilities and spear intent swirling around her, creating an aura of unparalleled strength. Very well, Chen Mo nodded. He was unperturbed, for he too was eager for Lin Qingzhu to draw forth his true capabilities. After all, invincibility could be rather lonely. In the next heartbeat, a mottled half-sword intent erupted from Lin Qingzhu's soft sword. Her eyes closed momentarily, then opened again, revealing a piercing gaze infused with the power to cleave through all creation. Shadowless Ling Tian, myriad swords. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu's figure surged forward, her speed akin to that of a lightning-fast serpent. She reached Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. What astonishing speed! The onlookers gasped in shock. If a month ago, Lin Qingzhu's speed had been rated a mere 1, now it had surely escalated to 2. Without hesitation, Lin Qingzhu thrust her soft sword forward. In that fleeting moment, it appeared as though countless sword shadows sprang to life, piercing toward Chen Mo with lethal intent. Each strike was executed with remarkable swiftness. Among those myriad sword shadows, 10 blades stood out as particularly fearsome. Those were Lin Qingzhu's killing blows. Yet, as those eyes widened in astonishment, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Even as others speculated he might be paralyzed with fear, an immense surge of dark thunder energy erupted around him. Boom. In an instant, for streams of dark thunder energy coalesced around Chen Mo's form. These dark thunder streams darted toward his back, materializing into 4 colossal arms reminiscent of dragons. A terrifying pressure swept through the arena like a tempest. Then, to the astonishment of countless spectators, the 4 arms behind Chen Mo gripped a terrifying 5-meter-long spear. Bang! The arms of dark thunder shifted rapidly, interweaving to create a rain of spears that clashed against Lin Qingzhu's sword strikes. Spear and sword collided. A brilliant explosion of light erupted. The sheer energy caused ripples in the air, sending shivers down the spines of many onlookers. Bang! 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 As the radiant shower dissipated, the 2 figures stood resolutely facing one another. You are incredibly strong, Lin Qingzhu remarked, her expression now grave. She realized that she could not defeat Chen Mo in a single move. In fact, even under her attack, he had not yet employed his spear intent and had still managed to counter her assault. It seems I must exert my utmost effort. In the next moment, boundless energy surged from Lin Qingzhu's back, a verdant light swirling around her, swiftly coalescing into a pair of gigantic wings. In an instant, the emerald wings and the dark, thunderous arms stood in striking contrast, creating a strangely beautiful symmetry. Finally, this is getting interesting, Chen Mo mused with a gentle smile. My move is far more than just interesting, Lin Qingzhu replied, her eyes now radiating a brilliant green light. Gazing at Chen Mo's form, she exhaled a breath of determination. I possess a sword. It can sever all things. The Ling Tian Sword of Shadow Dispersion. Chapter 68, Sword Intent. I possess a sword. It can sever all things. The Ling Tian Sword of Shadow Dispersion. Suddenly, Lin Qingzhu's wings unfurled behind her, their immense span striking the ground with tremendous force. With a hum, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qingzhu appeared to levitate high above the arena. Gazing at Chen Mo, who stood resolutely on the ground, Lin Qingzhu abruptly raised her soft sword, only to let it fall silently. With a single stroke, the world seemed to dissolve into shadows. A vast expanse of verdant energy mist suddenly cascaded downwards. However, upon closer inspection, within this emerald haze, One could discern the collision and convergence of 100 streams of verdant sword energy. These 100 streams of sword energy were not mere phantoms of sword techniques, but authentic manifestations of swordplay. Thanks to Lin Qingzhu's astonishing speed, she unleashed 100 beams of sword light in an instant. Amongst these radiant sword lights, countless fragmented intents of the sword amalgamated. Indeed, through Chen Mo's perception, it was the fragmented sword intent that he sensed. No wonder her progress was so rapid. It was due to this revelation. As he felt the sword intent descending from the heavens, Chen Mo let out a soft sigh. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Lin Qingzhu's ear. In her astonished gaze, Chen Mo's voice echoed in her mind. The reason your sword intent fails to progress is singular. It lacks purity. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu's gaze snapped to Chen Mo, her pupils constricting sharply. She beheld as the dark thunderous hand enveloping Chen Mo rapidly collapsed, morphing into dozens of dark thunder dragons that swirled in his palm. Following this, a 6-meter-long dark thunder spear materialized. Countless dark lightning coiled around the spear, exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, a resplendent dark intent surged forth from the spear's tip. In an instant, a vacuum zone was completely condensed within a 1-meter radius around Chen Mo. Within this vacuous domain, only Chen Mo's soaring spear intent permeated the air. Is this what spear intent truly is? How terrifying. A cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of more than a dozen prodigies. Even Ouyang Jing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At this moment, the spear intent Chen Mo unleashed was of an entirely different caliber compared to that of their earlier confrontations. The contrast between the past and the present was akin to night and day. To possess such spear intent at such a young age. Truly a monster. In the heavens above, the 4 deans simultaneously gasped in disbelief, as countless astonished gazes fell upon him. The long spear grasped in Chen Mo's hand erupted with a dazzling dark hue. This eruption seemed to absorb all the light in the world. The dark thunder spear intent obliterated everything. Chen Mo extended his arm, akin to a spring, with myriad muscle fibers and bones working in unison. As the overwhelming spear intent crystallized on the dark thunder spear, in a sudden burst, his right arm shot forth, the sinewy muscles propelling the dark thunder spear, unleashing a world-shattering spear intent. Boom! This spear intent pierced towards the heavens with a force that seemed to conquer all, utterly extinguishing Lin Qingzhu's sword intent. Even the 100 streams of sword energy shattered, transforming into countless droplets of light, cascading downwards. Buzz! The spear intent continued unabated, now aiming its terrifying pressure directly at Lin Qingzhu's visage. Yet, Lin Qingzhu appeared entranced, seemingly devoid of any will to resist. This is bad. Xiang Tiange's pupils constricted, poised to transform into a streak of light. Just then, the 3 deans simultaneously obstructed him. Xiang Tiange was about to question them, but upon seeing Lin Qingzhu's expression, he stood frozen in place. Whoosh! The brilliant spear intent did not strike Lin Qingzhu, but merely brushed past her face. However, the scar left by the passage of the spear intent drew a trickle of blood from her cheek. Lin Qingzhu remained motionless, suspended in the air amidst the flapping of her wings. Yet, the crowd below was engulfed in shock, astonishment, disbelief, unimaginable. The moment Chen Mo's spear intent completely extinguished Lin Qingzhu's sword intent, it heralded the ultimate victor of this duel, Chen Mo. While some had anticipated a victory, none had foreseen its ease. It should be noted that throughout this encounter, Chen Mo had not moved from his original position. This freshman's prowess truly defied belief. Even Lin Qingzhu could not best him. It seemed their only hope lay with Zhou Wenyu and Sheng Tianlei. I fear Zhou Wenyu may not suffice. Could it be that only Sheng Tianlei could possibly subdue him? Regardless, Chen Mo's strength was overwhelming. By the heavens, a freshman has already obtained an immortal artifact. How enviable. Indeed, aside from envy, there was nothing to be done. This was the epitome of genius. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of exclamations, while an unusual gravitas settled upon Zhou Wenyu's countenance. He understood that perhaps this time, he would have to exert his utmost against not just Sheng Tianlei, but also Chen Mo. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Lin Qingzhu remained on the stage, hesitant to descend. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qingzhu seems to have comprehended sword intent. The revelation spread like wildfire. Countless gazes turned once more towards the sky above the arena, where a profound aura of intent surged forth from Lin Qingzhu. This newfound power was starkly different from her previous fragmented state, embodying an exceedingly pure sword intent. The emergence of this sword intent propelled Lin Qingzhu's momentum to an unprecedented peak. Everyone stood agape. No one could have anticipated that Lin Qingzhu would grasp sword intent amidst her clash with Chen Mo, a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Surely, this contest cannot conclude just yet. However, at that moment, amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the verdant wings behind Lin Qingzhu suddenly vanished. She descended gracefully from the sky. Standing before Chen Mo gazing at the slender figure of the young man before her, Lin Qingzhu realized that it was he who had facilitated her understanding of sword intent. Without Chen Mo's profound aura, she would have remained oblivious to the true essence of sword intent for an indeterminate period. She did not know how long it would have taken her. Looking at this handsome youth, Lin Qingzhu solemnly clasped her hands in gratitude. Chen Mo, thank you. Chen Mo shrugged. Your talent is simply remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu offered a wry smile. Remarkable talent? In the eyes of others, her talent might indeed be formidable. Yet, she understood that in the presence of Chen Mo, her abilities were utterly insignificant. Only a genius like Chen Mo could instill within her such a profound sense of helplessness. Chen Mo is far too strong. Lin Qingzhu concede. Lin Qingzhu smiled softly. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. The silence did not stem from Lin Qingzhu's voluntary concession, nor from Chen Mo's victory over her. Rather, it was the astonishing fact that Chen Mo had enabled Lin Qingzhu to successfully comprehend sword intent. In that instant, every onlooker was struck with profound shock. Chapter 69, Zhou Wenyu. No one anticipated that Chen Mo could not only manifest the essence of marksmanship, but also assist Lin Qingzhu in comprehending the profound realm of sword intent. It is well known that the power of intent is one of the three paramount forms of attack on the entire Blue Star. These three formidable attacks, intent, innate abilities, and supreme martial arts, are of utmost significance within the realm of martial arts. Now, the remarkable fact that Chen Mo could guide others in grasping the power of intent ignited a fervent admiration in the eyes of the onlookers, as if they wished to consume him whole. Ahem. Seemingly aware of the intense gazes surrounding him, Chen Mo gently cleared his throat and said, Senior, no need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. With a graceful leap, he departed from the arena, while Lin Qingzhu's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, her heart rippling with subtle emotions. Perhaps after this, she could add the contact information of this junior to her address book. As Chen Mo stepped down, he felt countless eyes directed at him. Soon after, he heard, Chen Mo, why don't we exchange contact information? Let us keep in touch. Yes, let us definitely stay in touch. What junior? This is Brother Chen. Chen Mo, can you give me your contact info? Faced with the eager, almost desperate gazes of those around him, Chen Mo could easily discern their desires, most likely a plea for his guidance in comprehending the power of intent. Thus, he hastily replied, We'll exchange contacts after this concludes. Upon hearing his words, the previously restless hearts of the crowd calmed slightly. Yet, even with this reassurance, their hearts still surged with tumultuous waves. After all, who could have foreseen that a mere freshman could achieve such heights? It is worth noting that Chen Mo had only just begun his studies a month prior. If this trend continues, how formidable would his strength be by the time he reaches his second year? The crowd could hardly fathom it. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Xiang Tiange regained his composure, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The unfortunate news was that his proud Lin Qingzhu had been defeated by Chen Mo. The silver lining, however, was that under Chen Mo's guidance, Lin Qingzhu had attained sword intent. The collision of these two revelations left his mind buzzing. What a monstrous talent this fellow is. He had never imagined that a freshman could reach such a level. Yet, he was not alone in his astonishment. Even Gu Linghan, Shen Tiyi, and Huixiu were equally taken aback. In fact, at the moment Lin Qingzhu grasped sword intent, it was Xing Tianyi who exhibited even greater excitement. Xing Tianyi gazed at that slender figure, murmuring to himself, My heavens, what kind of monster have I encountered? Not only has he comprehended marksmanship, but he has also aided others in mastering it. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He truly felt as if he had unearthed a treasure. Chen Mo's talent could only be described as the most prodigious in decades at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Once the other three deans realized the implications, they could hardly restrain themselves from slapping their own faces in regret. Had they known Chen Mo's talent was this extraordinary, they would have spared no effort in claiming him for themselves. Such remarkable prowess would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, nay, throughout the entire Great Xia Federation. There was no question about it. Yet, they had foolishly relinquished him to Xing Tianyi. Their hearts were filled with regret, wishing they could snatch Chen Mo back on the spot. Observing the expressions of the three, Xing Tianyi felt a surge of delight. Truly, his discerning eye had unearthed this gem of talent. Seeing their reactions, Huixiu smiled gently. All right, everyone, let us calm down. There is no need to dwell on this too much. After all, Chen Mo is a genius of our Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At his words, a semblance of tranquility returned to the hearts of the four. Ultimately, they were all part of the same institution, and in the future, they would support one another in the battles against ferocious beasts. At this moment, Huixiu grinned. However, if we were to place Chen Mo in the arena of the tri-school competition, the two neighboring schools would surely be embarrassed by the talents they have painstakingly nurtured. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up, naturally filled with mirth. In recent years, Xianyuan Martial Arts University had languished at the bottom of the rankings. Countless times, the instructors and deans from neighboring schools had taken turns to ridicule them. Yet now, the emergence of a genius like Chen Mo within their ranks was nothing short of astonishing. If he were to compete in the tri-school tournament, It would surely send ripples through the entire arena. If Lin Jianfeng were present, he would likely burst into laughter, eager to witness the incredulous expressions on the faces of the admissions directors of the neighboring schools, Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen. Keep Chen Mo's comprehension of marksmanship confidential until the tri-school competition, Huoxiao added. Understood. The expressions of the four deans simultaneously shifted to one of peculiar anticipation. They could hardly wait to see the reactions of the students, instructors, deans, and even the principals of the other two schools when Chen Mo unleashed his prowess at the tri-school competition. All right, enough of that. Huoxiao waved his hand. Next, we move on to the final round of the arena battles. In an instant, the crowd turned their gaze toward the slender figure by the arena, a spark of expectation igniting within them. The earlier display of Chen Mo had delivered an astonishing surprise. Would this next performance expand their astonishment even further? Or perhaps they were eager to discover what other secrets Chen Mo might unveil. With the conclusion of the second round of arena battles, the top three contenders for the celestial artifacts had been determined: Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Chen Mo. While the first two names elicited no shock, viewed as a matter of course, the revelation of the final name sent a jolt through the crowd, despite their prior expectations. How could a mere freshman like Chen Mo have such a profound impact on the upperclassmen? Was he truly just an ordinary mid-tier third-rank martial artist? The murmurs of disbelief filled the air as the third round of the arena battles commenced. The initial bout featured the losers bracket, where Lin Qingzhu faced off against two other second-year students. Without a doubt, Lin Qingzhu triumphed effortlessly, earning the final spot. No one was surprised. After all, this was Lin Qingzhu, especially now that she had mastered sword intent. The match for the winners bracket soon followed, consisting of 3 participants who would draw lots, with one advancing directly to the finals. However, at this stage of the arena battles, the spots for the celestial artifacts had already been claimed. What remained was merely to determine the hierarchy among the combatants. The anticipation was palpable as the crowd wondered who would emerge superior: Chen Mo, Zhou Wenyu, or Sheng Tianlei. Yet, to their astonishment, the drawing of lots revealed that Sheng Tianlei was granted a bye. Remarkable. The penultimate challenge pits Chen Mo against Zhou Wenyu. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 70, Collision. The clash between Chen Mo and Zhou Wenyu. In past times, no one would have imagined that these two individuals could ever face each other in battle. Yet, this fantastical scene now unfolded before the eyes of all present. A reality beyond their wildest imagination. Who would have thought that a mere freshman would come this far in the contest for celestial artifacts? The betting has commenced. Who do you think will emerge victorious? It must be Zhou Wenyu. You trust him so implicitly, given that he is your direct classmate? It is essential to remember that while Chen Mo is undeniably formidable, Zhou Wenyu is no slouch either. Zhou Wenyu may lack the power of comprehension, but his innate abilities, cultivation level, and mastery of the heavenly law have reached heights that Chen Mo has yet to fathom. Regardless, this confrontation promises to be nothing short of spectacular. As the two figures stood upon the silvery arena, the audience buzzed with excitement. After all, this was one of the most anticipated matchups, naturally drawing countless gazes. On the shimmering platform, Zhou Wenyu regarded Chen Mo, a look of unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Before Chen Mo's duel with Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu had never imagined that Chen Mo's strength could reach such terrifying heights. Undoubtedly, the current Chen Mo warranted his utmost effort. Ultimately, Zhou Wenyu declared, "Congratulations, Chen Mo. I am delighted that you have made it this far. However, I regret to inform you that your journey ends here." At Zhou Wenyu's words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Clearly, he was about to get serious. It's worth noting that in previous battles, Zhou Wenyu had exuded an air of nonchalance. But now, had he truly reached this level before Chen Mo? Upon hearing Zhou Wenyu's proclamation, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. "Senior Zhou, victory in battle is not achieved through mere conversation." Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile. At this, Zhou Wenyu paused momentarily, then broke into a light chuckle. Indeed, how could one claim victory in combat through words alone? In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's visage transformed into one of ferocity. The next moment, golden patterns began to weave around his form. His muscles bulged dramatically, the fabric of his robe straining against the sheer mass of his powerful physique. An overwhelming force radiated from him, as if to annihilate the very heavens. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. They knew Zhou Wenyu was about to unleash the full extent of his formidable golden manipulation ability. Zhou Wenyu's SS class golden manipulation was unlike any other ability. It was capable of evolution. Thanks to Zhou Wenyu's illustrious lineage, he had nearly perfected his SS class golden manipulation talent. "Sister Qingzhu, who do you think will win?" A talented individual turned to Lin Qingzhu beside him. "Me?" Lin Qingzhu shrugged slightly, gazing at the arena with a faint smile. "Perhaps it will be Chen Mo." Just then, Zhou Wenyu's golden form reached its apex, and a terrifying pressure erupted like a volcanic explosion. "Next, I shall shatter your intent." Zhou Wenyu's muscles surged once more, adopting dozens of bizarre postures, simultaneously releasing their power. Heavenly golden rampage. In a flurry of incredulous gazes, Zhou Wenyu's figure shot forth. Akin to a predatory leopard, if Lin Qingzhu's movements were characterized by grace, Zhou Wenyu's were defined by an extreme ferocity and swiftness, demanding a lethal strike. Within moments, Zhou Wenyu was upon Chen Mo, his hands thrusting forward like a massive maw filled with fangs, ready to tear Chen Mo apart. It's over. The onlookers gasped, their pupils dilating. They knew Zhou Wenyu's rampage technique was extraordinarily fearsome, capable of executing dozens of transformations in mere moments. If there had been even a slight distance between them, perhaps Chen Mo could have defended himself. But now, Zhou Wenyu had closed the gap, tipping the scales in his favor. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chen Mo suddenly lifted his gaze, staring at the rapidly approaching hands. A subtle smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, 4 dark lightning hands surged forth from his body, moving with lightning speed to his rear. In the blink of an eye, 4 colossal dark lightning hands materialized. Simultaneously, these hands transformed into a tearing form, charging towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the hands collided. A vast force rippled through the air. The 2 titanic energies clashed, erupting and causing the crowd's garments and hair to billow wildly. In a heartbeat, the 2 figures separated, once more standing at opposite ends of the arena. This exchange had resulted in a stalemate. What on earth were these dark hands? This is terrifying. They could contend with Zhou Wenyu's rampage technique. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Until now, the crowd had focused solely on Chen Mo's intent, oblivious to the innate abilities he had displayed. Yet, at this moment, Chen Mo had not relied on any intent, but was able to match Zhou Wenyu purely through a clash of energies. This was something no one had anticipated. His lightning ability is worthy of my consumption, remarked Sheng Tianlei, observing Chen Mo, who bore 2 pairs of dark lightning hands. A faint smile graced his lips. His devouring lightning could consume any lightning of equal or lower tier. To him, Chen Mo's lightning was likely of the same rank, both classified as SSS grade. Thus, he could indeed proceed with his consumption. Meanwhile, in the audience, everyone was left speechless. They had not expected Chen Mo to possess such monstrous martial talent, nor had they anticipated his energy intensity to be so formidable. Is this really SSS grade? Gu Linghan questioned skeptically. It was known that the energy of a mid-tier 3rd-grade martial artist could rival that of a high-tier 4th-grade martial artist. This was something ordinary SSS-grade individuals could not achieve. Indeed, Xing Tianyi nodded. He is indeed an SSS-grade dark divine body, seemingly complemented by other abilities. Could it be that Chen Mo's other lightning ability is also SSS grade? In an instant, the audience fell into a profound silence. Had they known earlier that Chen Mo possessed another ability classified as SSS grade, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. After all, 2 SSS grade abilities were nearly unheard of in their academy. Perhaps one might encounter a few at the military level. Yet, it seemed that the combat prowess Chen Mo displayed had reached such an extraordinary level. Upon contemplating this, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiangu, and Shin Tuyi once again felt a pang of regret. Why did they not secure Chen Mo back then? Why does it feel like such a loss? As their sense of loss deepened, they could only turn their gaze toward the arena, for they still wished to witness Chen Mo's true prowess and discern the extent of his capabilities. On the arena, Zhou Wenyu gazed gravely at Chen Mo's dark thunder giant hand. Previously, he had not even realized the terrifying intensity of Chen Mo's energy. No wonder the principal granted you special permission to compete for the celestial artifact. So, you are indeed that formidable. Zhou Wenyu inhaled sharply, feeling the blood within him coalesce, a sign that he was continually pushing his limits. The heavenly command technique enhances physical strength, which in turn naturally augments one's offensive power. Next, I wonder if you can withstand my next move. In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's physique swelled dramatically, reaching an astonishing height of 3 meters. His imposing figure towered like a giant, casting a shadow that exuded an overwhelming pressure under the slanting sunlight. Heavenly fury. With a thunderous shout, Zhou Wenyu expanded further, now standing at a formidable 4 meters. The immense force erupted, sending countless fragments flying from the arena. This was the mastery of the heavenly command technique. No, it was more than that. It was nearly at the level of minor perfection. Did Zhou Wenyu reserve this move specifically to counter Xing Tianlei? To think it was forced out by Chen Mo. Such strength. Many prodigies exclaimed in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. It is known that the heavenly path, command, and ascend techniques are among the pinnacle martial arts in the world, coveted by countless aspirants. Yet, the threshold is so high that many spend their lives unable to attain it. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu's achievement at this level left many in awe. Not bad. Your young Zhou has quite the talent. Even Huoxiu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Shin Tuye's smile was tinged with a hint of irony. He was pleased that his student had finally mastered the heavenly command technique to this extent. However, an unsettling intuition spread within him. Why did he feel that Zhou Wenyu might not be able to defeat Chen Mo? Meanwhile, on the arena, Chen Mo regarded the towering figure with a smile and nodded approvingly. As if sensing Chen Mo's praise, a sinister grin flickered across Zhou Wenyu's face. Just not bad? Chen Mo, perhaps you have underestimated my strength. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Zhou Wenyu's legs, creating a massive crater on the arena's surface. Subsequently, propelled by this recoil, Zhou Wenyu soared into the air. The muscles on his back, intertwined and bulging, reflected the sunlight, resembling the graceful form of a soaring crane. Terrifying. Powerful. An aura that felt insurmountable. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of dozens, Zhou Wenyu raised both fists and charged forward. In an instant, he was before Chen Mo. Heavenly fist, despairing golden sky. Buzz. In that moment, Zhou Wenyu's right fist swelled to a diameter of nearly 1 meter, tearing through the air as it surged toward Chen Mo with unstoppable force. Watching the colossal fist growing in his vision, a slight smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. At last, an attack worthy of my earnest attention has arrived. Just then, Chen Mo took a gentle step forward, exhaling a stream of murky energy, which caused the dark thunder energy within him to surge wildly. Boom. A terrifying dark thunder pillar shot toward the heavens, radiating from Chen Mo's 1 meter radius. A vast darkness enveloped the earth, suppressing the clouds of the horizon into a shadowy gloom. What on earth is this? A prodigy gasped in disbelief. Then, the dark thunder pillar rapidly collapsed, transforming into a remarkable liquid of dark thunder that surged toward Chen Mo's right shoulder. In an instant, an arm resembling a colossal dragon emerged from Chen Mo's right shoulder. A single arm with a radius of an astonishing 1.5 meters. The overwhelming pressure of the dark thunder spread like a tempest, sending chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. At the same time, Zhou Wenyu, facing Chen Mo's dark giant arm, felt his sense of foreboding multiply exponentially. So powerful, so powerful, so powerful. He must eliminate Chen Mo immediately. A grave sense of dread surged within him. He needed to resolve this within this strike. Otherwise, he sensed he might truly lose. Boom. Zhou Wenyu's golden fist roared like a dragon as it descended violently toward Chen Mo. Yet, Chen Mo's slender figure did not retreat an inch. Instead, his dark thunder giant arm collided fiercely with Zhou Wenyu's. Amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, Zhou Wenyu's fist and Chen Mo's fist collided with tremendous force. The impact unleashed a colossal wave of energy, illuminating the earth in a blinding flash that left everyone's vision momentarily white. As the light faded, a figure was sent hurtling backward. The crowd quickly turned to see who it was, only to be left utterly stunned. Indeed, the one who was knocked back and deemed the loser was not the freshman Chen Mo, but Zhou Wenyu, hailed as a second-year elite and the second strongest among them. Zhou Wenyu, defeated. In such an unequivocal and crushing manner, he lost to a freshman. The minds of the spectators buzzed with disbelief. It is worth noting that earlier, Chen Mo had never truly triumphed over Lin Qingzhu, for no one knew the true strength of Lin Qingzhu after comprehending the sword intent. However, Zhou Wenyu's defeat was an undeniable reality. Chen Mo, with his identity as a mere freshman, advanced to the second round of the Celestial Artifact competition, having triumphed over Zhou Wenyu, who had mastered martial arts to perfection. Chapter 72, Sheng Tianlei. The gazes of all present were filled with incredulity. It is important to note that prior to this, they had regarded Chen Mo favorably, but they never anticipated he would vanquish Zhou Wenyu with such ease. Zhou Wenyu had perfected the heavenly command technique, and Chen Mo, he had yet to practice such top-tier martial arts. This fellow has become this formidable. As they beheld the slender figure standing on the arena, everyone involuntarily gasped in awe. Amidst the myriad of complex gazes, two distinct expressions emerged, reverence and awe. This was the gaze directed towards a formidable being. In their hearts, Chen Mo had truly transformed into the strongman they revered. Remarkably, Chen Mo was merely a freshman. Such potent waves of energy. Lin Qingzhu murmured to herself. Not only was his comprehension astoundingly profound, but even his innate abilities were equally terrifying. This fellow is truly a monster. How fascinating indeed. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms over his chest, his countenance slightly contorted with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to absorb Chen Mo's talents, longing to evolve his own abilities. Judging by the power Chen Mo currently exhibited, his affinity with thunder could only be classified as SSS grade. Sheng Tianlei could already envision himself devouring Chen Mo's talents, using them to nourish his own abilities. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the four deans had also fallen into a contemplative silence. This boy is truly a prodigy. Gu Linghan clicked his tongue, his eyes brimming with fervor. At this moment, he desperately wished to claim Chen Mo for himself. How infuriating! Without practicing any techniques, he was able to triumph over Xiao Zhou, who possessed the heavenly control technique. If he were to successfully cultivate the ultimate heavenly technique, how terrifying would he become? Shen Tui pondered aloud. The heavenly control technique symbolizes absolute physical strength, unyielding and nearly indestructible. Yet, it was utterly obliterated before Chen Mo. This guy is genuinely astonishing. Should he successfully cultivate the ultimate heavenly technique, his power would be at least several times greater than it is now. Xiang Tiange echoed, still struggling to fathom the true extent of Chen Mo's capabilities. The ultimate heavenly technique is far more challenging to master than the heavenly control and ascendant techniques. However, if successfully cultivated, it would yield an exponential increase in power, certainly surpassing the current Chen Mo by more than a mere fraction. Just imagine, if Chen Mo mastered the ultimate heavenly technique alongside his mastery of a tribute-based gun intent during the recent interschool competition, he would have been an unstoppable force. Truly terrifying strength. TSK, I told you he was a fine seedling. Back then, you all doubted me. Observing the complex expressions on the faces of the three deans, Shen Tui's heart swelled with satisfaction. It had been years since the Ultimate Heavenly Academy had experienced such exhilaration. In the past, due to the difficulty of cultivating the Ultimate Heavenly technique, most freshmen opted to switch majors and leave. Yet, after waiting all these years, they finally encountered a powerhouse like Chen Mo. Just thinking about it was utterly gratifying. It is worth noting that Chen Mo has yet to cultivate the Ultimate Heavenly technique. If he were to achieve that, what heights would his strength reach? Surely, it would leave the other two sacred martial universities in awe. Fortunately, he granted Chen Mo the qualification for the ultimate heavenly steel. They had managed to recruit such an extraordinarily gifted prodigy. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Huoxiao. All right, it's not the time for discussion anymore. After all, we are about to commence the next ultimate showdown. The final match. The ultimate confrontation. Sheng Tianlei versus Chen Mo. With that, the spectators turned their attention back to the arena, where two figures had already taken their positions. Standing resolutely against the backdrop of the wind and waves, their robes and hair billowing dramatically. Who among them will emerge victorious? In an instant, the four deans felt a surge of anticipation. Had anyone suggested earlier that Chen Mo could contend with Sheng Tianlei, they would have firmly dismissed it. Yet now, Chen Mo had truly achieved it. Sheng Tianlei, Gu Linghan mused with a gentle smile, he will win. Despite Chen Mo's formidable talent and power, there remained a certain distance between him and Sheng Tianlei. Shen Tui and Xiang Tiange nodded in agreement. It is important to recognize that Sheng Tianlei's prowess surpassed mere strength. His innate ability could counter Chen Mo's. Sheng Tianlei's unique talent was the exceedingly rare ability to devour thunder, allowing him to completely absorb other thunder-based powers and enhance his own. Moreover, his thunder absorption had already reached SSS grade. It could be said that Sheng Tianlei's lightning abilities could counter any comparable SSS grade or even lower thunder-based power. From their observations, Chen Mo's innate abilities could only unleash their full potential when dark energy and thunder were combined, creating this overwhelming pressure. Even if Sheng Tianlei desired to absorb Chen Mo's abilities, they would intervene. However, this also foreshadowed Chen Mo's potential defeat. It seemed that this time, Chen Mo was truly at risk of losing. Watching the arena, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation crossed his mind. Could Chen Mo possibly overcome Sheng Tianlei? Under the gaze of dozens of watchful eyes, two figures stood facing each other in the arena. One figure was clad in a purple robe, broad-shouldered, with eyes that radiated a haughty demeanor, as if looking down upon any talent. The other figure appeared somewhat slender, but exuded a confidence rarely seen in ordinary individuals. Sheng Tianlei gazed at Chen Mo, excitement flickering in his eyes. He could hardly wait to absorb Chen Mo's thunderous abilities. Are you certain you do not wish to rest a bit longer? Sheng Tianlei taunted. I can afford to exchange a few moves with you, but you will only be able to endure a few. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom Sheng Tianlei's brazen words directed at Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo's strength was not to be underestimated. In response, Chen Mo merely smiled lightly. Senior Sheng Tianlei, do not be like Senior Ouyang Jing, who merely boasts. Ouyang Jing interjected, am I not dead already? Must I be further insulted? Sheng Tianlei's expression momentarily faltered before breaking into a sinister grin. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 73, Strength and Weakness. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, two terrifying bolts of lightning surged within Sheng Tianlei's eyes. In a mere heartbeat, Sheng Tianlei's form was enveloped by crackling lightning. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his skin began to coalesce into shards of lightning armor. The scorching lightning armor transformed Sheng Tianlei into a colossal thunder god, wielding weapons forged entirely from lightning in each hand. One was a blade crafted from pure lightning, while the other was a swirling vortex of thunder, harboring a devouring force. Rest assured, before I commence my official actions, I will grant you a fair opportunity to challenge me. Boom. In an instant, a colossal thunderstorm, accompanied by fierce winds and waves, erupted with Chen Mo at its epicenter, unleashing countless white crests. Such power. Is this the full strength of Sheng Tianlei, the strongest among sophomores? By heavens, how much stronger has he become? A wave of concern washed over everyone as they summoned vast amounts of energy from their bodies to shield themselves. Yet, even this mere aftershock of energy was sufficient to send Chen Mo's black hair and robe billowing wildly. Truly formidable. Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu furrowed their brows. If, during the previous finals, Shang Tianlei was a contender to surpass, he now appeared as an insurmountable peak. Moreover, compared to Shang Tianlei, Chen Mo possessed the innate ability to absorb lightning. Can he truly prevail? At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the scene as Shang Tianlei, adorned in his thunderous armor, conjured countless entwined thunder serpents. Dominant, terrifying, even suffocating. Gazing at Shang Tianlei, now clad in his electric armor, Chen Mo offered a gentle smile. In that fleeting moment, the power of dark thunder surged forth, spiraling up his skin to form an enigmatic rune. These runes twisted, intertwined with divinity. Although they appeared less imposing than Shang Tianlei's display, they exuded an exceptionally suffocating aura. Meeting Chen Mo's gaze, Shang Tianlei smiled faintly. During the finals, I dispatched others in 3 moves. Thus, against you, I shall also employ 3 moves. Behold my strike, a slash that invokes the thunder. In an instant, Shang Tianlei raised his right hand high, and the thunder blade surged skyward, summoning a tempest of dark clouds that gathered ominously. Thunder roared. Boom. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended violently, striking Shang Tianlei's long blade, which erupted with an even more brilliant light. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Shang Tianlei remarked with a smirk, "One strike, the thunder falls." Whir. Shang Tianlei's hand descended sharply. In that moment, a dazzling blade of light burst forth, devoid of any profound intent, yet brimming with boundless energy. This was an assault akin to heavenly thunder. A master can alter the very fabric of the world. And as a 4th-tier master, Shang Tianlei could transform heavenly thunder into a blade, a gift that elevated him above the masses. Chen Mo was doomed. Many felt a tremor of fear, their legs quaking at the prospect of such an attack. Moreover, this was merely Shang Tianlei's first move. As the thunderous blade energy surged towards him, Chen Mo's expression finally shifted slightly. This was, after Zhou Wenyu, the second opponent to exert pressure upon him. Yet, it seemed to bear no overwhelming weight. Sighing at the oncoming thunderous blade energy, Chen Mo murmured, "Spear." In an instant, the world darkened. It was as if countless dark thunders coalesced in Chen Mo's right hand, culminating in the sudden manifestation of a 6-meter dark thunder spear. With a gentle lift of his head, Chen Mo thrust the spear forward. Dark thunder throw. Whir. Thousands of tendrils of darkness gathered at the spear's tip, intertwining with the lightning above, cascading downwards. In but a moment, a brilliant dark thunderlight erupted from the spear's tip. Boom. A dark thunderlight column, with a radius of a meter, surged forth from Chen Mo's spear, akin to a volcano awakening after centuries of slumber. Rumble. In the face of countless astonished gazes, the dark thunderlight collided fiercely with the thunderous blade energy. In that instant, a terrifying energy erupted, creating fissures across the ground while surging violently in all directions. Just as the crowd was engulfed in disbelief, a wave of yin-yang energy descended from the heavens, forming a colossal protective shield. They looked up to see Principal Huoxiu raising his arm, unleashing an energy barrier. Simultaneously, astonishment was evident on Huoxiu's face. In that moment, they quickly turned their attention back to the center of the arena. The next moment, they stood frozen in place. In the center of the arena lay a massive pit. Yet, on either side of it, the 2 figures remained utterly motionless, as if the recent surge of energy had not been conjured by them at all. This was merely the first move. You are impressive. A flicker of excitement and greed danced in Shang Tianlei's eyes. He had finally discerned that Chen Mo's dark thunder talent was likely of the SSS grade. Absorbing the SSS grade thunder talent, his own abilities would surely elevate further. Indeed, before this, he reveled in the thought of crushing Chen Mo beneath his heel, demonstrating that even the backbone of a genius could be shattered. You are impressive as well. Chen Mo nodded slightly at Shang Tianlei. Strong indeed. Furthermore, he sensed that within Shang Tianlei's thunder lay an element of devouring power. Although Shang Tianlei had yet to formally harness it, this devouring force seemed ineffective against his own innate abilities. Upon reflection, it made sense. His own talent was the SSR grade 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder Divine Body. Clearly, in terms of rank, it utterly eclipsed Shang Tianlei's abilities. Suddenly, he pondered what thoughts Shang Tianlei might entertain upon discovering that the devouring effect held no sway over him. With a shrug, Chen Mo remarked, "You have 2 more chances. I grant you 2 moves." At Chen Mo's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Shang Tianlei, who stood opposite him. Shang Tianlei wore a playful smile. "You grant me an opportunity? Junior, you have misjudged our hierarchy." Chapter 74, Thunder Dragon. Are you truly oblivious to our order? Yes, I am stronger than you. Shang Tianlei rested a hand on his face, revealing a flickering, thunderous gaze between his fingers. Are you courting death? Chen Mo smiled gently. I seek it not. Bang. In an instant, hundreds of currents of electricity surged behind Shang Tianlei, and his body transformed into a flickering shadow of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he dashed towards Chen Mo Devouring Thunder, Celestial Thunder Dragon. Among the multitude of astonished gazes, Shang Tianlei's right arm exploded forward. A dragon's roar resounding as a dragon surged towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed as he extended his spear, drawing a circle in the air. Dark Thunder Spear intent. Sixfold of the world. In that moment, the massive circle he conjured erupted into a rapidly spinning dark thunder disk. Upon closer inspection, one could see 6 smaller disks whirling within this dark thunder disk. Rumble. As Chen Mo's spear fell, the enormous disk shot forth like a rocket, transformed into a flying dart, aimed directly at the thunder dragon. The clash of dragons and disks. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted once more. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, the figures of both individuals soared upward. The imposing figure of Shang Tianlei, enveloped in crackling lightning, grew ever larger, reaching an astonishing height of 5 meters. Far more terrifying than the 3-tailed sword tiger that Chen Mo had previously confronted. Simultaneously, the slender form of Chen Mo unleashed a torrent of dark thunderous dragons. And from behind him, 2 colossal dark thunderous hands materialized. In an instant, these hands spread wide, colliding and merging to form a pair of dark thunderous wings. The dark thunder wings beat against the air, suspending Chen Mo in midair, his right hand gripping the gun handle, akin to a fallen angel wielding dominion over myriad lives. Then, with a thunderous proclamation, Shang Tianlei declared, "Chen Mo, I shall show you what true lightning is." He raised his right hand high, and a 5 to 6 meter long blade came crashing down. With a whoosh, amidst the dimming light of heaven and earth, 3 10-meter long blades of energy descended, creating a pressure that tore apart the surrounding air. As Chen Mo beheld the surging waves of lightning blades, a flicker of battle intent ignited within his eyes. Finally, at last, a strike worthy of note had arrived. The 3 bolts of thunderous energy drew closer, and at that moment, Chen Mo too raised his dark thunder spear. "I possess a spear," drawing upon dark thunder, obliterating the divine body. Sweep away. The spear in his hand erupted with countless energy dragons, cascading outward like a mist. And then, a crescent-shaped wave of dark thunder shot forth. It collided thunderously with Shang Tianlei's blades of light. A myriad of dazzling sparks exploded forth. Yet, as the brilliance faded, both individuals emerged unscathed, continuing their terrifying assaults. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the scene within the protective barrier. Never had they imagined that Chen Mo and Shang Tianlei could be this formidable. One, a 4th-tier warrior, evoking a celestial phenomenon in a 6th-tier warrior. The other, a 3rd-tier warrior rivaling such a phenomenon. Were these two truly of the same realm as us? No, a 3rd-tier warrior, this strong? No. This is not a 3rd-tier warrior. This is a freshman from the 1st year. My heavens. What manner of monster is Chen Mo? All the prodigies were left speechless, their former glory utterly vanishing in this moment. Clearly, they had been so profoundly shaken by the power of Chen Mo and Shang Tianlei that they found themselves at a loss for words. The expression on Zhou Wenyu's face twitched slightly. He realized that during his earlier duel with Chen Mo, he had not even utilized his full strength. If he were to engage in battle under these circumstances, what chance would his heaven-commanding technique or his golden talent stand? He shuddered at the thought. All present involuntarily inhaled sharply. How astonishing! As they observed Chen Mo on the stage, wielding his spear with utmost finesse, Lin Qingzhu too fell into a momentary daze. Prior to this, she had never witnessed a talent as monstrous as Chen Mo. Yet, when the crowd turned their gazes once more, they discovered, to their astonishment, that the defiant Shang Tianlei seemed to be on the back foot. In the grandstand above, the audience gaped in disbelief. Chen Mo had already exceeded their wildest imaginations. And now he stood toe-to-toe with Shang Tianlei. No, even more astonishingly, he was suppressing Shang Tianlei. It was crucial to note that Chen Mo was merely at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Shang Tianlei had already reached the high level of the 4th tier. Nearing perfection, the disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Old Xing, to be honest, I regret it, Gu Linghan remarked, smacking his lips. I regret it too, Shin Tiyi sighed. I regret it even more. Xiang Tinga thought about giving himself a couple of slaps. Observing the expressions on the 3 men's faces, Xing Tiany's countenance revealed a rare sense of exhilaration. TSK, it is said that among the 4 academies, I alone possess unparalleled insight. Insight, do you understand? Upon hearing Xing Tiany's words, the other 3 deans felt their insides twist with regret. Watching the exchange among these 4 individuals, Huixiu chuckled softly, stroking his beard. The longer one lived, the more one enjoyed watching others bicker. However, at that moment, a surge of devouring power suddenly rose from the arena below. The expressions of the crowd shifted. It was bad. Shang Tianlei was about to unleash his devouring lightning power. Xing Tianyi immediately focused on the arena, as a vast energy surged forth from his body. The moment Shang Tianlei made a move, he would dash down in an instant. With his speed, he could shatter space and arrive directly. At present, Chen Mo was like a treasure to him. He did not wish for any harm to come to him. Yet, a pair of large hands blocked his path. The crowd looked up to find a venerable elder in a long robe with white hair. Everyone immediately fell silent. gazing at the elder with utmost respect. Principal. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a complete 9th-tier martial king. One of the most powerful figures in the entire Daxiao Federation. Lin Wudi smiled gently. Perhaps you need not intervene. Sheng Tianlei cannot devour Chen Mo's thunderous power. All the deans, including Huoxiao, turned their attention to the arena. Yet, in the next moment, their pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 75, Above SSS Class. There, upon the arena. The weapons of the two figures clashed once more. However, this time, it was Chen Mo who triumphed first. The dark thunder spear, like a force of nature, completely obliterated the waves of thunderblades. Subsequently, the spear surged towards Sheng Tianlei's visage. Even before Sheng Tianlei could react, a trickle of blood emerged from his face. A single drop fell upon his thunderous armor, diffusing into a mist of crimson. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Chen Mo had entirely subdued Sheng Tianlei. I have been injured. Feeling the pain on his face, Sheng Tianlei's lips curled into a sinister grin. The laughter spread, swelling like a tide. His massive form trembled in sync with the sound. I never anticipated that someone my age could injure me. I truly did not foresee this. Sheng Tianlei raised his gaze, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Yet, suspended before him, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged, a light smile gracing his lips. If you do not employ the other aspect of your lightning, you have already lost this battle. Chen Mo held his spear with a single hand, his tone nonchalant. This statement undoubtedly incited Sheng Tianlei's ire. With a shrug and a sinister smile, Sheng Tianlei retorted, "Since you wish to witness my devouring power, then allow me to show you." The long blade in Sheng Tianlei's right hand abruptly vanished, and the massive 6-meter rake giant suddenly spread its hands wide. Subsequently, two whirlpools composed of thunder materialized with startling suddenness. As these two thunderous whirlpools emerged, they unleashed a terrifying force of suction, devouring the surrounding air entirely. Here it comes. The devouring power of Sheng Tianlei. Previously, he had been relentlessly battling other lightning-affiliated gifted individuals to facilitate the evolution of his thunder. Damn it. It feels as if he is cheating with lightning martial arts. Chen Mo estimated that this time, he was truly doomed. If I were Chen Mo, I would concede right now. Indeed. Otherwise, he would be devoured to the last fragment by Sheng Tianlei. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chen Mo's earlier ability to vaguely gain the upper hand was, in their eyes, quite remarkable. However, ever since Sheng Tianlei unleashed his devouring power, it seemed that Chen Mo was truly facing ruin. On the arena, Sheng Tianlei gazed at Chen Mo, once again revealing a sinister grin. At this moment, without your extraordinary abilities, relying solely on your gun intent, you cannot defeat me. Even with your extraordinary powers, you still cannot overcome me. What will you do now? Upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's words, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Fourfold you sure? He uttered no further words. In an instant, 4 Yushur discs reappeared, spinning rapidly around Chen Mo. Buzz. In a heartbeat, the 4 discs surged forth like shooting stars, carving a dark arc across the heavens. As Sheng Tianlei beheld the oncoming dark thunder discs, his eyes reflected no trace of fear. Devour the thunder. Consume it. His devouring thunder could engulf lightning of equal rank or lower. With Chen Mo being at the same SSS rank as him, it would certainly allow his devouring ability to feast to its heart's content. However, just as he brimmed with anticipation, preparing to absorb Chen Mo's dark thunder discs, his expression abruptly froze. He saw that the dark thunder disc was, astonishingly, unaffected by any of his powers. Then, at a breathtaking speed, it hurtled toward his arm. With a resounding bang, his right arm's rake shattered completely, dispersing into a tempest of lightning. He stood there, stunned. He gazed blankly at Chen Mo, suddenly exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could my devouring power have no effect on you?" The crowd was left speechless. At that moment, they finally grasped the incredulity of the situation, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. How could Sheng Tianlei's previously invincible devouring power against lightning martial artists prove utterly ineffective against Chen Mo? Sheng Tianlei roared in disbelief. "I refuse to believe it. I refuse." In an instant, the remaining devouring sphere in his hand shot forth like a cannonball. Boom. The colossal devouring thunder sphere left a phantom in the air, charging toward Chen Mo with an unstoppable force. Yet, Chen Mo remained motionless, allowing the dark thunder disc to reform before him, acting as a massive barrier that entirely isolated Sheng Tianlei's devouring power. Ultimately, Sheng Tianlei's devouring force completely dissipated, leaving only the expression of utter astonishment on his face. He stood frozen in place. It is time to end this. Gazing at the bewildered and shocked Sheng Tianlei, Chen Mo let out a gentle sigh. At this level, am I still invincible? This truly feels rather tedious. Chen Mo shook his head, raised the spear in his hand, and then launched it forth. There was not a single ripple of energy, no manifestation of gun intent, nor any display of force technique, just a simple thrust. However, the moment it struck Sheng Tianlei, the entirety of his thunder armor shattered completely. for his Dao heart had been utterly obliterated. He fell to the ground with a thud, face up toward the sky, landing in a massive pit beneath the arena. His gaze remained fixed upon the ominous clouds above, his eyes still trembling. He could not comprehend it. He could not understand why his proud devouring power failed to consume Chen Mo's dark thunder. In fact, he sensed a kind of trepidation emanating from that dark thunder. It was the fear of being beneath someone superior. Only when Chen Mo gradually approached him and felt the dark thunder energy dissipating from Chen Mo did Shang Tianlei's pupils finally reveal a glimmer of clarity. Why you? Your extraordinary ability is an SSS rank? Shang Tianlei's voice was incredibly faint, audible only to him, and Chen Mo hearing this, Chen Mo gently shook his head. I don't recall ever stating the rank of my extraordinary ability, have I? Shang Tianlei paused, then stood upright, a bitter smile appearing on his face. If it is an SSS rank, then there can only be one possibility. Chen Mo's extraordinary ability is above SSS rank. In an instant, a wry smile adorned Shang Tianlei's face. He realized how utterly far-fetched his previous assumptions had been.